Can you get on your phone and see if you hear audio?
Yes.
All right. Hello, hello.
Oh, you're already looking?
The question is going to be whether or not you guys can actually hear audio. And you'll notice that it's probably not nearly as good as it could be.
No, you can hear.
All right.
I can't hear Flake. Has Flake talked yet?
Yeah.
I don't know, Flake hasn't talked yet.
Am I supposed to?
You can talk.
Okay.
Audio's loud and clear.
Okay.
And you're not spiking.
Cool. Well, welcome. Welcome to the Coaxing, everybody. I've hit the hello button. It is not quite the setup that I want because as all coaxings go, they break like instantly. So everything I'm kind of doing very much on the fly. So this is going to evolve over time. But I'm Joey, and we got Flake here joining us. Hello, everyone. Hello, Flake. Hello, sir.
What's up? What's going on?
I think Flake is still figuring out what's going on because I also semi-figure out what's going on.
I had a call time and I showed up. That is the extent of my commitment at this moment. So I'm still we're calling a game. I'm gonna be calling a living legend game.
Yep.
Right.
Calling a living legend game, which will be starting in a couple of minutes here, once they get themselves going. So, but I'm actually swapping out because I am not your host for the day. It's actually Mr. Bo Bogsley who's going to be doing that. I'm going to be over on the side, like making the stream look different and weird and stuff as we go because we just have limited amounts of time to get things set up. So I apologize in advance that this is going to be a little bit janky to get us off. But welcome and enjoy. I'm going to switch it over to Mo when he realizes that it's his time to show up. Hey, Mo, get in here. I'm going to swap out. Bringing in your proper host for the day.
The old switcheroo to start us off.
Hello, 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 everybody.
What it is? What's good?
I'm excited for the coaxing, you know. Coaxing number 3, it's going to be bigger than ever, so.
You have to move right, not left.
Move right, got it. Sorry, doing some back-end stuff really fast, trying to make it so we can edit on the fly.
Yeah, no.
Good.
Yeah.
If you need something, just raise your mic.
Sounds good.
Yeah, no, you're good. Rock and roll like that for a moment. I'll be back. Just
Sounds good.
have fun.
We have lots of games today, lots of cool product. I guess I'll show some of it off. We have the Farmery coloring book by Deb. Tons of cool activities inside. A nice little like on-the-go flesh and blood.
Whoa, back it up, back it up. Go back to that page you were just on. That is a very
Which one?
curious, the one on the reindeer. Very curious placement of the tail. It's definitely.
What is he? He is a energetic caribou. Look at that.
Oh, definitely. I know where some of that energy is coming from.
You got the gerbil. I think my favorite part is the very back is a make your own playmat. We have to like cut out the side and it all connects. So that is kind of sweet.
Nice.
So these are available on the website. What else goodies do we have? We got some cool glasses. We have this very nice play mat I can show off as well.
Very nice. Well, your audio has cut out, so I will step in here as you were muted. You still are. So we're still working on some of those gerbils and hamsters that are falling off the wheel, possibly frightened by how aroused that caribou was. But it's all good because that is a very sweet looking placemat and coloring book. Oh, and the mic is back. Now the microphone is back. So now we're back. Now we can kind of hear you. Or not. There we go. Now it sounds fine. Now Some sound is better than no sound. So we're all right. Well, there goes that sponsor. We don't need that sponsor. Don't worry about it. No problem. I'm well. I am well. I woke up this morning. I had coffee, and that's basically it. That's my Sunday for now. I have like 900 other things I got to do today, but we're kicking it off with Living Legend. So that gets me out of bed in the morning. So that's what I wanted to do is I wanted to see fusions and I wanted to see auras. So I don't know what game 1 is going to be, but damn it, I am ready for some elemental magic. Nice. That's like the warm-up laps at a NASCAR event, just drinking in the morning. But yeah, well, that's you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong about that. But y'all can hear me, right? And then there might be a slight delay on the stream. I could be wrong about that, but even though we're working on things, I exist here in Toronto. I am sort of insulated from the issues that are America, which is great. But the beautiful part about this, my friends, is that we're going to get some Living Legend action here, because this is the one thing that I think that I have missed the most is just calling absurd games of sheer power shifts and humongous kablamo plays. That is what we're going to get today, as far as I know. I believe also, while they're working on the audio, I'm just going to take the wheel here and tell everybody that essentially there's a lot of cool stuff going on. You saw all the cool merchandise and all the cool action, but beyond that, there's special guests that are so much more capable and handsome than I am, so much more intriguing to listen to than me running my stupid mouth. One of which, obviously, is Mo Bogsley, who's going to be hosting the entire damn thing. That is pretty good. So we gotta make sure. Now, again, you may see some confusion in Mo's eyes as he's trying to work on things here. You can see he is doing his best, because frankly, when it comes down to it, the way that the wires are crossed, that ain't on me. We use the metric system up here, and as you can tell, my microphone is working perfectly okay. They've got their own myriad of problems down there,
So Flake can hear me,
which
but
is
the stream can't hear me.
technical issues. They've just basically flushed the metric system entirely. They're not interested in that. No problem. I don't even want to get on healthcare. We're not even going to talk about that. But based on the headaches that they have trying to set up this stream, you best damn know that they need some free therapy. But in Canada, we get that.
It looks like chat can hear me now, so we are good. Thank you, Flake.
Go.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Hey, just some standard Flake vamping for a million years.
Perfect. I love all the American slander. That was good. Proud of that.
That's perfect.
That's
hey,
good.
The best part about that, that's just not us. That's the whole damn world.
Here. What are we trying to do?
Whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
I was moving it back for you to set up what you need.
Let's give you guys a little extra.
But yeah, as I was saying, when you guys couldn't hear me, everybody is drinking. The alcohol is flowing here in the Coaxing, so it's going to be a good time.
Do you need anything, Kevin?
Yes. Ellen needs the export sequence of the event to add new people. So whenever you can make it a wager.
You waiting on me? Or?
No, I'm just waiting. No.
Oh.
We are just hanging out, just having a good time.
Yeah. Well, say hi to people. There's a whole chat.
I guess I can talk to the chat.
Chat.
How's it going, chat? How you guys all doing today? On this wonderful Sunday morning?
I've already gotten started.
Look at that. Oh, you can't even see?
Whatever.
Yeah, the
I've gotten
drinks
started.
are flowing. I have my good old water over here with my water bottle. The very first Pro Tour water bottle. Very clean.
All right, well, there goes that sponsor. 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 There goes that sponsor Those are like old school collector's items now. I have the white Judge one.
Oh, so
And
jealous.
well, I mean, like to me, it's just a water bottle. Like I don't get necessarily too attached to certain things. Like you know, it was just kind of like a throw in. It's like all right, you know, like first one, grab it, and then people are like, you got the white one. I was like, I don't want to get into a whole white versus black debate about anything, let alone water bottles. But
Ooh.
yeah, no, they're pretty rad. Mine is still in its
I'm
little.
gonna be weird on
case.
the side. Like I just got a thing from Left Hand, a little guest book.
Is that a signature from The
Everybody
Rock?
signed it.
Between the pinky and the ring finger, it looks like Dwayne Johnson signed that.
What? I can't hear so.
Yeah, he's asking if The Rock signed it. Between the pinky and the ring finger.
There's a rock.
Yeah,
So,
there
yeah,
you go.
we'll say
Okay,
The
I
Rock
thought that
signed it.
was
So I feel bad. I can feel
perfect.
better
There
about
you go. This is now official WWE memorabilia.
All the goodies here at Left Hand Brewery. So
I think that handprint is a 1-for-1 scale of Matt Folks' handprint. Actually, I don't know if you knew that.
I believe it. I could see that 100%.
Yeah, that's just how big his hands are.
Round one should be starting
soon.
So we are just going to hang out with everybody and talk about whatever we want to talk about.
Technically, it doesn't start till 11.
So it's at 11, I'm being told. So we have 12 minutes just to have fun.
12 whole minutes.
12 minutes, Flake. Me and you. It's like a date.
Well, that's probably as much as I need actually, which is great. So you're in charge here, Bucko. I was told this is your show.
This is my show. It is.
This is your show. I am the Andy Richter to your Conan O'Brien. So just you do you.
That's a big responsibility. I just got handed the drink menu here with all the fancy cocktails we'll be serving today. We got the Crazy Brew, the Coax of Commotion, Life of the Party, Smashing Good Time, the Interlude for the non-alcoholics, and the Knick Knack Bric-a-Brac. Actually playable here. Very nice.
No, that's a psyop. You see, you're going to be told to order that, right? You're going to say that Knick Knack Bric-a-Brac is amazing, and then the person who invented it will never ever actually order it, and no one's gonna be happy with that. It's totally a psyop. You should be drinking Coax of Commotions. If somebody goads you into ordering Knick Knack Bric-a-Brac and they look like Tarek Patel, you say no. You say absolutely no. Full psyops. Not interested.
We have drinks for everybody, even if they're knickknacks, you know?
So what is this event for those who are curious? Because I know that I got that question by many people.
This event is celebrating the casual side of FAB, just to hang out with your friends. We're in a brewery, so you can drink, eat food. Really just, there's not a ton of prizes on the line. So you're really just celebrating FAB as a game and as a community. And that's really all we're trying to do here is just celebrate the community.
I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in. I'm part of it. That's my demographic, the community. I fit in. I slot in nice and comfortable.
So yeah, we have a bunch of guest commentators from the community all day long. I believe we have 10 different people commentating. 2 are still unknown, so it's going to be on the fly kind of thing.
3 are still unknown, but Easton might cover you for team finals. Easton Douglas might hit for team CC or team CL finals.
There you go. Top 4 competitor at Worlds. Easton might be in team finals commentating. So it's going to be exciting.
I'm in. I am in. I'm here for the first one. So I'm going to basically set the low bar for everybody to just, tiptoe over at their own discretion, which is great. You'll be here sort of keeping the ship on the rails, which doesn't make sense because ships don't exist on rails. But just trying to train people with the boat people, because that's what we're here for. This is a community. It's all about transportation. You can tell that I need some warming up. Morning related casting is not the same as even though that if you ever watch any major event, it usually takes a solid 2 rounds for me to actually make some coherent sense. So this is like the worst thing that you could have done is put me up first, because now you're doing all the heavy lifting, man. You're the wheelbarrow of this duo. I'm just the big sack of dirt that you've got to haul around.
I can do it. I'm up for the challenge. A little upset you talked about boats, you talked about trains, but where's the planes? You left one of the big ones out.
The planes and I disagree for a little while, because I don't think I've been on one that left on time since probably pre-COVID. But Yeah, no, I like how the first thing you mentioned was not that I'm not a sack of dirt. It's that, yes, I can handle you as a sack of dirt.
I got you, Flake. I will
Yeah.
carry you up. I will lift you. I've been going to the gym lately, so we're good. We are
That's
good for this.
perfect because I'm like 200 pounds of garbage in a 180-pound sack. So there's going to be some spillover that you're going to have to be, you're going to have to deal with. But the beautiful part about this is that this is living legend format, which I have been aching to call forever. And I know that it's going to be a Starvo, fiesta, but it's fine because those games are actually quite nuanced.
So you're looking forward to the Starvos of the day. No other decks
Oh,
you want to see? Just all Starvo?
I don't want to see anything else. Not a single thing. But yeah, people now having conversations regarding my weight. I believe that the last time I weighed myself, I was like 185, which is like 180, 185, which is not where I want to be.
You're
There's
what,
a
6'7"? That's perfectly fine, Flake. Don't,
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
undersell yourself. Like,
Yeah, there's a picture of me next to the tall Timmy, and with me being at 6'7", you know that he's like at least 8'5". So
I've
those
seen it.
are he's enormous. But yeah, no, the ideal weight for me would probably be somewhere in like the 160s, 170s. Unfortunately, M&Ms exist, and people keep giving them to me, which is great. Don't ever stop. That is the best thing possible. But until that ends, I will continuously just kind of expand and just fill out this framework that I've been working on.
It's a good framework. You gotta eat those M&Ms. You gotta really build yourself up, and I support you. As
Thank
a
you.
fellow M&M lover, I get it.
That's where we're going. Like that's the problem. Like that's the thing. It's like we need to. I'm all about inclusivity. I'm all about community. Like that's why I'm here. But if there's one people we can do without, it's the Skittle lovers of the world. Like they are not. I don't want to say welcome because I don't want to really But if they stayed home, I'm all right. It's not the best thing.
How do you feel about the brownie M&Ms? That's the true question.
Oh, I know that I talk trash about the USA very frequently. I will never stop that. However, the one thing that you guys do great is that every single Walmart that I've ever been in the United States has like this small section of it, which is like a museum of M&Ms. It's unreal. And you walk in there and there's an entire like just aisle dedicated to how basically the fruits of your labor of ignoring things like healthcare has basically improved your M&M output and the science involved in shoving candy into other candy. It's unreal because frankly, by now, all of those scientists who have basically spent their entire lives working on how to, kind of mutate M&Ms into this weird science experiment, they could have been out there like curing diseases. But no, damn it. They need to figure out ways to put more cheese in pizza and more caramel in M&Ms. And you know what? We're all better for it, frankly. I gotta say. But brownie M&Ms are like it's just incredible because every time I go to the States, it's like I'm learning that a new species exists, and that's kind of my experience with M&Ms in the United States.
I'm glad you support our M&M fadism. I'm glad about that. Have you been to the M&M store in Vegas? They have 5 floors of pure M&M heaven.
Oh, I made it through 3 floors before I was like running out of arm space. There's like they have that thing where it's like kind of like it's like you just fill sacks with random different types. They're like these gigantic. It's like Willy Wonka's minus the murder and psychosis. Like it's unreal. I would love to
That's
go
on
there.
floor 4. You got to go more floor up.
Oh,
and
is
then
that
the
where it
murder.
is?
Yeah.
That's where the murder occurs. Okay, well, I'm glad that I got out at floor 3. But yeah, I've been there, and when we were there at Vegas for the U.S. Nats, I couldn't make it out there. I just didn't have time, so somebody went and got me something from there, and it just made me happy. They got me what I thought was going to be so orange creamsicle M&Ms, by the way.
Ooh,
yes.
okay.
Yeah, you want to talk about some Frankenstein related shit. Like that is it. Like that is the marriage of 2 flavors in a company that I didn't think I needed. Creamsicle M&Ms are low-key amazing, and that's what I got to try when I was in Vegas that I'm willing to talk about.
Oh, next time I'm in Vegas, I'll go to the M&M store and I'll get your face on some M&Ms, and I
You could
will.
do that?
Yeah, I'll get your face on one side and flake on the other. I will.
You know what? There are very few gifts that I receive where I'm like legitimately blown away. I like. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of wonderful things that people give to me that I love, but in terms of speechless blown away, if someone puts my face on an M&M, like I think that's it. That's the zenith of my life. Like it's all downhill from there. I'd honestly, I'd have like this pocket of happiness doused by this realization that it's all downhill from here. Like that's a tough kind of dichotomy that I have to wrestle with.
Well, I gotta break it to you. Next time I see you, get ready for your face on M&Ms. I'll fly to Vegas just for that.
Now the opposite of this is if you put my face on Skittles, I might be in the newspaper the next day for not good things.
I don't think Skittles are good enough to have that technology. I think they're behind in the
Yeah.
candy. I gotta say.
That's fine. Clip that and send it to everyone because I think I just spotted one Stephen J. Cookus Armadas in the chat right now. Amidst this wonderful discussion that M&Ms are not just superior in all ways, shapes, and forms, but Skittles might as well just be blasted into an unforgiving sun because they're terrible. And if they never existed, I think that there'd be a lot more space on the shelves for new types of M&Ms.
Besides sour Skittles are the one kind of Skittles I'll give the pass to. I gotta say, that sour flavor with the sweetness, it really does.
Yeah, but it's like saying, would you rather get punched in the face or punched in the arm? Like, both are unpleasant experiences. Like, that's what sour Skittles are. It's like, hey, we could step on your foot or we can kick you in the balls. Which do you want? I said, well, step on my foot. Like, I'm not a psychopath. That's what the sour Skittles versus standard Skittles debate is. It's like, yeah, they're good. Sure, that's fine. It's like, but is it really? Is it really?
To answer somebody in chat, we have 3 rounds of Living Legend. Then we're going to switch over to Team Sealed for 3 rounds. And then we'll switch back for the top 8 matches of Living Legend and then Team Sealed. So we'll be going back and forth between 2 different formats all day.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Once like after round 4, it's all Starvo. So we'll switch away from that and watch something else.
Yeah. Or how much are you going to drink?
That's a good question. The Coax Commotion, I believe it is. No, the Crazy Brew. I will be having a few crazy brews over today. I'm told I'm allowed to drink all day, so we're gonna get wild with it.
Oh, you're already throwing the stuff around. You're like all the peripheral aspects here are just getting tossed away. Are you in a booth right now? Are you at like some?
It's like a big, nice round table for all your friends, but I have no friends, so I'm alone. I got all this space, and I'm just.
That's
chilling.
the thing, man. Hell yeah, table for one all day long.
Table for one, just for me.
Somebody touched you on the side
any friends can come in here, and
Yeah, ghostly arms have just come in and touched you. I mean, that's just kind of part of it. But yeah, how many Starvos in 3 rounds? That's a good question. I think that's an over/under of like I would say 4.5. I think is the over/under. In which case I'm taking the over.
I'll take the under.
You're gonna take the
I'll
under.
Take the under.
You guys, you all have a little bit of like agency in this, but. The stakes of this Living Legend versus, let's say, like a Battle Hardened are a little bit lower, I'll say slightly. So people might be a little bit more inclined to bring their favorite stuff versus what will win. But
that's the best I can do for the ingredients. I believe there'll be actual ingredients on the website later today. But if you guys want to get drunk with the crazy brews,
ginger, lemon, pear, cinnamon, and comes with crazy LED ice cubes. Hey, so you could get like electrocuted while you're doing this. Like that's like when you light a shot on fire, this is a whole different thing. I think that there's another drink like Life of the Party where like you take a shot and then somebody just stiff arm elbows you across the jaw. I think that's the next one to sort of, get all the senses involved. You get like a good tingle on the tongue and severe concussions. Like that feels like the right kind of dichotomy of a drink.
We're here for a good time, guys, at the Coaxing. Not a long time, Last year in the finals, when I was playing Kano, I lost to a Phi who was really, really drunk, and I don't think understood everything he was doing. And it was a great time. Great time.
Hey, that's just me 3 drinks in.
I can't wait for the top 8.
But not a clue.
Seeing these Starvos in the top 8 and looking at their hand, being like, what do these cards do? What do we...
So I'm hearing that Crazy Brew is a gin-related drink, which I guess if you're playing canasta with Edna at the old folks' home, gin is a good drink to have. I hate gin. That's just me. I don't think I've ever had a good gin experience. It's not my.
Interesting. I'm more of a
Yeah,
whiskey
well,
guy, so.
yeah, whiskey's good. Whiskey's a nice one to have. I'm not a whiskey sipping type. It's more like, hey, let's just hammer shots of Jameson and feel like a champ. Tequila's like my dancing one, and like if I have tequila, it's like I need to dance. I need to explain to the world through interpretive dance my emotions. Vodka, however, vodka is my I just love everybody drink. Like vodka, if I'm having vodka, I'm like I just love everybody. I just want to let everyone know, that I feel like everybody should know how I feel. And then there's like rum. Rum is my I'm open to some suggestive stupid ideas. It's kind of like the move. That's the rum influence.
So what I learned is vodka and M&Ms is how to get you to love us. If we ever see you at an event,
That's how to that's how to enhance the love. If it's like a vodka infused M&M, I might not be on board for that. But if you're just like, hey, dude, here's like a screwdriver, like early in the morning or something like that, I'd be like, you know what? This plus some brownie M&Ms, I think I'm gonna be proposing marriage today to somebody. Not sure who, but yeah, it's definitely an option. But gin has never been something I've done it, never enjoyed it. And even further than that, when I was bartending for 5 years, when somebody would order a gin drink, I'm like, I don't judge. Drink whatever the hell makes you happy. But I would just be pouring it silently, just like inner gagging, being like, this is disgusting. This is just disgusting.
Interesting. My go-to drink is normally a Long Island or an AMF. I just want to get it over with, Give me my drinks. Let's get it in and out.
Well, Long Island iced tea is like it's like the clown car equivalent of a cocktail. It's like, how many clowns can we fit in this? And it's not going to be comfortable, but damn it, it's going to be colorful. So let's just make it happen.
It tastes good. It does the job. It basically describes my life. Just a big clown just walking around. So I'm in it.
Yeah. I got somebody says when Riddler Man saying when we meet Flake, I'll give you a WWE action figure, some vodka, and M&Ms. You might something like that, a move like that. If I ever get married, that is just the sheer number one way to sort of weasel your way into the wedding party, is just show up with like a CM Punk action figure and a bottle of Grey Goose and some crispy M&Ms, and I'd be like, yeah, you are this close to being best man. Like that is the move right there for sure.
I see all the players are now heading to the back room, so I'm not sure if there's a player meeting going on or if round one is officially getting started, but I think every player had alcohol in their hand, so this is great. I'm loving this.
Definitely a good start. Most definitely a good start. If you're going to be playing Starvo, sometimes you just got to take the edge off of such high-level gameplay. You just got to, it's kind of ease your way in. Anybody can be a chess master if you're hammered. Like, that's just the way to go. Like, that's kind of the sort of mantra that you need to have. You got to lean on.
If they don't know what you're doing, you just win those games. If you just show them 3 ice cards, what are they going to do?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Especially if they have some ice cards, right? Because there's probably going to be a shitload of Starvo mirrors. Look, I say this not as criticism because I absolutely adore Starvo and I want to play it. I'm actually kind of wishing that I was playing in this event. But beyond that, just the fact that they're getting a little minorly sauced, like they're greasing the wheels a little bit on this one for some smooth sailing. So we're going to see a lot of fun play. And as the whole thing expires, oh, who's that?
We got our friend Easton in here. Easton will say hello to everybody.
Well, if it isn't Easton Douglas, what's in your backpack, dude? If it's not M&Ms and vodka, then we're not happy.
Well, it's M&M's, vodka, and a nice little Starvo deck.
Now we're talking. Okay, see now things are looking good. You look like you just came off of from a bus stop with like one of those sticks with like a handkerchief with all your belongings on it. Like, did you hitchhike here from like some small town?
Unfortunately, no. This is how I chose to arrive. So I guess that's not a not a great
Oh,
sign.
Yeah, well, I can't say anything because below like this level here, there's nothing going on. Like we are
Nothing.
completely no, man. So if I have to get up to go and like adjust something,
You gotta go
that's
sideways and then up. You know, just a little.
none of that. No, this is like exactly. I ain't gonna turn my head and cough on camera. We're not doing that, but
Nice.
we're close. So
How are you, Flake?
I'm well, thank you for asking.
Good.
I mean, things are doing okay. I went to a Christmas party at Tariq Patel's house yesterday,
Oh, fun.
which was great. There was exactly like one Flesh and Blood player there, and the rest were all Magic players. So I felt like a complete doofus, but I enjoyed myself. It was great. It was good company, and now I get to call some Starvo matches, which is like the fucking dream, dude.
Hell yeah.
This is the best way.
Oh yeah. Awesome. Well, I should probably hand this back off to the actual host here.
If you get
but-
a round one loss, you get a round one loss. You know,
Yeah.
like, it is what it is at this point.
Yeah, no, that's good. Well, good luck, Easton. It's nice
Thank
to
you. I
talk to
appreciate it. Let me go to the players meeting. Have a great one. Talk to you later.
See you, man.
So that is how we're going to do the coaxing all day. Random people are just going to show up and say hi, and we're just going to have a fun time. Looking at the chat, someone said, how are the giveaways going to work? We'll be doing the giveaways randomly throughout the stream. Joy will tell us more when he gets back. He's currently running the event, so as soon as Joy gets back, I will ask him. So that's a good question.
There's a. I'm just looking through some of the names here. Robo Pigeon. Now we're talking. Now these are names that I love. Like the best thing is when you'll be at an event and somebody will be like, oh hey, and I'll be like, hey, and they're like, oh, I'm XYZ on Twitter or such and such, and then you put a face to like the ridiculous screen name and it just makes me happy. I would love to know who Robo Pigeon is.
That's a
and how
sick name.
It is. It is, because this sort of perpetuates the whole conspiracy theory that birds aren't real, that they're all just surveillance devices by the government. So, are you part of that?
I mean,
That's the question.
Robo Pigeon 82, right? So there's 81 other Robo Pigeons out there, so it's very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm
So they're about
curious.
to do
Like,
their player meeting stuff. I'm just working as live microphone. So they're gonna do player meetings and we're getting rocking and rolling. I'll do this. There we go. That's better. That's better. But I have trophies.
already, nobody's even played yet. We're giving away trophies.
Yeah, no, we just put Starvo on this one. Just real,
I'm in.
just real easy. No, so we got
Sold.
a local engineer, Zephin, who made Living Legends trophy. Which is nuts, and it's got a card slot for a hero. So this will be Living Legends trophy, and then here if you can help. These guys are for Team Sealed trophies for the winners. We'll get these guys to commemorate their victory over the Coaxing.
Super cool. These are sick.
These are real sick, actually. Arr, Master Cogs.
Those are sweet. Show the Living Legend one again.
Yeah. Gladly.
It looks like, yeah,
Ah.
dude. That's sweet. That looks like something like a Mortal Kombat character would use to like
Right?
slice someone's head off.
Yeah, actually, yeah. There you go.
There, yeah.
There we go. Just right there. Just like that.
We got that out of.
Yeah, it's the Covenant.
Yeah.
It's the Covenant sword.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that was a
I'm like trying to guess what.
a
Wow.
rejected prop from like the Wolverine reboot.
Yeah, yeah. The same quality. Yeah, they come off. By the way, the cogs come off. Whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna go and make sure everybody's okay. But I wanted to show this off. So yeah, special thanks to Zephin for those. We're gonna get started here in just a couple minutes. Like I said, they're doing a players meeting, and we're gonna. I think you guys are figuring out who the heck you want on Scream. And
Yeah, can I pull
Oh,
up
we're
these
not
out
figuring
and
out
stuff? Is that-
anything.
What?
We're talking
Can I
about
click around here?
vodka
Does
and
that have to
M&Ms.
pop up on stream?
yeah, you should be fine.
Cool. Just making sure. Don't
Yeah.
wanna
Yeah.
leak all the information, all the secret tech.
Cool beans. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna leave. Bye, everybody. See y'all soon.
It looks like I am the winner because he did leave these trophies with me,
I'm
so
taking them.
I will
It
keep
does
all
look-
these. Look at
It
me
does
go.
look like an energy sword. I think Az just mentioned it looks like an energy sword that like one of the elites would use in Halo, and I completely agree. It kind of does have that energy for sure.
I'm trying to find the round one pairings so we can try to see who's going to be on stream. Looks like pairings are not posted yet, so we'll get that soon. We're already talking about the drink policy with spilling drinks on cards. That's always fun to hear the judges talk about. We're planning ahead for the drink spillage.
I think the easy answer is just don't bring the drink to the table. I have seen those kinds of dangerous situations. I've been at a poker table at a casino where my friend spilled his drink all over the table. That's where I just turned around and left. I'm like, I don't know you.
I was playing
That's the
three-card
move.
poker in Vegas, and I had a Long Island. I knocked it over all over the cards, and I was like, well, guys,
Yeah, no, that is ultra party foul. Did they let you stay? Or
yeah, it was at like 11 a.m. too, and I was just drinking those Long Islands, you know, like, it was a good time, not a long time for that event.
They're like, well, you're the only one spending money here. We will allow this, yeah.
If you are using unofficial LSS accessories, you will need to swap.
See, any other questions in chat that I missed? I believe DM asked how I'm feeling about Kano and CC. I am super excited for Kano. That battle hardened last night was sick to watch. I really wanted the Kano mirror, but you know, Kano won, and it was a turn 1 kill and a turn 0 kill at the battle hardened last night, so that was super fun to watch. Kano and Levia, I guess, are my 2 pet decks now, which I never thought I would say, but here we are with the 2 underrated heroes. Any other questions in the chat before we get going? I have chat open on my monitor, and I can answer any of those. Flake, if you had to pick any hero for round 1, what would you pick besides Starvo?
Honestly, I would really love to see how Lexi can navigate a Starvo match. And you said not Starvo, so I'm going to cheat and say Lexi and then play it into Starvo. I really want to see what Lexi can do within a Living Legend environment, because there's a lot of people out there, including players like Yuki Lee Bender, who have essentially expressed that she has the capability of sort of kicking it with the big dogs. And but ultimately, I mean, like seeing a Prism game again would really make me happy. I don't want something, and like the reason why we're playing, or that we're so excited about Living Legend, is not because we want to see an Azalea versus an Uzuri match, just because we want to see those, over the top heroes do what they do best. So for me, if Starvo is not an equation, I wouldn't mind seeing something like Prism. Seeing Chain at its full potential is also kind of cool. So we'll see. But if it's not Starvo, I think it would probably be like, I would love to see Lexi with some of the bigger dogs.
See if I can get this set up for you. I requested a Chain, but we can always switch that to Lexi.
No, do what you want. I am not. This is your show. I am merely here to just read the names of the cards. That is what my entire life essentially boils down to. That is what I've been told. That I am nothing more than a glorified card reader, and that's fine by me.
I thought you were the the pro player here, like with all the nice analytics. I was like the fun guy, so maybe we're a little
I have
confused.
never been accused of being the fun guy in my entire life. I have always been straight edge and to the point.
That's what I was hoping for.
Precisely. Like, if you're gonna get anything from me, it's just unfeathered professionalism. And I know that Steven, DM Armada, is in the chat, whom I've worked with many times. Steven has said, you need to loosen up. You need to kind of like explore the tangents around the game. Because I'm so just dead set, like absolutely razor focused on the minutia of the game, that I kind of feel bad sometimes that Steven has to be like, would you just loosen up and tell a joke? Maybe like throw in a wrestling or a Star Wars reference once. And I'm like, I don't even know what those are.
Honestly, do you even watch Star Wars? I don't think I've ever heard you talk about Star Wars. So
that's kind of like, that's a singing competition on like NBC, right? Like that's what that is.
Yeah.
I may have seen it. Yeah.
It's kind of like The Voice, I think they call it. The Voice is like another version of Star Wars. So
yeah. So I will dabble one time.
Good.
I will check it out. But yeah, that's expertise is and my name. They rarely meet at sea, so that's how it goes.
Did we Looks like we changed the background for now for the stream, so that's kind of cool. We got the nice Coaxing logo, nice and big. I like that.
I will be working on this throughout the stream. I'm sorry, everyone.
We are doing it live
Doing it live in the moment. In a cramped space.
in a very cramped space. Let's see. What are the tournaments for today? We have a Living Legend event going on, and we also have a Team Sealed. So we'll be streaming both of those events. And we have a bunch of side events. We have drafts, CC, all the normal side events. But the two big ones are Living Legend and Team Sealed for today. Looks like they are repairing round one, and in about 10 minutes, we should get this game going.
Flake is more of a Battlestar Galactica guy, says DM Armada. And you know what? I actually am. No joke. Battlestar Galactica, the reboot that I think is now almost 20 years old, is probably some of the best science fiction television you'll ever watch in your life. It's probably some of the best television you'll watch in your life. It's like such an amazing show. And I know I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant here, but it's like one of my top 5 TV shows of all time. If it wasn't set in space and turn people off of the fact that it's science fiction, it is like one of the greatest dramas that I've ever watched in my entire life. And I've seen Gilmore Girls, so let's be real.
What's that one TV show that only had one season and one movie? It was science fiction.
Was it Firefly?
Yeah, Firefly. That's one of my top shows. I loved Firefly.
Yeah, there's a lot of shows that kind of have these cult followings that just fell off the planet Earth. Do you remember the show Freaks and Geeks?
I've never heard of Freaks and Geeks.
Freaks and Geeks was like one of the
80
best.
Or 90 people here right now?
We have 80 or 90 people for Living Legend?
No. We're not. We're a lot of people did not really want to do Living Legend, which is funny. But there's a whole bunch of people who are hanging out, jamming games. We're going to be doing on-demand brackets, which I need to get going right now.
Yeah, we got to get some of these games on the screen. Like we gotta let's get some of those jammable games up on here. How many people are for Living Legend?
How many people do we have for Living Legend? Do you know?
Not yet. They're still figuring out the final numbers.
Still figuring it out.
I think we should be like 40 and 50.
Pretty big, 40 to 50 players for Living Legend today. So
that's not bad.
Yeah,
I have friends.
Decent.
If I get a Starvo mirror, then they're playing on a barrel.
I don't know what that means.
So last year at the Coaxing, we ran out of tables, and we played on actual barrels outside.
Yeah.
Oh.
So on the playmat, which I showed off earlier, in the background, there is 2 meeps playing Flesh and Blood on a barrel, because that's what we used to do.
I made one request, which was to have meeps on a barrel.
It's pretty sweet. Looking good. How do I feel about Stargate? I've never actually dove into Stargate, and I like Richard Dean Anderson. He was MacGyver. So, but I've never actually kind of dove into Stargate. I think that there's only so much sci-fi related bandwidth in my mind that I can occupy. Like if I start watching Stargate, I'm going to forget who captained, the Enterprise D. Like that's kind of like, it's a give and take. There's only so much real estate I can give there.
Who did captain? Was that Star Trek you were referencing, or
the NC 1701D? That would be Jean-Luc Picard. Jean-Luc Picard was the captain of the Enterprise D, and the Enterprise E is probably the sexiest ship ever. The sexiest ship ever.
Which show is this from? Because I am not following.
So the Enterprise D is the same style ship. It's a Galaxy class ship that you're probably familiar with from the TV show. But the Enterprise E was after the Enterprise D bit it in Star Trek Generations, the movie Generations, which came out I think in like 92 or 93 or something like that. Then came Star Trek First Contact, which was the best Star Trek movie ever. And in that movie is where they showed you the new ship, which was the Enterprise E, which is like I think it's a Constitution class. I forgot, but ultimately it's a sexy ass mofoing ship.
We are now a science fiction podcast. Flesh and Blood will come later, but right now we are all science fiction.
No, we're gonna.
Look,
we should take
like,
account. take account of how many times we get a hockey or a science fiction, Star Wars, Star Trek reference from Flake.
Oh well, we're already knee deep in.
Yeah, it's like 100 already. We're too late.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
we're.
when the match starts, so chat, take your guesses. How many random references are we gonna get from Flake from start of match to end of match?
Well, when the match happens, I'll be on. But we've been 30 minutes of vamp time here, so I got to dig into the things I know best.
Our 10-minute date is like going on. I like this.
Damn right, exactly. Yeah, that's been going pretty good. See, this is the most I've talked about Star Trek and still had somebody sitting across from me.
I don't have
This
a
is
choice at
incredible.
this point, honestly.
No, yeah, you're.
If I could have
priced in,
left, I
so-
would have left. But now we're stuck together.
Oh wait, so I guess I'm just sloppy seconds. I think is what we're saying. That's great.
You're well. Hey, that's not bad. I mean,
Judge.
yeah, you're the person that Mo texts and be like, "It's okay, I'm safe."
I texted
No.
him twice. I was like, Blake's a little weird. Can you help me? And then he came back. So we're good. We're good.
Star Trek tier list, series tier list when it's Next Generation, then it's like it might be Deep Space Nine, it might be Strange New Worlds. I'm leaning towards Deep Space Nine, and then it comes Strange New Worlds. So they're like 2A, 2B. Lower Decks, I think maybe. Voyager is in there. I'm not really. I mean, the OG series is
Can I get a
okay.
crazy brew? We just do it live? Yeah. I'm gonna start drinking already because the state's going too long, and I gotta drink it.
It's been 30 minutes. I think that's called alcoholism, Mo. It's like you said, I need it. Like that is like the first red flag.
I need it. I also want to.
I need it. I need it.
It's a 30 minutes with Flake. Someone please.
Oh, that's acceptable. Exactly. The fact is that they should probably. I should show up with like little like Jello shooters with everybody. Like, hey, you won't need this now, but in 10 minutes when I'm talking to you about like the bridge crew of the USS Excelsior, then you're gonna need this. That's where we're at.
Tell us why Episode 9 is the best Star Wars.
Oh,
That's got to be
shit, Chris.
bait. That's got to be bait. I'm not even gonna
Who
touch
said that? Who
DM
said that?
DM
Of
said
course it was
and I
Steven.
checked.
Yeah,
We
I'd have
don't-
to look.
Episode 7, 8, and 9 really don't exist to me. I kind of just push those away, and I don't even.
Yeah,
oh,
Yeah. I mean, I'll let you go on this one.
I
'cause know
could. You know what
Well,
really bothers me? You know what grinds my gears? The Solo movie was so good, and nobody likes it. I thought Solo was a top tier, like, great movie. I loved that movie so much.
Solo was a good movie, and the whole thing is that Solo came out in the spring, which was what, like, I think it came out like 4 months after, what was it, The Last Jedi came out or something like that, and everybody was just done with it because everybody had such a sour taste from The Last Jedi, and then they go into that with sort of the fact that people even were like, yeah, it's okay, was kind of, if you do the translation of the hole that The Last Jedi dug for Star Wars fans to climb out of, it's still a good movie. It's just that it started at like a negative deficit to sort of make up for previous garbage. I liked Solo, and people are coming around to it, much like the prequels. People are going back to the prequels and being like, these were pretty good movies. Like some campy, crappy sort of dialogue aside, the movies were pretty good. And I think people are now coming back to that when it comes to Solo.
Good. I'm glad people realize Solo was good. Probably top 3 movies for me for Star Wars, if I had to say. But
So is it, like, to me, the top 3 movies of Star Wars are Rogue One, Empire, A New Hope. Like, that's where I have those at. And even for me, A New Hope is like kind of iffy. And I'm gonna catch a lot of heat for this. I really liked The Force Awakens. I thought The Force Awakens was a pretty good movie.
was that 7?
That was 7.
7 was good. That was like, it got our hopes so high, which was the issue. It, like, expectations were up here, and then 8 and 9 just completely dropped off.
Enjoy.
Thank you. I got the good old crazy brew with
Nice.
the light cubes. If I get electrocuted, we'll know why. There we go. We're doing it.
Nice.
Can I get a straw? Thank you.
Yeah, Rogue One has some of the best space battle scenes. It has like the sheer terror and carnage of like ground warfare that you didn't get since like Hoth, which was awesome. I thought it was awesome.
If we're counting Mandalorian in the top, like in the movie section, I got Mando up there as well. I've been loving every
well,
minute.
season 1 of Mandalorian was incredible. I thought it was just really good storytelling, pacing, exploring Star Wars without the Force as sort of like this guiding principle until obviously you meet Grogu. But yeah, it's not a movie, so you can't really like group it in there. But let's be real, yeah, people are all about it. The Hammerhead ramming the Star Destroyer, like, and the first introduction of sort of ion cannons, like mucking up the Empire was pretty damn cool. The whole thing was just great. Like the whole. Oh, I'm gonna
Such
just
a good
rewatch it. I'm just gonna
Dude,
rewatch it today.
I want to rewatch Andor as well. Also, such a cool show.
The yeah, Andor was another one that was more so about the nitty gritty behind all the flash and bang, which I kind of like because
Yeah.
building a rebellion wasn't about just winning space battles. Like there's a lot of espionage and trickery and Black Ops style stuff. And that's what I liked about Rogue One was that you see early in Rogue One that Cassian Andor just murders his informant to save himself. And it kind of puts to light, it's like, wait, the rebellion isn't necessarily, what they're fighting for might be good, but their methods are just are worse than the Empire. So it's casting this terrible shadow on what is supposed to be this righteous movement, and it's great because you're like, you look at it, you're like, shit, any means necessary. Like that's kind of where we go.
I saw a great Twitter post a little bit ago that said Andor ruined someone's marriage, but they kept on arguing about the politics in Andor that they just got divorced, which I think is the funniest thing in the world.
That's why you clear these things up with the prenup. You just make sure, are you pro this or pro that? And then part of it is Star Wars related. All right, so where are we at?
The trick for the delay for everyone is that they try to get cute and just bring everybody in who registered, and then they would drop everyone afterwards. But half the people who registered just wanted to do the team sealed and play around for the first bit. So it's actually taking longer than if they literally just asked, "Would you just like to do this?" But project management. Project management, guys. We're working on it. Everything is great.
We're getting
anyway,
there.
Cheers. But this works. I'm glad the Crazy Brew works.
Yeah, no, the Crazy Brew looks great. I must say, it tastes great, looks great.
Here we go.
No complaints here.
Pear. It's pear and ginger and cinnamon.
See if I can see anything that's going on the back end. Don't know how much access I have, unfortunately. Cool. How many 8+% alcohol beers do you need to play against Starvo while not playing Starvo? At least 3. At least 3, if not more. But that's why we're playing in a brewery, If you're going to play against Starvos all day, might as well start drinking early and just have fun with it. Does anybody in chat have any questions? Design a new FAB TCG class on stream. That'd be interesting. What kind of class would it be, though? Pirate would be sick. I know DM really wants a pirate class. I wouldn't mind plundering an opponent's deck and be able to play cards off the top of your opponent's deck. That'd be kind of sick. Be really interesting to see how you can make that work. But if there was a card that took the top X cards of your opponent's deck, you could play one as your own. I'd really, really enjoy that. Pirate as a subclass to Ranger. Yeah, I love the art on Trench. I don't have it handy to me, but that art is beautiful. The extended art is even nicer. Can you buy the Coaxing? Yes, if you go to the Coaxing website, you can buy this beautiful playmat on there. We also have tons of other stuff like glasses, and my favorite that I showed off earlier is this great coloring book by Deb. Everybody loves Deb, so tons of amazing products that you can buy online and help support the Coaxing. Looks like the pairings just went up, so we will be getting round 1 started right now.
Now we're talking.
We're talking.
Time to Starvo.
Time to Starvo. Let's see. I did request a chain match for round 1, so we'll see if the judges could get that going. If not, it would be a mystery for both of us. I'm excited to get this going, and the Coaxing is all about fun and friends and just playing the game and loving the game.
Design a brewmaster. I think that's a fair option. There's so many brews and potions and items and nonsense, but I feel like that, Steven, would most likely be just merchant class. Like, brewmaster can be a talent,
On stream, you got any ideas?
whereas
chain.
merchant is the class.
Any chain.
Any chain.
Any chain. Or Lexi. One of the two. I got you, Flake. Got the Lexi request in there as
Oh,
well.
I'm just saying anything. No,
Yeah, no,
you
might as well
said
throw it out there. Might as well
Well,
ask, you know.
that's fair. If there's a Lexi Starvo, that would be like the most ideal. But ultimately, like you said, I couldn't pick Starvo, even though I really want to cast the Starvo match. But it's all good. I will do whatever shows up. We can make it happen.
They're pre-ordered. Yeah, they should ship soon. I believe he has a whole stack of the playmat, so not be worried about getting the playmat. We have a bunch of them here, so. But yeah, Brewmaster. I love all the potions. Potion of Deja Vu is my favorite, followed by Energy Potion. Oh, looks like the stream area is getting set up. We're taking our test playmats away. We like to have the players have their own spice with playmats here. Over or under 1 drink spill during the stream area?
I'm gonna go with under because I'm hoping that they don't put their drinks up there. But then again, if it's part of it, the one thing that I legitimately fear, it's like, why add that dangerous element to it? Like, why throw that variable in there? But then again, I mean, it makes for good TV. Let's throw some drinks up there.
It does. If we get 1 drink spilled, I think it would be pretty entertaining, to say the least. Looks like we have a CNC playmat and a Dory playmat, so this could be anything. Maybe we have Dory and Living Legend. That'd be kind of crazy.
So yeah, so for those of you watching, you can't see this, but they've just thrown the playmats up there. No clue what the who the players are, what they're playing, but we do have, like you said, a Command and Conquer and a Dorinthia playmat. So if these are clues,
Let's get rocking and rolling.
if you're bringing
Right side.
Dorinthia to this, I have less hopes for you, but
Okay, you guys are in.
Cool. The players should now be able to see the playmats, and it should be pushed live to YouTube.
Yep, so let me tell you who you guys got. You've got, on the Command & Conquer, you've got Charlie Gilbert. He is the winner of Coaxing 2, and the only way that we can describe that is as Drunken Master Phi. People were playing, we did a skirmish in Coaxing 2, and people didn't drink because they wanted to be, like, good for Coaxing. Charlie was plaster fucked by round 5, puking by round 6, and took the whole thing with Phi. So he's your Command & Conquer. Rockin' Chain, and then on the left side is Ryan, who is going to be rocking Briar, and that's going to be your match. Hey, and actually, that's his the flash freeze that you just saw. That was his championship prize. That's a Mark Poole artist proof. That was his trophy for the Coaxing last year.
So this is pretty cool. We do have 2 heroes that are banned in CC, so we get a complete Living Legend round 1 matchup.
Yep.
Yeah, part of the
As far as,
conversation.
all the pitches thing. Nobody can get the pitch part right, but all you guys have the time of you guys' life. I'll be working on stuff on the side, but they'll get ready to rock and roll.
Awesome. Thank you, Joey. Here's the
apologize
mouse.
in advance for the glare and all the things. That's just how life works. And then they will get a life counter for you as well, courtesy of our own Tucker Campbell. I think he does Fab Life.
Yep.
Fab Life is going to be on.
There we go.
All right, so there's going to be some slight glare issues on the one hand, and but we will. This is a non pre-errata Briar, which is a conversation about Living Legend entirely, where people are saying, well, we should errata it, and I don't know what your thoughts on that are. I feel like erratas and bans are 2 different things. And in my opinion, I think that this is just this is fine. I think Briar can make it happen, which we'll see because she gets Rosetta Thorn back, which is nice.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the errata version is still very powerful. You still get Channel, you still get Rosetta, you get all the cards that make Briar good. And this is going to be a pure race. I'm excited to see Chain v Briar, 2 OG Rune Blades that we haven't seen. And the timer has started, so we are officially live and ready to go. In this matchup, I would have to guess that Briar is favored if they find an early channel. I'm not sure about your experience, Flake, if you have any insights on this matchup.
So in this particular matchup, I mean, this is one that I didn't play necessarily all that much. Chain kind of wheeled out of relevance much as Briar was on the ascension. So a lot of the discussion was not necessarily which is better. It was just that Briar was inherently better for a little while, even because Chain just kept losing things. And Briar, to a degree, with Channelbound Heroic, that kind of took the mantle of what Chain was. But Chain was so good for so long. And there's a small pocket of time where the two of them were kind of combating each other. And Chain took the cake mainly because things like you have access to the shadow cards, the instant go-agains that you need, the arcane damage, but also you had access to Carrion Husk. Was just a massive amount of catch-up for pivotal turns. Because early on, Chain needs a little bit of mojo to get things going, put things into the, banishing off the top so that eventually down the line you could block some of the cards and still have options to attack. Now, in this case, playing with seeds and playing with more certainty of what you're banishing, you'll have these massive turns. So in this case, I mean, talking about which one is better, it's tough because both players are going to be trying to just beat the piss out of each other. The problem is that Briar has the ability to do that on turn 0 or turn 1, whereas Chain needs some time to get going. But at the same time, the whiff ability of both players, be it off the top of the banishing from the Soul Shackles or just the fact that Briar draws dead, it's going to be fascinating. I think this is going to be a matchup of who draws poorly first. But the on-hits for Chain are immensely different than the on-hits for Briar.
100%.
And I think that that's important to note, as both players, frankly, are bringing in a lot of defensive equipment. It's just that Chain has access to a 6-block, just like that, just easy peasy, which is massive.
Yeah, I'm looking at the hands already. I see Belittle and Minimalism, one of my favorite combos since the start of the day. So it looks like we're going to start off with a red Belittle. Let's get this show on the road.
Yeah, starting it off with the Belittle on the turn 0, I think that there's a certain amount here where this isn't going to go to fatigue, and attacking early to try to shed some cards off of your opponent is fine. This might be a situation of maybe we can actually push some damage through, as you do see the Minnowism grabbed here. If you could leak some damage against an opponent who is probably packing a decent amount of 2 blocks themselves, this could be pretty significant. This could be something along the lines of, let's just sneak in some damage and maybe pocket an arsenal. I think what the move here is that trying to find an opportunity here to just use Rosetta Thorn and leak some damage and find an arsenal.
Maybe use the arms. This is also digging you deeper to that channel, which is the kill card. So the sooner you can dig the channel, and is that a ball lightning? I forgot that card was legal.
Oh. Well, welcome back to blocking for 0, but going haywire here as Minnowism being able to, it's massive. But look at this exactly. This is what we're talking about, is that you're getting work done here, Mo, in the shape of either leaking damage or taking some of the equipment blocks. So this is a very strong turn here for the Briar player, who was able to essentially not just leak damage, but find some erosion on that equipment and leave with an arsenal. So big move.
Leak 2 damage, got the arms, arsenal, everything you said. That was a great turn 1 by Briar. And let's see if Chain can follow it up. Looking at Chain's hand, it looks like there's an invert existence. I couldn't tell what else is in there. The 0 for 2 go again. Banish card from hand is also in there. It looks like a Riftbind.
Yeah, Shadow Averser is a major part of this. Being able to banish something for the free go again, only to be able to play it from Banish Zone again. Shadow Averser is a massive card. The block value, be damned, it's more so a matter of pitch it early if you need to, but also being able to just cobble together some decent turns, such as this. Again, Blast
Yellow
of the Past, Seeds of Agony.
So good. banish that Riftbind, I believe it was. So you got 2 and 1 Arcane with Go again. Looks like the Arcane is leaked because no players have Arcane Barrier, if I'm not mistaken.
Don't need it. You just don't need it, dude. I mean, you've got the skull cap if necessary for the Briar player, which is not really going to do you any favors. This is merely a matter of the skull cap is an additional block point.
Yes.
This is going to be the old school Briar of you go down the decision tree of, okay, is there an on-hit effect? No. Am I dead? No. Will I block? No. That's more or less where we're at right here. It's just a matter of throwing haymakers as both players are going to be racing down to single digits before decisions are really made.
Yeah, looks like he left the Riftbind in the Vanish, so that's going to come up on future turns with those Seeds of Agony. So Chain is already setting up for the mid to late game, while Briar is just going to go burr and try to get there.
Look how many belittles already. I mean, we're rolling with the yellow belittles, and we've seen red belittles.
And it's another Ball Lightning as well that was shown, so this is going to be a wide turn with lots of damage leaked unless Chain tanks it up. Looks like there's a red minimum wisdom, so he's going to try to pump up this Ball Lightning as big as he can to leak that damage. Now the Chain needs to decide if he wants to go more defensive to make it to the late game, or if he wants to be more aggressive and try to race this Briar.
You're going to have to play defensively early, I think. You're not really going to get much work done with a 4-card hand or a 5-card hand against the Briar, because Briar's probably going to output more damage than you are. So you have to be selective about what damage you're going to be taking. But at the same time, you know that later into the game, when you're soul shackling 4 or 5 off the top, you could probably piece together a winning, a winning mosaic of damage to sort of blast you through. But in the meantime, look what you're up against. You're up against an immense amount of on-hit sort of relevancy here with the Ball Lightning, which is just coming in for 2, which, again, is going to eat up armor if necessary. We don't have deck lists here, but I'm really curious to see if this Briar player is actually rolling something like a Lightning Press to just go over the top of some of these.
Briar closing the Chain there to play that red minimum wisdom into another Ball Lightning. Hitting those break points and just trying to leak as much damage as they can.
So again, we're going to read the cards here because these are cards that are probably collecting dust somewhere in a binder or a long box, wherever you're at. But Ball Lightning, I think that's red, being pumped up there by the red minnowism, means that 6 is a 2-card block. But again, Chain's going to be susceptible to a lot of 2 blocks in hand. So even if you have a pair of 3s in your hand, it's going to be difficult to sort of justify giving him up if that's part of your sort of return fire.
Exactly. At 35, so still healthy. Don't want to throw the Husk out there too early. So we got to see how Chain wants to navigate this. Looks like a CNC in hand and a bunch of 2 blocks, if I can see that correctly.
Yeah, there's a Captain's Call in there as well with the CNC. So a 2-block, definitely. Again, this might just be a matter of, well, if my only move was to send... if my only move was to send a Command and Conquer, that means I need the other card to, I need a card to pay for it. But if that leaves me with a 3-block and a 2-block, that makes no sense. It's just the math doesn't add up here. And it's difficult because as Chained, you want to be pushing the tempo, but this is a whole different ball game. This is Briar without any limitations. The shackles are off, and Ball Lightning is back on the menu. And here we see the significance of it.
There is the Husk. 2 and 2 off the Rosetta Thorn. Chain is just going to eat that. So Chain wants all the cards in his hand. He kept 4 with that Riftbind and Arsenal, or Banish Zone. So if there's a Seeds on top of the deck, this could be a really big turn for Chain. And it was a plunder run. Unfortunate.
Yeah, one of the few whiffs, again, when Seeds of Agony got taken out of rotation and got banned, essentially what you told the Chain players, like, all right, there's 9 cards that are like 9 more whiffs. You have to either fill that up with other Blood Deck cards that are not as efficient and not as potent, or you got to put in non-Blood Deck cards and just accept that your odds are going to be a lot lower. Plunder Run has always been a staple of these types of decks, so that's always been in there. But Chain after Seeds was running more things like Captain's Calls and more cards that were not as efficient, like let's say Half and Beyond or things like that. Seeds was just so good, and now we see why. But again, we're always going to be susceptible to those whiffs, be it the Plunder Runs or the Art of Wars. Something's going to get you.
Looks like he is starting off with a Demagon for 3 go again off of the Shackle ability. Briar doesn't even think, just takes the 3 and says, let's do it, let's dance.
There's going to be a lot of that. A lot of this vanilla damage is just going to be laughed at and sort of shown the door. It's like, go ahead and make yourself cozy. We're not interested in this. But we're going to captain's call here. I'm wondering if this is going to get boosted up to 8. It is.
Yep,
And
so 8.
this is important here. But keep in mind that there is an embodiment. So this could legitimately be a 2 non-attack action block, which is unreal to think about, how you can just completely dunk on. You could send 2 quasi D-reacts in front of a CNC like this and call it a day.
Looks like the Briar player has 2 Ball Lightnings, a Belittle, and a Plunder Run, if I saw that correctly. So not really a good way to block here, unless they want to lose their arsenal.
Oh, boy. Okay, so that's a fascinating take here because you're taking damage and giving equipment.
Run.
Yeah,
Huh.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I agree with this block here, mainly from the fact that you're taking the damage. It's not about damage. Vanilla damage is not, that life can come back anytime. The only time I would really commit equipment here is if it saved my arsenal. So you've basically given up 4 life and your arsenal for nothing. I would have been much more comfortable either full blocking or taking it all and losing the arsenal and preserving that equipment for late game. Nonetheless, there's a method to the madness here, and we're often running as, again, another Belittle, the story of this deck.
This Briar is cooking. The first 3 turns were all the same, and I love it. Just, you know what you want to do, and just do it.
Forgot that Plunder one's back.
So, Belittle for 3 with a red Mineral Wisdom again. Looks like Briar's just going to go fast and make the chain make decisions, and I like that.
It's necessary. It's absolutely necessary. Once that chain reaches that 3, 4, 5 Soul Shackle range, things can really take a toll. That 25 damage the 25 health that you're sort of leaning on left here can evaporate in a heartbeat. And, talking about equipment and using the equipment that early to a, seemingly insignificant way of, not stopping an on hit or something, maybe it's just a matter of, you might die the next turn. It might be a matter where that equipment will need to block again. It needs to block twice. You don't want to lose a game with equipment block still on the available to you. But here comes another one. This is another big play. Yeah,
hitting those breakpoints with these Ball Lightnings is exactly what I do. Make it tough on the chain players to give you 2 cards or equipment. This Briar player is doing everything that they can to really force this chain player. The follow-up for this is either going to be a Rune Chant or 2 and 2, so even more damage is coming through this turn, and I really like this.
I can't quite see where the Tunic is at. I don't know if it's at 3 just yet.
It should be on 3, I believe.
Yeah, so if it's on 3, you can actually double dip here. You can go ahead and create a Rune Chant and use the Tunic to go ahead and Rosetta if you wish. It's certainly an option that you can do, and again, just racing the chain player down. The beauty here is that you've got most of their equipment. I mean, there's 2 equipment block left if necessary, and the fact that there's now a ticking time bomb that Carrion Husk is just going to sort of whittle away at you. The more pressure you lean in now will help you out, because there's going to come a time later on where you're going to have to block. So get the work in now while you still have that opportunity.
Yes. Chain will kill himself eventually if the game goes long enough, and he cannot kill you. So make the chain take damage early, let them kill themselves later. Great plan. And it looks like the Briar player is choosing to just 2 and 2, saving that Tunic counter for the next turn.
Okay. And a card still intact here in hand to go ahead and dunk into the arsenal. Not quite sure what that might be.
I believe it was a Plunder Run when I saw a sneak of it. So
perfect.
Another Riftbind banished. So now there's 2 Riftbinds hanging out there. If there's some non-attacks to buff those up, we will see. It looks like an Art of War in the hand of the chain player.
There is. You need a blue to pair with this here. Art of War feels good, but you need to get efficiency from the cards you're pitching here, which he does. Finds a Demigon blue to toss away. The question is what are you banishing? I think there's a Shadow Averser. That's an excellent card.
It's huge.
Well, you want to preserve the Shadow Puppetry in hand here. The problem is that if you want to give that Shadow Averser go again, you're going to have to banish another Blood Deck card from hand. So we're going to see if that is even capable off the 2-card draw that occurred.
Yeah, it looks like Chain chose +1/+1 and draw 2, which makes perfect sense for this go wide turn. If we can get away for the shadow puppetry to get go again. Chain
Now, these are the
players.
big turns that Chain wants to put together. This is the first sort of volley that are only going to get more intense. And we're going to open your, with that, the +1 off of it. Banishing, I think
Seeds of
that's
Agony?
Seeds.
I believe it
Yeah.
is Seeds, yeah. So huge card to banish here. The Briar play recognizing that, blocking, not wanting to leak damage on the big Art of War turns.
These are going to be dangerous here because you don't have your Chain opponent to a degree where the inevitability is really going to get you. The Chain player can just continuously push through 15 to 20 damage a turn as this goes on, and the fact that there's still a Carrion Husk that's ticking away is not going to do you favors when your opponent's at 17. So there's going to be some taking on the chin here for Briar in order to push the tempo and push forward again. But again, Soul Shackle 3 and 4 are leagues ahead of what the first Soul Shackle turns are going to look like. This is going to be really nasty.
Looks like it's a Seeds into a Mauve Skies, into a Shadow Puppetry, into a Riftbind. So that Art of War is needing +4, 5, 6, maybe more. That is a Riftbind for 8, I believe. That's a huge Riftbind.
Let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's pretty fat. I mean, the math checks out. You start at 3, you get the buff from the Shadow, buff from the Art of War, then the text of the buff itself based on the amount of non-attack actions. So pretty healthy.
Another Riftbind coming behind that as well. This is a huge turn for the Chain player. This is exactly what they want to do, and they set it up perfectly. Activate Chain into Riftbind.
Okay, cleaning things up here.
Yep, got to close the combat chain, I assume is what he's doing. Yep, into the Riftbind. With a rune chant from the on-hit. So
and I believe there was a creation of a Soul Shackle there, so this one does have go again.
Go again with no float, unfortunately. Briar down to 13, Chain down to 16. So Briar is still in this game with 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. Tunic on 3. This is an open game still. Anyone can get this one.
Well, the reason why this is an open game is because, like you mentioned, there's a plunder run in arsenal there, so we're going to see some crazy stuff. We're going to hope that this
Sonata.
Actually, yeah, this is going to be telling here.
Oh, always has it. One more card needed, and doesn't even.
I was going to say that was a generous move there of just being like, yeah, I'll only flip 2, but finds it, which is important here. One of these is going to go to hand. I would suspect that it's the Belittle. The problem is that you do not have the means to actually play it. You can't go fetch the Minnowism, so it's not a straight cut as you think here. The Plunder run in Arsenal is going to feel good, but Minnowism, but you do have the Tunic up, so that's actually not bad. If that's a Ball Lightning in hand,
I think Rites of Lightning is the other card, if I remember right.
Something like that. I think that the move here is you take the Belittle, you use your Tunic resources to play it with the Plunder run, and you show the Ball Lightning
and just say, hey, you got to block out, or I'm going to draw a card, leak damage, and just go wide.
Well, even that, or you just take a blue. You take a blue Minnowism. Okay.
The Rites of Lightning. Interesting. Okay.
I was not correct here. But the other option was you could take the blue Minnowism, pitch for a Rune Chant and a Rosetta Swing at the end of all of this. So like there was certainly opportunity here to make a more go wide, but opting in this case to take more of a the Rites of Lightning approach.
Maybe the Chain Briar player knows he needs that Tunic counter for the late game when they need to close the game out. Maybe they need that extra resource. We'll see what the Briar player is thinking with that.
I'm moving, like if I'm the Briar player here, I'm moving into this turn thinking that I need to maximize my potential of damage here because I'm going to come up to a point where I can only block, in which case I need to hope that my opponent either whiffs or finds a really bad blood debt turn where he can't clear it out. I block out and they take a ton of damage. So the move here, in my opinion, was to go as fat and sassy as you can. And yeah, the double block occurs here. We kind of like this. I mean, yeah, fast block, like you don't want to give your opponent a card here.
But now you use Tunic, you throw that Rites of Lightning and say, hey, can you block again? Show me if you can block again. I just got the hero breakdown. 8 Starvo is the leading hero, which no surprise there.
It's 31.
31 players total in this event.
Only 8 Starvo is actually low to me.
Chain is the second favorite with 5. So looks like the Chain player blocked out that turn, keeping 1 card in hand and hoping these Blood Debt cards off the top are good. Looks like he
I mean,
has...
oftentimes you just need to carry a blue, and you can do some nasty stuff. We'll see, but it's an Art of War.
Oh, Art of War. Do you Arsenal here and just hope you live another turn? That seems a little risky.
1,000%. There's nothing else you can do. You have to Arsenal this turn. And this is sort of like the reprieve that the Briar player needed, which was you got to lay it on thick. I think that this is a situation where you just shackle here, and you pass.
Yeah.
And with the shackle and pass move, you banish the Art of War. You can give up some cards to blocking, and then you have to kill your opponent the following turn.
Which I think you can with the 2 cards in Blood Debt, Art of War and Arsenal. Huge setup here. I agree with you 100%. Chain is looking through the graveyard, making sure that they are not missing anything.
You got to shackle here, though. You got to maximize your odds for the future turn. You're not seeing another 2 turns, is my opinion. I think that just...
Oh, playing the seeds out. Okay. He wants to keep the pressure on, which... This allows you to play the card from Banish, and then 2 and 2 as well. Probably going to put a Seeds to the bottom. I didn't see anything else. Yep, so... This won't kill the Briar, but it will put them low enough that if you can keep a blue next turn, maybe that can close out the game or force enough blocks.
Yeah, no, I'm taking this. I mean, if I have anything that resembles a big turn, I am taking all of this and putting my opponent to a position where they have to play to a big whiff. So they're going to go down to 5 here and ultimately say that, well, hey, I've got the recipe to do some crazy stuff. And we're going to see if that's true for Briar here. If Briar can push, 15 plus damage, it's a whole different complexion to the game. And they do have some equipment block left.
So that is 1 Arcane coming through no matter what. I believe if Arcane hits, it is go again. I could be wrong with that card.
So that is, I think what he's leaning on here is to actually sneak in with creepers to give this go again.
Very good point there. The sneaky creepers action point. Is that... What card is that one?
Hey, Living Legend is always a fun experience when you're just like pulling out the old tricks. Because what's fascinating about this is that Living Legend format is not merely like taking that meta out of stasis and playing it. It's that meta has to catch up to everything else that exists. So there's going to be cards that wheel in because it's not like, hey, I just dusted off my Starvo list and made no changes. It's I dusted off my Starvo list and now have to contend with XYZ hero. So we're going to see some new stuff.
Nope, Life Reach just got reset by accident. Looks like they fixed that, though. That's good. Looks like they're making sure they didn't miss any damage dealt. Looks like it is Flash Freeze, which I don't know what that card does, Flake. Do you? I can look it up really fast as well.
Yeah, Flash Freeze is an incredible card. And I mean, I'm only going from the top of my head, but I think what the card does based off of my slight recollection is that it's an ice and or lightning fusion card. And basically, if it was fused with lightning, attacks you control gain if it hits, deal 3 damage to them. So it's a non-attack action that has an inherited effect of electrify to a degree over the whole course of things. Now, if there's ice fusion, which you can't do, it gets a little bit more nasty. But ultimately, the whole point is that you're creating a 3 damage additional on-hit effect for the whole chain.
Chain took it all down to 8. Looks like Rosetta's coming in for 2 and 2 to close that combat chain up, which would only put Chain to 4. So that is, you can just take that and hope to kill him on your turn or block for 2.
Yeah, the thing about Flash Freeze is if it was fused with lightning, attacks you control this turn gain if it hits, deal 3 to them. So it's not just attack
attacks.
Action cards. Yeah,
wow.
that Rosetta Thorn counts as well. The question is does the arcane damage count as an on hit, which I believe it does, in which case does Flash Freeze do an additional 3 to them?
That'd be a judge. I don't know.
I'm curious. That's a very good call. Somebody out there.
It looks like it is an instant, not... interesting. All right, let's see what Chain banished. Chain banished a Invert Existence and a Demagon. So there's a non-attack action to go with that. That Demagon is live from the Banish zone. my head, Chain arsenaled that Art of War, but I remember that he did pitch that last turn. So that is no longer an option. Looks like Ghostly Visit, Eclipse, and Seeds. So he does have a way to go 2 wide this turn, not 3 wide, unfortunately.
This is a pivotal turn here because, frankly, if you can't clear this up, but you do have the Shadow Verser, which is a good card. You do have a Ghostly Touch in hand as well to be able to banish to it.
And Invert should be live as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, sorry, is that Eclipse? That's not
Eclipse in
Shadow
hand,
Verser.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So that will just be a pitch card this turn. So activate Chain, leading into Ghostly Visit to start. So that is 4. With Briar at 5, they are in the must block situation, but they have a 1 block on Skullcap, 1 on arms, 1 on tunic, 1 on legs. So equipment is still live for this turn.
I don't think you're ever getting your full value from your tunic. I think that it's up to 1, or maybe unless it's still
should
alive.
be 1. Because
Yeah.
I believe they used it 2 turns ago.
Yeah, so you just get as much value as you possibly can here. I'd even consider, I'd use the skull cap here for sure.
Yep.
But using the gloves seems a little bit irrelevant at this point because you never know if there's another on hit. Like, what if you get hit with a shadow puppetry that has a relevant on hit? But we're gonna go sneak through with the Seeds of
Ooh, there you
Agony.
go. 2 action points now. I like that a lot. So 2 action points, 1 floating, 1 and 2, I believe that is. Maybe it's 1 and 3. Don't know what color that is.
1 leaked.
Yeah,
And
off
without
the,
any
arcade.
AB.
And then 2 and 2 off of the Rosetta. And I believe the Briar player is almost dead to that invert existence, but the Skullcap can eat that up.
So there's a situation here where
92, 42.
I mean, okay, so there's 2 blood that was taken, goes down to 2, down to 4. If Chain wants to take some damage to go down to 2, or even 1, you win with invert existence because you're icing out their skullcap value.
That is a good point. Make it equal life and then just invert them for the kill. We'll see if the
I mean, sometimes that's sort of the magic spice that you need here. Both players, I mean, there's an Art of War in hand here, which is not going to help the Chain player because it's a 0 block. There's also a Captain's Call in there. That's a 2 block.
looks like
that's
there's
not
no
help you.
attacks in there, from what I could see. Very interesting turn here. They could always use Art of War on defense, but without an attack, they can't draw anything off of it. Plunder Run, and the shoes are blocked.
So it's a full block. This would have, I mean, that was a situation for me where I'd actually go down to 2.
2, and then try to use the invert to get the
That's it.
sneaky.
Yeah, you don't want to give your opponent an out here. They have 1 more card coming. They don't have a non-attack action to kill you with arcane damage. In my opinion, I think that your objective in this case is if you have a window to go down to 2 and shut off their arcane damage, their arcane barrier, you win the game, right? Like, that's how it goes. I think that insulating now may be problematic.
Okay, looks like they are blocking 2 going to 3. Make a rune chat and just swing for 1 and 2. So if you take this rune chat down to 2, your equal life, like you mentioned earlier.
Okay, so you can play that but the problem here is, okay, so they were waiting. I mean, this was the other avenue, is it is played at instant speed, the inverted existence, and just going to banish. But here's the problem is, like, it's 2 AB.
I don't think there's any floating to pay for the AB, so it looks like Chain takes it down. Okay.
So that was a good move there. Again, the other option here is, again, you don't know what your opponent's thinking, whether they're going to hold the card here. Going down to 2 was basically the guaranteed play. This was also sort of the style play of saying, just put your cards on the board, show me lethal, and then I can do some stuff. And ultimately, like, we see that with Kano players at the same time, where oftentimes you think you have Kano, in a corner and you basically dump your hand to present what looks like a guaranteed lethal, and that's when they start going after you when you're completely bare bones and have nothing to lean on. So well played there by the chain player to just sort of realize that there's two opportunities here. I take some damage or I invert you when you have no cards left, and that could be nasty. So again, the skull cap has that little caveat that you have to be at lesser life than your opponent to AB3.
Such a good game by both players. You know, they both had a game plan. They both followed that game plan, and it was a good race.
It was. The game is just a matter of, who blinks first. It's just but at the same time, whereas Briar can come out of the gate swinging hard, Chain needs a little time to sort of get worked up, get warmed up, and find that the lethal over time there. But did manage to get it, found some good cards, and again, seeing the lethal with invert existence does take you back to the days of winning games with invert existence.
The good old days, yeah. Back when it was all prisms and chains running around, and invert was sneaky, but is a good card. Always will be a good card.
It was delicious. It was a good card. I've lost to that card many a time.
I've died the double of them. You know, they banish two, and you're like, well, that stinks, but
yeah,
good cards are good.
Good cards are good. That is, you're not wrong there.
Flake, thank you so much, by the way, for joining us for round one of the Coaxing. It was a pleasure.
It is my pleasure, my friend. What's coming around the bend? What do we have to look forward to?
After this, we have 2 more rounds of Living Legend. So we'll be at Living Legend for the next 2-ish hours. And then we're going to switch it up and go to Team Sealed for 3 rounds. Let the Living Legend top tables play. Then we'll go back to the Living Legend top 8 tables. After the top 8, we'll switch back to the Team Sealed top 8. So we're going to be going back and forth between formats, really just making the viewer's experience as good as possible.
Beauty. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. All right, my friend.
Blake, it was a pleasure. I know you have to run, so thank you so much.
I got to run. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for having me.
Spending your time with us today.
No worries. Do I just drop the call? How
I believe you just leave the call, yeah.
Hey,
bye, my friends.
See you, Flake.
I'm gonna jump into it. Me.
We have Joy back in the booth now.
Hello. I'm coming back. I'm gonna swap spots with you.
Yeah.
Swap proper. Swap and proper.
I'll be back in a few minutes, guys.
Got it. Hi, guys. Hello, y'all. I'm going to bring Scott in. Let's see if he's here. Ah. Okay. Hello, sir. Hello.
Howdy.
Howdy. You able to hear?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can.
You
Hello,
like to hear
chat.
it. Hi, chat. How we doing?
Oh. Chat can figure themselves out. I'm figuring me out. I'll give Mo a break.
Well earned break after that Runeblade mishmashing.
Yes. Yeah, I saw 0 of it. I've been running around. I've been around quite a bit. But I'm letting Mo just decompress and vibe. We're naturally a little bit late starting, a lot of it late starting because, well, what event starts on time? What event starts on time?
Name a more iconic duo, card games and delays.
Anyway, before we get too far, I do want to welcome you, Scott, Mr. Howling Minds, to the
Hi.
broadcast.
How we doing?
Jumped in last minute at the Denver Battle Hardened when I was also just scrambling like, who wants to do a virtual cast for 12 hours? And this wonderful human being just showed up at the beginning and was like, all right, I've got other people for the rest of the day. And at like 3 in the morning his time, he's like, you want to do the finals?
I mean, I'm always up for a challenge, any excuse to enjoy some flesh and blood, and it's nice to come out of the woodwork and see some people that are further abroad. There's lots of lovely folks saying hello in chat. I appreciate all of you. Yeah, I'm on the other side of the pond, of course, so I don't always get the chance to catch up with everybody.
Yeah, well, welcome. We haven't even caught up, really. We've barely caught up ourselves.
Not really.
I just realized that, like, the stream, I don't know what the stream is doing. Oh, it's because I keep moving it. That's why, because the stream looks wonky. My apologies, everybody. This is me moving monitors like an idiot. all those little things you do in OBS, and you kind of forget that like there's stuff that you just can't do. My fault, everybody. I will get us back.
Story of my life.
OBS is a thing. It's a stupid thing. We're streaming. Let's get ourselves back into the mix. Okay, we're back.
Okay.
Sort of. I still have to. Oops. I still have to get our faces on it.
It's a start.
It's
I'm afraid the broadcast feed was Command and Conquered, chat, and we lost our asses.
Yes.
But we'll be right back with these messages.
There are no messages. I haven't put the messages up yet.
We'll be right back with these hypothetical messages.
Yeah, I gotta just redo the whole thing. That's where we're at.
Back at it. It's all good. Hopefully, chat can hear us a bit now. Fingers crossed.
At least you can hear us.
How you doing?
At least you can hear us.
Yeah, Az is right. That's what we get for shit talking OBS.
It
just shuts you down.
This stream not brought to you by OBS, everybody.
No, they could have sponsored us, but because they didn't.
Because they didn't, it is broken. Yeah. That is why this is broken. That's in fact why this is broken.
Oh, good.
That's what I'm going to call it. That's what I'm going to say. All right, I think we're back. Hello, I think we're back.
Oh, good.
I think we're back.
Hopefully. Hi.
Hopefully,
Welcome
hello.
Back.
Welcome back.
Hopefully, hello.
Huh? Oh, yeah, OBS absolutely crashed. So we're back. I think we're back. I'm going to hope we're back.
I think we're back.
We're back.
Hopefully.
Hello. All right, anyway, proper. This is Scott Mines, who saved my ass at Battle Hard in Denver. As they are finishing up round one, for anybody who's curious, Easton did win his Guardian mirror. I don't know which Guardian. I can only assume Starvo. Is he Starvo?
Of course.
Of course Easton's Starvo. Because he wants to win. All right, but I want to do, since you're here, welcome, I want to do some giveaways of some things.
That sounds good. Let's give some stuff away. Giveaways sound good.
Let's give away some stuff. So what do I want to give away? I'm going to give away 2 of these. 2 of the mats. 2 of our mats. One fell on the floor. Ooh. 2 of the mats.
Few people in chat asking for these earlier on. Of course, we pointed them directly at the store. But if you want a chance to get one for free, now's your chance.
Yes, please. FabCoaxing.com for all the stuff. So I'm also. These are not on the store because I didn't even know I was getting these until 2 days ago, which is Coaxing koozies.
Ooh.
How cool is that?
All the merchandise.
All the merch. Andy, who does LSS's stuff, sent me these. These I did not do through him, but these are Coaxing coasters. But he did these.
Very nice.
What do we want to do? A coaxing thing. A coaxing thing. What do we want to do for? I'm trying to think of like a fun question for a giveaway. You know what? I want to know. What here. We'll take from my featurettes that I will post up shortly. I want to know what hero you would drink with and what they would order. Put that in chat. I'm gonna just pick somebody. I'll just kind of spin it.
Cool.
I'll figure it out. So throw in chat.
I have an easy answer for this.
All right. All right, Scott. What hero would you drink with, and what would they order?
Well, if you're, I'm a big lore guy. I'm a really big lore nut, and Lexi's got some real white girl energy. If you're willing to read the lore, she's very much absolutely love that for you. And I feel like she would be a great drinking partner. No, yeah, very much that kind of vibe. And I think she'd be a fantastic drinking partner. And the cocktail of choice is whatever on the menu tastes the least like alcohol, but will get her bloodied as quickly as possible. That's the order.
I'm trying to think of what that would be. What would that be? What's the link? What's the liquor? I'm trying to think.
Not sure.
It wouldn't be
White Claw. Part of me's just like, part of me's like go retro with like Smirnoff Ice, the old like lemon style, doesn't taste like alcohol at all. That's kind of where my brain goes.
I mean, if you're trying to get blitzed, like I figure like you're in sour territory at this point. Like you
That's
got whiskey
fair,
sour.
Yeah, sours is good.
Whiskey sour. Let's see what we got in chat. So
Fireball whiskey is fair.
I did a bunch of these. Nobody said Fireball whiskey for Kano. That sounds exactly.
That's a good shout. Yeah.
Lexi ordering espresso martini. What do you think?
Martini. That's very prim and proper. Yeah, I can see that.
All right. Dorothy would likely drink water as to not dull her swordsmanship skills. Actually, we've got. I'll do a. I'm bringing a different scene. Whatever. We're working at OBS in the moment here. Obviously, Essa is Valda, and she's serving and drinking nice pint of mead. I got a couple of meads, which is
very thematic, very flavorful. I love the idea of Chain just drinking blood. Yeah, no, that's. I'm not sure where we're ordering blood from.
Same with Datadol and Motor Oil. Datadol and Motor Oil is always great.
Oh, I definitely feel like Tegla Boston is a huge whiskey drinker. I can definitely see that man like refusing to have a rock because that would water it down. You know, very fine age style whiskey. That fits. That feels quite thematic.
I can see that. I can see that. For me, the answer was Oldham.
That makes sense.
So I want somebody who's just gonna like nurse a beer for ages and just tell stories. That is my vibe. So I think Oldham is that guy. I think Oldham's gonna be the one who does that. So yeah, let's see. I'm grabbing some stuff. Let's see. Because I actually did this with a bunch of different streamers and a bunch of different people. So I actually made a video.
Yes, I recall.
I'm trying to pull that up right now, and I'm just trying to I'm trying to remember which prompt that was.
Silent technology.
But you guys have until the basically the beginning of the next, or close to the beginning of the next. Keep throwing that in. And I'm just, like I said, I'm gonna just pick 2 that I really like.
Yeah, check out some suggestions. You got some time to think about it. Why not?
Yeah, this is all in good fun. I'm not gonna do the races or anything like that. Again, this is the coaxing, so we're all like no clue. Everything breaks down in the moment.
Robo Pigeon. I think Max probably just drinks whatever he can steal. I don't think that man's got a taste for crappy vodka. He's used to it. He can handle it because it's readily available. But
my buddy Mark Chamberlain actually has a really good answer for Max, and I think I'm on par with him.
Okay.
So once I don't remember the hell it was, so I'm gonna figure that out.
Trust us, chat. It was really good. You're wrong. You could have selected something better.
You were all wrong. Okay, it's number 2. So let's get into. Oops, that's not how we do this. What's the last thing you've done? Like, what have you been up to lately?
What have I been up to? All sorts of stuff. I get around. I make a lot of content these days. For Flesh and Blood, I'm writing for both TCG Player and for Channel Fireball these days.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of your stuff,
which is great, and I'm very, very lucky to be there. For Disney Lorcana, I'm also writing plenty of stuff for that as well. If you're a Disney princess fanatic, still working on plenty of Marvel Snap stuff for sites like CCG Hub and a few others. So I'm spinning a lot of plates, making a lot of content, trying to make sure games are welcoming for people and available all over the place, and then occasionally turning up to play a World Championship when I get a bit of spare time.
Just randomly. I'm gonna see if this works. I have no clue if this is gonna work. I'm gonna try something. If it doesn't work, we're just gonna flip right back.
Okay, why not?
That's what we do. I'm hoping this works.
I gotta say, I'd have drinks with Oldham, because I feel like he's that guy who just sit and tell stories like all day while sipping on like a scotch or an old whiskey or like a barrel-aged stout, which is after my own heart.
Think that Kasai, I'm a Kasai main, well not really a main, but I play Kasai and enjoy her. I think that'd be a good one because it seems like she's seen some stuff.
It won't be shocking that I'd probably grab drinks with Dorinthia. I'd like to say that we would share some scotch. I get the feeling she would go wine, but, you know, what are you going to do?
What hero would I grab drinks with? Prism, obviously. And what she would drink? I don't really know many drinks, so Screwdriver, I guess.
I would probably grab drinks with Yorick because we would get drunk and just dance and sing and make trouble all throughout wherever we, like whatever event we were at, we would be crazy and chaotic. And he would probably order Jägermeister or something crazy. I don't know.
I would order drinks with Bravo, star of the show. I think he would order mead, and I'd like some mead as well. It'd be really fun to clank drinks with him.
Getting a good old pint with Azalea at Blackjack's Tavern. Obviously, I'm a big fan of both Uzuri and Lexi as well. Hey, but all 3 of them. Let's go get drinks at Blackjack's Tavern. I'm getting some form of rum, maybe a mojito, maybe a rum and coke, and I feel Azalea is like she's either like a straight lager or maybe like a whiskey kind of gal.
The Flesh and Blood hero that I want to have a drink with is going to be Max Nitro. Ideally, we would get a punk or scotcho and downing Irish car bombs, maybe with some nitro stouts.
Well, it's certainly going to be Dash because that mechanologist is certainly insane, and I would love to pick their brain about what cool contraptions might be coming next. And I'd probably imagine it's going to be a whiskey sour or a Crown and Coke, or maybe some kind of carbonated CO2 beverage. I don't know. It'd be fun either way.
I'd actually like to grab drinks with Dorinthia and Valda, and probably Yoji. I think it would be a pretty fun competition between the three of them. And for me personally, I'd be drinking sweet tea, but it'd be cool to just see the way they interact with each other.
For drinks with a hero, I'd probably going to have to see Olivia, because with all them tentacles, she's definitely going to be able to get all the rounds in and carry it in one go, so I'll not have to do much. Probably drink mead with her. Have a bit of mead.
I mean, I'm always saying stupid shit, but yeah, no, it's pretty cool. Like, nice to see people thinking these questions through thoroughly, and I like applying these things to the lore and getting an idea of who you'd like to go and have a drink with. It's a cool little concept. It does sound about right, to be honest. I like Prosecco with Prism as well. Prism definitely comes across as a classy lady. Makes sense that a good bit of Prosecco goes a nice way. James thinks you're going with white wine spritzers for Prism, which I can see as well, actually. That makes a lot of sense. That's all good. Apparently we can't hear you again, Joey. You've been lost to the winds.
Probably for the best, honestly, because I muted my microphone. Hold on. I muted my microphone, and I was like, because I was talking to people. I was like,
God, imagine leaving chat with me. That's a horrible fate I wouldn't wish on anyone, Joey. Why would you do that?
Yeah, because I'm a terrible person, and I'm not used to this. I've got so much to figure out. I'm also like checking in on the bar, which there's a good line. There's a good lineup for the bar.
It's a good line. I tell you what, chat, do me a small favor. How about this? I can't help Joey because I'm literally thousands of miles away, but what you can help me with is dropping a like on this stream. If you're enjoying the broadcast,
Thank
you're
you.
having a good time, you want to support the channel, support this kind of stuff happening, these community events, all you got to do is press that button. Just press the thumb. It goes a really long way, and we would appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank you.
and share and tweet, and I should also probably like put on Twitter that, hey, this thing is live. Whatever.
I got you covered there as well.
Thanks. I'll make sure to do the same. You show up the day before, and there's like so much to do, and then stuff starts breaking down and falling apart, and you're like, okay, I don't have things planned the way I needed them to, and then you're like the day of, and that's just how events work. It's how event work.
Nothing quite like flying by the seat of your pants.
All right, let's see. We got so Kel's a Mojito guy. Yeah, I definitely see that. Icelander framed more about her past. Let's see. Kasai Scotch. Kasai with a neat Scotch. I can see that. I always did when I first thought about the question, because Kasai's, if we're gonna play lore, if I remember right, Kasai's dad is a general.
Yeah.
So I always pictured her as like the one who it's like her dad just like brought down like whatever her dad would like have her drink.
Yeah, left aging in the cellar or something. Like
like that kind of
sure.
stuff. It's like I'm handing this to you.
That would be cute. I could see that. Who have we not talked about? I think Bravo's probably a whatever's on the house kind of guy.
OG Dash took in a looks like somebody's got Rage Powers got Dash to and basically a beer Rita, which is a Modelo with lime and salt. It's called
Very
a beer
nice.
Rita.
I like it.
Whiskey with Teklo, pick his brain about the inventions, which I think Jacob Geeks First already did that with Dash.
Yeah, I think I could definitely see Katsu being a big fan of like rice wine. That definitely feels like the route I would go down there. Very mysterious style heritage.
I love some good rice beer too. I know that round is wrapping up also, so it really should just be a couple minutes for round 2. Nobody has run over saying, oh God, need things. Howdy. See somebody walk past with Knick Knack Brick-a-Brack. We have
nice.
the mocktail.
Glad everyone's enjoying their drinks.
There are some good ones, which I don't have. You know what? Wait. Who needs me to grab a menu when I know where all of the assets are at? Sort of. Maybe kind of.
He's got a point. You might lose our audio again, though. Stay tuned.
No, as long as I'm not stupid about it. Like I was last time.
RiNo with the whole keg of the oldest aged beer. Yeah, that man can chug. That man can definitely chug.
No, we'll do the couple of these in between. I've also got some really fun trivia games that I actually made up, which I'm really excited to share. And then we'll also finally bring in sponsors and all of those things. You know what? How about I just I'll get it. I'll get the. Let me get the Coke. Let me get the crazy brew.
Yeah, of course.
Where are
You
you?
don't want to know what Caffeine's drinking? No, we don't ask questions about that. Like, Caffeine's beverages are bought with very muddy, bloodied silver, and they're not at bars that you're welcome at. So it's probably best to not ask too much about what's in the
All
goblet.
right, so let's talk crazy brew. Let's talk the crazy brew, which I'm going to throw on screen right now for everybody. If you're curious what the actual, what the recipe is. So it's 1 ounce of Astro Yggdrasil gin, 1 ounce of St. George Spice Pear Liqueur, 0.5 ounces of lime juice, 1/4 ounce of spiced demerara syrup, 2 dashes of Angostura bitters. Fill it with ginger beer, rim it with cinnamon, garnish with cinnamon sticks, star anise, brew glitter if you've got it. And then we've got color changing LED light cubes, which if you were here when Mo ordered one, they are liquid activated. So you just drop them in and then they go. They just light up and turn crazy.
Very cool, very classy. You like to hear it? Yeah, it looks like a fantastic little drink to me. A shame that it will never grace my lips for now, but I'll enjoy it vicariously through everyone else and enjoy the sparkling ice cubes at the very least.
Yes. DM, I will get your Fabble stuff will come later, sir. I will make that a thing. Why is this not retracted? No.
What would Arachne drink? Arachne's a quiet man. Doesn't tell you very much about what he enjoys. That's a tough one.
I got people who are asking. I might swap out for Mo here just a sec. I don't know why this is redacted. I got like my random streams like, hey, it's redacted. I'm like, no, it shouldn't be. That's terrible. That's awful. Don't do that. So anyway, let's get back to us real quick. I'm gonna swap in for Mo, and I'm gonna let him kind of lead this through. Remember, you guys have a couple more minutes if you want to share what your drink of choices are, or who your hero of choice, and what they would be drinking. And then we'll pick two. I'll pick two, and I'll send you guys a mat and koozie and stuff. I'll tell you guys how to do all that. So Mo's gonna sneak back in if you've got time. All right, and Scott's gonna be here, and hopefully we start soon, so that we can kind of make up for the time that we've lost, because we're gonna start stacking people. And I know it's real early, and I'm really excited for. I really want to make sure that we get Chris and Alan, because if you guys are waiting, Chris and Alan, Chris Bewley and Alan Hale, both LSS or LSS alum, they're gonna tag team. They used to do Magic commentary together.
They certainly did. I'm old enough to remember that.
Yeah, I'm just going with that one. I didn't follow Magic that much. So anyway, I'm gonna swap.
I'm named after a Magic card. It's kind of fairly obvious.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I used to play it too. All right, I'm sneaking Mo in, guys, and I'll get you guys in round 2 get going, and then we'll try to do a little bit more this time.
Sounds good. Everyone in chat, say bye, Joey.
The players so they could hear the stream next to them.
We'll see him in a bit, I'm sure. He'll be back when he's done with the important stuff. Until then, we'll talk at you for a while.
How's it going?
Hey Mo, how you doing?
Good. Nice to meet you officially.
Digitally, yeah, sure, we'll go with that.
Yeah, you know, it's something. So
it looks like quite the party you guys have got going on now. I'm a little jealous to be so far away.
I'm already drinking. You know, it is what it is.
Hey, it's 8 p.m. somewhere. By me, literally by me.
Fair. I took a look at the players last round. It looks like a Kano just lost the chain by 1 damage.
Oh,
we're waiting for an Oldhim to finish their game. Looks like they're currently fatiguing a Viserai.
Doing it the hard way.
But yeah, no, we got a lot of cool decks out there. I don't have my official list anymore because Joey took it, but this is...
Theft is the greatest form of flattery, I'm told.
Yeah. But how are you doing today, Scott?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, thank you. Looking forward to enjoying a little bit of Living Legend. It was nice to kind of watch that Runeblade face smashing for a little while in round 1. It's something that's kind of been absent from Classic Constructed for a little while now, so nice to get that reminder of what 2 Runeblades can do if they can just go off and do silly things. And yeah, it was just a good time. Nice to be here with the community. Nice to see people saying hello. And yeah, just catching up with people I don't get to talk to very often, unfortunately, all the way over here.
Yeah, well, glad to have you.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Any matchups you're looking forward to for next round that I should try to get on stream? Anything?
I have a request if there's someone in the room who's brave enough to do it. People that follow my content know that I'm a really big Icelander aficionado.
All right.
I miss her. I miss her very much. It's a shame that she's gone. And if there's someone in the room packing hypothermia as an amulet of ices and giving her a final send off in the Living Legend format, I would love to see that.
Cool. I will try to get one of the judges and try to see if I can make that happen for next round. If they're
Why not? That would be super cool. That would be super cool.
Of course, we're here to help you guys cast what you want to cast. I'm here all day, so I'm going to see a lot of games.
I'm happy to cast whatever is on the camera. Like when I was like, okay, I'm doing this. I did my Starvo homework. That's very much what I expected to be the flavor of the week. If it's not a Starvo mirror, that would be great, and I'll take my my wins. If it's not, then cool. I guess we'll get our Guardian on and see how it goes.
Yeah, we can just fuse, and just have a fun.
The old Yahtzee as we reveal our 3 elements on the table. Our
Go to the
opponent's
casino.
size. Yeah, just poetic. It just triggers some kind of PTSD in me at this point, but poetic in its own way.
Very true. I believe the final round is almost over. I assume that Oldham is going to time though, which is the only the only downside.
I'm not that shocked to hear that the plan is fatigue for them. There's got to be a reason to be playing Oldham over Starvo. That reason might just be, hey, I miss the old man. That's a valid reason. But if it's not, you got to try and think about maybe what Oldham can maybe do better than Starvo. The answer's not a whole lot, but
block, I guess.
He's built to fatigue. He can certainly block. A big old block of ice is the old man. So yeah, not surprised to hear that we're waiting on the Oldham.
We can see your messages. Yes, just talking to the chat. All your messages are right here. So.
Chad, don't forget, if you want to keep winning yourself some free Coaxing goodies, get those guesses in. Who are you drinking with and what are they ordering? You still got a couple minutes if you want to win some freebies. Yeah, we got a giveaway on right now for the koozie for the Coaxing, a few other things, play mats as well. Joey was very generous. If you're just joining us, by all means, slop your guesses in the chat. Which hero do you want to go drinking with, and what would they be ordering? That's what we're looking for some lucky winners.
That is fun. Who would I want to go drinking with? Huh. I feel like Prism would be fun. I think Prism would be a good time.
I think Prism would make a fantastic party host. Like, I don't think I want to go to a club with Prism. Like, I think she'd be a little out of place. Like, maybe judge me for my poor decisions, perhaps a little too much. But if we're looking for a Gatsby-style party, bringing the new year, Prosecco out in force, I can imagine Prism would be a fantastic host for something like that.
Interesting. Let's see. We have someone saying Yorick. I always forget about him, honestly, but that's a good answer.
That man knows how to party.
Yeah.
He gets around.
Who would you want to drink with if you had to choose one person? If you already answered,
I have, but my answer to Joey was I'm quite a big lore guy. I really enjoy reading the story for Flesh and Blood, and Lexi's character is very White Claw, White Girl in the way that she's presented in the story. She's very much, I love that for you. And I think she'd be a really good time on a night out, but I know full well she'd be ordering the thing that tastes least like alcohol that gets her drunk the fastest, which would make for an interesting evening, I think.
Sounds like I'm Lexi. Give me a Long Island iced tea, and I'm in.
Let's go. Let's party.
Me and Lexi could party.
Phantom wears Bolton with some Hennessy. I don't know about Hennessy for Bolton. Bolton feels like such a reserved religious man. It probably just drinks like water.
Hey, chat, who do you guys want to see this round? Any specific matchups you're trying to see? Any heroes?
Who do you want to see, folks? Let us know who you want to see on camera. Defunks, go drinking with Fi and get wasted on Frosty Drax. That tracks. Maybe not Frosty Jacks, maybe Fiery Jacks, but yes, cheap alcohol tracks with Fi. I can definitely see that.
I feel like Fi would be kind of scary to drink with. He might get a little too aggressive when he gets drunk. I'm not sure.
Yeah, might be playing with fire a little bit there. That's probably fair. I think you're sticking with Max Nitro, sure. Doing Jaeger bombs, drinking vodka Red Bull with extra Red Bull. Yes. Max would take all the extra Red Bull, and probably a little more after he's done drinking.
So Kano unfortunately lost last round, so we can't put Kano on here. Otherwise,
it's a shame.
That was my choice. I was watching the Kano match, and it was that close. 1 damage off. So.
I don't know. I think a lot of people that are hanging out probably had enough of Kano yesterday when it came to the Battle Hard and put on quite the show in that format.
I'm addicted to Kano, so like if it's a Kano
course,
out there,
I know you are, Mo. You're
a
Kano fanboy. Which is perfectly fine. I love the deck too. Very cool to watch the masterclass from both Kanos yesterday, defense reactions or otherwise. But yeah, I know it's should we say polarizing for being on camera? Like if you enjoy it, that's great. But like some people don't like watching the linear nature of a combo deck on camera. So I can understand maybe some of the chat not being disappointed that we don't have a Kano to show, as much as we can be in unison. So.
Kano was only on stream for like 10 minutes yesterday. That is true.
Yeah,
A
but they
turn
were
one kill.
a real important 10 minutes. Like,
yeah, that was fun to watch.
Yeah, I personally love the game of Justin against
Warrior round
Brody.
2, we're going to give you guys good old Easton Douglas, rockin' Starvo. He's going to be in the min-max play max. And we've got Josiah, who's going to be rocking Icelander.
Ooh, you got your Icelander. You got what you wanted. Look at that. Look at that. Everyone's happy. We got Icelander. We got Easton.
Oh, I'm so ready for this. Easton Douglas, so world's level competitors playing the best deck in the format, and my favorite deck of all time. Sign me up.
I didn't even know you wanted Icelander.
It's what happens when Easton Douglas plays Icelander. We get Eastlander.
I'm not sure how this matchup goes exactly. I would have to assume it's Starvo favored to an extent. You might know more about this.
My assumption would be poorly for Icelander, to be honest. It feels like it's very easy for you to get your face flattened by Starvo spinning the slot machine, but you are pretty adept at like shutting down the hammer swing, which is kind of something that not a lot of other heroes can do in the format. It's very nice that if you can deal with the first Yahtzeed attack, you'll be okay because there's no Winter's Wail coming afterwards. The question to me is kind of how often can you keep an Aether Ice Vein hand? Can you actually do anything productive on the way back so that Starvo's not just swinging at you over and over again? Really kind of eager to see whether like your Amulet of Isis and Hypothermia has actually changed anything about this matchup.
Yeah, no, those are all very good points. I've never played Starvo in my career of Flesh and Blood. I was always on the Prism bandwagon, so...
yeah, that tracks.
Yep. I loved Prism back in the day.
Blasphemet's not wrong. Starvo hates hand disruption. Like you can shut down what he's doing and stop. Suddenly these Okanals look a lot less threatening if you're fusing an Ice Vein and triggering 2 Insidious Chills. Now, can we get there? Good question. Don't know. But if you leave the man with 2 cards, he's basically Bravo, and we all know how Icelander is into Bravo. So this could be quite an interesting one to see who can get ahead on tempo, nickel and dime their way there. So I'm kind of excited to see what is probably quite an off-meta pick for Living Legends against the best on the best, which should make for a really good game.
I assume both heroes want to go first here, with Easton trying to high roll on Starvo, and Icelander trying to high roll with one of those enchantments or auras on the battlefield turn 0. So we're going to see how this goes.
Let's have a little fun.
Yeah, it definitely feels
let's do a
like
casino counter. Guys in chat, how many times do you think Starvo's going to casino? And I'm going to have you mark it. Just tally.
Sure. I got a job.
All right.
You have a job.
So,
I'm going to go
casino counter up and ready. I want to take a second to comment on a card I've just
15
seen.
15 casinos.
We're going with 15. Okay.
I think it's high. I think it's going to be lower than that.
High.
I think it's going to be 7. I think 7's my guess.
You know, I have to agree on 7 because it is the luckiest number after all.
So we're going to do over-under 7. Let's make that the bar. Chat, you guys can say...
Over-under 7, chat. What do you reckon?
So I guess we'll do 7.5 to make the over-under, doable.
That's cool. I'll take the 7. I'll take the under. And clearly Joey's taking the over.
So it looks like we have 7, 6, 12, over 7, 5 or lower, 8. The thing is, if you start fusing, Icelander starts at 36, so...
she'll end
could
pretty
just
fast.
die.
Yeah, for sure. I want to take a second, actually. I just caught this card while the Icelander player here was shuffling. There's some Channel the Bleak Expanse tucked away in this deck. And that one's actually kind of potentially very good here. It's quite hard to reveal to Starvo when you can't reveal cards.
Now remind me, what does that one do? That just says you can't reveal when it's on the battlefield?
Yeah, so you can't fuse or reveal or draw extra cards, I believe, are the 3 things that it stops you doing while it's on the battlefield. So it's a symmetrical effect. It does shut down Icelander at the same time, so she can't fuse her stuff. But it just basically turns off the Starvo hero power if it's in play, which could very much even this playing field real fast.
We have Awakening back, though, so if Easton ever loses tempo, they can always Awakening back a Pulverize and try to steal the game that way as well.
What a well-designed card with no problems whatsoever.
I think the main question is, how much AB are players playing this weekend? So you have Crown of Seeds, that's like 0.5, I guess, AB.
0.5. I expect to see like Shock Charmers a decent amount of the time. Looks like we're not getting that here
so
from,
it looks like
from Easton.
Crown of Seeds, Tunic, the Blocking Arms, and... I don't know if Bootsy has.
And some shoes. Now, if that's no rune boots, that might be okay. If we're AB 1.5, then, maybe not the worst shape, but AB 0.5 might be a little bit more problematic.
Anything interesting on the Icelander side? It looks like it's the normal CC version of the equipment. Nothing
Yeah, we're
really
back on the
striking me.
the Ironhide gauntlets, which kind of fell out of favor a little bit towards the end of her lifestyle. For the breakpoint on Iron Rot instead, but yeah, perfectly understandable suite of equipment. Looks like we're starting
Really
with a
fast.
little bit of Ice Vein.
Is that an
Are
Arcane
we
Lantern?
fused?
Am I...
Oh, you're right. That is an Arcane Lantern.
Yeah,
We
so-
are on the Winter's Whale Arcane Lantern plan, so we've got at least a little bit of Arcane Barrier, to say the very least. So I'm trying to
So-
see the color on this ice.
I think
Vein.
it's yellow. Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
thinking
looks-
too.
looks very yellow to
Looks
me.
yellow.
This is a reasonable start. It's kind of not all that bad here. We're leaking damage. We're probably going to follow this with the Waning Moon, get that sink below in the arsenal.
Yes.
But this is kind of not really qualifying as disruption because, of course, Easton just gets to refresh here. So we might actually be helping him find the missing elements, which I'm not sure
that is
I'm
the
particularly
downside.
happy about.
So it looks like Easton took one off of that.
Interesting. So no Waning Moon activation there makes me think we kept the sink in our hand, chose to Arsenal the blue instead. So maybe we're kind of very curious about how much tempo we can buy with these ice cards. That feels like maybe it's important.
No
we'll see how important it
fuse.
is if you're staring down a Crippling Crush.
Yeah, Crippling's still really good.
In the immediate future. Yeah, it's hard to stop your opponent attacking you if they just send one big attack.
Brothers in
that being
Arms
said,
Blue. I've missed that card a lot.
We're doing a decent job here at soaking up this damage. It does eat our whole hand.
Yep, full
which
block,
is,
gain a life.
yeah, less great, but we get to gain a life in the process.
And I assume lose that life
cash in that
again.
sink below. Keep an arsenal. And this is kind of just the game Icelander wants to play, I think. If you can just stem the bleeding on basically every turn, keep your arsenal going, chip in with Waning Moon when you have the ability, you should be the one that's ahead. It's just how often can you actually stem the bleeding from how big Starvo can actually go.
Easton
This
misses
one,
on the fuse again, so just playing a channel.
Lake Frigid. Now, this is a really bad card for Icelander to see, unfortunately. She's very resource intensive. What you're doing in this deck requires 3 for an Ice Vein or a Fighting Spirit, but when those cards cost 4, they're way less efficient than they were before. So seeing a card like CLF stick around can make a lot of your preferred play patterns very awkward, make a lot of those Arsenal cards maybe need a Tunic to help them get out. It's not really something you want to see earlier.
Yeah, Easton's setting up the board state. Looks like it's just going to be a Frosty Hammer for 4, which is everyone's favorite kind of hammer. Full block, gain another life. So those Fighting Spirits are putting in work right now with that life gain.
They
2 life
certainly
gain.
are. However, it's 2. I assume we're only playing the red ones. Maybe we're playing more Fighting Spirits. But if it is only the reds, we are down 2 of our Fighting Spirits, which is not a great place to be, given that there are a lot of our end-game damage as well. But at least we're gaining life from them here and just staying above water. We've actually not taken any damage yet, which, given that we're
Only
through a
gained.
Crippling Crush, that's not a bad place to be.
Winter's Bite here, a little annoying, but not going to do much against Easton. He can just pitch to Chrono Seeds if he needs to, or just pay the 1. So we'll see.
Yeah, this feels like Winter's Bite might be good alongside some other disruption, but paying 1 for it here and sending the Waning
Ooh, trying to moon. Yeah, we
because of
can't
Channel
do
Lake
that.
Frigid.
Yeah, but a mistake.
but
Maybe forgot about the...
two card Winter's Bite is not a happy place to be.
So
we are going with the Crown of Seeds here.
Cycling that hand, trying to get the casino rolling faster.
Yep, sculpting things together, paying for the Winter's Bite while we're at it. It's always just the Crown of Seeds is such an absolutely ridiculous headpiece.
I do not
It does
miss that.
everything.
Oh,
and
there's the casino.
Mark your counters, folks. We are
I got
on
it. That's
for
1.
Yahtzee number 1.
Looks like anything big and powerful in there. Let's see what the attack is. Looks like it's an
No,
Autumn's
this,
Touch.
This
so...
is my favorite Starvo play. Reveal the Autumn's Touch, hit you with the large element card.
Now, if that last card is Pummel, that would be a sweet last card.
That would be rather frustrating to be staring down. But this is kind of like the best case scenario here, in that you're staring down an Autumn's Touch. It's kind of the worst attack in the deck, which is definitely much better off. Unfortunately, of course, Go Again a real thing, and we have the second ice card here to pitch to Winter's Whale, which not only means we're threatening a Frostbite on the hammer, that Channel Lake Frigid is staying around.
Yes, the tempo is definitely on Starvo's side here. Icelander's going to need to try to claw back into this, which she can. She has lots of powerful stuff that she can do. So I'm interested to see what the follow-up is.
Very much a game, I think, of just weathering the Channel Lake Frigid here. It's very hard to have an optimal turn, do very much as Icelander underneath CLF. So if we could just kind of keep our life total as high as possible while this is happening, brave the storm and then wait for Easton to hopefully not casino us. That's probably the window we need to find a way back in.
It is a storm, all right, with all three of those elements. You know, it's a very bad storm.
Puns. Yeah.
I'll be here all day, guys. I'm sorry.
All
so
right.
taking
So
the
Aether Hail's
frostbite.
going away, taking the Frosty.
Icelander's Tunic is going to 3 this turn. Looks like they're going to activate the helmet and just try to tax Easton, try to get those cards out of the hand.
Oh, gotta love paying 4 for a Coronet Peak. That's not a great spot to be. But as you say, kind of got to try and do something here, right? If we can break up Easton's hand, maybe the attack is less likely to be fused.
Exactly.
Maybe we have to rely on Crown of Seeds to put that back together. But unfortunately, with that Tunic up, if Easton wants to keep all 4 cards, we can just pay for the Coronet Peak with the Tunic resource.
Yep. Lots of options here with the Tunic, with the Crown. Oldham and Starvo are those decks that really, they have so many decisions every turn that finding the right one is kind of challenging.
Yeah, a lot of people want to crap on Living Legend as a format because LOL Starvo is the best way I can put it. But the truth is, the deck has an awful lot of nuance to it, and the people who are playing it well and playing it to the best of their ability do, on average, outperform people that are just picking it up to try and Yahtzee. And that's a testament to how many micro decisions a deck like this actually has when it comes to playing the game.
Looks like they're activating Crown of Seeds on their turn, so digging for something with that quote-unquote arcane barrier floating there if the Icelander wants to respond to it.
Yeah, it's just an interesting choice. Channel Lake Frigid, of course, still around here, so not an awful lot that's particularly efficient to do. But giving the Icelander player the opportunity to respond means that our hand probably wasn't particularly
Pulverize.
powerful.
Okay.
And I say that, of course, before we send 14 damage at our opponent's face, which is, I believe, good. Above rate, some would say.
Yeah, no, it seems like a good play. Not what I was expecting this turn, but takes the whole hand and still leaks some damage.
Yeah, this isn't too surprising to me. We've kind of talked about it a few times now. Icelander player here just doing their best to weather this onslaught. I'm really hoping there wasn't 3 ice cards in there to play that Pulverize. Or
Looks like there wasn't,
under another turn of CLF. Yeah, we're all good. We're all good. So we're through the Lake Frigid, through a little bit of damage. We've lost a total of 7 life, which is not ideal, but it could be much worse.
Icelander can play the game again, which is really what
Absolutely.
matters. Assuming the Starvo doesn't fuse this turn, Icelander can get the tempo back, try to throw some relevant on-hits, and maybe get back into this.
For sure. There's definitely kind of interested to see what's in the arsenal here. Our Icelander player chose to arsenal this on turn 0 instead of putting the Sink Below in the arsenal, so clearly a card they value.
Ooh, just Autumn's Touch, no fuse. Okay.
And this is exactly what we need. This is how Icelander can potentially bind a window to get back into the game. This turn's just very low power. Just 1 attack. Just
This
stack it for
looks
7.
great.
IP2, not a good place to be for Easton.
Throwing the
looks
Ice
like
Bolt.
we are throwing the Ice Bolt here.
With Tunic on 3, they can easily Waning Moon as well, which is very nice.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be trying to get full value out of our resources here to squeeze in as much damage as possible from the arsenal.
Pitching a Claws, it looks like. And yep, Waning Moon for 3 more.
And
Easton
one
is
down
taking
to
damage.
36. So taking the hit here, this makes a lot of sense to me. This would suggest that the Icelander player here has a hand they can actually start playing back with, which is exactly what you need in this spot. So
I see a
let's take
Channel
look
Lake
and see what this
Frigid.
follow-up is.
So Channel's pretty good. We'll see if that's the actual player or not.
Tuning back to 1. Let's take a peek.
Ooh,
Much better
okay.
than Channel. We
Yeah.
get to Ether Ice Vein and potentially keep that channel around if we want it. Let's see how our Icelander player chooses to pitch and which of the 2 cards in their hand they think is more
They
valuable in
pitch
their
the
arsenal.
channel, revealed. Okay, that's what you
Keeping the
said.
Insidious Chill. Okay.
Insidious Chill is how you said Icelander can win this game. So setting that up early is very nice.
Seems so. Looks like our player agreeing with kind of the assessment we had early on. Just need to try and set up this board to be able to rip that hand apart. If Starvo's allowed to keep all 4 cards or 5-card hands every turn, you just can't keep up with those raw numbers. So you've got to get in there and interact somehow. This Aether Ice Vein, the first way of doing that, and hopefully it buys you a window to establish this Insidious Chill.
Yeah, if you can play that Chill and then next turn fuse and fuse and fuse, and you know, it shows Starvo who the real fuser is.
Absolutely. You'll be off to the races before you know it. Damage coming in here for Easton. We're going to be just playing the 2 with the Pulse of Candlehold here. Quite an interesting one to note, having gone to the bottom, because it does have 2 elements. In this case, completely irrelevant, because there
Starvo
is
is
another
fusing.
pulse. Those pulses definitely a large part of Starvo's power, just adding so much consistency to how often you can fuse your attacks.
Just Autumn Touch again. Easton loves this Autumn Touch, huh? Look at that.
Sometimes you got to work with what you got. Fuse go in here, in for 8 go again. We can swing the hammer after this if we're interested in doing so. Will likely be a warm for this time because the pulse, of course, is red. Makes it a little bit harder to get it functioning away. I'll be interested to see whether or not Easton chooses to hold the pulse in his hand for future casinos, or whether or not we care about having an arsenal for Crown of Seeds. Which of those two things end up being more important? But not what you were hoping to see here as Icelander.
With knowing Chill is an arsenal, I believe it makes more sense to arsenal it to try to get more value off of your cards.
Yeah,
But-
definitely an argument for it. Obviously, if the Icelander chooses to not extend this Insidious Chill here, that becomes a much worse decision. You'd much rather have the pulse left over to keep your foot on. So a lot of tension there, and definitely a choice for both players. Very interesting one in our Icelander player's hand here. We have copies of Erase Face, which is a card that I haven't seen very often, and does do the job, but shutting down Mr. Elemental Casino Man.
Yeah, says give me 2 cards or you can't really do much, so I like it a lot.
Makes a lot of sense. I definitely get the feeling that our Icelander player was
plays the
acutely
pulse.
aware.
Okay.
I love this. This is fantastic. We're pulsing the hammer here.
For
We have our
8.
tunic up to make sure that the Insidious Chill can't stop us from swinging the hammer. So we just get to come in with 8 into 8, which is that's a lot of damage.
I did not miss Starvo. This is bringing back those memories of sometimes you get punched in the face and you can't do much about it besides say please don't.
Yeah, it's a worst case scenario when you're looking at this 16 power turn and going, wow, that was below average, which is not really where you want to be. But somehow Autumn's Touch just enough to be stuck with this elemental bonus and still just create these super threatening turns.
For the
Icelander down to 12.
Yeah, 12 to 32. Icelander can still do it. It's not over yet, so we gotta keep seeing what's happening. According to my notes, Starvo has fused twice, but so is Icelander, so it's tied for fusing.
It's true. We do get to throw this Erase Face here to try and send a message. This is definitely a way to try and get some tempo back in. Hopefully buy a window to establish that Insidious Chill, and we need that window. There is a whole blitz hero between our life totals right now, and if we can't buy some breathing room, we're going to be in some trouble.
Looks like Easton giving up the arms here. What else is there? I can't tell. Looks like Easton is taking once. The on-hit is relevant.
Like it. So on-hit on, no Starvo this time. It makes me feel that Easton's hand probably wasn't fantastic in the first place, or we'd have just given up a little bit more damage. And to the surprise of no one here, this is just another Autumn's Touch. This is a red one.
How many Autumn's Touch is there? This is Autumn's
all
Touch
9.
City.
Yeah, absolutely play all 9 in the deck. It's just about as fusing as consistently as possible, and Autumn's Touch is just the only Earth block 3 card. So you play every copy that you can. And of course, sometimes when you're throwing them, the red ones are just above rate. They have breakpoints, and that's great. They're just perfectly acceptable all by itself.
This is also good for Icelander because they will get a little bit of time to set up their game plan. They have a window, and we'll see if that window is big enough to fit through. But
yeah, it's a tough one here because you're running out of life to use as a buffer, and you really do want to be able to keep a card in hand to do something else after you establish Insidious Chill. A large part of the problem with a card like Chill is once you put it in your arsenal, you're committing to getting it out. And if you don't, you lose your hero ability. You don't have the ability to play things at instant speed and nickel and dime with Waning Moon or do any of the cool things that make Icelander Icelander. So once you make that choice, you're committed to the part. And that means that this turn, we're somehow leaking damage, not using our Waning Moon to establish Insidious Chill, and just moving back to Arsenal a card. And Easton's back with 5 cards yet again.
that was pitch a chill, play a chill, so we know we're not going to get the whole play set of those out there. Easton not fusing, though, again. Another channel.
Bang below average in terms of Yahtzees, but the card quality is just going to carry us through. We keep finding impactful things. This is somehow finding a way to have a go-again attack on a turn that we don't do the thing. And I expect this to very much be followed up by another Autumn's Touch, maybe a Starstruck or a Spinal Crush. None of these things are good when you only have 9 life left to work with.
Yeah, this is a show from Starvo without even fusing. This
Holy
is
crap. What's the count?
2. So the over-under for 7.5 might have been too high. We might have overestimated this casino.
We were batting a little above average, I'm afraid. We had higher hopes.
So actually, you've had back-to-back winners. Easton is the first Coaxing winner on an Oldemir that took an hour and a half because he and his opponent, Mark Chamberlain, were very drunk. And Mark is also a lore fiend, so he just spent an hour and a half doing just icy hammer and talking about lore. And it was like an episode of Drunk History. We were all just laughing our heads off.
Poetic
so much
in several ways.
Let's see what Icelander has here.
All right,
Desperate
I've got
for
a
something to
candy
do.
cane stout.
E-strike. Pitching for the E-strike, of course, because of the channel. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
there's an E-strike out of the arsenal. I think
Yes.
we're just going with the buff mode here, which is wholly unimpressive. This took 3 cards to deal 6 damage. Yeah, that is below the Autumn's Touch alone at this point in time. So unfortunately, it feels like Starbucks had more interaction to shut down Icelander than the other way around, which is not somewhere she confused to be.
Are we counted as a Starbo fuse? Is Oakenold counted
No,
as a casino?
that's Chad's cheating. That's an
No.
Oldham fuse. He's allowed to do that.
I will let him not count that then.
No,
Oakenold, a card.
that would be cheating. I'm not here to make Joey feel better about his guess. That's an Oakenold. That's written on the card. And of course, this one unsurprisingly dominated off of itself. And we're going to be chucking all of our armor in the way here to try and keep some cards and not have our entire hand ripped to shreds.
Yeah, so
by
needs at
the
least
on-hit
one more
of Oakenold.
card here to block for 7. Any of those cards will do it, unless Icelander.
Looks like we're maybe rethinking here just a little bit.
If Icelander can keep 3 cards this turn. Oh, they have to pitch for the arms, though. That's right.
They certainly do.
Maybe they have a defense reaction in hand to make that pitch feel a little bit better.
Nope, down to blocking with a Winter's Bite, taking the damage, losing both cards.
Losing all the cards in their hand.
To the Oakenold. Yeah. The blink here is brutal.
God, blink.
Extraction
Good
point. Throw in
Wow.
Autumn's Touch.
2
Put you
casinos.
in the bin.
2. So who was the closest to that guess? Looks like
Yeah,
Valorag
who was
said
closest
4.
to 2?
Valorag said 4, and that is the closest that I see. Wow.
That is tragic. Absolutely
Wow.
tragic. Yeah, I mean, if you were looking for a masterclass, folks, about why Starvo is the be-all, end-all of the Living Legend format at the competitive level, that is Easton Douglas showing you exactly why. Putting Icelander to the test and not even running that pure on fuses. Only 2 of them over the course of the game, and still just presenting 16+ damage turns without much hassle.
Yeah, that was. I really thought Icelander was going to, Icelander did get a little unlucky there with those turns, really didn't have a window to play the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a brutal one for my girl. You hate to see it, but unfortunately, that's kind of what you sign up for playing a hero like Icelander. You know that you have to be the one who's presenting the answers to the questions, not the one so much presenting the questions. And if your answers don't line up, or your opponent asks the wrong questions, you're going to be the one who's in trouble more than they are. So the pact with Icelander is a known one, and I'm sure, hopefully, the player doesn't feel too bad about it.
Right. Hey, you know what? At least Living Legend, you can still play the hero you love, and you can still have a good time. Sometimes you will get
can
starved.
legally register Icelander. That's a thing you are allowed to do, and clearly we are doing, and hopefully much fun is being had. But to quote Alice in chat, yes, that was a Starboy match. You are not wrong. That is about as accurate a statement as you could possibly make.
That went really fast too. I don't know how long that match was, but did not feel very long at all.
No, that was pedal to the metal, put the foot down. Yeah, definitely some starstruck going on there without the physical card ever making an appearance. Quite the showing from Easton on Starboy there.
Very fun match either way. I will switch us over to the other screen, and maybe I can get Easton on camera for a quick interview if you'd like that, Scott.
Yeah, why not? We'll have a chat with Easton if he's available.
Let me see how to work OBS. Let's see. Hopefully I don't break. There we look at me. I'm doing things. Did I push it? Did I do this now? Oh, look at me go. Look at that magic.
Look at you, fixing things, working technology like the pros.
Look at me go.
We'd love to see it.
I will try to get Easton really fast. I will be right back, chat. Give me 1 second.
Of course. Oh, chat. How do we feel about that? What a bludgeoning at the hands of everyone's favorite himbo. God. Congratulations to Easton, nonetheless. The drink being toasted is probably the best thing I could see on camera on the other screen right now to sum that up. But yeah, congratulations to Easton. Hopefully they can keep it going, and hopefully we can see a little bit more variety in the next couple of rounds, and challenge the menace that is the big bad in the form of Starvo, star of the show.
I have Easton on his way right now, so he'll be over here in 2 seconds.
Very good. Looking forward to it. Should be good.
Who are you playing right now in Living Legend? Are you on the Icelander train, or would you be playing Starvo?
I'm actually a Viscerai guy.
Viscerai guy, okay.
Yeah, I quite enjoy Sonata Phantasmia as a card, and doing some rather disgusting things with Lushy Scalia.
Gotcha.
So
No,
that's
fair.
where I find myself.
Try to dodge the Warmongers and just do it.
Warmonger's not real. Just disbelieve, and you'll be fine.
It's not real. I can't hear. All right, here's Easton.
Exactly.
I will hand you over to Easton.
Sounds good. Chat, if you've got questions for Easton, get them in the chat for me now, and I'll fire them off and let him know. Hey, Easton, welcome back.
Cheers.
Cheers indeed. That was quite the performance for anybody else having a drink at home. It's hard to argue with that. First of all, I guess congratulations on the performance at Worlds.
Thank you. Hey, I appreciate
Obviously
it.
Quite the showing, and good to see you here today, having a casual time and willing to get plastered with the rest of them and show them who's boss on the best deck in the format.
Yep.
I'm assuming for you, Starvo was a zero thought choice, just a very obvious pick for the event.
So it was an obvious pick for the event, although it wasn't a zero choice. I mean, this is it's a very fun, spirited event. So I considered Lexi builds. I even made an Oldhim deck. Ultimately, I stress tested them a little bit into Starvo, and my roommate and teammate Matt McLeod, he showed me that I should really just play Starvo. So I ended up playing Starvo. Although I do have some spice to my list. You didn't get to see it in this one, but I am running a little package of Ardivores, which I think is a pretty underrated card in Starvo. So hopefully I'm in the future match later, and I get to utilize that. So.
Very, very nice indeed. For folks who are maybe brand new to the Living Legend format, maybe looking to get involved themselves, they're expecting to see a lot of Starvo. Let's be honest, it's going to be everywhere. If they're trying to get better at the mirror matches, maybe have an idea of what they're supposed to be doing, is there any kind of punchy tips you could give to someone at home?
Sure. First of all, Mo pointed out Fanina. Sorry if I mispronounced that, asking me if it feels good to swing Frosty Hammer again. And yeah, it does feel very good. Oldhim was my first love, and I've definitely been missing that feeling. The feeling of sliding out the little frostbite as I attack with my Winter's Wail, it's quite good. To answer your question, the Starvo mirror, yeah, interestingly, I played Starvo in PT1, but Awakening was banned at that point. And I never played it before then. I was incorrectly running Viscerai and Oldhim in that format, but you know, post bans, I had to sort of I had to accept that Starvo was the right pick for PT1, and so I started learning it. So I never played with Awakening before. Now with Awakening, just this past week as I've played some games with it, it really feels like the Starvo mirror is all about that card. To the point where I think the early game doesn't even really matter that much. It does and it doesn't. I mean, you need to preserve threats, and you can't get too far behind, but it's actually okay to get a little bit behind, maybe even preferred. So really try to navigate the game to utilize your Awakenings in the late stages of the game to grab tempo and never let go of it. That's probably my #1 recommendation until Awakening leaves, and then once it does leave, then I would recommend fusing more often than your opponent.
That's a good way to win games, yes. That's probably a good tip all around. Chat, again, if you have questions, by all means fire them off. Otherwise, I'll keep spitballing some random things. Easton, of course, we've got heavy hitters on the horizons in the near future. Is there anything you've seen so far about that set that particularly excites you?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm excited by the heroes. I'm a long-time Guardian player. Again, Oldhim was my first love, so excited to be having another option for CC beyond just Bravo, because Bravo just doesn't quite jive with me in the way that Oldhim did. So more Guardian options. Also, in the past year, I've gotten into Dorinthia. I wouldn't say I'm really into Warrior generally, but Dorinthia really interests me. Well, to be honest, Dawnblade really interests me. So I'm looking for support to that card. I would love to see some nice inclusions for the Dory deck, because I think she just needs a little bit more power, and then she's a real player. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We see that yesterday, top 8 of the Battle Hardened with Dorinthia as well. Definitely some corner case stuff out there.
Yeah.
In terms of the Living Legend format, I suppose, is this a format that you think LSS should be making an active effort to support? We should be pushing to calling level and trying to really generate some player base for? Or is it more of a side event pastime that should be a fun event for people on the side?
Yeah, I think that there's interest for it. I think if LSS, you know, put a little bit of effort into balancing the format, I do think that there needs to be a couple changes. People have kind of talked about Warmongers and Awakening as the kind of outliers, and I would tend to agree. I think those cards probably should be removed, or you can maybe argue they should be reduced to like 1 copy a piece or something. I would argue the former. I would argue just remove them altogether. And then yeah, just keep an eye on it. You know, let people play more than just the best 1 or 2 decks. If you're able to balance the format out to be to basically just let people comfortably play the heroes that have LL'd from CC, I think there's a lot of desire for that. And I personally would love to see Living Legend played at the highest level too. I would prefer that over Blitz, you know, as a format. I would even prefer that over Limited, although I might be in the minority on that one. But I think the interest in there, and I'd love to see them focus more on that format.
Yep, couldn't agree more, honestly. I kind of love the idea. We're also invested in our heroes in this game. It's kind of a big drawing point of Flesh and Blood in the first place. So being able to carry that on into a different format makes a whole lot of sense. Is there anything you want to kind of just go out of your way to share with the guys at home? Anything you're particularly looking forward to in the next year?
No, just saying hi, Weston. He, you know, revealed who he really was behind the Fanina name, so I just want to say hi to him in chat. I'm having a ton of fun playing the game right now. This is an incredible event. Thanks to Joey, who's standing right there, for organizing all this. He's gonna come and say hi real fast. Just to say hi. Hi.
We're all in one microphone because we don't work.
Yeah.
So we're in this one.
But yeah, thanks to everybody who makes Flesh and Blood still you know, popular game, and yeah, hopefully we get to keep on playing this for a long time to come.
Fingers crossed. Appreciate you taking the time to come and have a chat with us as well.
Yeah.
Answer a few questions, and best of luck with the rest of the event, my friend.
Thanks for talking.
No worries. Good luck.
How many casinos? 2?
2. I plan to fuse just as much as Starvo
You
did.
say fuse more than your opponent?
I wasn't even fusing.
You weren't fusing.
I wasn't even fusing.
I wasn't even fusing. He's not wrong, Chad.
No, he's not. Besides the one Oakenold.
He's not wrong. Yeah, exactly. A single Oakenold to send a message.
Oakenold's still real good though, for the record. Like that card is still.
Yeah,
busted.
that card didn't suddenly get worse. Oakenold is still a heck of a beating.
We should figure out. So for those of you who are hanging out for the first one, let's see. I really like the Cane of Fireball, which is DM. With DM, you're already getting a mat. He's already getting a mat. So who else do we want to have? I dated.
DM is killing it with those
I
answers.
dated on Motorola. I'm picking.
Yeah,
I'm picking
DM had
from
some
the
great
last-
ones.
Yeah.
From the last thing, and like DM just got this. Chain Blood. You know,
That's a little deep.
a little deep. I like it.
Yeah, the bars I'm not
Let's see
welcome.
what we got.
The bars I don't want to go to, for the record.
Totally fair.
I know we answer the question again later, so maybe scroll down a little bit more.
I don't know. Like I'm a big fan of James Armstrong's white
Actually,
wine spritzer for
Prosecco.
Prism.
I really like the Prosecco. So, Kari, I'm gonna. I love that. I love that one. I'm a fan. Are you want to pick one as far as winner?
I can pick one too.
Yeah.
Let me take a look here and see what we got going. I know Scott really liked this one.
Prism is a white wine. James Armstrong. That'll go to those two.
Yeah, those two work for me.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Kari and James Armstrong, I'll tag you in chat also. Shoot me a message at dexanddrafts@gmail.com so I can get you guys playmats and things. Because I think those are pretty killer.
Yeah. We're all here for fun, guys, so just keep answering the questions with fun answers, and you can win some cool swag.
Yeah, so this time I figure... Oh, God, it's over there. They are wrapping around two. Let's do... No, don't do this side. Brought to you by Left Hands. Let's do Coaxing Pint Glass. This time. Coaxing Pint Glass. What do I want? I'm gonna stick to my featurettes. I want... No.
Very welcome, James. Enjoy the goodies, and thank you for playing along.
I like that one. All right. So prompt 2. And let's do Kari, and James Armstrong. Send me an email.
And we'll be doing these giveaways all day, guys, so hang out in chat, answer these questions, and you could, like I said, win some cool stuff.
Yeah, later in the day, I'm gonna do some Fable stuff as well, which is gonna be a lot of fun. But yes, please send me an email, Dexandrafts, DRAUGHTS, just like how it's spelled in the channel, just like how Scott would spell it, not how he would spell it.
I can't spell, so for the record, don't do it like I would.
Perfect.
It's because
All
I'm
right,
British.
So I'm gonna give away Pink Glass. These are there's not a lot of these, and they're going pretty quick. So the prompts, I want to hear what gift you would give your favorite hero to aid in their victory. Kind of like what Easton was like, I want more like warrior support. What would you gift your hero?
Interesting.
So Scott, what is like your hero? What do you really want them to have that we don't have right now?
Well, my hero at the moment still has to be Icelander Stormbind. I've not found another love since she left me.
I can hear it, so I'll let you derive it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what I could possibly give Icelander to us. Apparently, ways to block Starvo. But I mean, I can't give her like a coat or anything. She's ice. She doesn't need to be warm. That's not how this works. What do I give her? I don't know. I'm gonna say a dedicated like magical set of robes or something. Because tunic is boring and everyone's got a tunic. How about I give Icelander some dedicated icy robes that make her powers stronger? And I don't know where I got those from. But I have them.
Kind of like a Coat of Frost, but like not terrible.
Yeah, but like not draft fodder.
Yeah,
that would be great. Yeah.
I think my go-to would be a card like Mind Warp for Kano, but actually playable, like either red or blue. That'd be really fun, you know. A way to make them discard their hand, and Kano would be really fun.
Yeah, cool Kano effects that aren't yellow.
Like Sonic Boom is great, but it's yellow. Like make it not yellow, please.
Love-hate relationship with Sonic Boom. Fantastic card, also yellow.
Sometimes you just lose the game, you know.
Yes. I think, I mean, answers coming in nice and early here from folks.
Viserai, instant negate to Warmongers. That's a huge one.
Yeah, I mean, Viserai needs a way to play back against Warmongers. I completely agree. Kasai, a new sash or scarf. That thing has seen better days. Brutal. She'll have your head for that. She swings swords. She doesn't like you criticizing her fashion sense. What else have we got here?
She just got a Luminaris. All right, I'm gonna step out.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's see.
Luminaris for New Prism. You're really funny, Alice. Thank you.
Teklovasum, a Professor Evo discount. I would love if Professor was just a CC hero as well. I feel like that'd be an interesting mechanic. I don't know if it's better than Teklo, but it's different.
I don't know either, but the idea of making those majestic ones cost 3 is very appealing to me. So, like, yeah, I'm totally up to give it a try.
Sword of 1,000 Truths to Bolton. What would that do for you, Drifter comic? What exactly is that?
It would make him aware that Kyloria has stolen his wife. That is all that would happen.
Did I miss that lore?
No, Spirit of Arena is an item, of course. So every time Kyloria steals the spirit, we've got an ongoing joke over here in the UK that Kyloria is stealing Bolton's wife, courtesy of Dan Tripp from Push the Point. I'll give him a shout out for that joke.
Right.
It was very funny.
Max needs some reactions. I agree. Max with some reactions would be pretty cool. If you
we
want
cannot give mech defense reactions, folks. We can't do it.
I think if it was like on par with like Firewall, I think it would be like okay. Like I think Firewall is the perfect kind of card.
I think Firewall is what you're allowed to have. Block cards kind of fill the role that I think is acceptable for mech. I think if we start giving them D-reacts, decks like Tree Frog just get a bit
Slab
oppressive.
dash.
Arguably, yes, the old slab. I can't call it Tree Frog anymore. The old slab dash become mildly problematic. But Firewall is kind of where I think the line is. I think it's a good card to exist.
My very first ProQuest, actually, I didn't realize it was a limited format till 8 p.m. the night before. So I asked my Ascent teammates what to do. They said Force Teklo. I forced Teklo. I draw my opening hand going first. Arsenal of Firewall. I went, wait a minute, that doesn't work.
Yeah. That's not a defense reaction. That's not how that card
very
works.
quickly.
Music lessons for Bolton so he can play the best axe.
What is the best axe?
I'm not sure which axe we're referring. I think it's definitely a great axe, personally. But
I don't like that card personally, but I just don't like playing against it, you know?
I have a soft spot for it. I love destroying temper armor when people don't realize it's going to get halved. Is my favorite thing to do with that axe. It's great. But I think Bolton's got time for music lessons. That man is busy.
I really want more Sonic Boom style cards, even in other decks. Even like bigger than that, I believe it's the name, the Ninja one.
Even bigger than that, yeah.
That's a cool one. I like playing off the top of my deck, so like anything that lets me do that, I'm sold.
I'm enjoying a lot of Dash.io at the moment. It's the kind of the hero I'm trying to pick up in Classic Constructed, and yeah, I mean, the top deck stuff is just so much fun. There's so much gimmick there. So giving that to more heroes would be cool, as long as it doesn't kind of infringe on that identity of that hero. That'd be sweet.
Looks like chat has a lot of cool answers. If you guys want to like elaborate more, like make up a card right now. You know, like what card would your hero love? Let's really get creative for this nice pint glass.
I don't have any connections in LSS, but I'll pretend that I do if it makes you answer the question.
We're both wearing our LSS hoodies, so like We can just
Yeah,
pretend, you know.
You
Like,
wouldn't believe me, but I saw you wearing it on the broadcast, so I actually deliberately went and put it on. I was like, we'll match. We're a real commentary team now, Mo. We're coordinated and everything.
Look at us go. I know even bigger than that is generic, but like outside of Katsu,
Come on, it's not
basically
generic.
a ninja card. Like,
Yeah, I'll even bigger than that after I've hit you for 6. That's gonna go well. That's a thing that card wants to do. Sonic Boom style Rune Gate card would be interesting for Vincent. I would love that.
That would be sick.
That's a banger. 10 out of 10. I accept.
That is really nice.
That's gonna be Breezy's spoiler next week. Watch, I'm calling it here first.
That'd be really nice. Give me Sonic Boom in every class. That's all I'm asking for. Like, is that too much to ask?
Steven's got a type, and that's okay.
Me and
We don't
Steven have the
judge people
same
having
type.
types.
Me
Yeah,
and
you know,
Steven
and
are just-
honestly, that's fair. Sonic Boom is hot. I don't blame either of you.
Runic Boom, Iron Song Boom. You know, like,
We're just gonna name various different versions of Boom. Like the word has to remain in every version of this card.
Nick
We
Nacka
just
Boom. Maybe it's playable then.
Nick Nack Brickaboom is the potion version. Yeah, let's go with that. I can't wait for this alchemist class, man. Like I know it's coming. We're gonna get to throw potions at people eventually.
On a 0-cost warrior action, that's an anti-reprise. If you didn't block,
If you
it gives an odd
didn't
hit.
block.
I like that.
That's
I like
interesting.
I like punishing the no blocks because right now it's like you kind of know what he's doing, but if you have something like that where you punish you for not blocking, that's
Yeah,
cute.
like one of my favorite cards in Azuri is Spreading Plague because I think how you kind of play back against Azuri is by overblocking, right? Like you know they're going to do the switchy thing, they're going to shred your card, so you want to put 2 cards to block in front. And I love the fact there's a card I can play that punishes people for playing against me correctly. Because that's what Spreading Plague does. It gives you a bunch of blood rot because you overblocked.
Oh, you're
And,
good at the game? Punish.
Get out of here. Stop knowing how to play. And like giving Dorinthia something like that would be great. Like we all know we're supposed to fight over the second sword swing and play around reprise and stuff. So I agree. A card that like plays against that narrative to give you the 50-50 do come out would be pretty sweet. James wants the merchant weapon. This is a sock full of coins. And that feels rather thematic. And I already didn't want to mess with Captain, but I don't need to mess with a guy with a sock full of coins. That's not going to go well.
That is very true.
Stealth attacks with Go again. We can't do that. That's Arachne's job. He gets
Everyone
them.
forgets about Arachne. Everyone just forgets that that poor guy exists down there.
Reverse Surge. So what? It would have an effect if it did less damage? That's cool design space.
That is cool.
Like, yeah, like, okay, I'll take the full 5. I don't want you to have the extra bonus, or I can prevent some of it with my Arcane Barrier and
get
give
the
you
bonus?
a
That's-
backup. That's
that's
a
cute,
cool,
yeah.
cool piece of design space.
Huh.
It's almost like DM Armada plays this game.
He's not just a commentator? That's crazy. What?
No,
Huh.
he knows how cards work. Holy.
I don't know how cards work. I'm just guessing. Like,
My opponent tells me what's happening, and I believe them. I'm a good guy.
I just go, oh, cool, I write that down. Like, that seems good to me.
Yeah, no, well, I lost again. Fair enough.
My first road to Nats, I was on chain playing against Levi on Azalea, and he's like, this is how these cards work. I'm like, cool, sounds good to me.
Yeah, no, I
say
believe
works.
you. People are already running no AB. I mean, you're not wrong, DM. Apparently, no one respects Kano, right? Well, no one respected Kano this week. I assure you, next week, a different story.
You say that, but you never know.
The best time to be playing Kano is when no one is playing Kano. That's the trick. But you can't play them in CC. Okay, we'll go with adult Arachne. Give me adult stealth Arachne and give me more assassins. He's got a new specialization and everything. I can work with that.
Root attack with on hit, each player discards a random card. Interesting. Okay. Huh.
So you need a way to like give that attack go again,
Right,
to,
like
really
the
punish.
Art of War turns, maybe?
Yeah, the scab skin rolls, because then you just get to intimidate an extra card.
Yeah.
I feel like that thing would be like brutal. I already like tilt off the face of the earth when my opponent rolls scab skin leathers. I don't need to like lose another card in my hand because you roll this 4.
I love when players roll scabs, though. Like, I get a front rush, and they get a front rush. I might lose the game on the spot. They might lose the game on the spot. Like,
it's the worst. I am not as I've played my fair share of scab skin leathers, and it's great when I'm playing it. Of course, that's totally how these things work. But I am not a die roll enjoyer on the other side. I don't do well with it.
fair. I was told to play scene 3, so I'm gonna see if I can do this, and let's see what scene 3 is.
Yeah,
Mike's
spin
will
the
be
wheel.
hot. So let's do it.
Play some content.
coaxing a conversation. What gift would you give to your favorite hero to aid in the victory? So that's the
I would
question.
give a Bravo showstopper
See what our
a
favorite content
claymore
creators thought.
and say, hey man, the hammer's good, but this claymore can actually slice and dice people. It's really cool. This is a really big claymore.
For the holidays, I would give Azalea a little dagger, and I would treat it like an attachment. Like you can only use this in your offhand if your bow is Death Dealer or something like that. The weapon enhancement thing would be really cool to see. And yeah, I would give Azalea like a little dagger that's like easy to block, but if you don't, then maybe it carries into arrows, and maybe there's like a debilitating effect further down the road. I think she would love. I think that would really help her a lot.
Okay, what gift would I give to Dorinthia to aid in her victory? I'd like to see something that gives a pump and go again at the same time, instead of either a future pump or just one or the other.
Well, this one is interesting because my favorite hero up until Uzuri was Lexi, and to be honest, she didn't need she doesn't need anything else to aid in her victory. She has already attained victory and hit the Living Legend halls.
I would definitely see an ally for Azalea. Probably just give her a wolf, like Call of the Wild or something like that. Just have a little pet wolf that can just help her just get over that little edge of whiffing a hand with no arrows and not getting anything. At least you have your little pet there, just go bite, attack. Good boy.
What would I give my favorite hero to aid in their victory? I mean, I'll be quite honest. I'm like a super simp for Kasai, so I'll give her whatever the hell she needs, baby.
Well, I would love to give Bravo a Temper 2 shield, or something like Rampart of the Ram's Head, where you can pay, like maybe pay 2 to block 1, and then if it blocks an attack that does no damage, it does 1 damage back in Thorns.
I would like to give the Guardian class a legendary boot. It would have 2 block Temper and Arcane Barrier 1.
Well, it would be certainly giving, I guess, Dash some sort of energy belt, which would contain maybe like things that would boost up the mech, because I like the Nitro mech.
Hero to aid in their victory. Maybe like a Spoils of War for Dorinthia that didn't make her have to hit.
Well, my favorite hero is Prism, so I'd give her Luminaris back. I'd just give her Luminaris back. There you go. Just Luminaris back, please.
Cool. I could not hear those answers. I assume you could. I don't know.
No, I'm afraid I also have the audio off so I can hear you. So what I'm going to tell everybody is those were some astounding answers. You have incredible creativity, and you came up with things that were so much better than anyone in chat. So thank you for the time you took to make that video. You all know exactly what you're talking about and should work in game design.
In the meantime, I searched through the chat for my favorite answer there.
Okay.
So, Robo Pigeon, I really liked your answer for the no block one. I thought that was really creative. So that's my answer. So
very cool. Yeah, we got a few more coming in while we were running through the VT there.
All right, we can always...
The lovely Baz Bard, one of the many powerful folks behind the world's broadcast this year. Warrior D-React that if you've doubled the strength can affect your opponent's weapon, almost like you're disarming them in a fight, which is a cool gimmick. I'm not sure Fab can handle blowing up someone's weapon. It's probably pretty powerful from a gameplay perspective, but it's a really flavorful idea.
That is very, yeah. I was too busy scrolling up. I didn't even see the new answers. Let's see what else we got here. I really like Sloop Dupe's answer. I agree. It was a great answer. What was it?
Yeah, we know what that was, by the way.
You want to tell me what that was?
Sloop definitely almost called it. I couldn't agree more. You're not wrong. Drifter with the Arcane Barrier helmet for Teglavos, and I know it's something that everybody wants to make him feel a bit more palatable into Wizards. No, absolutely not. Thank you for your question.
I will write that down, Robo Pigeon, so we make sure that happens. Thank you guys for participating. Like I said, more prizes all day long. I'm gonna hopefully I can convince Joey to give away one of these soon, one of the coloring books. My favorite thing for this weekend.
The coloring books are great.
It's so cool.
If you haven't played Farmery, by the way, guys, the idea of taking your Armory side-up code and trying to guess what the image is of, it's great. I know, obviously, Savage Feats have been running it on the Battle Hardened broadcast and stuff, and it's a blast. The sign-up codes for Flesh and Blood are great.
So I missed what you said. People are here talking to me. This event is going crazy
Yeah,
right
you're
now.
a busy man. Got a lot of plates spinning and drinks being poured, I'm
think
sure.
we
No,
have-
just commending the coloring book. It's a sweet one.
Joey is back, so welcome in, Joey.
Welcome back.
I'm just saying hi.
We picked a winner, by the way. That was.
Robovision. What did
He
we
said
say?
he said give it to Wes, Dylan, or Tuck.
Give it to
Bring
Wes,
it back
Dylan,
to
Tuck.
him.
Okay, I can do that. What
Yeah.
was the answer?
The answer was a reaction for Warrior that punishes you for not blocking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. I like it. I like it.
Do you want to talk to them for a while?
I'm not sure he likes it.
Yeah, I'll swap.
Yeah, I'll swap. All right, I'll be right back with the pass again, guys. I'm going to swap, like I always do.
Everyone say hi, Joey. And more importantly, maybe buy Mo, I guess.
Hello, Scott. I'm glad you're still here.
Joey.
Welcome back. Glad we're on the hook.
I don't sound so surprised. I just haven't been taken over from yet. That's all.
Well, all right, so we didn't actually have anybody for round 3. Round 3 was kind of a combo platter for whoever. So when it starts, I might see if somebody from here wants to hang out for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I can stay here if you want.
That's completely.
You tell me, chat. Do I suck? Would you like more Howling Mines? Let Joey know.
Would you? All right. Would you like more Howling Mines? Let's go with it. Would you like him to help out with round 3?
If chat wants more of me in round 3, I will brace myself for another round of Living Legend, and deal with the Starbow Mirror.
I do not.
Gonna see.
Round 3 is about to start, so we've gained a little time. Yay!
Okay, all right.
Thank the Jesus. That is
Thank
plural
you,
for
Jesus.
Jesus.
There are several Jesus. I've learned
There are
something
several
new today.
Jesuses. So yeah, that's about to get pushed. Oh, I had a trivia thing. I will save that. I will do that later.
I get a definitely from James, a yeah from Robo Pigeon, more mines from Robin.
More Scott, less Starvo.
Less Starvo. Okay, I can rock with it.
I'll make sure we do not have a Starvo. But it was Easton. You gotta give it to Easton. Gotta give it to Easton.
course.
Of course. We gotta give it to Easton.
We need more Scott. Thank you, Baz. Appreciate you as well.
We do need more Scots, which will be the second time that you've just like hung around for longer than you were anticipated. For.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm not doing the finals this time. That's going to be a bit late, but
No, we've got DM Ramada who's going to be doing Living Legend finals for us, and then like I said, I think Easton is going to do Team Sealed, which now we're starting to pick up quite a bit. By the way, let's turn this around, because we've got, which by the way, this is the bar, everybody. So now we're starting to pick up quite a bit as the afternoon crowd comes in. As I show you a bunch of empty chairs and really convince everybody that we're picking up. They're over
We're starting
there.
to pick up.
They're over there. Little Thumb, thank you. I showed Blood Rush Bellows your Blood Rush playmat, and they love the living hell out of it. I haven't had a chance to do the sponsorship things. I will do those very shortly. I'll get a prism on camera. I think we got one, right?
People being very nice. Thank you for the compliments. I appreciate it.
I've always appreciated you.
Oh, I appreciate you as well, Joey. Thank you.
And everybody has the blazers, and I do not. And everybody has food.
I spent too much money on this, so I will wear it whenever I do anything fab related.
Fair enough. That is very fair. I'm matching the curtains.
There are several comments I can make about that I won't, because this is a daytime broadcast for you.
No, it's not. It's the Coaxing. What we could do? We're all drinking on. Like, I know what comments you can make. I'm pretty sure the chat can make them. I'm pretty sure somebody in the chat probably will. If they didn't plan on it, they probably will now.
Yeah, of course. No, why do you think I said it? Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. Welcome to the Coaxing. Let's look at this. I don't know if they showed this off. The top's kind of like, all right, we got a Coaxing leather deck box also.
Ooh.
I haven't figured out what to do with it. There's a lot of things I haven't figured out what to do with it. I got a lot of donations for this event just now.
Oh, nice. Well, thank you, everyone who's been donating. That's very sweet of you.
No, I got playmats. I've gotten just so much like cool art swag. I've gotten these really cool like extra just things. Andy, Mr. Merchant Hero, who's out probably behind your. I think he's the guy behind your those blazers, by the way. We are not staying out of trouble.
No, God no. It's 5 o'clock in race. Someone should have told me. I'd be plastered.
Not my first. Honestly, it's only my second, and so I'm fine. Candy cane sound.
Deckbox matches the curtains too. Look at you, all thematic.
Look at that.
What deck box, chat? What deck box?
This deck box. This deck box. I'm gonna see if I can put the email in chat. decksanddrafts@gmail.com. Let's see if it goes through.
I'll give it a shot. If not, I'll pop it through to James later.
Should be. I know, because sometimes they don't like the .com, so like the chat. But maybe
I think it's like specifically like email addresses and stuff it tries to shoot down because
that was 100% a hair color joke, Riddler. We know what we're doing.
Yes. I know all sorts about hair and definitely have hair under this hat.
Yeah.
I'll be taking no further questions. Thank you.
I'm gonna cool because we don't have time for further questions. I'm gonna slot in and we're gonna get ourselves a prism. And
Nice.
I'm gonna bring Mo back and for round 3.
Sounds good.
In we go.
Well, sorry you've got more of me, chat. Hopefully Mo's okay with that. No one really asked him.
Take on this. In.
But I don't mind talking you through Prism. I quite enjoy Prism.
I am back. I was just scouting the room for the most interesting matchups I could find, and we have a 5 versus Viserai. So
You got Fisserai.
felt like that one sounded kind of fun, just looking around the room.
Okay. So if you think this one's kind of fun and we're doing 5 Viserai, why is it fun? What are we looking out for?
It's not Starvo. That's a big hit,
Big tip. Like I said straight.
Take those, not Starvo.
Not Guardian, step 1. Okay, cool.
But I also think like Viserai not having to play around Warmongers, maybe, depending on the Fi's build.
There's 100% of Warmongers in there, right? Surely.
Fi gets stubby hammers. Fi gets, maybe crouching tigers, depending on how deep the rabbit hole is.
Oh, don't give me hope.
I don't know the deck list,
I
but
absolutely adore the tiger cards. They're like one of my favorite ways to play Ninja. It's a shame they're kind of not great at this moment in time. Really hoping we get like a dedicated tiger ninja at some point in the future.
Well,
That's what Adult Benji's going to be, folks. Mark my words. Adult Benji's the tiger hero.
Ooh, that'd be kind of sick. I mean, not being able to block the tigers, that's a good value.
Cold shot. Mark my words. That's what we're gonna get. When we go to Outsiders 2 Electric Boogaloo and he's full of diseases because no one helped him leave.
Ooh, they're both gonna use the Coaxing playmat too. Look at that. Look at that
Love me
beautiful
some Coaxing,
playmat.
man.
Again, guys, go on the website, get a hold of these playmats because they look great.
That's a prism.
Oh, they must have changed. Never mind. I have no say here, I guess, guys.
The matchup you wanted to see, chat, the matchup we told you about, irrelevant.
Yeah, no, what I just said,
Sorry.
guys, ignore what I just said. Looks like
We
have
are trained professionals who know what
Alright,
we're
so
doing.
if he was just talking about the playmats, they probably are going to end up going because we want to play nicely with LSS, but those are the playmats. You can get them on fabcoaxing.com. Good news and bad news. I got you Prism. That's good news. Bad news is I also got you Starvo. So fight on, everybody, as it is. So this will be round 3. After round 3, I expect a number of drops just because people want to go to play Team Sealed, as that will be kicking off right after round 3. It was timed, so that way if you want to drop, you can go play Team Sealed. And there we go. But yes, you can grab them from Dahlia Kador. Please follow her on Instagram, fabcoaxing.com. Also, you can buy those yourself. I've got very few of them, so go. Same as the mats.
See the Marvel Starvo here, by the way.
Yeah, that's nice. Sorry again,
Somebody
guys.
flexing.
Sorry for lying to you about the matchups we're gonna have on the stream, but hey, Prism's still 6, so
We get a good prism. Looks like a nice cold foil prism too. Got some real flexing going on.
Really cool, I'm not gonna lie. That would have been really cool. I feel bad.
Do you have them straight in the playmats out so it fits better on stream? Thank you. Hey, you know what? I love Prism though, and I'm excited to see her being played again. This was the
Rock the
OG,
show, yeah.
OG Boogeyman, you could say, like this matchup. I always thought it was Prism favored. They always thought it was Starvo favored.
The original 1990, back before any of these other conversations. But no, I guess a little known fact. I think if I recall correctly, Prism was 10th at the Living Legend Battle Hardened at Worlds. It only just missed the cut, so there is definitely some legs there. Definitely some potential to look for. Deck's very play. I mean, Luminaris is a heck of a card. Before we get started on this round, folks, do me a massive favor if you haven't done so already. If you're enjoying the broadcast, just like the stream, would you? Just go press the thumb. It looks like a thumb. It's a button. It does things. And it actually helps YouTube recommend us to more people. So if you want more fab people in here to talk to and not just be stuck with me and Mo all day or Starvo all day, press the button.
Tell your friends. I'm in Discords right now just spreading the words of the Coaxing in case people have missed it. So, tell your friends. Post about it on Twitter. And just help us out.
James is not wrong. Prism players are contractually obligated to foil out their decks. Everything has to be maximum bling, or you're not allowed to touch the hero. Makes sense for a white wine spritzer kind of gal, doesn't it?
I think the interesting part is they're playing OG Prism, not new Prism. I haven't played much LL, so I don't know the benefits besides 32 life, I guess, is a big downside.
Yeah, I have to imagine 32 life in LL is a big deal. That's like one less Autumn's Touch you can take to the face. Why did we go to Autumn's Touch? I don't know. PTSD, I suppose.
Before this game, do we want to leave the over-under at 7.5 for Salvo Fuses? This game might take longer.
Oh, no, I think we've learned our lesson. I think I'm going to bat a little lower. Probably not quite as low as the Icelander game. I think we've got a little bit more play here. ALS exists, you know, stuff like that. So I'm going to go over-under on 4.5.
I got to take the over. I'm slamming the over with all the money I got at 4.5.
Okay.
I think there's going to be about 7 or 8 fuses this game.
What do you think, chat? How many Yahtzees are we going to get from our resident Starvo? But the game has kicked off. We're starting things off in true Monarch Draft style. Wartune Herald, the first Herald of the game coming down. Don't forget, this one has go again because Luminaris is fair and well designed.
I miss Luminaris so much. That's one of my favorite cards.
You and no other people.
That's okay. That new Luminaris got printed, and I'm like, let's go. I'm back.
Zero other people.
Is Starver just face taking that? No popper? Now that is interesting.
That smells like Awakening to me.
Yeah.
That's what that smells like.
Or they just have a really good fuse turn 0. That could be a lot. Looks like Chad is saying 6, 7, 8, 8, 4.
Heck, I'll just open a sketch card. Those are the real prisms, the real flex. The 10 people that get to play with a sketch prism.
I have one sketch artist card, not like one of the promo ones, but I have one and I love it. Looks like it's Fused Oakenold, which...
Stay it with me, folks. Fused Oakenold.
But that doesn't count as the Fuse counter, so... We are
that goes on the Fuse counter. I'm not sure it goes on the Yahtzee counter. I guess we have to clarify which of the two of these.
Yes, we are playing Yahtzee here, not just fuses.
Are we Starvo revealing or are we fusing? Because Oakenold is obviously an exception to that rule, I guess.
I think Prism really needs a Soul Shield out of Arsenal here to be okay.
Yeah, this is a bit of an awkward one for Prism all around. She doesn't have too much armor to work with. Phantasmal Footsteps is not eager to get in front of this. Burning your Crown of Providence early would be very unpleasant, and in general, your cards don't block particularly well if they aren't named Soul Shield. So, gonna need a bit of help, or likely we're considering playing one of these yellow auras she's known for at instant speed, kind of cash out those cards before we lose them to the dominated Oakenold, and before the Frostbite Hammer takes our ability to do
I see a blue aura in hand. Looks like a Herald of Protection is going to be blocked with maybe. I can't see the other two cards.
No, they are tucked away nice and keenly there. Doesn't
there is
Protection and Crown.
The Crown is a turn 1 play. Okay. This Prism player has a plan, and maybe that Arsenal is just... Oh, Sync. Okay.
Okay.
So covering up nice and clean. That's nice 9 block, so...
Imagine keeping 3 cards. Well done to our Prism player.
Yeah.
Sync below, always a lovely one to find early.
Looks like they
definitely
didn't
kind of
sync
what you were looking to see
with
here.
either of the cards either, so they like their hand.
No, they like their hand, and more importantly, our Starvo here took an IP1 penalty. They just didn't have anything else to do with their other card. Obviously didn't have any go again. So just chose to fuse and get in no damage. So yeah, tempo here right back to Prism. And that's exactly where she's going to want to be here. Try and establish some of these auras that Starvo can sometimes struggle to handle if he's in.
Wow, just playing the aura out for the Prism. This is a very interesting game so far.
It is. Looks like we're arseling a Genesis. So
is that Genesis?
It might very well have been a case of we're blocking how we want to. Genesis feels like it's probably still a very important card in this matchup.
Very good.
And unfortunately, just not able to quite play them all at the same time.
Bring the life back.
Yeah, I'm afraid currently we're on guessing mode, folks. As to how much
I'll
life
get someone to
these
fix
heroes
that
are.
ASAP as soon as I see a judge walk by. But
Okay,
it is
Winter's
40
Bite
to 34.
here.
Winter's Bite, very good card.
Yeah, so
Unless
no
there's a yellow
Yahtzee,
aura.
definitely a big steal to start with. The yellow auras are definitely what makes this awkward because
Genesis
that's
could
kind of
blow
how
'em
Prism kind
out.
of mitigates this. Same with like Phantasmal Footsteps. We can find a way to use those extra resources.
A blue
We
aura
are
is
in
pitched.
good shape. There is another
Two
very
float.
cold foil aura.
It's
Spinal Crush, the follow up.
So relevant
So
on
this
hits,
isn't too
but
bad here.
if Prism just throws down that Genesis, keeps a card, throws it in Soul, and just starts throwing these auras out there, like...
Yeah, this is very much the old traditional Prism game plan, right? You're pretty happy to bleed life early. It's a resource for a reason. Take your hits. If they're not crippling on hits. You can soak up a little bit of damage while you establish your auras, because the majority of heroes are going to struggle to take down a chunk of auras once you've got them established. So
Yes.
this feels like a pretty fair transaction for me. Get blocked with one card if you've got it spare. You don't care about it being in the arsenal. But establishing this Genesis and then starting to spit out these spectral shields is pretty much exactly where Prism wants to be.
This looks very good from the Prism side. Starbo's gonna leak some damage here, though. Let me get this judge really fast. Can you get the life counter back on the stream? Can you move the life counter back on the stream?
Which direction?
That's your husband playing Prism. Please let them know they have a gorgeous Prism
more on the
deck, and
plate.
I'm very jealous.
Thank you. All right, the judge is gonna fix that for us, thankfully, which is nice.
Absolutely. Happy to get some life totals back. Redrawing up here. Looks like we are cashing a Merciful into the soul there to make us... Oh, look at that.
That is a pretty spectral. Wow. That is some bling right there.
I would be honored to die to that. Does look like we've got a Miraging Metamorph tucked away in the hand here. So good chance we're throwing some damage back of our own right into a popper. But we do have the flexibility to kind of chip away for one with these auras here, or cash in Dreamweavers if we're particularly interested in pushing damage.
Yeah, this could be one of those 1-1-1-1-1 turns, or it could be a more setup turn. We will see.
Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you for letting your husband know about the sick Prism deck. So it is 7, no Phantasm. That's pretty good.
Yeah, passing Mirage here doing a fantastic job at knocking that Phantasm off. Yeah, love to see this. Definitely the kind of thing that Prism is looking for here, because you can't sit around forever in this matchup. Establishing auras is important, but you are using your life as a resource to do it. And if you don't put any pressure back, you just nickel and diming. Starbo gets all the time in the world to set up these big pulse hands that do silly, silly things.
And with the Prism at 31 still, with 3 relevant auras, I guess 2 plus the Spectral Shield, but that's be a lot of Kadachis, coming after this, so...
For sure. These are 2 of the auras that Prism's very interested in establishing early as well. Genesis kind of known for how strong it is. It's very iconic for that in traditional Prism, and kind of demands an answer immediately. Pointing out here that we don't have Phantasm. Which
Prism
seems to be,
players don't pop this.
Don't do it. Well. I don't want to have to explain this to you after you block, which is a perfectly valid concern. But yeah, passing, great for exactly that reason, kind of getting ahead of us as the players here. Star Wars is a deck you expect to be absolutely flush with poppers. Maybe a little less than decks like Oldhim and the like, because you're finding space for all these blinks and flashes and terrible elemental cards that belong in Tales of Aria draft. But we still have chunks of Autumn's Touches, Oakenhold, Spinal Crushes, Crippling Crushes, all the works. So there's plenty of ways to mitigate this damage if that's something we're interested in
just
doing.
Took 6.
Lump.
And then Prism didn't swing all the auras, interestingly.
I think they might have shortcutted and
They
swung
might
in
have.
before. I'm not entirely sure. But Starvo here coming back with a full 4-card hand. Did Crown of Seeds, I think, digging for the missing element. Doesn't appear to have found it, but they have
just
found Starstruck.
Okay. So Starvo is going face. Leaving those auras up is always an interesting plan. We'll see how that pays off in the end, if Starvo can just Oonga Boonga kill him, or if those auras will be too much.
Yeah, I'm not massive on Starstruck here, to be honest. In general, this on-hit is pretty crippling. There's a lot of decks in Flesh and Blood that really just can't play through the crushability of a card like Starstruck. Prism is not one of them. All of those attacks are very large, and if you choose to dedicate even a small amount of blocking to this, you will have the ability to counterplay.
100%.
I'm not sure if this would shut down the aura swings. I think they're classified as weapons.
I would have to take a look at that.
Which, if I remember correctly, they're weapons, which means that Starstruck should stop them from nickel and diamond. It's worth a little
life. So
definitely worth a little bit. It's basically a free Sigil of Solace, but in terms of the real pressure from the opponent, if their hand is full of Heralds, it's not going to do an awful lot about that very often.
Leaving Genesis, leaving the no Phantasm aura up is just such a scary place to be for Starvo. But Starvo has a plan. They've clearly know where they want to be in this matchup, and hey, a few Fuse dominate attacks could just end the game.
It certainly could. Starvo has the ability to kind of just punk you out of nowhere like that, especially when Prism is so happy to use their life total as a resource. A handful of no blocking cards sometimes too, thanks to all these auras.
I think I saw a Merciful Retribution in the hand for the Prism as well.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of auras here. Parable of Humility, Merciful Retribution. Looks like we're cashing in to make another Spectral Shield here so that we're blocking 5, which means it's very likely those last 2 cards are looking to throw a Herald back in this spot to try and keep the tempo active.
Yep, so Genesis plus Herald is a really good spot to be for Prism.
Yeah, certainly not a bad place to be. It's always such an interesting decision when you're playing Starvo in this matchup, in my opinion. you'll find yourself in a spot where, when do you decide to clear the auras? Do you never start? Which it looks like maybe what our Starboy player is considering doing here, and just go into the races, smashing skulls.
Looks like there's 2 Mercifuls in the Soul now, so the Prism player is not trying to set up the late game, and they're happy with the auras they have on the battlefield.
Merciful's ticking away for sure. But yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see whether or not our Starboy player here pivots at any point and decides to try and clear these auras, or whether the game plan is just all gas, no breaks, which I think probably favors Prism in the long run.
Yes, I agree with that. These auras add up way faster than you think as a Guardian player. You're like, I can just ignore them. And that's what Oldham tried to do, and Oldham would just die, so...
This is not a great hand for our Prism player here. We saw the Merciful go into the Soul. It looks like, to me, there are 2 more auras, including an ALS here. So they actually didn't have any other cards to block with, even if they wanted to. So there's not a lot of pressure here. We can't attack with these auras. We're passing straight back.
Wow, that
all that
Starstruck
tempo
was
we might have
good.
gained. Yeah, that Starstruck. Swinging the game back and just kind of showing you exactly what that card can do. No Herald for the punish. Basically a time walk. You love to see it.
Wow. Let's see what the Starvo does. So no Fuse again.
No, we're doing a very bad job at Yahtzee-ing here so far. Looks
Maybe
like
this is
we
a
are
blink turn?
pivoting slightly.
If they
Blink
have
would be fantastic.
Blink, this is a really good play by the Starvo. Prism player
this is
deciding what they want to do in response to this. So they want
very
to play...
heads up here. If this is the Merciful
It
in the
looks like it
Arsenal, which I
is.
think it is, this
Yep.
is very heads up. Playing this out in response to the Genesis being popped, kind of fantastic here to score yourself that extra little cheeky point of arcane damage, which is pretty great.
Getting that value. Oh, looks like they're changing their pitch. No big deal. So Genesis will go to Soul. Correct? Am I...
Apparently not, in this case. That Genesis is going straight to the garbage.
Okay.
Looks like no follow-up in this particular case. Just choosing to pivot off the plan. Maybe the hand was a bit lackluster. Didn't have very much to do outside of a Winter's Whale swing. And we're just choosing to change our take and smack one aura. Unfortunately, this is kind of how Starboy falls behind in this matchup. For every
Prism
aura,
did
it's like,
notice
it's like a Hydra. You know, if every time you carve an aura, 2 grow back to replace it. That's kind of how the matchup goes. And we've already had that Merciful to replace Genesis already. Hand to work with here for our Prism player. The tempo is definitely in their control, which is something I didn't think we were going to say when they just immediately passed back a moment ago.
There's a lot of just passing back and forth between both of these decks, which is very interesting. No one deck is really high rolling the other. They're just kind of playing it nice and slow. They're playing fair in the sandbox.
No, very solid start for Prism here with a little bit of awkwardness along the way. But I do feel like Starvo is perhaps running a little below average in this case. We're doing the old trick everyone loves here, attacking with the shield before we go into the reactions, and then giving our shield go again once we know what the situation is to keep the aura chain going. Looks like these spiritual Kodachis are going to be chipping away.
A 3-4 damage. And Prism is just going to pass, though, which is that no Phantasm really isn't punishing the Starvo here.
So interesting. I think we're using Crown. No, we're... Oh, no.
That's only... How much life is that? Only 2 life, though? So not that punishing. Looks like it's 24 to 26, so they'll get 4 surges here.
Yeah, 4 is definitely not as absolutely backbreaking as a card like Awakening can be. But it's definitely a spot here if our hand was kind of non-functional without it, that we just get to pull the Oakenhold out of our back cheeks and have the Earth and the Ice card set in hand and play the Oakenhold for free. Those Seismic Surges are going to be
Shadow
enough
Lake is in hand. Just get rid of the Oakenhold.
there's definitely an Earth and an Ice card in that hand.
Yep,
that
no, that
Oakenhold
makes
is now
sense, yep.
free to play, and we get to fuse it, which makes this Awakening absolutely exceptionally powerful. It's very easy to forget. Awakening's a big flashy card, free crippling crushes, free pulverizes, but sometimes you can just reduce it by a small amount and fuse your card without having to pay for it. Keep that extra card in hand for the fuse cost, which is exactly what our Starvo player is looking to leverage in this spot. And
0 cost Oakenhold, still good. Like 9 dominate, on hit discard or bottom 2 cards. Like, oh, so much text on that card.
Not bad. This is gonna be the old Oakenhold swing here. It's definitely kind of what our Starboy player needs to get back into this game, I think, for the most part, because at the minute they are falling slightly behind. You'd like to hope to have a little bit more of a life threshold here than what we have, and these auras are quickly mounting.
Oh, ALS! That's a huge draw. Wow.
Oh, that's a fantastic hit for our Prism player. Nice Oakenhold Idiot has been declared going down. ALS going to be leaving the building and generating some extra damage on the way out, courtesy of Merciful. No Oakenold swing. We're just setting the hammer. But that entire turn, bricked up, gone to waste. The awakening tempo, lost. Incredible stuff for our Prism here.
Huge punish, huge play, huge top deck. Like, wow. This game is crazy already.
All right, Arsenal going back. It wouldn't shock me if we're setting up to fuse that Oakenold or maybe even Yahtzee it again next turn to try and catch back up. But Prism's got some breathing room here. We've got a card to work with. Might be able to give these shields go again. Just again, spiritual Kodachis here. Just chipping in for 5 if we get to go.
5 is a lot. That would bring
And
it
that's
down
starting
to
to add up.
18 already.
Starting to add up. That's a heck of an important ALS. And this is kind of where Prism shines sometimes in the spots that she can do these things without
Good
offering too much
play.
attrition.
Frosty
I love this.
Shield only
This
making
is
it so one
very,
attack.
very heads up here. Stalagmite, a card people often forget. Honestly, I think the card is absolutely bananas. And we're going to get our first Yahtzee of the game here, coming from Starvo as well.
So
fusing with all 3 elements, and I wouldn't be surprised if it were an Oakenold that we're going to be following.
Gotta mark
this
that down. That's our first one so far, correct?
That is our first Yahtzee, yeah, absolutely.
That is one.
Our Starvo batting a little below average. But yeah, this has been an incredible game. Some fantastic top decks so far. And both players playing to their outs, using cards like Stalagmite to leverage a turn, buy back the tempo, throw this
Oakenold for what is that, 11? Is it 11 dominate go again on hit?
That's a big chunky boy. We got the lovely Chris in chat. Poor Starvo, underdog story of the year. Yes, let's go with that. Oakenold coming in for 11.
Huge turn by the Starvo player. Prism really needs a way to punish. I think against Soul Shield is your best punish here, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it would be kind of hard to cover this all up without double Soul Shield, unfortunately. But the special shields do a good job. If we've only got the one, we might be able to cover that break point and keep what's left of our hand in check.
Currently blocking for 5. Is that a Soul Shield? No, that's a Sink. Okay.
Sink below.
Jaws of CNC, which isn't great here.
Blocking up 9 of this currently. Don't see a way for us to prevent the last 2 damage.
You can make one more shield to make it 10, but you're still leaking 1, unfortunately.
Yeah, still leaking the 1. Not quite there, which means our hand is going to be getting ripped apart by this Oakenold, losing 2 of these cards and leaving us in a position where this Frosty Hammer might clean up an aura, or it might just stop us from having a turn.
Either way, it's not looking... God, this match is so swingy. It went from good for the Prism to bad for the Prism.
Welcome to Living Legend. When everyone's doing busted things, no one is doing busted things. It's just back and forth
Merciful
all the time.
Should deal 2 to the Starvo there, unless that trigger was missed.
Certainly should.
I know the Frostbite should have done 1 as well, but, you know, we are playing in a brewery. We are drinking. Yeah. So, you know, we're just here for fun, not...
Yeah, everyone's a couple of beers deep at this point, Chad. Tight play is probably not the name of the game, but... That's fine. We've got Starvo.
We're here for the fun of it. You know, the love of flesh and blood is what brings us together today.
Absolutely. You love to see it.
Looks like the follow-up play is a Frosty Hammer over pitching to clear a card out of the hand.
Polarize, I think.
Polarize, okay.
Yeah, it looks like we don't want to keep that one knocking around in our hand. Does very easily get clogged up. If we're wanting to throw the other card away to Crown of Seeds from our arsenal anyway, no reason to keep that around.
Looks like that is going face to say, I'm going to time walk you. Either you take 4 or you give me the card. They're happy either way.
Yeah, this is definitely a win-win for our Starboy player here. The hammer being taken gives the Frostbite. Kind of got to hope we have some kind of counterplay here, but I'm not really seeing what our Prism has available to them. There's a world where the yellow is good enough if they have a tunic to burn. They could have broken through the Frostbite with a tunic and made a shield, but...
breaks. Should again leak a damage, but...
Yeah, we're missing those important Frostbite Merciful triggers, which... At this point, we are losing some damage, which is a shame.
That's 5 so far, which, you know, isn't a huge amount, but... Oh, there's another Yahtzee.
You get a Yahtzee!
Yep, so that's 2 Yahtzees. I think you said 4.5 was the over-under?
4.5 is the over-under.
We're halfway there?
Almost halfway there. Math. But it does look like we are throwing an Autumn's
Autumn's Touch, our favorite card from Easton last
My
game.
favorite attack to throw you with this one. It's kind of great. I love this. How is this the best case scenario? How do we get attacked for 9?
Last round, I was
like, go again, and it's like, yeah, this is not as bad as it
still
possibly
busted.
could be.
Wow,
it's kind of nuts. Third sink below coming down here, soaking up some of this damage. Prism going down to 13 here. We are starting to run out of that life total buffer that we were looking for. Choosing to sink here, looking for something to do.
Starvo might go after Merciful now, but maybe they just keep going face and saying, you know what? I'm going to keep taxing you every turn. Looks like that is the play.
Certainly does. Wintry Hammer coming in once again.
Nice and frosty here.
Definitely wishing we had that sink below maybe to cover up this if we're worried about that frostbite doing something.
Yeah, blocking 4 on the first attack, but you never know what's going to happen next, and I believe they just wanted to cycle their hand. Blocking 5, knocking a frosty.
Looks like it.
One card in
losing
hand.
a Shimmer's a silver there in the process. 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. So definitely ability where we can make a shield and start
Tunic
chipping
should
back
be on
here.
3. So a Tunic on 3, there's a lot of choices here.
There certainly is. What's in the arsenal for our Prism?
Yellow
it's just
Herald.
A Wartune Herald.
No Phantasm. Did they pitch a blue? No, there's a yellow. Okay.
Is a yellow, yeah. So,
So
we're coming
6
6 go again here into a little bit more juice from our auras. Thankfully, playing around the stalagmite here, not losing that last 2 damage if our opponent wants to give us the shield. Should put our Starboy player in a somewhat interesting position. If their hand fuses, of course, you're more than happy to let this go to the soul and carry on with your life. But if it doesn't, and your attack's a little lackluster, definitely interested to see if we pop this on. Well, we can't pop this, but if we block this or not.
I can't see Tunic, but if Tunic is on 3, they can always, cycle their arsenal for free and have a 5-card hand to try to Yahtzee even more. But looks like Starbo's happy to take this, which does scare me as a Prism player. Prism using their Tunic to get a spectral shield to push another damage.
Yep, love this little bit of extra damage, a little bit of extra protection against any of the dominated attacks we're now kind of expecting to see. Might as well use those resources if your opponent doesn't want to give you the shield to get in the way. Let's see if it's time for Yahtzee number 3.
Got the pen out. I'm ready for this. Yep, there it is. Yahtzee.
Ding dong.
3 is the magic number. Ooh, pitching everything for
I disagree. The magic number is actually 11. Turned up to 13 by
unlucky. That is
Starbo's
tough.
ability here. Dominate, go again. On hit, lose everything you care about dearly. Crippling Crush, putting on a show once again here. And this one's going to be nearly impossible to stop connecting with the face. It's
at 13,
threatening our whole life total.
Yeah, you have to block it, but you don't like it, which is unlucky. It looks like Tunic is on 3 for Starvo, so it's probably going to be a Winter Whale after this with no ice. Just, 4 generic damage, which is really good when Prism's at 13.
It certainly is. This is about the best case scenario here. Definitely looking forward to seeing how our Prism navigates this. Can't quite see the hand. Looks like maybe a Celestial Cataclysm at the front, which is probably not a bad 1-card hand if we can keep hold of it.
With
but,
3 cards in Soul, it looks like he just counted, so you could just send 7 back. Not the worst.
Time for that Tunic to go under the bus. Unlikely to get another counter from that at this point. Makes an awful lot of sense. Might as well cash it in while we have the opportunity to do so.
Prism is thinking about what they want to do after that. Maybe they're going to make a special shield?
A shield.
Oh, giving them the boots. Okay. Maybe boots and
I
Soul?
like this. So we're pitching a blue. Yeah, making a shield, paying for the boots. So the boots are going to explode horribly here. You ever been punched in the shoes, Mo? It's not a pleasant experience.
I have not been punched in the shoes. I really don't want to. The good
Wouldn't
thing
recommend
is this does send 2 damage back to Starvo if the Merciful is remembered, which is
It's true. This definitely feels like there was maybe some more game
Oh, I
to
forgot
have
about the
here.
discard. Oh.
But yeah, so unfortunately, Crippling Crush does have extra
no.
text. If we're choosing to blow our shoes up and let Bravo punch them with the full force of the elements, we do not have a hand to play back here, unfortunately. And we're going to be likely taking this hammer swing off
I'm going
the...
to 3. Oh, no. Autumn's
that is
touch.
Autumn's touch.
Wow.
And that is going to be the game-ending damage. Huge turn.
Starvo showed up and really...
No hammer, but instead the best card in Tales of Aria Draft. Autumn's Touch coming in clutch once again,
Maybe the
showing
best
you...
card in Living Legend. Like,
yeah, clearly the best card in the format. It's definitely not Awakening. Buy your foil Autumn's Touches today before they spike, chat.
I really thought Prism had that game on lock in those early turns, and then Starvo, they just took the tempo so early.
Very back and forth there for a while. Some great auras, leveraged the life total, but unfortunately the turns that Starvo's massive, impactful on-hits connected, they were pretty backbreaking. They prevented Prism from having any real turns, sometimes just couldn't play an aura without enough cards left to play one. And it was all too punishing. Just lost too many turns to the power of the elements.
Starvo does Starvo things, and Awakening, we thought was going to be the blowout card that match. But then Prism played so well around that Awakening turn.
Yeah, that Arclight Sentinel turn was huge.
I thought it was over. I thought Prism was just going to take the tempo there and just sail away to victory, but Starvo stuck with it, and I have no
Heart
words.
was definitely in my mouth when the Oaken Orb was picked up from Awakening, and the very timely ALS made sure we had a very real game there. There was a lot of decision points for both players, a lot of interesting spots where our Prism could make shields to prevent damage or try and hold the card to be more aggressive with the same shield. Just a lot of decision points. So I love seeing players making decisions, especially when they've had a couple of beverages.
100%. Especially on that last turn, we didn't even see the Autumn's Touch. Like, we thought it was a Winter Whale, and the game was still going, but
Yep,
no.
very well disguised, hidden away in the arsenal. Chose very clearly to not Crown of Seeds away that Autumn's Touch. Had a rough idea of what the hand was going to play out like. And knew they could probably convince those cards not to be there, thanks to Crippling Crush one way or the other, and sneak in that lethal damage off the back of Autumn's Touch. So well played game by our Starvo player there, and commiserations to our pimped out Prism.
Yeah, those special shields were still really nice. Like, I enjoyed that a lot.
Absolutely fantastic game. Definitely a testament to the two of the decks at the top of the Living Legend format, and hopefully they're not the last of those two decks you will see today.
Oh, I'm sure it's not. I am sure it is not. Let's switch back over to our just me and you again, Scott. We're just back
Beautiful
at it again.
faces. Yeah, welcome back, Mo. I'm just happy to still be here.
It went so fast. I don't even.
It did.
Wow.
There's very few games I think in the Living Legend format that aren't Olden based that are going to be going to fatigue. And our players definitely showing us that today.
Who was the closest that time? Was it you with 4.5? Looks like
for 4.5. We were 3, right? So
Sad Burial said 4. I believe that was the closest. Everybody else took the over there.
Everyone took the over. Disgusting behavior.
I also took the over. So like, huh?
It's not about getting lucky. You see, you just need to sleeve up Tales of Aria cards. They're really good, and literally you can't play any of them in CC anymore.
That is true. Oh, wow. I have no words. Like,
no, great game from both players.
Yeah,
and,
really fun game to spectate. Really fun game to commentate on. Like,
love it. Absolutely.
Let me see what
How
Joey
do you feel
is.
about chat? I'm curious. Are we alone in our thoughts that was an enjoyable one, or did chat feel the same? I'm certainly curious.
I'm sure they enjoyed it. That was a really fun match. I thought at least.
I hope so. It's something I'm very hopeful for with the... I know a lot of people are very much like panic mode with the new Luminaris that's been spoiled for heavy hitters and, oh no, the Age of Illusionist. But I think it's such a unique way to play the game. And I think Flesh and Blood benefits greatly from having different pathways people can take to enjoy whatever it is they enjoy about the game. If you want to do sword swingy things with Warrior and then punk people out with combat tricks, there's a deck for you. If you want to blow someone's face off with large amounts of fire, there is a deck for you in the form of Kano. And if you enjoy that game item management, manage my board, auras in play, where does my opponent attack, there should also be a playable deck for you. And I'm very much hoping that we see Prism in CC again, bringing that kind of environment for people to enjoy.
100% agree. Like, I used to be a Prism hater back in the day. I was always on Chain, then Kano, and I was like, Prism's boring, guys. And then I fell in love with Prism myself, and I am so excited for the new Lumaris, whatever the nickname is. I'm not sure.
As someone who is obviously responsible for Iris Dramai, it's directly my fault. I have a soft spot for illusionists and trying to leverage that play pattern myself. So I would love the deck to show up in force and put on a show. So I'm hopeful. Fingers crossed.
Me and you both are both crossing our fingers. Can't wait for the rest of the spoiler season to see what else we might get. Cause
I'm very excited. I'm very jealous of the folks in Queenstown. I think it's definitely pretty clear that LSS, I think, wants to hold back a lot of the surprises for them to crack open at the event and showcase just before that calling. And that's so cool.
Which is
I
what I
love the
like.
idea of going into an event
I like
and
that.
not knowing.
Let me
Like,
show up and freak out. I was at the very
Oh,
first
yeah, of
Vegas
course.
event where the Coaxing was, I believe. Yeah, Coaxing was open.
Coaxing, the big
that was
tree.
so cool. That just be there and witness
that's
history.
the best part. Like it's great to be able to share those discovery moments with people in the flesh and blood, as opposed to on a web page through a spoiler. Those are great. I adore content creators who are going out of their way to show us these really cool videos, reveal cards they're emotionally connected to. But there is something special about seeing a card for the first time in person with your friends and
Everybody screams and
marking out about it. It's great, and I hope to see more of that. And I really hope they highlight it in Queenstown too. I think it'd be
I
very
agree.
exciting if we
I agree.
don't know a lot of what's going in. It'd be great.
that live stream is going to be amazing. The cast of people they already have going is an amazing cast of community members and everybody involved.
It's incredible.
It's gonna be a
Like this
great
community
event.
has some lovely people. I had the pleasure of meeting so many over the course of the World Championship and the like. And it's just one of the best communities in gaming. There's some fantastic characters, some very hardworking people, very passionate about what they do, and I couldn't ask for a lot more. So I'm very excited to see an event dedicated to celebrating those people because they deserve it.
I agree 100% with you. That event is going to be a do not miss event, even if you just have to watch it on stream. Like, I'm going to be
I'll
glued
still
to
be
my
in
stream.
miserable, rainy England, but I will enjoy the broadcast. I promise.
I will be here in Denver watching with all my friends, you know, at the Coaxing. So I can't wait.
You love to see it. Yeah, hopefully many more of events like that to come. I believe we are going to be shifting over to Team Sealed moving forward from this point. Is that correct?
Let me double check my schedule. No, it looks like next up is round 4 Living Legend with Cruz. Oh, hold on. With Chris and Alan. So
very nice.
You guys won't have to hear me anymore. I'm going to be gone for a round. I get a break.
Enjoy the break. Make the most
Thank
of it.
you.
But yeah, no, cool. More Living Legend action coming. In which case, I thought we were 3, but I think my brain was in draft mode.
I lied. I said 3 at the start, but I was just wrong.
Sure. I mean, that's also an explanation. But yes, no worries. In which case, if you're looking forward to more Starvo, more Prism, more hopefully maybe Viscerai, if we can squeak it back,
Yeah, chat, put in chat what you
then
want.
we got another round.
And I'll try to
actually,
work
that's
my
a great
magic.
shout. Shout, what do you want? If we've got one more round on camera, there are plenty of cool heroes in the room. If you've got someone you want to see, now is probably the time to tell us before Joey gets back.
This is the community event, so you guys tell us what you want. We're here as a community to help, you know, make this viewing experience as good as possible. So, do you want?
Luminaris, Celestial Fury is as dead to me as CLF. Drifter, I'm so sorry. You're not wrong, but I am sorry.
I'm glad I don't see CLF anymore. That makes me happy. I was a big channel hater, so both channels, honestly.
Channel Lake friendship, man. Channel Lake friendship. Let's
Starvo Mirror. I mean, we can make that happen. That's.
Chris has a type. We can tell that he can't get enough of that wonderful Starvo stuff. It's great. OTK Viscerai, yeah. I mean, I would love to see some Vis. As I say, I love the deck in Living Legend. Sonata Arcanix is literally on my wall behind me. If you can't see it,
Oh, I didn't notice that.
on the wall.
That is beautiful.
I'm a big fan of degenerate Bloodsheet Skeleta nonsense. So yes, that'd be great.
We're kind of just like 2 kids that our parents left us, and now we're just hanging out, you know?
Yeah, I mean, what can I say, chat? Joey's busy serving drinks, being charitable, and that means that we're responsible for looking after you.
Which is a little bit
Unfortunately,
scary, but
we have no experience in that capacity, and so we're basically winging it. And hopefully, you're enjoying the conversation somewhat.
Is there a hero breakdown? Zoe, yes, there is. But however, Joey took that from me, like he did everything else. However, I do know there was 10 Starvos. Chain was next, I think at 7.
Okay.
That's all I remember.
Okay.
I will message Joey right now and see what the hero breakdown is.
Yeah, we know we have an Oldhim, we have an Icelander, we have a Phi, we have a Viscerai.
We have a Kano.
We have a Kano. Because we've kind of caught wind of those across the way. Not sure about Brutes.
Yeah.
If there's any Brutes knocking around, we'll try and let you know. Stubby's Phi would be a nice one to see. We got to see some Ball Lightning Briar earlier on.
That was
it's a very
hot.
similar.
I liked that.
Yeah, I've missed Ball Lightning, and by that I mean I've absolutely not missed Ball Lightning. The card is ridiculous, but I have missed pairing it with Sting of Sorcery. That was one of my favorite things to do, to kind of just maximize the arcane chip off the balls, and that was a very, very fun
Dad
play.
said he's getting the sheet, so we will have that momentarily, chat. You guys
Very
ask and you
cool.
receive.
There we go. That's how we do it.
But yeah, Stubby's Phi, I think, is an insane deck. OTK Viscerai is insane. Kano's still hanging out. Prism, Starvo. Like, this meta is wide
Yeah.
open. I say
I have a soft
Starvo is in
spot.
the lead, but...
Yeah, I
Good set.
can't bet against the big man. He's really good. He's the only hero to have almost LL'd himself halfway again before he actually left the format. So you really can't bet against him. But there are people that are trying. They are bringing their best competitors to put up a fight. And as we saw from Prism in that round, clearly there are people that are scoring match wins without Starvo. So there is room to grow, and maybe we might have a more positive awakening yet.
If I wasn't commentating right now, I'd probably be on Kano playing in this event. Might not be the best choice because I'd be like 4 drinks in by now, and Kano is not really the best while you're drinking, but...
Mo would be playing Kano as well as I play Kano sober. at the point where he's 4 drinks deep. I love Kano, but somehow I have an affinity for Icelander and feel very, very comfortable on the hero, and I do not have that same comfort with Kano. I'll pick the deck up, feel like I should. Surely there's some transferable skills here, right? Never, absolutely
It's
never.
such a different play style. I played Icelander at 1 battle hardened, played against 3 Reinhardts in a row, and basically threw the deck away. I was like, Icelander's not for me. I can't play this.
Yeah, I think you've got to have a certain mentality to play a deck like Kano too. I said this to a lot of my teammates on a regular basis. I personally can't go for the play I know is supposed to be lethal, pitch to my Kano, see the Eye of Ophidia, and be okay with that. It tilts me off the face of the earth, and I much prefer to play a deck that I know is all about consistency over raw power, because I know that I'll ruin my event that way.
No,
like I play my round 1, I see an Eye, and I'm like, for the rest of the day, and I don't want to be that guy.
That's like the fun of it. You know, I also play Levia. I played Levia at the 20K that the Realm hosted.
Yeah.
I got 14th with Levia, and
Very
I killed
nice.
myself 3 of my 4 losses. So, you know, like, you have to play a deck that you're going to just kill yourself sometimes, and that makes it more fun.
Just to brute things. Yeah, I mean, again, this is the marvelous part of Flesh and Blood, and why we all find ourselves identifying with a hero that we stick to and feel passionate about, because there is a playstyle for everyone. I'm really glad that you can love Levia and Kano and love just accidentally killing yourself sometimes. That's glorious. I love the fact you enjoy it. I get to enjoy being all frosty and chipping away with good math and being weird with Dash.io and chucking items around and stuff, and that's really fun to me. And there'll be plenty of people who love playing decks like Fi and just taking my head off and getting a lunch break between rounds, which is mythical.
Every
truly
deck
unheard
plays
of to
so
me.
different.
Yeah,
and even
it's great.
Each hero can play so different. You know, you got like Slab Dash, you have Aggro Dash, you have Mid-Range Dash, you have like defense reaction Kano and normal Kano. Like, there's so many ways you can build each hero.
Absolutely.
That every play style has a home. You know,
They've got it down pat. I played a lot of TCGs over the years. I'll play many more, I'm sure. But Flesh and Blood grabbed me for the reason that I you know, the old fighting game mentality. I feel like I'm invested in the hero that I'm with. We're all cheerleaders for our favorites, and living legend points matter. And I love the idea of, you know, that being an important aspect of the game. It should feel important, and I think there's a lot of other games where it's hard to create that same level of identity
Sorry,
with the
everyone.
deck that you're
Sorry.
playing.
Hello.
Joey is back,
Hi,
guys.
Joey.
I'm
Say hi,
setting up the
hi,
prize
Joey.
wall for the day, so I'm doing that. My apologies. I assume that you clearly your guys' match is done. We've got one more, I think, LL, which Alan and Chris are going to be doing soon. I should ping them and be like,
They are both in the Zoom waiting room as well. They're both here hanging out with us, just waiting to be let in.
I mean, if you guys, if they want to come in, let's bring them in. Where are they? Let's see, Zoom waiting room. Did you admit them? Let's see.
I didn't let them in.
I don't remember how to do that. For this,
I clicked the X. It wasn't on the stream, but I don't know how to let them in.
Mo left the door shut, which is awfully rude.
Here, let's switch.
All right, I got kicked out, guys. So Joey's gonna take over. Give me 1 second.
Everyone say bye, Mo. Knock, knock.
Hi, everybody.
Sorry, we're locked.
We're back. We're here. I'm gonna bring in. We're gonna bring in Alan. We're gonna bring in Chris.
Sounds good. Would you like me to step away, Joey?
You are more than welcome to if you'd like, or no matter what, we're gonna get everybody in kind of ASAP. Hello, Alan. There's an Alan and a Chris should be here as well. I'm gonna get you guys just kind of in.
Okay, hold on, let me just. What's wrong with my?
Weird way to capture. We're just gonna bring more people in. Welcome to the party.
Party's great.
I hear a Chris.
Oh, hello. Good morning.
Good early morning for Chris. Don't mind me. I am actively setting up a party here in OBS. As that is just kind of how we've had to do it today. A couple things kind of broke down on me. So, of course, we make things up in the moment.
Loving it. Looking good, Joey.
But again,
Loving the stream so far.
Awesome. Let me get Alan in here. Well, Alan's actually already here. Hello, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry, I'm just trying to get my headphones. Don't seem to be working with this.
I can hear you. If that's
so I can hear you. Can you hear them chat? Do let us know.
Yeah, I can hear you guys. It's not coming through my head.
Interesting.
Came from my computer audio, mate. I must have hit the wrong.
So as with all things, we got started late, and so things are gonna go as quick as they can. But they're about to start round 4. Round 4 should be a little bit small. I think a little bit smaller. Just because we told people at round 3 to like leave, like, hey, if you don't want to be here for round, like, if you want to go do team sealed, which team sealed bright lights is that is the thing that people are wanting to do, and we are bumping right now for it. So like let's spin this thing. We are good. Out yonder, they're giving us some space, but they're all way over there, getting ready for team sealed. So yeah, once that gets going, you guys I think are here for some LL. Who do you guys like to see?
Well, outside of the Starvo mirror, you know, I'm open to anything.
So we only have 8 Starvos today, so that's actually been really rare.
Not even double digits. What's going on out there, kids? Well, maybe a bit of a stubby spy, or if there's any.
I should do that because right before the last match, I booted a Phi and Viscerai, and I feel
you robbed us of a 5 Viscerai game. I'm so
got
sad.
they wanted a prism.
They got what they wanted. I understand.
They wanted a prism.
She is the talk of the town.
Forced to play all 3 heroes. Yeah, you have to play all 3 heroes per. Each team has to play each different hero in Team Sealed.
Yes.
I'll find an OTK Viz. I feel really bad because my first cold foil ever was a cold foil blood sheath, and it means nothing to me now.
It should play some Living Legend format. It's great there.
Yeah, I definitely need to. All right, so Alan and Chris, since you're here, we've been doing these fun little like just featurette, just random questions of things. And I would love to get your answer for something. Let's see if we can find some fun things.
Oh, I love a good interview. It's been a while. Let's go.
Actually, you know what? I want to do the first one, which is, what hero do you want to grab drinks with, and what would they order?
Ooh. What sort of context are we talking here? Because there could be a few different reasons why I'm drinking with Vincent or not drinking with Leviah.
Let's say you just want to go to a bar. You haven't recently gotten dumped. Like they're not trying to console you. You just want to have fun.
Well, the first one that comes to mind is Dash. I think she seems like a pretty upbeat, outgoing, energetic, and all of the most down for whatever type of girl. So I think there could be a lot of fun to be had there. Yeah, but not in that way. Not in that way.
Okay. What would she order? What's she getting?
Probably just a very wholesome, non-alcoholic glass of orange juice, much like myself, and I think that could create for a good time. You know,
non-alcoholic glass of orange juice. Okay.
Yeah. What more do you need?
Vodka, maybe. But that's the coaxing. That's the coaxing.
There are 2 devils inside you, chat, and they're both on display in this conversation.
Yes. Just get orange juice. Add vodka.
Well, you know, like when you're going as fast as Dash does on her daily errands, whether she's just running around the streets of Metrix or inventing a new type of proto-cycle, alcohol, I don't know if that mixes with too much of the tickler technology, but we'll see. We'll see when these things come up.
All right, Alan, what's yours? Here you drink with. What do they order?
Right. Am I coming through? Can you hear me?
You are just fine.
Okay, cool. All right, sweet. I think I'd actually have a drink with Squizzy and Floof.
Yeah.
Oh,
because
man.
I think I have this idea that he would be a little bit like John Rhys Davies, the actor. But you would go in there and he'd be like, no, I'm ordering. I know exactly what was appropriate for the situation. I know what it was like. You will like, and he's, you'll be drawn in. Whatever he orders you will be the appropriate drink.
I love this. That's good casting to have John Rhys Davies, Gimli. For those of you who don't know, I don't remember which is which. Squizzy? Which one's which? I've only seen the
Squizzy
card
and
once.
Floof. Yeah. I assume Floof is a little one, but it could be the other way around. I assume Squizzy is the Santa styled character, the jolly man. as it were. So I think he would be a perfect person to drink with because he would. One, it would be an event to be drinking with him, and I'm sure he would know exactly. He's the host with the most.
He is the host with
He looks like he's had a few drinks before. Because he knows his way or two around an eggnog or something similar.
Exactly.
What would you
He's
drink with
always
him?
Oh no, whatever he suggested. But, you know,
sure,
well,
yeah,
see,
yeah.
one of the things is he's very kind of like wintry Christmas, whereas in New Zealand we're a summer Christmas. So like my go-to is something like something cold with some gin and
Yeah,
squeeze a
here in
lemon.
China, we don't have
Oh.
Christmas.
Well, we have a festive. We have a very festive crazy brew that is it's cinnamon and pear and ginger and gin. It's a gin drink.
Yeah, that
Oh, is it-
drink menu that you've got looks incredible. I was having a look at it before. I was having my 4:30 a.m. coffee.
Yeah, this one is done, but it's still lighting up. We still have the light up cube in it.
There's a little bit of crazy left in it.
Did you like smoke half a cigar and put it out in that drink?
No,
Or is
it's
that
a
one of the LED ice
It's
cubes?
a cinnamon, isn't it?
It's a cinnamon stick, Chris.
Yeah, looks
Mr.
good.
Mr. Orange Juice straight up. It's a cinnamon stick. Oh man. Mo, can you give me a general idea on how we're looking for round 4? There is an Uzuri versus Oldhim that is taking its sweet time.
Excuse me?
Uzuri,
Hold
yeah.
on, going to time.
How do you guys pronounce Uzuri?
Well, for me,
Uzuri.
Uzuri.
Yeah,
That's how
I
I've
also
said
say Uzuri, but I was more surprised that she was making an appearance in the Living Legend format, to be completely honest. That's,
I think Addison has that
that's
sheet.
quite a statement.
What
I
could
think
you add into Uzuri? Oh, well, yeah, there's my pronunciation. I look at the name and I just see Japanese. So I guess my brain goes into a Uzuri.
Yeah, well, you're out in China, right?
Yeah, yeah. So not too far away from Japan. It's 5:22 a.m. here in Suzhou, Jiangsu province. So
Jeez.
Wow.
Not too far away from Thailand either, where I was not last weekend, but the weekend before for a cheeky battle battle, which was a good time.
Yep. So all right, so we got here's the breakdown: is 8 Starvo, 5 Chain, 3 Phi, 3 Prism, 3 Briar, 2 Visceri, 2 Oldhim, a Bolton, Alexia, Kano, and an Uzuri.
Oh,
Oh, all right.
How are the
Is
old
Uzuri
times doing?
Is Uzuri at the top table? Is this Uzuri
Not
Oldhim,
anymore.
match on the top?
No.
No, I don't know who my tops are. I'll ask next round. Actually, all right, let's do this. In chat. How many Starvos do you think are 3-0 after round 3? 8 is your max. So like don't say 9. But like how many you think are 3-0? Scott says 5.
Get in there with 5.
Alan, Chris, what do you think?
Oh, I'm gonna say 3.
3?
I'm gonna go. What? Can I say 4? Does that mathematically work out?
You're allowed to
I
say
say the
4.
maximum number.
No, you're allowed to say 4.
9 because you made a mistake on the metagame report.
Yeah,
That's why.
there's another one you don't know about yet.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Definitely 3. I'm gonna go for 3.
Yeah. Well, as I wrap up, I do want to talk a little bit of answer history between Chris and Alan. Is you two used to do Magic commentary together? What's the story there? Did you have like a team name?
We did it for once actually. I don't think we maybe, but I mean, in those days, when
Scott
there
said he was old enough to remember.
Yeah,
Such
I mean,
like a long time ago now, and streaming wasn't what it is now. When we did something.
Well, even it wasn't what it is now, but I think the quality of the camera that we had at that event back then is better than the one that I've got now. But that was a fantastic event. Yeah, it was a one and done, and I remember it significantly because I wasn't playing in any of the tournaments that wonderful weekend, but I got signed up to a tournament and disqualified and kicked out of the venue because I dropped the F-bomb in conversation with my friend. So it was a wonderful event. And then there was all this drama. Wait a minute, now one of our casters has been kicked out of the venue.
Oh no.
For saying the F-bomb to his friend in a conversation. So then they had to get me back in. Then we got back in on the booth, and it was a wonderful event. casting with Alan, and there were many wrestling references to be had. Many
I
jolly
was,
laughs.
Yes, that
I
is
was
going
gonna
to
say,
be.
do you remember the flight out of that city? Do you remember getting out of that city that night? I don't know if you wait. No, were you flying out? Because we flew out and it was some of the worst weather. The first 40 minutes of that flight was the roughest flight I've ever had getting out of that city. I don't know if you left that night. I left that night.
So speaking of,
I was probably licking my wounds from all of the controversy from the event, but I do like a bit of programming.
all right. So speaking of wrestling references, I got to see Friddler Man's rant because he's going to be my ref here. He's going to be my totally unbiased ref. But we've been doing some tracking of things throughout each match, and your tracker is how many wrestling references are made throughout your respective commentary.
Well, is this a competition, or is this just let's see what happens? Because all I know is it's 5:26, but it's clobbering time.
At this point,
Number one, there's one. And Hal has frozen over, but hey, you wouldn't even.
We'll take 2 early. There we go.
At this point, you can make it a competition. You can try to figure out how many you can sneak in.
We won't get any casting done.
That's true. Yeah.
Thankfully, this as this is mine, and I can get myself banned on. Like, if you accidentally drop an F-bomb, do not worry, you will not be banned from Scream. Naturally, we try to avoid as many of them as we can because we like it to be a family show. But fuck it, if the host can say it, then you guys can as well.
Let's see. Depends how many wrestling.
We'll take it to number 4.
I was gonna say, it depends how many wrestling cards appear on the stream.
Fair enough.
There's a rich history of wrestling-related cards in sets.
I'm gonna hold myself for just a sec. I will be right back. What's up, guys?
I've tied in the wrestling stuff to cards myself a few. I used to have a Rakdos Showstopper EDH deck that was uploaded to Shawn Michaels.
Oh,
was a good fan of mine.
1, 2. I gotta tell you, hop in chat and ref a wrestling count.
I heard that Shawn Michaels is about to sign a new talent to NXT. Is that founded or unfounded, Alan?
I don't know. I try not to keep track of the dirt sheets. I want my wrestling experience to be pure.
That's right. What's our time?
With me, I mean, there was a conversation. We'll see. I think he'll be getting to a different brand.
Yep. I'm getting a time.
I have a feeling you might be right, but
yeah.
I'm getting a time check on round 4.
Hell has frozen over.
Getting a time check on round 4, and then we'll go about 3 minutes. 3 minutes till round 4.
3 minutes left.
Christ and a cross. That's still going on. What's the life total? Who do you think is winning right now between Uzuri and Oldham? I'm gonna get a life total here. Who do you think is winning?
Definitely Oldham. Oldham will be on at least 62 points.
Well, I was going to say, a life total doesn't mean one player is winning and one player is losing. But a life total is interesting. What do we?
Fine.
I think Oldham will be on the highest.
What do you think the score is, and who do you think is winning?
I would say that Oldham has more cards in deck.
Yeah, Oldham has more cards in deck.
Missouri's at 16.
Oldham's at...
And they both have a stack of deck.
Okay, so that's probably going to go to time. It is Oldham has 12, Uzuri has 16. They both have deck. That's going to time.
Wow, that's quite a surprise.
That one's still going to time.
Let's go Switchblade. Oh wait, was that a bit of a Blade Runner reference? Not talking the card, we're talking the greatest New Zealand professional wrestler of all time, Jay White.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Jay White, or did Jay White inspire Uzuri? That's the question.
I was going to say, there's the Bushwhackers would like to disagree with you as New Zealand's greatest wrestlers of all time.
Oh no!
Well, that's a unit, you know. That's like a tag team versus thing.
Okay, let me think if I can. Is there anyone? I mean, he had an interesting story too. He had a story about
tell
how
some stories.
he got
I'm going to
to
swap out and either bring him out or this is kind of his break hour, one of his break hours. But if you want to come in and chat, you're welcome to hang out.
Jay White.
But tell some stories. It's not.
Yeah, we've just got him on dial around the corner. Hang on, we'll go grab Jay for you.
He's got a week off. Will Ospreay's out the back too.
I'm gonna swap out and check. I'm gonna swap out and check on life. But yeah, tell some
friends
stories.
in high places.
Thank you, Wes. We are doing great. I'm gonna swap out. Riddler, if you're wondering why in the world I needed you, I need you to be a ref for wrestling references. So if you could just give those a count, wrestling references.
We're on 5, I think, now already.
I caught 0 of them outside of the word wrestling, so that's it.
You're doing well, Joey. Thank
Perfect. All right, I'm swapping out. Cheers. Have fun. We'll get you guys on round 4 here in a sec.
Thanks, Joey. Love you, brother.
Actually, let's just bring
Oh, he's back.
Let's just bring him in
He's
proper.
returned 3 times in a year, like CM Punk. Hello.
You know what? I'm just gonna bring in.
Sticks.
Let's just bring him in proper. 1 sec. Oh, I thought he was in. I thought I saw that he was in. I thought he tried to come in.
The Riddler. There he is.
Is he? I thought he tried to come to the stream. Whatever. Okay.
I'm sure he'll be around.
There he is. There he is. There he is. All right. We're just gonna make some room.
All the cool kids at this party now.
Oh, look. Snorlax. Have you been wearing that Snorlax hat the whole time? Or did it transform from...
This has been on my head the whole time.
I think, it only becomes visible when you turn side on, you know, when you're straight on.
Yeah, it's true. I've got like
totally,
the light
totally
on at the minute, so you can't really see it if I don't lean in.
Optical illusion.
Sorry, once we get him on vid, we can get him on vid.
Man, this is taking me back to the good old TTS World Pandemic, playing online with all your,
We're not.
phone call up and are you there? Can you hear me?
Hang on, I've lost my connection. How does that card work? Yeah.
Nothing worked properly.
Oh, I mean, this is quite the world gathering. Let's be honest. Between us, we've literally got the whole globe covered. So.
Yeah, you know.
Josh!
Huge demand over here in China for Flesh and Blood. The people have been taken to the streets calling out for, the nation's most popular card game, and here we are.
Awesome. Josh, you want to try some words? This doesn't help. All right.
Good thing he's so expressive.
3 words. It's a film.
Film.
We still can't hear the poor guy.
First word.
We still can't hear the poor guy.
No,
One Force Trauma. No, that's not a film. That's something else.
That's a 7.
One day this will work.
There we go. Welcome, Josh.
There we go.
Holy hell! Sorry about that.
Welcome, sir.
Oh, there he is. Look at that giant dragon and that beautiful man in front of me. Hello.
How's everybody doing?
Ooh, what a rush it is to be here. It's very good. Very good.
All right, I'm going to set up all this stuff. This is essentially kind of our break hour here, so this is kind of the show is yours. We'll be monitoring. Please don't do anything terrible.
I was just about to open a box of Everfest, like right when y'all called me in. I was like, fuck it, let's
just randomly, like let's just open a box. Perfect.
I am in need of another Revel in Runeblood if you want to hook a brother up.
Oh, that card has defeated me more times than Ric Flair's had World Championships. I did not say anything else about him. We don't want to get canceled. Not that you can cancel Ric Flair. We don't pay him. He pays us.
Yeah. You know, this was the most beautiful disaster Joey has ever decided to come up with, and I'm here for it.
Honestly, that is kind of the right way to put this right now. It's been like there was a lot of planning back when things didn't have to function.
Got the Starvo.
And now we
got an event here.
Beautiful.
And now that they've had to function.
Speaking of beautiful disasters, the star of the show, there he is.
The star of the show, indeed, yeah. You're rooting for the main man. I've got the Sonata Arcanix on the wall, hoping to see a little bit of Phantasmia. But
I just go with the sure bets.
Yeah, I'm a gambling man. You like to play the odds.
Beautiful. I'm gonna step off this. I will be right back. But I know, Alan, you had some story. Like, do some storytelling. I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself and let you guys.
Who's ready for story time with Alan Hale?
Story time.
I said that I said that no matter what, I was gonna get Monarch on. I'm gonna get Monarch on this stream, on this one.
Okay, that'd be appreciated. That's always appreciated because Monarch. Although now I have lost my Zoom. Where the hell are you guys?
I've got Chain. I've got Prism. That's what I got. I'll get a Chain back.
Oh, there we go.
I'll see if he's still got a Chain.
He's a good boy.
So,
that would be pretty cool.
Yep, sounds
But
good.
yeah,
All right.
Monarch.
So now, so the
Monarch
audio doesn't
is
look
the
too
set.
weird, I'm gonna mute this and have fun. We'll see you guys in a bit. I'll see you guys in a
Thanks,
sec.
Joey.
All right.
You're the best.
So now, yeah.
Have a
shows
drink
yours.
for me.
Gentlemen, what the hell are we doing?
Yeah, are we are we still live? I assume we're still live.
We are still live.
That's
yes.
right. I'm working in a small little booth, and I'm also looking at spreadsheets in the background because it is 10:35 a.m. on a Monday. I am on the clock. I need to make this up in my lunch hour and stay late at work or get up early tomorrow morning to do some bits and pieces because we are in the last week before festive break. So yeah, there's still plenty to be done.
Yeah, you'll be a busy
So,
boy.
yeah, exactly. Although, yeah, Joey was talking Monarch because Monarch is my set. It is a set, but I actually have I have a credit. I have a development credit on that set, which is good because we did that. I mean, I've got no design, obviously, in it, but development or testing credit. I actually have to look. I didn't actually realize I had a credit until somebody pointed it out about a month ago because I have a credit on Round the Table as well. And they're like, oh, you have a credit on Round the Table and Monarch. And I was like, oh, really, Monarch?
Give me a
I didn't
chain.
even realize. But
Right, so
that
what
was
was-
a
chain that isn't Starvo.
What
If
was
you
your
have
favorite part about the Monarch experience?
correct. If not, give me a prism
Well,
that isn't
it was,
paired against a Starvo.
well, the favorite thing the favorite thing about it was one, seeing how some of the cards developed, and two, probably the main thing is because it was being tested right still in the depths of COVID. So once a week on a Friday, when restrictions were allowed us to go out of the house, me and both me and Kendall drove over to the office to test with James and Jason and to Chris Guerin, one of the other many Chris's we've had in the office. Since Mr. Bewley left us, we are down a Chris. We still have many Chris's, not many.
You still have about 24 Chris's.
Yeah, we went from 25. We went from 25 to 24 Chris's in the office. When Chris left. But
I'm just gonna run in there and be like, Chris, and just see what happens.
It was wild. You pulled out Chris and the whole place was just collapsed.
Yes, half a dozen people suddenly popped out against some doors. But it was playing Monarch in that depth of time, and it was really cool because we still had to wear masks in the office, and it was only the five of us, and we'd draft, and James, Chris, and Jason would actually draft two different spots, whereas me and Ian would just draft one spot each because obviously we were drafting one spot on the table was difficult enough for me. I remember one day I think Jason couldn't make it, and James drafted 4 spots on the table, so you had James dashing around to each spot, going shuffle pictures, and then move over to another one.
Hate drafting himself.
And always very proud.
No, you don't get that.
Me and Ian have an attachment to Swing of a Big Tree.
All right, everyone.
Right?
Let's get some news in.
That was the title.
I'm gonna interject. I'm gonna interject real quick.
Go.
From the ether, you guys have a chain versus a visceri.
Oh yeah.
So that's gonna be the match you guys got.
All right.
So
very nice.
Yeah, that's all I had. Also, God, look at those mats. Oh my God. Okay.
Beautiful stuff.
Viscerai's a good
we
guy.
got Vincent making an appearance in the back. No, it's not Vincent. It's the old Big Daddy Summon Me Up. What is the name of this album?
Nazareth, right?
Nazareth.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
It's actually very poetic here, right? We have 2 rune blades, neither of which care about what's on the rune blade mats, which is great.
Requiem.
The only problem is that looks like a beautiful graded PCG signed version, and I can't see it.
All I can see is Federico's beautiful signature.
I'll go over there and I'll fix that right up.
That's definitely a chain. The Federico signature gives it away.
Well, if a player could just stand up and play slightly leaned over his cards, then that would be cool for us here on commentary.
Standing desk feature match. Let's go.
Right.
Yeah.
So just so everybody on
posture.
stream knows what the heck is going on, I've got Alan, Josh, and Chris on stream. Scott, you're welcome to hang out, but you will just be a voice in the sky.
You're all good. It's getting quite late here as it is anyway. So no, I mean I'm already 2 rounds over where I thought I would be, so I'll leave you to it.
Yes.
But no, it's been a pleasure, folks, and have a lovely event. I will go hang out in the chat and keep them company. But
Thank you.
Hopefully you have a lovely game.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
gentlemen. This show is all yours. Riddle, remember that you are playing my ref. As far as number of wrestling references, I have no clue But chat, please take some guesses. And you know what?
Let's get ready to rumble. Oh, sorry.
All right, ref.
That's sorry, that's copyrighted.
We're gonna. It
Get
is
copyright
copyrighted.
strike.
Let's get ready to
That's
suck it around this
Bruce
part. That's
Buffer
what
got
Paul told me.
You know what? Here's what we're gonna do because it's my show. I can do what I want. Starting now, number of wrestling references. Chat, guess it. Whoever gets closest, over or under, I'm gonna give you guys a play mat and a swag bag from Coaxing. Put your numbers in chat.
Oh.
Go. You've got
Let's see
until.
what the chat says. See if I can rig this and get a side bet going.
So no. You've got until the first hero hits 35 life to make your guesses. That's gonna be what we got. So put it in chat. Your number. How many wrestling references? And Riddler, it's your show. I got to adjust your face.
Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be a drag down knockout fight coming off the top ropes. I have no idea how many references we're gonna have, but it might be a lot.
Well, Chris and Alan, you guys can help out. I got to adjust all your faces real quick because it got real wonky. It got real weird because that's what happens in Zoom land. So we're gonna fix that up on the fly.
Alrighty, well, I've got my game pinned up, ready to go. I've seen a bit of chain. Are we looking at a 1 of 10, sort of $20,000 US chain here? Or are we looking at some type of cold foil extravaganza? What do you think, Alan?
Trying to read the label. Yes.
All right, gents. This show is yours.
Yeah, if we could
Have fun.
zoom in on the label.
Either way,
it is
I'll zoom in. I'll bring it up.
Yeah.
I mean, the Marvel Viscerai wins right there, right? Just in
Is it? I don't know. Is it protected well enough? I appreciate the protections. I get cards graded from time to time. It's not for their value, but to keep them, beautiful and pristine. So like seeing that beautiful Marvel one out there, I kind of wince. I'm like, get it protected. Is it at least in some kind of armored shell? I don't know.
Looks like we got the light of Solana shining off the Shadow Runeblade cards here.
Oh wow! Oh, and some. Oh,
they look nice, yeah.
That's a basketballing demon.
Basketball net on top of that Ursa or something.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Now the question is this going to be a fast match or a slow match? Can these guys drag it out, or is this like I just don't have the experience in this format. I mean, I think the most thing I've dug into this format is the fact that I do have like a beautiful Marvel Starbow in my folder, which I one day I may use if I play this format. I mean,
what do you need than Starbow? But I think Chain is going to, just like the good old days, take a couple turns to get the soul shackles going on, and then before you know it, there'll be the 44 cards in the banish zone. There'll be 10 more in the game. And,
nice. There'll be that big Art of War turn, the big Art of War turn. Chuck some useful cards into the banish zone and kind of go off from there. Stretch Viscerai. Be cool if we could see. I remember him playing some OTK Viscerai back in 2 set days.
How many rune chants do you think we're going to see built up at once for one attack?
I'd say
that'd be nice.
4 and 6. Viscerai is good at Skeletor, but Chain will be really putting Viscerai under the gun here. I don't think it'll be the 20 to 40 in the older matchups, like we would say. Oh, what a treat to see the.
Not gonna have time to build up the 47 and just blow it up.
Yeah,
there is a
Rosetta Thorn. Welcome back, my friend. Duskblade Colorado. We've met for the first time in a sanctioned format, and it looks like, speaking of time, it is clobbering time. So, Viscera is starting us off.
Oh, I see. Let's have a look. I can see a little bit of what's in each other place here. I see diplomacy.
The equipment looks like we've got a double creepers set up. I remember accidentally spoiling that card a day early. It's haunted me ever since. We're starting off with the little. Was it minnowism to be correct? First non-action for the turn.
Okay,
very rare you see that outside of the pista, and there is the belittle. Very nice. Coming in for probably 3, but it could be any color. Take a guess.
Okay, so what's he blocking with? What's this? All right.
We've got 2 random cards there, and the Dust Blade.
Do have a Dust
One
Blade.
counter on that one. Nice
Ooh,
block
that's right,
off the,
specialization.
very good. So that is
Okay.
1 counter on our Dust Blade. So of course Chain, you know, if he wants to slow it down for whatever reason, the Dust Blade will be able to slowly build up if Viscerai does want to take that route. But if the can does go pretty quickly with the usual Chain aggression, but the Dust Blade will still build up regardless. So I feel like it's going to be a pretty quick pace. What do you reckon, boys?
Well, I mean, we lived in a time that Dustblade didn't really get to do anything in the CC format, and even I mean nothing. So I'm kind of awed that we get to see a match where we see, like, you know, have I ever seen a Dustblade get counters? No, this is the first time I've seen it get countered. This is pretty exciting. It's kind of was totally in this format.
It's like
well, we finally got through turn 0, right? So we'll see now if they even care about disrupting each other or just going all out each turn. That'll be the difference.
I did see a Warmonger's Diplomacy in there, which is kind of I've seen just kind of casually in the office in some casual matches. Yeah, be pretty brutal. Oh.
Alright, Viscerai coming in with the CNC. Can't beat that one. And, well, Chain's probably not going to have too many defense reactions. Putting a little bit of equipment in front, get rid of that arsenal, get something a little bit more juiced to the girls up. And probably just come back in and start hammering off the Soul Shackles, try and keep Viscerai under the gun.
Get a 5-card hand.
Yeah, seems pretty nice to blunt that command and conquer and fill up your hand for next turn. So, ooh.
Yeah, that's indicating that Chain's really not looking to take it slow and steady, but really just come in hard with 5 Seeds of Agony. That's a nice one. And it looks like Art of War. So, yeah, like you're saying, Alan, we're ready to go straight away off to the race.
They're
one
ready.
of those
hey guys,
once in a lifetime events, just like that back-to-back main event from Rock and Cena. So,
yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
We're off. It's going to be a +1 to all of the attack actions, surely, without question. And
Did you play much? Did you play much Chain, Chris? Did you play a lot of Chain, Chris? I don't know. I always remember you shifting around in different decks. You know, I don't know how much Chain did you play?
Well, not much at all. I've got an affinity for aggressive, fast, high damage dealing decks, but I started really playing competitively. You know, it's also shifting around countries. So Chain is a deck that is the one that got away. I never really played much Chain. People are always very surprised. You know, you can come on in with this attack as well. It's got a number 1 on it, but we're coming in with a Dust Blade here before a big slew of many attack actions. People saying, Chris, you like to attack, you like to go wide, running with these protein card hands with this Broom Blade, but I think around that time, Nirvana was tempting me, and I was still probably playing a little bit of bad boy. Speaking of attack actions, this could be a Howl from Beyond, which of course is not an attack action, but we're getting
Let's start with the obvious.
Here, boys.
How fucking cool is this?
Bit of a slow start with that Howl.
Yeah, for sure. Little room blade break or something going on here.
Much smaller one in Longmont, though we made it work, but imagine half of you, that's barely capacity of the place that we had in the past, so thank you for a lot more room.
Red Sigil takes 43.
This is the 3rd year for the Coaxing. For those who don't know, but I am just morbidly curious, how many people this is your first
yeah, this is a little bit of a slower start to what I was predicting.
How many of you came into the game in 2023?
We do have the Skeletor, looks like.
That's cool.
So that
I like
is
that.
definitely indicative
2023, that's fine.
Stacking them up options, and
that's very
beautiful
awesome. So I just wanted to give you guys just
played right there as we
There we go. Ding, ding, ding. I was wondering what we were going to get.
This is something that I came up with.
Oh man, I'm 4 references deep,
2 years ago.
That's if you can get any reference in this commentary, that's the reference you should get that one.
Try something. If you guys want to try something here,
John Cena's better than anybody else in the ring, on the microphone, hell, even here on commentary.
This doesn't work without all of you. So thank you guys so much for being open and
we're
being welcome.
pitching ghostly visits
And this is
showing out in
a
that
fucking
hit zone.
statement to those of you who look at the Flesh and Blood community and see the
Quick
stigma of
match.
casual
What are we
competitive and they do
talking
not work together.
We've got
This is fucking
3
proof that they do.
soul
You just
shackles.
got to be more creative
Oh, that's the
with how you
banner.
have the
That's the
conversation.
banner.
So
That's the
thank you
hand.
all
We've got
so
a
much for
ghostly
being a part
visit,
of it. Please give
House and
yourselves a
Beyond,
round
and
of
some
applause.
other little treats
For the world.
going to be coming out at this
I feel like we're trying to show off Dustblade a little bit here or something later on.
I don't entirely have final
Yeah,
numbers yet because
Shane's
it's kind
not
of all over
bothered
the
at all
place,
if the
but
game
let's do
slows
some
down,
super
because
quick
each turn,
announcements.
hey,
Some of you
Dustblade's
guys
just
have been
getting
earning a lot
bigger
of
and
tickets,
bigger
like
and
that you
bigger,
guys
like a
have seen.
Randy
I'm
Orton comeback.
actively working on the prize wall now. For those of you who this is your first coaxing,
I like
it would
a
not
punk
be a
comeback.
coaxing if there were not chaos and scramble.
Oh yeah,
and if
but
we're
we
not set
saw
up in time.
just before they
That's
launched
kind
that
of how
young
we
man
roll.
off
We
the
made it
cage
work
the
on
other
the fly, so I
weekend.
apologize. But right
Randy
there's
Orton,
going to be the
he
prize
was a
wall, as well as for those of you who bought extra swag.
Yep.
I'm going to have
Coming back in great shape.
buy swag.
Looked like the
Pint
character in
glasses,
Belittle.
play
Well,
mats,
it's
also
who's
depth coloring, but you know, depth
who's
just
Randy
not
Orton
right
in
now,
this
but
in
we
this
made it
format?
color,
Is
but
he Gustavo equivalent?
amazing.
Who is he?
5 people agree.
He is the perfect, well-rounded competitor. You know,
No,
if you
you
could
guys
build him
see
from the
what's
ground up, it would look like
so yeah, all that stuff is over
Starblade
there,
very much.
as well as the
If you could
redemption
build your own
system that I have
hero
for those of
and you
you
want to
who
win a
just went
game,
to DTC.
that's what I'd be building.
Square away. But in the meantime, please have
Okay,
a time of your life.
coming in here with another very shiny card. It must be the light talent. Actually, it reads the rune. So there's 3 more. We've got 5
All
rune
eyes are on
cards
the
sitting on
Colorado
this
community
side.
right now. Quite literally,
Just how many more? I think was it Chain on 32? I can see there. So
looks like it, yeah.
27 more. 27 more.
That's all I have. Thank you
27
guys.
more to go.
Oh wait, Brad.
Balloon? Yeah, we're almost there.
I don't know what arcane prevention Chain has. Oh, showing
the
the
Hydra?
Trill form.
Trill form, yeah.
Yeah, the little showing of blue. We've got a few cards, and I think now we're looking at. Yeah, we've got a few cards ready to go in the banner zone. Probably not wanting to take full blood dead this turn.
This is
There could be time
do not. This is
pulling the trigger here.
this is a little extra special as this is my final run of these coaxing. That does not mean coaxings will not exist.
I'm gonna bet my money on all 4 of these cards are coming out of the banner zone this turn.
And I cannot think of a better way to go out than this. So thank you all so much. If you guys don't,
y'all happen to have a better resolution of the screen than I do.
Oh, absolutely no. I'm just I don't even know if I'm on the right.
I'm hoping.
I feel like I already had a few burgers.
I'm basically hoping that Chris knows these cards a lot better than I do. Let's just Chris.
Let's fucking go.
From what I can tell, Shane does not care about the break yet. He's just going after it.
Yeah, Chain's going up there, so gained a little bit of life from the RC. However, that should be the end of the turn. We've gained some life. We're going to lose 4 more from the blood debt. A lot of cards in hand. Have I missed a go again here? What's going on, boys?
There we go.
Well, somehow Chain's got extra action points. That's okay with me. And minnowism again. So we're up to 2 non-attacks this turn. Dustblade's going up 4, and the beats are they're going to come in, but Viscera doesn't seem too bothered.
Oh, here comes a Dustblade. I must admit, I do love that tone. I love tone. One of my favorite cards of all time. One of my favorite playmats of all time. All right, there's some math being done.
Yeah, doesn't care.
Oh, there we go. Back to starting life. The sigil solace has now been neutralized from that last turn.
Good. Shadow puppetry, and I think we're just playing that to get it out of the hand. 1 more down. Oh no, we have change specialization. Banishing another card from the hand. Looks like we could be really building up the banner zone for one colossal turn of, let's say, 15 to 26 chain links. Because we got chain specialization, 1 for 6 coming in here. Would it be 0?
Oh, and all right, big block.
Big block, keeping those 5 rune chants, saving them up for a rainy day. Next turn from Viscera will be pretty chill, with only the one card in hand. Probably just going to make another Rune Charm off the gloves, and then Chain will be having 5 cards minimum in the banish zone on top of the 4 in the hand.
There's nothing more fun, right, than
Oh,
watching all the
that's
banish zone gather up on you, and here it all comes out on the table.
Very nice. Yeah, Vixen
I must admit,
broken.
I love. I always love this because back in my day as a vintage player, I played Dredge, so I always kind of thought Chain was like where it'd be is where it's at with his abilities. Actually, funny story. First time I got to play Chain, I read the card and we sat down and James and Chris were watching, and I'd make a token and then at end of turn I'd bin it off. And like Chris Gehring was watching, they weren't interfering, just watching me do what I do it. And they're like, at the end of the game, they're like, Alan, why did you put the tokens in the bin? I'm like, well, isn't that what it's supposed to do? And they're like, no, if you build them up. And I'm like, geez, I thought it was.
Yeah.
I was like, no, what do you mean? They're too powerful to stick around. Too powerful.
I'm glad you recognized it.
yeah, me, such a scrub, but I was like, geez, I get to stick around. I just thought naturally they would go after a turn.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? And I think we've got 4 Soul Shackles on this Chain player's side of the board now. So we're going to have an 8-card hand next turn, no matter what. And looks like they got rid of all but 2 of the Blood Debt cards from last turn.
That's good. I was about to
really
ask. I thought that Grasp had Battle Worn, not was going to still be around. So he's rescued the Grasp from his graveyard, which is good.
Ah, yes, a very important thing to keep that. Oh, here comes Art of War number 2. We've got 2 in the banish zone. We're going to draw another, essentially 3 cards, banishing 1 off this Art of War. This is going to be a good turn, boys. All right.
Yes.
We're fine in the graveyard, ready to go with a banish zone.
It better be. Come on, what is it? Yeah, second Art of
Can
War.
he do the 32 life in this one?
Ooh.
I'm saying we're pretty close to 32 damage on this turn. Chain is not going to disappoint, and the Duskblade is, well, I think we've got 3 counters on that, so it's going to be very close to 32, even above the 4 cards in hand. This should be a very nice turn to behold.
Well, I see something pretty spicy in his hand there. Is that not a legendary card for Chain in his hand there? A big black planet, Fear of a Black Planet. I cannot remember his name. I wish I could.
Well, let's see what's coming out. Looks like we have a Runeblade card being played, possibly a Ghostly Visit.
Yeah, I think you're right, Chris. Definitely looks like a Ghostly Visit there.
Start things off. That's probably coming in for a measly 5 points of damage. And yet another beautifully shiny card going on top of that one. Possibly some type of...
We're going to request all players remove all their cards from their sleeves, right? And the riffle shuffle, everything. Go back old school, okay?
Yeah.
Bring the drinks as close as possible.
Crack that case immediately. I want to see that. I want to see that chain in the undressed. Okay, that was a weird thing to say. I'm just going to say that again.
Hey, the weirder the better. We're hearing the coaxing. It's a celebration of all things.
Oh,
here comes that Duskblade.
Here comes Duskblade.
4 counters on top.
Is it 4 counters, or is he saying it's representing 4 attack? I can't, like 2 counters, or where are we at with that?
I'm going to go with 4 counters. It's been chilling on it for a while, and now we've got possibly 1 action point left after this. It's a bit of a guessing game. It adds to the mystery of this whole Runebladeness of it all. I feel like I'm down at the monastery. You've got to put the pieces together. It's not all just out there in front of you. It's part of the spirit of the game here. Hell from Beyond, Riftbind in the banish zone, waiting to come on out, and Viscera is defending aggressively. Now, this could be just the beginning for this Chain player's turn.
He's going to need to reach under the ring and grab a chair or something, right, to change this around?
You might need to stick it up here.
At minimum, a Barbie might have to be involved, maybe some type of barbed wire table.
There we go.
I think he may need to set up another table besides this table to put his opponents through. If this keeps up.
Yeah, I'd put my opponent through this exact table that we're playing the game on if I was the Viscera player, to be honest.
Oh.
This stuff's starting to get a little bit ludicrous, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, can big old Vis just block this out? Can he throw up his hands and then continue to block this out, Chris? It's seems like
Ooh.
it's draining him. Oh,
Well, if it was anything
Here we
like
go.
the big Vis from the early 90s in WWF, there'd be no problem
Yeah.
blocking all of that out. There's a good amount of space to block with, but there's Howl from Beyond at +3, and then we've got another 2 probably from the next attack action. It looks like the chain is being closed up by chain here. So, yeah, going down to 29 for Viscera. It's only 11 points the starting total, but those Soul Shackles are really starting to crank up.
But he also
Just
took everything out of Viscerai's hand that turn, so.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, well, I'm wondering what's in that arsenal. The last. Oh, we find out.
And you're going to
kind
keep
of.
wondering because it's yet again a very shiny looking card.
Based on the glare, I'm going to say it's a Light of Soul being played from Arsenal. I can't tell.
Yeah, Light of Soul, maybe Soul Shield.
Yeah,
it's some type of light illusionist card for sure.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, maybe even attacking of a herald here. Who knows?
Yeah.
And it's a diplomacy.
Okay.
No, that's a very good 1-card hand.
That would be, yeah, that's a nice 0-card hand to come out with.
If you're gonna have a 1-card hand, that's possibly one to have. All right, so what does Chain do here?
Presuming War's chosen, I can see the 3rd Art of War in hand. So
Well, he's going to lose his counters, yeah, regardless, right?
Oh. Blood Debt being taken, setting up for the next turn, and there's going to be 3 cards in a banner zone ready to go. Looks like the Art of War. There's going to be 6 more cards from the Soul Shackles. Viscera gets a turn to breathe here. We got 5 rune chance, probably not enough to kill Chain, but let's see what Viscera can string together here. Starting off with Become the Arc Knight.
A little bit of tutoring.
So we're off to get a non-attack action. Probably something along the lines of a read the runes, stack up the rune chance, drag the game out a little bit, try and hit them for 30. What could we have here? It's not a widespread destruction. No, it can't be. So we've got some non-attack action. Something that'll be generating a rune chance if I were to put my money in here.
Yeah, he shuffled it into the hand so quickly. Here we go.
Mordred Tide, perhaps. Get as many as possible.
No, is I can't tell. It doesn't look like looks like a specialization, isn't it? I just can't tell.
Turning into a real cage match, though.
Yeah, much like Evolution, the card is a mystery. Something to do with rune chance is what I'm imagining is happening on there. Here we go. The 6 Soul Shackles really busting out a few options.
Wow. But this does actually have cards in hand again. See how long you can keep them.
Right, Chain's going to be going into the tank here for a little bit, but Chain would have done a few of these reps before. Lots of options and very, very few dead cards in the banner zone. Many of them will be actually playable this turn. The first one, Howl from Beyond. Probably a red, let's say it is, +3 on the next attack. The next attack being something Ursa. 5 attack coming in. Viscera is going to be blocking that? Probably. But how much of it? That is the question.
I think it's what's that card name? This is gonna be this is gonna be quite a turn. I mean, how much deck does Chain have left? Oh, and I saw that 3rd Art of War. So that 3rd Art of War.
Ooh, and it looks like we could be looking up to the skies, summoning Ursa at some point this turn also. We see the Eclipse in hand. Very spicy indeed.
That's it. I'd love to see that Eclipse come out. That would be super cool.
Yeah, one of my favorite finishes of all time. Ember Moon, Athena, whatever you like to call her. She executes it well. Next attack action coming through from Chain. We're going up to 7 Soul Shackles, so this one's going to get go again.
He's got to be running out of cards soon, right?
Looks like another 4 attack coming through. Viscera have 3 more chances to defend this. Probably another 4 attack actions coming through. So 29, we might be looking at, oh, hello, there's one more rune chant for the road. We might be getting down to, I'm going to say 7 life for Viscera this turn if things go Chain's way.
Dark Knight Ascendancy? What is that one?
Well, it looks like you're defending
the-
with Read the Runes here. However, the rune chant count's gone up. That'll be part of the shard of the Arc Knight generating there. Pitching in response, we're actually using creepers, dealing arcane damage, and then getting creepers to play the Read the Rune chant at instant speed.
Speed.
If my eyes do not deceive me. However, Chain doesn't give an F. He's getting the F out of there, and he's going back in with more attack actions. It'll be another 3 points on the board with a go again from possibly Shadow Puppetry.
I mean, that Reader Runes only gives him like 3 extra rune chants, so taking him to 8. That's still seems like a world away from knocking Chain down. Well, about 21 rune chants away from knocking Chain down.
Like
Oh,
Viserai's strategy is to not even worry about dealing damage and just survive long enough to let Chain go on his own.
Oh, but he's gonna if he's gonna get another rune chant off that rune blade defense reaction. If I remember, it gives him a rune. Yeah, it gives him an extra rune chant. Yep, it's opponent pointing out. You should check that up.
And we have summoned Ursa from the dark depths of the monastery. Coming into play, that beautiful Fiddy signature there with a nice little basketball net on the top right corner. This should be this will be quite a challenge for Viscera to deal with because Big Vis over here has not really been showing too many attack actions outside of that Command and Conquer, and we're down to just 1 card in Arsenal. The rune chants are stacking up, but so are the Soul Shackles. As the game goes longer, as we know, Chain's deck's depleting more and more quickly. Can Ursa do the job?
Here we go. 7 cards. 7 cards, Chris. Good. How many? Oh, 3 cards. 4, 5.
Wow, we've got at least 2 Seeds of Agony there, 2 more attack actions with Go again. We've got 2 more arcane damage off our instant speed.
Wow, could that have gone? Could that have gone better? Could that have gone better, Chris? 6 usable cards.
Probably not. If we're trying to do 29 damage, well, these are the cards that might be helping us do it.
Yeah, yeah. This is all right. Here we go. Let's hope there's a few blues to get this powered along. What's the first play?
The Dustblade's back down to 0 counters. We've got a beautiful, probably blue minnowism in hand, so we're going to be able to get the ball rolling with something here. The first port of call is, well, Viscera is going to have a good look to see what exactly is going to be coming their way. Beautiful Denver Nuggets Christmas-style jersey there, keeping with the basketball theme. It's all coming together. I like it.
Yeah, it's a real fan.
The Denver Nuggets sweater with the Uvia sleeves on the Requiem playmat playing. We've got a little bit of a chaos going on that side of the table.
Yeah, I love it. This is exactly what the Living Legend at the Coaxing is all about. A little bit of everything, something for everyone. Then, now, and forever. Together. Minnowism coming in for the +1. It could even be a red one. You know, my biased fire mindset, as well documented in the world's chat coverage, is probably just looking at blues. However, this could be a red one. Maybe give him +3 to our next attack action. Soul Shackle.
Oh, 8.
Little old 8. Not quite.
It's checking. Oh, all right. There we go. First seeds.
Double
second
seeds.
Oh.
Now we're looking to
the pain in your voice sounds like you've dealt with this a couple of times there, Alan.
No, not so much. Not so much. I'm just many moons ago. It's still kind of exciting. I just like, you know, all these seeds going off. I suppose because I've never got a chance to do it myself. I've never got a chance to do it myself.
Right, yeah, we're counting up all of those arcane points there, really putting the agony in the cards, well, in the formerly classic constructed banned cards namesake. I shouldn't say that word too loudly over here, I might get recorded. However, this recording of the game is going down very nicely. I should be +4 arcane off that one. Now we're going for the go again on the next attack action. Well, the Rift Bind is getting the go again. It should be a nice juicy 7+ on this one.
Little metal token out there as well. Just give it okay. The metal token to tell us what's going on, but I can't quite read. I assume it's a go again token.
Yeah, whatever it is a beautiful one, and I'm sure it's got a lovely, nice weight to it too. Nothing like a good, solid, heavy token to make you play like your life depends on it.
All right, there's a little damage deducted, 29-28. So something's
Really defending hard now. We've got putting at least 2 cards in front of it. Defending, you know, hands up in front of the face, something Mick Foley probably should have done in, at that Royal Rumble event when he took on Dwayne Johnson all those years ago.
Yeah.
Bless his soul.
Or you should have just taken the day off. It's an easier defense, you know. Don't turn up for the fight. It's the easiest way to not take damage, Chris. But not a choice of the Coaxing.
Yeah, we're going again, yet again. It should just be the 2 attack on this one. Just the 1 arcane taken on there. Viscerai falling to 23, 2 cards in hand. Looks like one of them is a sink below, so we're blocking with the Sonata there. And the big boy looking like he's
This is exciting. I do like to see him go for it. Here he goes. Oh.
It looks like the sink below is going to be held in hand for a later turn, possibly playing out of the arsenal next turn from Viscerai, setting the sink below and just trying to build up the rune chance to ping off at least 25, which I think Chain is sitting on now. 17 for Viscerai.
A couple of cards, more damage done. But it's pretty big damage too. I think he started on 29. He's down now on 15.
Yeah.
But eight chance going off. 8 chance going off in the next turn. That's I mean, how healthy does that library look? It still looks pretty luscious and thick, but maybe it's just the wrong angle.
Oh well, it looks like yes, we've played out lead the charge. Unfortunately, not very impactful. Here come 8 more cards in the panic zone, and Chain's really going to be running low on deck now. So it could be this turn or not many more at all after. I can see.
I don't think he has 9 cards in that deck.
All right, these look like the playables, and there certainly are a few. So Chain is not running short of options here. Russ is in play. It's looking like it's going to be a big turn from Chain yet again. Can he close
15
it out?
life on Viscerai as well with the Ursa just floating around there. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, 11+ cards. It's going to be a delicious turn for Chain to feast on. Can he finish the job? How many times is Viscerai going to kick out of this match? It's like a WrestleMania with so many false finishes. Let's go, Viscerai. Hang in there, buddy. Can you deck him out? Let's see.
Well, at this point, he probably wishes he could. Oh, go ahead, Alan. Sorry.
I was going to say, will Viscerai pull out a Daniel Bryan like comeback to get, you know, will he hold on against some mighty opponents? I don't know.
Yeah, Daniel Bryan, Bryan Danielson, one of the absolute goats, not only in physical appearance, but ring ability. We're starting off with good old Plunder Run. That is a card in a +3. Draw some more if there's anything left in your deck. But
well, I mean, there's I just love this player. But he's got 9 rune chance. I mean, sorry, not 9 rune chance. 9
shackles.
Shackles. Thank you.
Man, I'm so out of this commentary game. Joey should have asked me to do a commentary test before doing this. Can you name these number of cards, Alan, before you go into some commentary?
Chris is carrying us for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
the only
there's no
problem sometimes
golden
in
shots around here.
only
I
problems
was
in
here for
commentary
Bright
sometimes.
Lights 3v3, so I'm like, okay, sure. I've never played Chain. Let's go for it.
Yeah. Sometimes if it's commentary, you're just as sometimes you have to you find yourself going, oh, I just want to watch this match. But no, I'm not talking. I just want to. No, I should talk.
That's
You
engrossing
just want
stuff.
to. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Wow, yeah. I'm looking at all these players, all these hands, and I wish that I could rewind the clock and go back and play some Chain myself in Classic Constructor. It really is some type of Shadowborn abomination. And we've got Oasis for Spire, we've got Sink Below. It's probably no near enough. Chain's just getting started this turn. We're gonna make some more space for the combat Chain just to make room for the cards. We've drawn 4 more.
I was going to say, but he did take a bunch of blood debt that turn, if I wasn't wrong. He's down to 11 by the looks of it.
That's what I think. 11 to 16.
I mean,
favor of
and the
Viscera
rune, is the rune chant barrier? I think that gives a lot
he
of
doesn't
protection.
have 9 cards, I don't think.
Yeah, so that's it. This is the final turn of the game for Chain. That's all the cards in the deck. We do have that last Art of War, so we can +1 all of these attack actions. We've got at least 10 cards in quote-unquote hand here. This is it. All or nothing. Take all your money out. Put all your money in the bank. Because in your Chain is here. Big Daddy.
This is win or leave the territory, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Like the good old days, right?
Yeah.
Vince Senior coming in hot.
Yeah, lose this match and you have to leave for another territory. Never to be seen in Coaxing again. All right.
Until the next year. Once in a lifetime. Twice in a row.
You could always come back as, Masked Villano #2 or something like that, That's always a possibility. Come back as a luchador.
Mr. America. What was Hulk? That was a good one.
Hey, that's libelous. There's no relationship between Hulk Hogan and Mr. America, Chris. I can't believe you'd say such a thing as that. It's clearly proven.
Never met El Generico.
Yeah. Well, what about is it I'm trying to think what other great brothers. Was it Ezekiel and Elias?
Oh, that story was cut too short too.
Yeah, I know. That was epic.
All right, we're off to the races for one final time.
Okay, back to the actual.
Well, Viscera has proven to be tougher than a $2 steak, y'all.
All right.
Oh, yeah. It's going to keep his neck on a swivel.
Yeah. Oh, I love these. Runeblade Barrier. I'm pretty sure that card is a card I've forgotten all about because it generates a bunch of rune chants, and then those rune chants turn into little mini. What does Prism make? They pop to prevent damage. So I mean, now that Chain's got no library.
Oof. We've got a double Seeds of Agony. Are these little knockoff Alibaba Spectral Shields going to be enough from Viscera over here? Probably, maybe not.
Wait, can we rewind that? Did you say Alibaba knockoff Spectral Shields?
Speaking of the territories, I've got to keep it topical.
Isn't it Temu knockoff? Temu knockoff?
Well, it depends where you are. As long as we're not on the Wish,
gift.com, wish.com. Yeah, wish.com.
Yeah, it's the great value Spectral Shields out here on the table.
We'll see. I'd totally have knockoff Spectral Shields if they save me from dying to his onslaught. I don't think there's whatever they do, as long as they prevent damage this turn.
Yeah, whatever it
takes. Happy.
All right, we're defending for 3 here with a good old Sift. Is it going to be enough? Here comes some type of attack action. It could be a Rift Bind. It could not be. Whatever it is, it's going to be dealing damage, and it's going to be asking what. There's the Rift Bind. It's going to be adding +4 arcane. So we're probably attacking for 7 points of damage. Eris is hiding in the back there. He'll be coming down later on for 6. We've got 2 more arcanes sitting in the bin there. Many more attack actions to come. Is it going to be enough to get over the 16 points from Viscera, or can he block out this turn and just chill out, stack up the rune chance, and take it? It's going to be an interesting one.
Oh, I see him. He definitely just
trying.
has rune chance. So he has reduced some of that damage, as well as a 2-card block.
We've got more non-attack actions for more go-agains. We definitely do have more rift binds.
Pitch
Oh,
start.
our is going to be pitched this turn. We don't need
Oh.
more attack pumps. 5 more coming through. This is going to have to put that one last remaining card in, or start really taking chunks of unprotected chair shots to the back of the head, just like a Sean Spears debut.
Oh.
5 more. Yeah. Defend that one.
Oh, that gives him an extra rune chant.
Every rune chant matters.
Yeah, it really does. Also, he does have 1 armor on that grasp as well. And that could be all the difference here. But I can't see the rest of what he's like. Skeleta just have 1 counter on it. That's oh, there's some counting.
Okay, looks like we're getting another Riftbind ready. +5 on that one. It could be 8 total damage. 3 off the printed attack. Is it 5 more arcane? We'll find out. Looks like 0 cards left in hand for this. Alright.
Yeah, but we have a demon that's covered up on the left side of the playmat here.
Alright, here comes. Yeah, we're really throwing in everything we can to soak up the damage. Ursa, not Viscera, but Ursa's waiting in gorilla position. And a bit of blood debt. We're down to
down to 3
life.
Oh, that is crazy. Who dares wins?
He can't draw up. He's got what, 3 cards?
It looks like our friend Chain has got the banish zone here. We've got about 6 to 8 cards here. Can he deal 16 off this? Highly unlikely in all likelihood, however, stranger things have happened. This could be that said final turn. What's 1 more Soul Shackle, eh, boys?
Yeah.
One.
The Soul Shackles are free. The Soul Shackles are free now. No reason not to Soul Shackle here. Wolverine's Skies?
Looks like it. We're getting some go again on our next one. This looks like the ideal turn for our +1 on the attack actions. Of course, pitching the Outer War last turn, it comes straight back to you. So it wasn't a loss at all.
Oh, he's thinking about to push out.
How many turns has it been since Viscerai's actually proposed any kind of offense? Warmonger's diplomacy?
I vaguely remember a command and conquer at the beginning of the game.
The first turn, yeah. CNC that
pretty smart, pretty
little.
smart.
That was crowned away.
Doesn't matter. It's not who strikes first; it's who strikes last.
Exactly.
And it's the Oasis Spite soaking up some damage, and but won't give him the extra life. Yeah, that blood debt has turned off that Oasis Respite.
We
besides all
the Art of War for that extra damage to get through, though.
Oh. Right, here comes the Art of War. +1 for all of these attacks. Is it going to be enough? 15 points of damage. We should have 5 or 6 attack actions in the bin there. Can we play them all? Ursa is going to be coming in for that final 6 at the end of the turn. I feel like our chain man's really done his math. I've got a feeling he knows what he's doing. We're going to find out very shortly. If not, Viscerai's going to stack them up and go home with it.
I mean, does Chain get another turn after this one? I mean, he can't turn Blood Dead off. So this has to be it, surely. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. So how many can he get out of the bench zone?
Yeah, I think you've got it on there. All right, we're defending a little bit more. I think that's the last card from hand. It's all up to you now, Chain. What have you got? I think you've got quite a lot.
This must be a shaky moment for Viscerai because you're like, I've done it. This is all I can do. I don't have any more tricks.
Just takes the 6. Takes the.
There's 2 more arcane there, and I think our friend Ursa is going to come in to finish the job.
Oh.
How much damage did that last card do?
Well, we did 2 damage arcane off the instant speed spell. Ursa's attacking for 6. I'm feeling like Ursa took that one. The blood
Well,
debt.
Ursa took him 16 to 7, right?
Must have been. It might have been.
Unless Ursa did not get the job done, and the blood debt is the winner for Viscera here. We'll have to get confirmation because
the winner of that.
I really don't know. Welcome back. It looks like we're going live to the venue.
We need some. We need some face cams.
What's up, Mo?
We need some. We need one of the players. We need the winning player. We need the winning player to shove his happy face into the camera. Basically, just twist your head right around.
Chain
60.
died. Viscerai, Turtle Viscerai won. It looks like.
We've
This
got
chain just
confirmation.
couldn't kill him.
Viscera took it. Let's ask chat. Chat knows.
That's I'm just relying on chat right now. I'm looking over.
That's one. There we go. Yep. Looks like Chain died to blood debt. I believe the people. You know, when has chat ever said anything wrong before? So
No,
yeah.
if you died to blood debt, did you really lose? You didn't lose if you died to blood debt.
I'm a big Leviathan fan.
Blood debt is the winner of the day.
Yeah.
Viscerai proved to us that you don't actually have to do damage to win games of Flesh and Blood. So just
You don't have to do anything. Just
look
block
at different
and have
styles.
them, No worries.
Yeah.
It wasn't even the rune chance that took it in the end. It was yeah.
Well, I mean, those
blood debt. Blood debt has killed many a player. That's
yeah, but no, those rune blood barriers obviously did a lot of work.
Yeah.
A lot of work in that game, and like even that instant speed rebel, they gave like extra rune chance probably made a huge difference in this matchup because I saw at least 2 rune blood barriers. It's nothing to sniff at. It's quite a bit of damage that he was able to soak up, and that made all.
Yeah. We joke that you know, you can do nothing or you can just block them out, but Viscera played very, very well, using all the right cards at the right time, knowing when to hold the diplomacy, knowing when to play just to get rid of things like lead the charge, just to set up the correct arsenal, knowing when to keep it simple and when not to. And I think you know, if there were a few slip ups, Viscera could very easily have got run over by Chain, but it was a very tactful, very skilled showcase of defending there. So well played both players, and yeah, good work, Viscera.
Yeah. And that diplomacy was responsible for getting all the counters off the Dustblade.
Yeah, absolutely. And it proves that it is, in fact, a broken card that needs to be banned instantly.
Very, very powerful card. And it's such a funny card because when you're the one playing out the diplomacy, you're like, I think this is like a good play. But when you're on the receiving end, you're like, yeah, ban this shit right now. Because when
I play it, totally fair card. When somebody else plays it, broken.
Yeah, exactly. And if it's a card like that, yeah, it's definitely got a role in this format. If that wasn't played at that time, Chain would have just run over. But very well played, well timed. It was a cool game, and I'm glad I got to call it with you guys. Thanks for having me.
No, Chris, thanks. I hope your back's not too sore from carrying me through that one. I could not.
He carried 2 people. He carried 2 people on this back.
He's just dragging us across the finish line. You know, we're passed out in the back.
Yeah. I got to see a good match. I hope everybody else enjoyed that match, and that was pretty cool.
It was a fun time, yeah, and it's really cool to see 2 of the 2 first rune blades that we ever printed out there in their black and purple glory, showing us that you know, every day is the judgment day when you're a rune blade.
Yeah. Well, I have a rune blade designed for a tattoo I'm supposed to get since I lost a competition with my dear friend Ian Kenderdine back when we were podcasting. I've got a rune blade tattoo all lined up that Ian likes to remind me about since I lost our old podcast season challenge many moons ago.
So what's the time and date that you're getting this tattoo? And surely,
well, it would have been about. It should have been about 2 years ago. It should have been about 2 years ago that I should have got this. But one of my daughters just does not want me to get a tattoo, so we'll wait till she grows up and becomes rebellious and changes her mind.
It's usually the other way around. The dad's telling the daughter, "Don't get a tattoo."
Yeah, no, my 8-year-old's like, no, you shouldn't get a tattoo, Daddy. All right, I suppose we'll wait till I have to actually get back to work. I don't know if Joey's got a substitute in there at the moment.
I am
Bo's filling in.
So we are whenever you guys have to leave.
That's fine. I can't stay any longer. I'm going to get back to work.
thanks to everybody on the chat for listening for me to ramble and long periods of silence as I try and figure out what's going on in that match. But yeah, very appreciated, Chris. There you guys. Thanks for casting that. It was good to cast. It's been a long time. Much
Oh, thanks, Alan.
much better
It's a treat.
casters out there than there are. The quality of casting's only gone up over the years, and it's very good to see. All right,
Yeah,
thank you
it's
guys.
been awesome to share the booth with you, Alan. Have a great day and enjoy the week.
You too, Chris.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank
Bye,
you
guys.
so much.
Yeah, I better go and get ready for work here in Wujiang, Suzhou, Jiangsu, in the People's Republic of China, and I'm ready for a day of teaching up a storm with the lovely education system here that I'm part of. So I'm gonna go and get ready for my day, and as soon as I'm home, I'm gonna watch some of this stream and enjoy a bit more of the coaxing. So thank you so much,
Yeah, it's a great
John
event.
and Riddlerman, for entertaining my attempted entertainment.
Chris, where were we at, man? Were we at about 16 references or more? I lost track a little bit. I tried to force them in there.
I don't know. Are we trying to get some official count for the YouTube?
I was supposed to be the official judge of the amount of wrestling references here, so I think I was at 16. Tried to keep track.
Oh, I reckon 16 sounds about right. You know, we can hedge the numbers a little bit like WWE does each time they try to break an attendance record. So that's fine with me.
All right, 17 to end it. No.
Yeah, 17. That sounds good. But I don't know. Here's one more for the road. What do we got? What's a good way to sign off? How about, even though it's the morning here, I'll say, thank you very much. Goodbye. Mwah. And good night. Hey, take care, everybody. And I'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Lavaya forever.
Ever. Power close right there, Mo.
It just keeps breaking more and more.
Mo, it's nice to finally meet you, buddy.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Even if it is just virtual, I'm trying to get things set up, but
It's true. I have an AI rendering my image here and digital voice modulator going on, so I could be completely a fake human being for all we all know.
let's see. So that's got to go there.
How's the event going? You guys having a good time? Everybody excited?
Everybody here is having a blast. No complaints at the Coaxing. Everyone's drinking and just, enjoying life.
So that was Living Legend, what, round 4? And we are now shifting into 3v3 team sealed bright lights. Is that correct?
Correct.
Awesome. So
Team Sealed's coming up very shortly. The players just got done building their decks, I believe.
Oh, good.
Trying to not break this too badly. Editing on the fly. Cool, there we go. Looks a lot better. Not perfect, but, we're doing it live, so. Are you staying with me for the next round, or do we have someone else coming on?
I'm scheduled at some point here. I think it is me next, actually.
Is it you next?
Sorry about that, folks.
Here we go. Awesome. How'd that last game go? Looks like the chain got fatigued in the end.
Yeah, so it started off looking like the chain was doing a really good job building up his bandage zone and was going to be able to present some threats. And then Viscerai continued to just barrier away everything and block out everything and survived long enough to watch Chain just kill himself. So it was, I guess, about probably the only way he could win, I guess, at that point. But I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead 2 or 3 turns prior to the game ending because the amount of damage I thought he was going to be able to, that Chain was going to be able to present was just not going to be coverable by Viscerai, and I was proved wrong. So it shows you why I am sitting at home and not out there playing.
That's why I'm in the booth and I'm not playing either, Like, sorry for the delay, guys.
You're good.
Running this event with 2 rounds, 2, different tournaments going at the same time, and a bar is always, a brewery, I guess, is always complicated. People are getting drinks, they're getting food. Every time I look up, there's a line at the bar, so, it's a great event.
Let's do a a descriptive narrative of the venue here? So we talking like everybody there is there for the coaxing, or is it open to the public and the coaxing?
So this venue is normally closed, I believe, on Sundays. They opened up just for us today. So we have this whole brewery with food and alcohol all to ourselves. It's a great time. Like, it's all FAB players here. And I want to say it's like 150 to maybe 200 people in the building right now, just jamming FAB games, talking about FAB, and just enjoying FAB. Like,
I don't think enough credit kind of goes to these, I guess not necessarily sanctioned events, but more community-driven, open invitation type events. It's a lot of fun. Something that I think LSS has to be pretty proud of, just to see people going out of their way to continue to want to engage in the game of Flesh and Blood on their own and throw big kind of celebrations and parties around the game and just kind of meet in person and build new relationships. It's pretty awesome to see.
Breezy, what round were you supposed to commentate? I have the schedule in front of me. I'm just seeing how far behind we are, actually. I messaged Joey waiting for a response there. How much commotion has been coaxed? There's a lot of commotion going on in this building. A lot of it has been coaxed.
A lot of coaxing of commotions. It says Breezy saying he's gate kept by Warmonger's diplomacy from playing in the
that makes sense.
ball.
The
So
blades are always held back by
let's
those blades.
let this man in. I don't know how to do it. That's probably not me.
It is me somewhere. I just need to figure out what is going on here. You could always just get a triple cast going as well. I just have to redo all the graphics, which I just fixed. Let's see, so it'd be like that, I believe.
Got Andy P, Merchant Hero, in the chat, who I believe designed and printed all the shirts that we're selling at Worlds with all the new heroes and the Vincent designs and all that.
Oh, really?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's hanging out with us. We need to know when those shirts are going to be present in the United States of America, sir.
Third round of 3v3. So we are about to
we haven't started.
The first round of 3v3. Third round is supposed to start at 4:30 Denver time, which is about an hour from now. So I think we're still on time for that time slot. I could be wrong. It's 2 rounds of splits, or team sealed. 4:30 is looking pretty likely. It's about an hour from now. Not sure where the... looks like everyone for team sealed just stood up. Looks like deck building might have just ended. I'm not exactly sure what's going on that side of the room. It's a little bit far. Sorry for any confusion, Breezy. Don't want to confuse you, but we're trying our best to keep a good ship going. Could have been a time zone thing, yes. That's.
I had to look it up too, man. It's like 3:30 Mountain Time. What is that garbage?
I'm used to Central Time, being from Chicago my whole life, so I was also like, what time is it everywhere else? Yeah, I think we're like 10 to 5 minutes behind currently, which honestly isn't bad for a community-ran event. I think we're doing pretty good for time.
I think it's going well. I've been watching. I've had it on kind of on the split screen with the red zone for NFL going, just like watching and listening. That's why I was like sitting there. I was about to do a box break before it was my scheduled time when Joey's going, get over here. Like, all right, stop. Coming.
Which box are you going to break?
I have a box of Everfest.
Ooh,
Why not have some
Everfest.
fun?
Get your Starvos.
Is this round one? You said getting
Yes,
placed
round
at the
one
table
is
here.
setting up right now. I will transition over there now, so the stream can see it. I will say, Andy, if you were the one that made this sweet hoodie as well, I have the Legendary Studios hoodie on. I love it. I also spent way too much money on merch at Worlds. Really nice products.
But Nina, yeah, it's pretty awesome. Everybody's kind of coming in and hanging out. It's
Yeah, this
pretty
is
cool to see the support for Joey and Decks and Drafts and the coaxing and all the people putting effort into it.
Super grateful for everyone hanging out with me as well all day. This is a community ran event for the community, so everybody showing up means a lot.
Have you had a chance to try all the different cocktails that were being made?
I did on Friday. So Friday night, I tried all the cocktails. Today, I started with a crazy brew. My ice cube is still being nice and crazy.
LED ice cube going on there?
Yeah. But now I'm just drinking water, trying to keep my action points good and ready.
Need a little go again. That's what Red Bull.
That's a good point. Looks like round 1 is officially getting started. I'm not sure which 2 heroes we're going to see on stream. And I'm excited. The hoodies are very comfy. This is one of the softest, nicest hoodies I think I've ever worn. So big props to LSS for putting out quality products. It looks like Teklo might be in the middle seat. I'm not sure if that Teklo is going to be ours or not. Is that a Crucible playmat that I see? Oh, I love that playmat if that is. The Dory playmat is back. I believe we had this player on stream round 1, unless it is a different Dory playmat. I'm not sure how many of those exist.
How many players showed up for today? Oh, it's Emperor.
That was way off.
Nice. Signed by Federico, too.
There's 101 players pre-registered before today. I know a lot of players signed up late, so if I had to guess, 150-ish? Maybe 175 players total in both events.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Let's see who we have here. I'm fine. I'm good.
Waiting for it to go.
Yeah, we are good to go, Joey. We got the stream all set up.
Cool beans.
No complaints. I am.
So this is 3v3 sealed, correct? So there's teams of 3 players. They're selecting a hero and using their card pool, working together, communicating with each other to try to figure out what decks they want to build, correct?
Yeah, so at the Realm 5K 2 weekends ago, I played in this event. We got top 4. And what our strategy was build a really good Teklo deck, build a really good Max deck, and then build a 31 card. No, build good Teklo, build good Max, build a 31 card Dash IO deck, and just hope to high roll. And that's what we did, and that's how we got top 4. So we'll see if the players had similar strategies or if there's something else that they were planning to do. So it looks like it is Max v Teklo.
Yep.
Very interested matchup. Looks like the Max is starting with the chess piece and the arm piece. The arm piece is very good to give Banksy +1. The chess piece, obviously, for extra resources never hurts. And it looks like it's just the normal legs. So no headpiece from the Max. On the Teklo side of things, it looks like basic chest, basic legs, and the head and arms block for 1. Anything I'm missing here?
Yeah, he's not going to block with them, though.
I mean, it might. You can always block with it and then instant speed before it's broken. Equip the Evo.
Yeah.
That is what I normally do. When we get a peek at the venue and the drinks, hopefully I will be taking my phone one of these rounds, dialing into the Zoom call. I can walk around.
Okay.
Deb, I'm not sure if you saw, but your coloring book turned out amazing. Unless you saw it in person or not, but you can buy these on the Coaxing website, made by Deb in chat. It is one of the coolest Flesh and Blood items that I have ever seen. I highly recommend everybody going to get one of these.
Mo, can we raise the stakes for this team?
Raise the stakes. What's the stakes?
Yeah, whichever team wins, I will buy them their next round of drinks.
I will.
Through Joey. So you gotta give them the pressures on now. Go out there and win and have your next round. I'll buy the next Coaxing.
If you want a sponsor, I will go tell them right now.
Yeah, no, sure.
I will leave for 2 seconds and I will let the teams know.
You
are in charge for 2 seconds.
I gotta contribute something to this event, right? We'll sponsor a round of drinks for the winners. All right, everybody. I guess I'm gonna run this solo for a second. Max v Teklo, right? Everybody knows that Teklo is going to just run fatigue style and win no matter what happens. That's what Brian Gottlieb has told me. And that there is no chance for another hero to win in this format. So I would expect just a 15-minute stomp in the ground here. Question is, I wonder how many Evos he has in his deck.
They
Rob.
were pumped. I just told them. They
All right,
celebrated,
let's
and
go.
they are pumped for that. So
Yeah, tell Joey to give me his PayPal info or whatever I got to do.
I will. You can also just PayPal me. I'll make it work. It's not a big deal. We'll
Whoever it
figure
is, just
out. Yeah.
give me the info. All right, cool. Well, good luck to them.
Both of these teams are in full jerseys. I just walked in there. I didn't catch what teams they were, but it is full jerseys on in there. So
awesome.
These guys are in it to win it. In my experience, this matchup favors Teklo, but I'm also Teklo biased, so I'm not sure where yours is.
Oh yeah, I force draft Teklo because I'm too stupid to play Dash.io. I always draw a hand of items and get killed pretty much in one turn, so I just don't do it.
Fair.
And then Max is cool. Max is cool, but it's a little bit more complicated because I'm the guy that likes to sit down with a drink and play. So for me to have to manage cranking and counters and this, I'm good with Teklo.
Makes perfect sense. Looks like the Teklo
easy.
player is turn 0 activating Teklo.
Yep.
So either the Teklo player is going to high roll with some Evos turn 0, or they're trying to cycle their hand. Looks like they just want to cycle their hand, and they're just going to swing for 6. I believe that's a yellow. So just swinging for 6 here.
Infused Titanium come out here, straight up out of Final Fantasy VII, by the way. That is definitely Cloud with the Buster Sword sitting down there in the ruins. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I've never played Final Fantasy, so I'm going to go with it.
Okay.
I'll take your word on that one.
I'm going to go ahead and disconnect from the call. You never played Final Fantasy VII.
I can do solo. That's fine. I'll solo this, I guess. I'll tell them.
Damn it, he called my bluff.
Drinks, like, hey, guys, the drinks are off. So I believe with that weak turn, this might favor Max now, if they can get some tempo here. So they're playing a Hyperdriver from hand, presumably cranked. They just haven't done that yet. And then Overloop, red. Not boosted. We need some dice on those Hyperdrivers to make us... All right, it is boosted, okay.
Yeah, he just boosted there. It's kind of disappointing when you don't get a Evo out turn 0.
Yes,
free
you
there.
really need to high roll as the Teklo to get that advantage out ASAP. But with Max floating 2, and they already cranked this turn, it's looking good. You know, they're going to get some card advantage here and really take advantage of this weak Teklo start. All right, so there's the counter on the Hyperdriver. He needs counters on his equipment too, but it's not as big as an issue, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like they're a little behind on all the counters.
Yeah, both players playing unsleeved too, which is interesting. I'm not sure how you feel about that, but I'm a big
I think it's
sleeve guy.
I don't, when I go to sealed, I don't bring a playmat or sleeves. We just raw dog it and we have fun.
All right.
So I'm very proud of the way these teams are doing it.
Fair. So it looks like they're not going to swing Banksy. They just want to get those Hyperdrivers online, and Banksy will be for a later turn.
Yeah, we're setting up here. Still no Evo out on Teklo. It's pretty frustrating.
Teklo also used a block card, so if Overpower comes later, that will be an issue. Just a blue Scrapper for 5, I believe, or is it? I think it's 4 actually. So Scrapper coming in for 4. Not a huge threat on the Max side. Max might be able to set up some more or just throw a bunch of damage.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough spot, right? Because you're using your scrap cards, which you're typically wanting to use also to pull a Evo out of your, discard pile. So I feel like the Teklo's not getting the starting couple hands here he really expected out of his draft.
Plan is the full fatigue, in which case he's doing a great job not wasting extra cards.
That's fair.
A yellow buff, it looks like, so +3. It costs 0 because he has 2 Hyperdrivers out. I must say, it's a lot easier to know what CC cards do, but we're that is a boost card of sorts. We're going to see how much it is coming in for boost.
Yep.
That's a big Bertha that got boosted away, so
Bertha's
Steven
outta
Hammer
here.
back on that hyperdriver. Very nice.
Kind of looks like Lay Waste. I can't really tell what that card is. I'm sorry.
No, I also I believe our bandwidth might be getting used up more and more as the day goes on here. But a relevant amount of damage being thrown at this Teklo. And with 3 floating, it's a very easy hyperdriver Cranksy Banksy, which will take cards out or leak damage. So this Max is setting up very early, very quickly. Teklo thinking what they want to do here. With no Evos out, the Teklo really has to start taking some damage to equip those Evos. It's kind of like playing Prism, where you just have to leak damage to set up a board state. It looks like that is what Teklo is doing here. Taking... Oh, only 4 damage. That's not bad. And no Cranksy Banksy. We're just throwing 6 more at. Okay.
Yeah, that's...
Throwing damage.
He's probably just taking advantage of the fact that there are no Evos online. There's no battle worn or anything. So why not try to get some large damage through now?
Yeah, take the cards out of the Teklo's hands and just not give them a chance to set up. Looks like Teklo will block with the headpiece, so they can scrap that away. That is the rare headpiece, I believe. Okay, Teklo is down to 14 already, which definitely favors the Max. This is definitely looking Max favored right now. Now, what does Teklo do to favor this up? If I was a Teklo, I'd try to get that headpiece into my banish zone to equip it. I don't think you're winning this damage race. Teklo taking their time here, looking at their graveyard, seeing what options they have available to them.
You'd think, if he potentially had a boost card or something, he could try to get an Evo off the top into his banish zone and set that up for the next. I'm not quite sure what he must have. Again, I feel like he just hasn't had that great of hand.
No, I agree. We've only seen 1 Evo so far, and he did use the block. So... Okay, yep, so he is going to scrap that
Another
Evo
scrap.
away. This
Scrap
will
harvester
generate
out.
1 resource, so it makes it a lot easier to equip that at instant speed. Or is that the instant one? I believe it's the resource one, though. Yep. So 1 resource being generated. Teklo can now pitch 2 blues to equip that if they wanted to, or they could let it sit for a while. Max is a hero that really does need 2 to 3 card hands, 3 being more favorable. So they can boost Cranky and Banky and maybe Arsenal a card. So it looks like that hit. Teklo cycled his hand with a yellow hand Evo. So they didn't want to equip that, and they just wanted to cycle it.
So he needs to draw blues here, really, to probably maximize his turn on his opponent's turn.
That might be a red in Arsenal. That's why they chose not to equip the Arms Evo there. Let's see what Max is cooking.
Okay, so he's representing all of his hybrid drivers on 1 card, it looks like, I guess.
I believe that's just 1 hybrid driver left. I could be wrong. I think... Because the actual hybrid driver blew up last turn, I believe. And then Big Bertha put a token on that hybrid driver. Perfect.
Now we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, the generous
Great.
Teklo gave us a bunch more, so... Ooh. That's a great one. So overpower. If that's a red, it's for 5 overpower. So this is going to hit no matter what. Gets an extra resource.
Could he essentially have the play his helmet to block and then throw a firewall or 4 on there and then pay to equip it? Yeah, I mean, I guess that would be the best play, but
that is one of the cutest. I love that play so much. When it works, it feels like you're such a big brain.
yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen this turn though. It doesn't look like it. Nope. I'm trying to think of anything that can help him out here.
I mean, he's still at 14, so life total is still very high. So that's a yellow, so because he only took 1, so not that big of a deal actually. Down to 13, still a healthy life total. Max with 2 cards left in hand has to decide if they want a Cranksy Banksy or, all right, so there's the crank. Yep, that has been cranked, and will there be a bank? No bank, just throwing raw damage instead. I believe that is 6 more damage, which is forcing Teklo to give 2 cards, or yep, there's the 2 cards. So far, it looks like Max is winning the deck count. I'm not sure how many cards each player presented, but if there's a fatigue plan, it does favor Max currently, I believe.
I feel like most people are pretty aware of that plan and aren't going to have a low deck count going up against Teklo.
With Team Sealed, with only having 8 packs, it is very hard to make a 37 plus card deck, which is the one downside. If you throw 40 cards in your Teklo, your Max will suffer.
Yeah.
So you really have to decide how those cards are going to be distributed. So I think fatigue is more and more likely in this format than others. Max drawing an overpowered script, another hyperdriver, a jumpstart, and a scrap card. So only one way to boost this turn. It looks like he has 2 reds in hand though, so it's a little clunky to get anything going. I'm not sure if that scrap card is a blue or a red.
Hyperdriver out, okay.
Yep, hyperdriver cranked is very nice. So even with all reds, the Max player is happy because these hyperdrivers are just free tendies. Gonna get all the free resources here. Here comes the jump start. Well, with Go Again, it costs 1 less due to the hyperdrivers, and they will generate 3 resources itself. Unless they don't boost, in which case, ignore me. No, there we go. There's the boost. Boosting away a very pretty foil. Not sure what card that is, but it looks great. 2 of those hyperdrivers should be gone now off that boost. There we go. It's like they can hear me or something. This is crazy.
Yeah, they're just a little behind. Yeah, waiting for you to tell them. Is that an overload script in his hand?
Yes, last card is overload script. So that's a great card to Arsenal, especially as Max. You can set up a go wide turn and just leak a bunch of damage. And with this Teklo just face taking a lot of this damage, that might come sooner rather than later. Drawing another pair of arms is a little unlucky though. Luckily he pitched the first one, so it's not a big issue. You really need to save a 3 block for Banksy as soon as it comes though. Blocking 2, taking 2 down to 11.
Trying to do some math here. We've got 3 blade break on the helmet on Teklo and the 1 blade break on the gloves. That overload script could be pretty devastating next turn if he's got a lot of gold wide with 11 cards and a Banksy swing or something, you know, depending on resources. But
yeah, Max might also save it just to try to set up a pitch stack or just, you know, wait for the perfect go wide turn. Because he has full tempo right now, and Teklo is really not pushing much back.
You can tell I'm more of an aggressive person because I'm looking at it going, I want to get this done before he has 4 Evos up or 3 Evos up, and he starts, you know, shooting me with go again. I'm like, I want to get this closed out quick.
Very fair. I have played way too much limited of this format, so I'm analyzing like the pitch stack, how much floating, the deck count. Because if Teklo blocks here, they are net equal on cards for the turn, which again favors her presenting more cards, which I'm not sure.
I only got Banksy out there swinging around.
Banksy, one of the better weapons in this limited format. All the weapons are very strong, though. Teklo's gun is really good. Banksy's weapon is really good, and Dash's gun can just take over games. So blocking 3 with a Gas Guzzler there. Teklo survives with 2 cards in hand. And maybe another Evo this turn, we can hope.
I mean, that would be a saving grace for him right now. Getting 2, just having the 1 resource cost for the gun, it's just...
Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
There
All right.
go.
That's the instant speed. I call them the dash Evos, but not the right call for it.
1 card left in hand, so he did IP1 himself that turn, but maybe it's a card he wants to keep. Maybe it's a block card, so he can fight against an overpowered script in the arsenal. That would be a heads-up play from the Teklo player. Looks like in the Max's hand is a buff, a crankshaft, and I can't see the other 2. Is that a block card, I believe? And all right, so 2 boost cards, 1 buff, 1 block. So not the best overpowered script turn. Probably going to keep that in arsenal for the time being. Go ahead and play a recharge. Get a counter on one of your hyperdrivers. Always feels good to do that.
Yeah, those are great cards.
1 cost plus attack. Put a counter on hyperdriver. Try to keep that around. Crankshaft coming out here. Boosting. Banishing the crankshaft. There you go. Value. So puts another counter on the hyperdriver, and then they'll both tick down, back down to 1 resource.
Can't tell the color. Is that a yellow crankshaft? I
I
can't
believe it's
really.
a yellow crankshaft. I can't tell what recharges. It might be a red. It's kind of hard to tell on that one.
It's a pretty big attack then.
Gets 2 cards out of the Teklo.
Yep.
Takes
He still
2
takes
damage.
2.
Okay, that's huge for Max. Now you can either play Underloop or Cranksy Banksy. Really depends how much they think Underloop will hit here. If it's a red Underloop, forcing a 2-card block is very strong. If it's anything but a red Underloop, it's a little worse.
He keeps looking at that script. I feel like you're right. You don't pull that out at this point
No,
now.
that's
So
too
just
late now. It's either you do it on the first attack, or you save it.
all right.
Looks like it
Yeah.
will
So
be the Underloop.
looks like he may have been choosing between pitching to Banksy or playing that card. So
I agree with you there. Looks like the last card in Teklo's hand there is the Evo upgrade that gets buffed equal to the amount of Evos you have equipped. Ooh, a Firewall. There you go. Firewall yellow, fully blocking that Underloop.
all right.
Teklo still hasn't really attacked since the first 2 turns. Max keeping the tempo, which is what he needs to do to win this matchup.
Gas Guzzler. It looks like.
Yeah, I think I saw another recharge, Overloop.
Underloop or Overloop. Yeah. So this
might
looks like
be
a good hand. Yeah.
Teklo's
Might
gonna
just
shoot
full
the gun
take,
for
huh?
2. I assume you just take this 2. It's just
Yeah.
2. Not really that worried about 2 damage here. Yep, there we go.
You just full take and then probably.
I assume it's overpowered script unless you can't cast everything, in which case you might save it again.
Got a big Bertha, Gas Guzzler. Yeah, it's all set up here.
If they can recharge that Overloop with Overpower, that'd be a huge swing there. But I'm not sure how much else they can do with Big Bertha and Gas Guzzler in hand. So here comes the recharge. Looks like a red recharge. I don't know if you can tell better than I can.
I think it's red. I'm using a little bit of the blur glint and see what it is.
Putting a counter back on Hybrid Driver. These Hybrid Drivers are doing a lot of work this match.
You get 2 resources to pay for it.
The decision to play Overpower script here or save it is a big one. Max is really deciding on what to do here. These games are so tight that like one small misplay can swing the game in your opponent's favor. Yeah, Sergeant, we'll try to fix the stream after this game. It's hard to hear me. I can turn myself up if needed. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Went ahead and turned myself up. Hopefully it's not too loud now.
Crank it, baby. Crank it. We're watching Mag. You just crank your volume up. Buddy.
I'll crank my volume all the way up, and I'll just bank it too while we're at it.
Do it. All right.
Overloop.
Looks like that looks maybe yellow.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're on the same page there. Nice, nice. Boosted with another recharge. Just a lot of recharges this max.
Yeah, that is a lot of recharge.
This looks like a very strong max deck.
Firewall. There we go.
Another firewall coming out with an evil upgrade card. So blocking for 7. I assume that covers it. Oh. And using the arms. Is this a mini force field coming in here?
Okay. I didn't expect that, but all right.
Sneaking mini force field? Nope, dissolving shield. Okay. Still is very sneaky. So blocking for 6 through 9, depending on what colors these are. He used his chess piece to get an extra resource. And then Gas Guzzler to finish it up.
Yeah, he got all those cards out. I think he's smelling blood in the water there, and he's like, let's just pump this thing, and the next turn he can come in with his script, or whenever he gets him down to about 4 or 5 HP, and then
4 or 5, do the script, do a recharge, and just get them. Especially seeing 2 firewalls and a block card from Teklo.
Exactly.
Already. There's only so many more that they can play. Looking at the card advantage again, it looks like there are equal on cards this turn as well. Another evil upgrade card being used to block. Taking 3 damage down to 6. This Max is showing us how to beat Teklo. This is a great showing right now. Teklo still has 5 armor block though, so we really can't count Teklo out yet. Still anyone's game.
Yeah, he does that. But the overload script, aren't those both actions on that? Or no, one's
Yes,
an instant, right?
Both the armor up counts as action cards, so you cannot
Okay, so
overblock with them. This max deck has a lot of high cost cards, and these hybrid drivers sticking around makes it so easy to play them all. I think we saw 6 resources used to throw 2 attacks last turn.
I'm gonna assume that the Teklo has 5 Evos in his deck, at least.
At least 5 to 8, I would assume, is where they're at. We saw them pitch the arms early.
Yeah, I was gonna say, at this point though, are you starting to wonder how many he's going to draw at the end of his deck here? Because we haven't seen him yet.
No, we have not.
And
unless there's one in Arsenal, maybe he sunk one in there a while ago and he just hasn't had the chance. It looks like a chest. Looks like I see the chest, the rare chest in hand right now.
Okay.
Rev Up is the card being played. Costs 1 less due to the hybrid driver. Boosting to go back up to 2 resources. I believe it's a red, so it's coming for 6. Boosting away a non-relevant card here, which is nice. Yeah, there's definitely the chest he's blocking with here. Maybe blocking with? Alright, yep, there's a chest. Anything else coming out, or we're going to leak some damage? The more Teklo takes, the more scary that Overpower script gets.
Gonna assume that Teklo's trying to set up a turn where he can scrap that into his banish zone and play it as an instant. I mean, at this point, because rather than equip it directly, I don't know.
And I think most Teklos won't be playing around Overpower script, mainly because you assume Dash will have those in their deck.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn myself up really fast again due to chat. There we go. Hopefully that's better.
Excellent. Thanks, guys, for letting us know.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is ooh, is that a yellow? That's for 6 more damage coming through?
Yeah, the yellow infuse.
This Max deck is just 6 of the 6 all day long.
He's presented at minimum 6 to 9 damage a turn, every turn, without going through, 3 wide. So it's pretty
Max's deck is getting low, though. It looks like there's only like 4 to 5 cards left there. It's hard to tell exactly how many are left, but this might have been the overpowered script turn just to leak more damage. It's so hard to say in this matchup.
He did draw him down to 5 finally, so we'll see if that, again, triggers his his knockout punch. Yeah, maybe 6, 7 cards.
Yeah, there's not many cards left in that deck. So Max has to find a way to scrape it. Looks like Big Bertha, the black card, is back up, so we are at the big stack. A
Got
2
2
for
evos.
6, is it? I believe that is. 2 for 6, pretty good. That's a good rate. Tekla player is cleaning up their board state already before the blocks even go through. Tekla knows where the game is at.
I'm good with my turn, buddy. I tend to do that too. I'm like, you can tell how much I plan to do next.
Yep. This is my turn. You can do what you want.
Yep.
I love that kind of confidence in these players. Max is taking the 6 because they are low on cards. I don't know if we'll have a chance to play the Overload script with the cards remaining. I didn't see any huge breakpoints left. I think there's a few 4s left in the deck, but not much else.
It looks like the teams have probably concluded on one of their matches over here,
Yep.
helping him out, trying to figure out how to close this thing out.
Probably a Dash IO in the middle seat that's like, hey, I'm done. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's one of the coolest thing about the team sealed is like, when you do start getting conclusions of the matches, he is going to go ahead and they did say go ahead and knock out that Overload script. Let's finish this boy off.
So I assume it's a bunch of 4 breakpoints at least. If there's 2 6s in here, this game is just over.
I do see Big Bertha for boost. I see Scrap card, Scrap Harvester, one of
I think
those.
that Big Bertha is blue, though, so unfortunately it's only 3. But this is the do or die turn for Max, I feel like. They have to really close this out and make it closer. Unless Teklo is also low on cards.
It looks like Teklo's got at least another full draw. I think Teklo is not worried about the card advantage at this
agree
point.
with you. Teklo deciding how to block this. Takes one on the 4. Oh, was that not boosted? Interesting. Okay. That is the rest of the deck now, so
So the Overload script is going to be gone, right? I
It
guess he
will
can
be.
galvanize it for extra block, maybe, if he's got that, but that's still rough
that means
spot.
Banksy is no longer online because we can't. Like I said, might be able to crank one more time, but we have to leak 4 more damage with 4 cards left. I've seen stranger things happen. This game is not over yet. Looks like a block card, a gas guzzler, a scrap card, and a
Telekinesis
jumpstart.
thing. Or...
Looks like Teklo's deciding if they want to throw a bunch of damage or just shoot gun. They could always boost here and try to end the game.
It's 6
quicker.
life, so if you just do 1 boost and you present lethal,
Right, you
you're
take a
still getting a
card.
card or 2 out of it. I mean, that basically ends the game. So I feel like you do need to. And you've got plenty of cards to boost and draw. It looks like I can't tell for sure, but it looks like we got at least 7, 8 cards in there.
Looks like this
Teklo's
will
been playing
be
very
a
slow.
boost. Yep.
Taking-
So 4 boosts.
Yeah.
Which
So if he
means-
lets this go through, I mean, you're going to get a card on the next attack.
Yep, the gun will hit. Or whatever the next attack is.
Just
Yep.
going for it. All right,
That
so
makes sense. You're so low on cards, you have to take it. And here
yeah,
comes the gun
but
for
now
2.
you're blocking.
Which forces a card. Probably that block card that's left in hand. Yep.
And he did pitch the chess piece, so
Yes.
we did see the chess piece there finally.
So they have at least 3 Evos. I assume a lot more, but
We know that's going to cycle back. He still has the 5 blade break on his equipment, right? I feel like Teklo's
Teklo's very far ahead, and I don't think there's a way for Max to close this out. But like I said, it's not over until it's over.
well, the overload script is gone now, correct?
Yes,
it had
yes.
no steam counter on it. It should be destroyed.
Overlord script should be gone.
I think the same happened with that hyperdriver, doesn't it? Or no, he just gets to choose.
I don't think the overload script is going to matter too much, though, which is the good news. Swinging for, yep,
Yeah,
so
okay.
the Teklo player
Yeah,
noticed, which is good. Gas Guzzler 4/4. We'll take a card because Teklo's at 4. It looks like Teklo's back to his pitch stack as well because he did draw those Evo arms again.
Yep.
So full blocking makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's going to do it, right?
That should. Teklo can boost the card in hand and shoot gun if wanted, or just shoot gun over and over again until the game's finished.
It's 1 card in hand. I would just shoot the gun. I mean, if you're going to
2
play
cards,
it smart,
but yeah.
just shoot the gun, draw up, and finish it. Oh, basically, I guess he kind of is playing the item.
Yep.
No, he does have 2 cards. I apologize. I thought he only had 1 in his hand.
Play the item, shot the gun, guaranteed to take a card, which means Max can no longer attack because they can't swing Banksy, they can't crank. They can play that scrap card, though, if they really wanted to get cheeky with it. Looks like that is going to be blocked, though.
Well, he can, if it's 0 cost, he can still play it. He just won't give it go again, right?
But I think the last card is Jump
Yeah,
Start, so yep.
it makes sense. That one was over a couple turns ago.
That
So
is over. GG to Teklo. But this
Yeah.
is a team event, so the Max's team might have won the other 2 games, and they might move on. So we'll have to find out how that finished.
that was really good. I mean, that's basically. I mean, I felt like both players kind of played that exactly as you would expect. I mean, the Evos were not online early, so he used his cards to block to kind of keep his life total up high enough to where he could get them set up, and then really didn't utilize the Evos too much. He played that Liquid Cool Mayhem once, and he shot the gun a few times at the end there to win, but not necessarily doing anything fancy other than surviving long enough to present the lethal damage at the end, and Max, of course, burning himself out, high energy. So that's what we kind of expect.
This just in, blocking is still good, you know. Teklo showed up, and Teklo wanted to block. That will win a lot of games. It looks like
Yeah,
players are packing up here, so I'm not sure if the whole match is over or just that 1 game.
I'm not sure how this is going to set up with the stream, but somebody was asking, or somebody was making a statement that they felt like the Max sat on the overload script for too long. Do you feel the same way? Like you should have done it when they had enough cards to boost through and do.
I think the turn where they did 6 into 6, that was the perfect overload script turn to leak 6 damage, no matter
Yeah.
what. But I think Banksy should have been swung more that match. Max went with the big number approach, which sometimes does get there. But it's so hard because fatigue is such a hard thing to, you know, figure out mid-match of if it's going to be a fatigue match or a damage match. Max definitely went for the damage way, not the fatigue way, so...
Felt like there was also a lot of reds and yellows in Max's deck from what I could tell, and I'm sure Resource...
Yeah, a few clunky draws for sure.
Yeah, not being able to fully go as wide as he wants and then swing Banksy and everything at the end there, it probably was something that was weighing in on that decisions that he was making each turn.
Yeah, but great game. Let me switch back over to just me and you.
I think Bright Light's for what it is, an all-inclusive set for one, one class type where you can have all these dynamic different types of builds and play styles. It's pretty impressive that it was accomplished and able to be enjoyed. So
this is my favorite limited format, I think, so far. I'm really enjoying the 3 different play styles, the ways you can build each deck. Like you can build Dash with Pounder and just equip Evos and still just fatigue people. So I'm enjoying this limited format a lot.
Impressive. What was it? Yuki Lee Bender that just basically undefeated through the draft event, and that's pretty impressive as well for how how difficult her matchups were, and then also playing this format where a lot of people, it's the the demise of their entire competition. That's pretty impressive. So I don't know how they do it. I'm always like a break even kind of guy on this format. It's like I win one, lose one, win one, kind of situation, balance back and forth into the bracket. That's the way I play this format. But
my goal for World was
it's
to go
fun.
2-1 in draft, and I accomplished that, so I was happy.
Yeah.
A 2-1 in any limited format, I think, is very, very strong.
Yep.
Especially in a
with you that.
format this complex.
I've always been a champion of the limited format, especially for players that are good enough with the game to understand the raw mechanics of playing Flesh and Blood and understanding card advantage and things, because it puts people on that almost more equal playing field of balance, especially the pre-release weeks coming up, right? You've got the heavy hitters coming up. Hello. So sorry, I guess they can't see what happened. Somebody was waving on the camera there. You got the pre-release weeks and stuff coming up, and that's where you go in there and just have some fun and do some janky stuff and figure it all out, and it's a lot of fun.
Pre-release is one of my favorite events because everyone is on an equal playing field with the card knowledge. Everybody shows up, reads the cards, and just has fun. And that's what Flesh and Blood, my favorite part about Flesh and Blood is just showing up to these local events and just jamming,
So it looks like we have a winning team based on the fact that everybody's standing up and packing up.
I gotta look. It looks like everyone is packing up, so I will try to figure out which team won that. That's the awkward part about team events is, just because the match we're watching concludes doesn't mean all the matches concluded. It looks like my PC's having a little bit of an issue. Are you still there?
I am here. Yep.
All right, cool.
We may have froze a little bit.
My OBS definitely froze. I'm not sure if chat can still hear us.
Yeah, we look like we're back.
Cool. I'm not going to worry too much about it. What was your biggest takeaway from this event so far? Since you've done a Living Legends round and now a team round as well. Anything you've noticed?
For me, what I just like, I can't see people's faces, right, to get the feel and the the energy in there. But based on Joey coming in and out and all the players coming out, yeah, the video just froze again, it looks like. But I just genuinely love the spirit of any of these events. Even gym score events are a lot of fun, but the community ones where you're going into it, you're not trying to spike the event necessarily. You're just people want to win, but they're going in there to have a good time. I think those are the best things for me.
Sorry, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. Yeah, those are the best things for me, and that's kind of the whole reason why I've been part of this game of Flesh and Blood, is because every time you go and you gather around other people that have that general interest that you have around the same game, and it's a lot of people that are learning. There's a big combination. It's not all competitive players, right? You've got new people that are learning, just trying to have fun, getting to meet people, and then you've got people in between that are deciding if they're going to take it seriously or not. Hey, what's up, Joey?
Anymore, they can still hear us.
I think the camera's froze.
Dying slowly.
The stream's been dying slowly.
Yes, the cards were getting. So they can still hear us. They said.
But the audio froze.
The video froze.
Nito torpedo. Well, let's check the old.
Zoom will not open as well.
Okay, that is probably why. That's probably why. Pull a stream, pull whatever. Okay.
Please hold.
But if you guys can hear us, then great. Again, wouldn't be a coaxing if it didn't explode.
They can hear you. I've got the stream up, and I can hear myself.
That is good. At least they can hear us. That's a start.
We're just intently gazing into each other's eyes, Mo. That's what's going on there on the stream.
That is great. That's all we really need.
It's all running. That's the problem. Oh wait.
Oh.
So it's here. It's here. I see you.
Oh, maybe we fixed it. Maybe we're good again.
I can see things are moving.
Oh, the stream is froze. You gotta unfreeze it, I think. No, it's not. Oh, there we go. Hey, Joy fixed it. We're good.
Huzzah! All right, tier 2. I gotta go. We'll do some giveaways here in a sec too, because it's been a while since we've done the giveaway thing.
Oh.
And I've got some fun stuff. Yes.
One more thing. Riddle is gonna buy the winning team drinks. Whoever just won that match, he's gonna PayPal you for the drinks, whatever it costs.
What, the one that just happened?
Yes, the whatever stream game just happened. Gets a free round of drinks. He said he'll PayPal you whatever it costs.
And we're back, baby.
You're back.
Thanks for being here.
Look at that go. Sorry about the
Back in
technical
action again.
difficulties. Running
Well, what's
a-
your takeaway? You're actually live in the event, okay?
Yeah. So
and what are people doing? What are people saying? You know, what's the feel?
So this is my second ever Coaxing, and this one is pretty insane. We have, like I said, probably 150 to 200 people in this brewery, all drinking, all eating. People have been here since 10 a.m., just hanging out, having a great time. I know there's a bunch of on-demand events firing. There is the 4-player format is happening as well. There's just a lot of
UPF.
Yes, UPF. UPF
Okay.
is happening. Everyone is just having a ton of fun. A lot of people from the Living Legend event played for 3 rounds and then dropped. So like, people are just here to jam Flesh and Blood, and that's what's so much fun about the Coaxing is it's not your hyper competitive battle hardened. It's not a calling. It's not even a skirmish. People are here just out of the love of the game. I'm honestly not even sure what the prizes for this event are. I don't think a lot of people know what the prizes are. Like, people just showed up to have a good time and play Flesh and Blood in the Flesh and Blood. So,
Absolutely, yeah. It's I wish I could be there. I was at a couple of events. I've been at Pittsburgh recently, and Columbus, and Pro Tour, obviously, early in the year. Feels like a year ago or longer for Pro Tour, but no, it wasn't that long, I guess. But coming up on 2024, so we got a lot of cool stuff. Looking forward to it.
yeah, the Coaxing is made to be a celebration of the year. So we're just trying to, celebrate the whole year of FAB, and that's all we're doing.
Very cool.
Are you doing another round with me, Riddle, or I'm not even
I have
sure.
no idea.
So it looks like round 1 was blank, and then you filled in for round 1. Now we have round 2 coming up, and if you just want to hang out,
As long as we're not interrupting somebody else's chance to be here, I'm happy to hang out.
Let me double check.
I want to interrupt.
I believe our producer that we had planned had to back out at the last minute, so I am the commentator and producer right now. So I'm trying to kind of juggle everything.
I'm happy to hang out. I think Breezy's lurking in the shadows over here too. If we needed another person to come in and help out.
So it looks like round 1 was a blank spot that we were supposed to fill and just never did, and you kind of filled it, which is perfect.
There you go.
And
It's
then
filled, sir.
Round 2 is your round. So hey, look at that. As long as you
All
don't
right.
mind, go
Again,
ahead.
I will apologize again to the audience. I'll be here for another round.
A bunch of people are clapping over there. I'm not sure what just happened, but they're getting pretty hyped.
Excellent. Do we have a winner in something?
Maybe. I don't think Top 8 for Living Legend is up yet, so I'm not really sure. I know there's some box breaks happening over there. There's some Everfest. I think someone's cracking some unlimited product as well, so.
Ooh. Boom! Did we get one of those moments?
Yeah, so it looks like we have another Teklo V Max mirror. Well, not mirror, but you know what I mean. Another Teklo V. Oh, let me switch over the stream so you guys can actually see it. Boom! There we go. So we have the Pro Quest top 2 playmat on the right side. And we have, oh, nope, never mind. Looks like that match is getting taken off camera. I lied.
Rip. That was the fastest match that I've ever seen a Tekla Boston do right there.
Looks like they decided not to show that on stream. I don't know. Maybe because it's the same exact matchup. Hopefully it's not Tekla v Max in this seed as well, because that'd be really funny.
Well, the last time we saw the Tekla on top, it was actually a Max token upside down or something like that. So it worked out.
I know that black playmat from anywhere. I believe that is the mid-max black playmat. There's not many with that black and white look.
Are you a playmat guy?
I am a playmat guy. I think my favorite playmat I have is the Tunic one from the very first Road to Nats.
Okay.
I won that one. It's kind of like my baby. But my mid-max playmat's always great. It's so clean, so basic that it really hits the spot.
Yeah.
The Coaxing one, I think, is my new favorite playmat, though, to be honest.
That thing is pretty badass.
The art is beautiful, and I really do enjoy it. Let's see, was I right? Is this a min-max playmat? It is a min-max playmat. Look at that.
There you are.
I'm not sure who
Very
is
sleek
on stream, but so it looks like Teklo. I hope this is Dash IR. I really hope it's Teklo v Dash because those are some explosive games.
I think this person is recording all 6 players' health
hopefully
totals here.
I just wouldn't read it easy enough. Hopefully they just
Means we have 2 Dash IOs in the center, and we're looking at
it looks like this might be another max
Teklo Max.
Teklo.
Yeah.
Which, hey, we'll see if this one goes differently than the last one.
You know, the only thing that finishes faster than Kano in Orlando, Rob? Probably shouldn't finish that joke. Right? Yeah, no, not yet. Too early in the night to finish that joke.
Maybe after a few more drinks we can finish that joke.
Yeah, there we go. All right.
The playmat is very minimalist, and I really do enjoy that.
Yeah, I feel like we need to be really enforcing the play zones during this match, since they're so bright and highlighted there. No starting equipment out here yet.
No. Not even a weapon. So we don't even know what weapons these guys are rocking.
Just the suspense, right? Nobody could have any idea what weapon they're running. Gonna be everybody using the pistol.
That pistol is very good. If you can equip some Evos, just fatigue the fatigue deck. All right, that's clean. I like that. That is a very nice life total counter on the screen.
Yeah.
We can follow all 3 games pretty easily now. So who do you have for this game? Do you think the Max is going to max it up again? Or do you think Tekla will just block again?
I want to see the equipment, actually.
Like, fair.
I don't know. I want to see how much of the upgraded blade break, because then same exact sleeves, man. It looks like the exact same deck. What do we got?
Max has the head now and the feet, which are the important ones.
All right. I'm going with Max now.
I'm a little biased because, Team has sent my team with min-max, so I want it for the Max. But I also think Max with that equipment setup is favored. Being able to shuffle a card back into your deck with the headpiece, being able to get an extra action point with the feet, being able to crank Banksy up to 4 with the arms. The chest is like the least important one, so I really do like the setup.
Now, we don't have a steam counter on that headpiece, so technically it can't be used, sir.
Yeah, there's no steam counters on any of this equipment, which, I
love it. I don't know. I am a big fan of not like casual formats. Like I guess commoners consider, like, I'm not a big fan of like certain formats, but I'm a big fan of just having an event where people can let their guard down a little bit, play the game, enjoy it. It's the spirit of the game that like actually draws me to it the most.
Yeah, like that's why I love this event so much, because everyone's just jamming. Like, I know in Living Legend there was a few tunic counters missed that both players just let them get back, which is also always great to see.
Yep.
So who is going first here? I see that Teklo has 2 blocking cards in their hand and 1 Evo feat. So if Teklo's going first, they can like equip that feat and then hold that firewall. Oh, there's the steam counters. They weren't missed. Look at us go.
Hey, let's go.
So they are playing a Sprocket Rocket for 3, no boost.
Red Rocket always gets its day out there every now and then.
Blocking for 3, nice and easy.
Dumpster dive out of
These
here.
boots will go again on that action, though. So there is an action point left. And they will pitch the firewall and the block card for 2. Very nice Teklo turn, getting a turn 0 Evo.
The only issue I have is those are not a base level boot, right?
So those are the common ones that don't block.
Yeah, that's my concern for him, actually, because he can't upgrade that again, and he's kind of locked in now, right?
So normally, like in this matchup, you need to keep 1 Evo out there so you can shoot your gun at the end of the game to kill them during the fatigue match. So having 1 that doesn't block isn't the end of the world. So we'll see if that comes up later, though. Looks like he drew the red headpiece. So this Teklo will be setting up their armor very quickly. How is Max going to get back into this game? Pitching a buff card.
Yeah, I was saying it's kind of we'll see his turn first, but it almost feels like the opposite starting of the last game. Which
Teklo's coming out hot, and Max is kind of chilling. That is the buff one that gets one back from your banished zone, I believe, if you have a hyperdriver and banished. Ooh, Bull Barn with no hyperdrivers feels really bad. That is not what you want to see if you are Team Max here.
We boosted away a pump too. Looks like, right?
I believe there is at least 2 floatings. I believe that's a blue that he pitched. It looks like the dash match is going very fast, taking 9
Yeah, sorry to
damage
interrupt
right
this
now.
one that we're watching, but
Wow.
I just saw a 9-point go off.
I do like this setup, so we can follow the other 2 games if this game gets stale.
I'm gonna predict a boom grenade just went off.
Oh my god, he took more damage. I want to watch that dash game. That's crazy.
Sorry to interrupt here.
No, I mean, like, these 2 matchups, they're just going to think about their blocks a bunch while Dash
Throws
is
it
gonna
out
throw
there, yeah.
haymakers. So that was a 3-card block. With nothing else to do, feels really bad for Max. No hyperdrivers, no Cranksy Banksy. Really just kind of hanging out there with no additional cards happening.
If you guys are following at home, the life counter on the very top is the inverse of what we're watching. So
Yes.
Teklo on the left and Max on the right. And then 2 dashes in the middle, and then our match at the bottom here.
Yes. So the dash game is going very quickly here. Dash v Dash is punching each other while these 2 decks are actually, blocking and making decisions. It's crazy how those decks play differently. One goes Burr, the other, they don't do anything really. They're just kind of hanging out. Looks like the Teklo did just Arsenal
Diving.
pass. We are in round 2. Griddle did 2 rounds in a row. Since this was blank.
Don't get me in trouble with the principal over there, okay?
Hey, Dad's looking at the schedule. I might have messed
you
the
know?
schedule up a little bit. We'll see.
I mean, time always messes the schedule up. Time always screws the schedule up. Because we got Breezy supposed to things are just late. This is what, round 2?
This is round
That's
2.
one of my favorite cards right there.
Ooh,
Can't
I
think
love
of the name of it, but
the data
on hit
one.
opting.
Yep.
I love it. It's it's so versatile in like almost everybody's deck as well. I love that card.
Unfortunately, it did just block. So at least we're gonna get the Cranksy Banksy out here. Banksy's a little bit cranky. Oh my god, Dash v Dash is just chunks of damage.
I feel like they're playing with crippling crushes in their deck or something over there. It's crazy.
So it looks like he cranked it, and now we're going to get Banksy out there. Using the arms to make Banksy for 4. Making a very relevant breakpoint, saying, hey, either give me 2 cards or give me a counter.
Use the gloves too, yeah.
Joey is very excited that we have all the life totals on the screen. He just noticed that and loved it. The life total thing is very trippy. I love it. So what is the block on Banksy going to be here? Is it going to be 2 cards and Max wins the card advantage game, or is it going to be 1 card and Hyperdriver sticks around? Arms plus a block card. Is Tucker going to do the thing in reactions? No, he's just going to let his arms go away.
No, he just...
This is why those lakes are so important, because you can still shoot your gun in the late game. Both games, it's felt like,
Okay, there we go.
Teklo played the head. That's the red head, so that's a lot of life just gained. A minimum of 3 life just gained off of that.
Wait.
That card should be on the
Okay.
bottom of the deck, but it's not right now, which is a little bit strange. Hopefully they fix that soon. Looking back at the Max side, 4 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal. I believe the card they arsenaled was the buff. I couldn't tell exactly what buff it was, though.
Yeah, 2 Evos online at this point is a very nice
Yes,
place
2
to
Evos
be.
still at 18. So the life total is definitely leaning towards the Teklo. There's the recharge.
Yep.
Putting the Hyperdriver back to 2. Sadly, that bull bar got used up turn 0, but looks like he has another one in hand. So this might be overpower for 8, depending what colors it is. Making Teklo leak damage is always an important thing in this matchup. Looks like Max is going through decisions, and that is the bull bar. Boosting. Is it a block card in hand, though, from the Teklo? I believe it is. Kind of a blowout if that is a block card. Yep, that is the block that gets +2. But they're still just going to take 2 damage. That is still good for the max, taking 2 damage off of that.
So are we playing another card here, or are we going to focus on
I think they're
Banksy?
going to Banksy, mainly for the card advantage game, trying to make the Teklo run out of cards faster.
We hybrid drivered and cranked, so yeah, here we go with Banksy.
Cranksy Banksy with 2 hybrid drivers up is really good. The resource advantage you get off of that alone is huge. The fact that those dashes are still alive is insane. Oh, no, never mind.
Speaking of.
I think a dash will win the middle game. Oh, looks like it's a scrap dog. I don't know if that's a blue, but it gets +1, so it's at minimum
Junkyard
5.
dog.
7, so that's a red one. That's
a big boy.
That's a big doggy. Watch out for that one.
And what did he scrap out? I'm sorry.
Just the base arms, so nothing important.
Okay.
Just a card to scrap. So Max needs to decide, do you take 7, go to 13, and try to play the card advantage game still? Or do you think 7 is too much?
I think 7's too much myself. I'm not comfortable getting down to
I mean, yeah, like
13 in one hit.
130 or life in one hit is a lot of damage. Looks like a gas guzzler, rev up, overcharge, and something else in the Max's hand. Okay, looks like gas guzzler will be the block, so still taking 4 damage here, unless there's a firewall or something spicy we don't see. Nope. Oh my God, they are beating each other up over there. Wow.
Yeah, Teklo's
that
getting
Teklo
beat
is
up.
dying.
Okay.
Blocking for 6 here. So far taking 1 point of damage. Yep, taking 1 point of damage, down to 19. Blood has been spilled out of the Max deck. Playing the recharge.
Going right back into it. What did we have in the arsenal here?
Recharge real good. Into a boost. That's the non-block by equipment, I believe.
Overloop. It's gone.
Overloop gone is a little bit sad. We do have the helmet that can get it back for us, though. 3 resources means we can Cranksy Banksy again, which is clearly all this Max play wants to do. They just want to crank and bank all day long.
Yeah, he's playing exactly kind of how it was built. Play some cards, mega hybrid driver, crank.
Yep.
And swing your hammer at somebody.
Is 2 to 3 on the dash match. It's interesting how both these Max players played so differently, though. With the last one playing big numbers and this one trying to use Banksy. A block for 6 with another junkyard dog. And here comes the Banksy. Gonna probably take another card out of their hand. Can't stop, won't stop the crank. That's a Majestic, I believe. I don't know what the Majestic even does. It says block 3, though, which is all that really matters.
You just don't plan to have them anyway, so it's like, yeah, whatever.
This is block for 3? Cool.
Was that magnetic protocol? That was?
Yes.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. The card that was pitched was the Evo upgrade that couldn't be blocked. But with not many Evos out there, it doesn't really matter. 5 go again, which means the gun is following this up.
Yeah.
It's weird. Both the matchup we saw last round, the Teklo was very defensive, while this one is very aggressive. So it just shows you how you can play this matchup in so many.
I mean, we
ways.
saw one or two Teklo levelers at the very end of the game. But again, the Max was putting some high damage pressure, causing the Teklo to have the block. So it was, this is almost a little bit more like a little wider Max, but lower damage, which is allowing Teklo to kind of block with 1 card instead of 2. It's interesting to see how it plays out.
It's so interesting to see if you want your deck or you want your big numbers more. Which what makes this game so interesting is Flesh and Blood has so many small decision points that over the course of the game changes the outcome.
The dashes are still alive, by the way. I'm only assuming the game didn't end and they just didn't. Maybe they didn't take the life total to 0. I would just figure it'd be dead by now.
I assume maybe one of them's in the tank right now, deciding if they block or block. Like that is one of those matchups that do go very fast. Oh, here comes a boost. Is it an item on
Another
top?
dumpster dive boost.
It is a big
Big
Bertha.
Bertha. He's boosted away a lot of boost cards. I don't know how many. Maybe his whole deck seems to be mostly
The
boost.
good thing
But
with Big Bertha is it puts a counter back on that Hyperdriver. So that Hyperdriver has been around for like 4 turns.
Yep.
So if that's a red, it's 4 go again. Really trying to hit those breakpoints. And really trying to punish this Teklo. Teklo's trying to think about what cards to block with. Looks like they have a backup protocol. I'm not sure what color in hand. And then 3 blocks. I'm not sure exactly which 3 blocks they are, but I don't think Teklo really cares. It says block 3, and they're playing it.
Yeah. I don't know what he's looking for in his.
Well, he's a
card
backup
pile.
protocol in hand, so I think he's trying to decide what's the best card to get back. Backup protocol, one of those cards that's just so powerful in every kind of deck.
It's got to be the MVP of the limited format. Oh, we're not dead on Dash. We're down to 1 to 3.
Wow.
All right. So Dash is.
I have to assume if that Dash player on 1 has any cards left, it definitely favors them now. This is a big decision point on the Teklo. I wonder if they're thinking if they can just like get aggressive and boost and try to take the tempo, or if they're really just deciding on what 3 block to block with. Or maybe block
Taunting
with
his
2
teammate
cards.
over here. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they say, should I just play this, get something back, and blocking with 3 here, taking 1 down to 14. And then here comes another Cranksy Banksy. This Banksy's very cranky today.
Yeah. He's getting the maximum value out of his resources too, which is really nice. I mean, there's nothing really left over every turn, so
Yep.
I like what he's doing.
We have the legs and the headpiece still for the late game to try to steal some more damage. So Teklo wanted to keep 2 cards. Maybe they're going to Arsenal 1 play the other. Maybe they just play the backup protocol and then Arsenal the other and try to make it so they don't have any no blocks in their hand next turn. It's always interesting to see how these players navigate these situations. A big question mark on this Teklo of what to do with these last 2 cards.
It'd be like a really interesting play if you had the protocol on the table.
Yes.
Use your Teklo instant to equip some Evo gear, right? And then you get the extra draw card, especially if it's a 0 cost instance. You draw the card, and then you can use, the resources to pay for the red to come back into your hand as well. But it's kind of like a little bit overreaching there. You don't really. You just kind of set yourself up, assuming you can survive whatever you're being presented with. But
it looks like the Teklo player really doesn't know if they want to just shoot the gun.
he is going to go ahead and do it. Okay.
So they didn't crank it. They did the play I was mentioning.
He's just going to set it up, yeah.
Set up it for your next turn. Which the Max player must be like, oh my god, yes.
I kind of do like that, though, because 2-card hand, how are you going to pay for anything? I mean, if you're going to play one of the cards, use that card to pay, to pay for the 2. What are you going to bring back that you're really going to do anything with?
Looks like Teklo just drew the red chess piece. So they'll have 3 Evos up after this next turn if that's what they decide to do.
Yeah, and the battle-worn ones, too, which is pretty
the very
huge
strong
there.
one.
So. And it's still a base as well, so he could essentially get the battle-worn out of it, then re-equip something else. So it's a really nice setup that Teklo's got compared to last game we watched.
Yeah, it's completely different decks, completely different play styles out of both these players. 0 to 60, one of my favorite cards in the set. I love the flavor text on that card.
0 to 50? Because going 60 is like, what, a ticket or something? Was that what it says?
I think it's like it's going too fast or something, but yeah, such a good...
I'm going to look it up.
Looks like the headpiece is finally coming out here. That dash game
0
is
to
still
60,
going.
you'll get a ticket for that, buddy. So he is going to go ahead and do this play, which we kind of assume.
Taking 1 damage off the 0 to 50. And that's a crankshaft coming in here. Banishing the crankshaft.
So right away, Teklo wants to keep his hand when he throws that block out there at 13 life. At this point, you're thinking, okay, I mean, for me, I'm thinking, I want to go wide. Because he wants his hand. He's got something good in there. I need to get some cards out or do a lot of damage here.
Banish the Teklo for trying to hold these cards. It's such a great idea. And it looks like Teklo's now thinking about blocking, which is the situation you wanted to be in.
Yes.
Blocking for 3. Maybe? Yep, blocking for 3, taking 1 down to 12. And now are we cranking bacon or are we boosting again? Is this another boost?
It's crank and bank, and I helped, baby.
No cards have been pitched yet, though, so this could be another like a pitch for a boost card again. Maybe if Arsenal's another boost card, you like pitch for that, boost it, then you crank and bank. Because Teklo still has 3 cards. Oh.
Sounds like you need another drink over there, getting a little hoarse.
Oof. Commentating all day is a struggle. I'm not gonna lie. It's fun though. But man, your voice.
All right.
Oh,
I think
dash 1.
Of the 1 life dash, pulled it out. Congratulations. So we do now know also which team is in the lead, right? We got 1 win on the team on the left. So
Team on the left is in the lead, but that
All right, here we go.
power game doesn't look great. Oh, is it the if you've boosted twice plus 2? Is it? I believe. I think it's for 8. I could be wrong though. Hold on the name of it. I think it's a 3 cost. If you 3 for 6 if you boosted twice this turn plus 2. I could be completely wrong with that though.
it's a decision point now. You know,
All right, do you keep your whole hand to be aggressive like you want it to, or do you instant speed equip the chest piece, draw a card, block with the chest and the card drawn?
Okay.
Looks like they are blocking for 6 here, taking 1.
Okay.
Arsenal pass. So I believe the Evo chest is still in hand for the Teklo.
yeah, I feel like this turn just got kind of killed though.
You can shoot gun for 2, pitching the chest, which kind of feels bad. Just passing and holding the card. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe he's trying to set up a situation where he can.
Yeah, values the chest a lot, which is smart. The chest
Yeah.
does block for 3 more cards.
Yeah, you know, and if he does block with it and pulls it back as well, he gets even more life out of it.
Yes.
But if you don't have blues, which didn't look like he blocked with many blues, I can't really tell the colors, but they are expensive to to get
Yes.
back. So
The red ones are the hardest to play, with the yellows being good with the bonus effects. Max just keeps getting left with a 5-card hand, trying to decide what to do with it. Looks like there's 2 buffs in the very left of the Max's card hand. That is a gas up, I believe. So plus 1 to 3 to the next card you boost, depending on what color it is. Into a
There's a
recharge.
recharge.
Okay. So this next card is overpower. That'd be huge, but I don't think there's a card that would have overpower here. Into an underloop. Boosted. So this is a very strong underloop. With 2 floating? No floating. Oh, so now
we got it. This
the
is
final
tiebreaker
match.
game right here.
This is
Our
the
game just got a
match.
lot more important.
Yeah. So it looks like Max beat the Teklo on the other table. Will this Max also beat the Teklo is the question. So you need to fully block this underloop because you cannot let that bonus ability happen. Makes sense.
That's a tough choice to have to make there. Just,
I think this will be a Cranksy Banksy if that last card is a blue. It looks like it's not a blue, so they're just going to Arsenal and pass.
we lose the script without even being able to get a card back from it. Kind of disappointing there.
Card disadvantage in this matchup is a big deal. So losing that card advantage game just does not feel good. I wonder if the Teklos should have just pitched whatever card in their hand just to save that extra card in deck, but
How many cards left in the deck for Max? I don't know. Probably around 10 if I had to guess.
I think Max is winning on the card advantage game right now. Because the Teklo's been blocking a lot. And
Yeah,
Banksy's
3
been
card to
slowing.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an exciting game though. Teklo is still holding on that chess piece, but I really think they should
Fast
just
again.
pitch and shoot. I think they've missed 4 damage so far by not shooting each turn.
Yeah, at
But-
this point, it has kind of been a.
He's at an IP2 now for IP1 for 2 turns
Yeah.
now. which is just not where you want to be in this matchup. Max again with the 5-card hand. Max trying to figure out what to do. That is the one on a hit. No, let's just go again. So this turn, all Max's attacks will have go again. So no boosting is required. But
It's actually pretty huge in this spot with that dwindling deck. To be able to put that on board is very nice. I wonder if did he pitch stack that down, I guess, at this point?
It could have been. I do know
Must
you need
have,
to
right?
boost, unfortunately, to Cranky Bank. So maybe he's not going to Cranky Bank this turn and just try to win the card advantage game. I believe that's a yellow, so it will be for 5. So.
All right, we get the equipment.
Yep. Holding on that Firewall is very smart. The Firewall might be important for a Overpower card. Ooh, maybe the Firewall would be used now instead of the Breakpoint. At 11, you're not really worried about Overpower yet, though, so I can see that. Yep, this makes sense. Losing
on
the
how many-
helmet, though. So helmet will be gone forever, meaning he only has the boots on for Evos. Oh, he still took 2. I thought that was a red one. Oh, wait. How did he take 2 there?
That could have been a non-red script.
Yeah, that could be a non-red.
Firewall, sorry.
It has to be a blue then if he took 2. No, it would be a yellow. Yeah, so it's a yellow Firewall there. Going down to 9. Pitching a rev up. Don't you need the boost for Cranky Bank, or is it just play a card with boost? I don't know what Max says exactly. I thought you had the boost for that to happen, though. Am I crazy?
I thought you had to boost to be able to.
I thought so
do
too.
the, hyper.
We might have to go stop that game really fast.
Yeah, so it is create a hyperdriver only if you've boosted.
And that card was not boosted, correct?
No, he just has go again from the item or whatever on the table.
I will try to get a judge involved. ASAP.
Correct us if I'm wrong, chat. But
I believe you need the boost for that. I'm reading the card right now. Create a hyperdriver with 2 stream counters. Yeah, all right. I will go get a judge to take a look at that game really fast. I will view. Actually, hey Joey. He's busy. Yeah, can you have a judge look at the stream game really fast?
A judge?
Tell them that they didn't boost this turn, so they can't crank and bank. So yeah, just go tell the judge really fast. There you go, trying to make this game not get too far out of control.
trying to rewind real quick and see,
Yes,
but it's so hard on YouTube.
They are telling the judge right now to make sure we didn't break any rules. Before this gets too far out of control.
I'm rewatching it right now to see if he did boost or not. I don't believe we saw a boost.
I don't think you would ever boost if you played that script, which is the weird part. All right, looks like we asked for a judge, but judges might be busy.
Yeah, so I just watched the replay. He did not boost, and then he declared his 2 blocks, pulled back his 1 block, and then put in the firewall.
Well, the judges have been alerted.
We are correct. We'll see how it plays out.
Yes. We caught it, yeah. We'll just continue on, though, and like nothing happened until... I do see a judge walking to that back stream right now, though, so they might interrupt this game. I don't know what the fix for that is, though, which is the awkward part.
That's why I'm not the judge.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm here in the booth and not
They can
out
make
there.
the decision. But realistically, I mean, what we would happen is we would subtract out, we'd take the hyperdriver off the table because it's not going to be there.
But then Banksy's also
the
not
Banksy
legal
attack
free.
doesn't happen. He's got the 1 card in his hand that he pitched, but at this point, they've already gone through so many more.
Yeah.
At this point, you might as well just let it roll out.
Unfortunate, but
Just
everybody
give
is
a warning
few
and then
alcoholic
inform
drinks
them.
in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a mistake I make when I'm sober. So
That's the fun part about casting an event like this when it's not a high-level game. Looks like they are reading the headpiece right now. Looks like players are looking through their graveyards, trying to decide what they have left in the deck and what the best way to finish this game is. I do say this does look Max favored right now. I know Tekla has like 3 to 4 cards left. I'm not sure how many Max has though. So if Max has enough to keep boosting and taking cards every turn, but the all the Tekla has to do is shoot for 2 for a bunch of times and win the game.
And did we get a new? We got a new headpiece equipped over here on Teklo's
Yeah,
side.
so
correct?
that is just
during
the
that
one,
last turn.
When it enters, draw a card. Oh, when it enters, you may banish a card from your hand. If you do draw a card, but it blocks for 0. So that is just a 0 block. There's nothing else there besides blocks for 0. But it keeps the headpiece around, which is the nice part. How does Max close out this game? Is there a way that Max can close out this game?
I actually don't think so. Because you were saying you think Max got the advantage. The only problem is we saw in the last match, for Max to do enough damage, he's got to burn, 2 to 1 cards on his attacks almost. He's not going to play a scrap and then pass because he's got a boost to turn on the hybrid driver, turn on the crank to be able to get the free 3, and it's just.
I agree with you there. I think
2 cards per turn, only presenting what, 4 to 6.
Unless Max has 8 cards or more right now, that is the only way I can see this changing. If Max has like 8 cards left in deck, I think Max can close out this game. If they have 5 or less, I don't know. Max also has the headpiece up still, which means they can shuffle one of those attacks back into their deck. They have the legs up there, so they don't need to boost one of these turns. Well, they need to boost for the first one, then break the legs to get into the action point. This is a very interesting spot.
This just got this. So what we saw is earlier they were playing with a little bit more conviction in their turn. But now that you know that this game determines whether or not your team wins, like it's a different vibe happened as soon as we saw those life totals go away. You've got the teams consulting and giving advice on every turn, kind of slowing things down, more methodical.
Which is what I love about this format, that you can just sit with your buddies and say, hey, you won, you lost. Let's ignore all that. Focus on my game, and let's use 3 brains to figure out how to win this game. And that is what they're doing right now. Both teams, the Max's team is in the tank. I don't know if the Tekla's team is in the tank. Tekla's just kind of hanging out.
The Max team is like, please, Lord, give me some answers. Send me a message.
Oh. But Max needs to come to a decision. They might be arguing over what cards. They did pitch a blue. That's a good start. And they are boosting Overloop Blue, I think. Boosting away. I couldn't tell you what that card is.
Teklo, where we're at, you block this, right? You don't want this going back into.
No, you need to block this. That might be. So it looks like it's getting 2 cards.
Oh, he does. Okay.
So, that's not really card advantage. It's still card disadvantage for the Max. So I really do think Max needs a Cranky Banksy here. You need a Cranky Banksy for the rest of the game. Use your headpiece. Use your legs. Try to get full value. So there goes the headpiece, shuffling back in an attack to the deck.
Like this.
Hopefully it's an overloop if you're on the Max's side. It is an overloop. Okay, there we go. That's a red.
Pretty expected there.
If it is a red overloop, we are back in business. Oh, is there only 2 cards left?
That's what it looks like.
So that's 3 cards.
Yeah, Max is in a much more dire situation
than. Good cut. Looks like Teklo does have this one though. Yep. So Hyperdriver did trigger. That is a very good catch. But I don't know if he can leak 9 damage at this point of the game.
I don't think so at all.
I didn't see any insane pitch stack with buff stuff in the deck. It looks like a blue buff.
Looks like we're
made a
breaking the chain
driver
here, and then got to be going into Banksy, right? He can't afford to play another card, he needs to pitch it and redraw it with only 2 on his deck.
So there's the Crank and Bank. It looks like players are deciding if they're swinging the Banksy or if they're going to activate the legs. Looks like they're going to activate the legs first instead. I'm not sure if that's an instant or not, but this is a casual event, so it really doesn't matter. So Banks coming in for 3 here, with an action point remaining due to those legs. Taking the 3 there, going down to 6 makes sense.
I like that because even if you have the worst case, like an overload script with a 6 attack coming at you, he still has the equipment that can at least blade break 2 and only take 4 and still survive. He's got a lot of options out there. I don't know if he has any block cards. It looked like they were counting block cards when they were doing that little go to the tank for a couple minutes there. So maybe he knows he has 1 or 2 in the deck somewhere.
So it looks like Max used the legs as a bluff, which I love that. Because they didn't follow that up with the extra action point. They just did it just to say, hey, you want to block this because something else is coming, and it worked. So like
he said, we're fucking going all out. Okay, we're gonna use every advantage that we could possibly get on this turn. We're not dying in vain. Like putting it all out there.
I like that. That was cute.
I mean, this is simple, right? A 1-cost Teklo lever with go again. He's got the 3 evos on. This is like all you care about is for me as Teklo is having the 3 evos so that my leveler is now a really nasty weapon that you always have to respect.
With
and
only
just
1 card left in Max's deck as well, so they get like 1 more big boost turn. But with Teklo at 6.
6 cards in Teklo, but Teklo can do for free or for 1 resource a 3-cost go again, right? Or I mean, sorry, 2 damage go again.
2, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think this
For
isn't
nothing.
locked up yet though, because there is an Arsenal card. So like, what's the Arsenal? It's a recharge.
All right,
Is that a red
recharge.
recharge? I think it's a blue though. That's a red. That's huge.
Okay. Well, what can we do with it? He can only boost 1 time this turn because he will lose that last
I
card.
think they played 2 bar downs, but I mean, there's no more overpower left in the deck. If this was an overpowered attack, like maybe they could squeak it through, but
It has to be overpowered, otherwise it's useless because he's got a full grip and he's got blade break on his boots for 2. I mean, there's really
the boots
not
don't
enough
block.
damage in the deck in the game to be able to kill him all.
The only block left is the chest for 1, I believe. The blue.
Oh, I thought he still had the.
No, those are the 0 block go again.
I can't see them. Okay.
Yeah, and the head is
My
also a 0
apologies.
block. So looks
So
like
we
it's
are
an
down
overloop.
at 1.
There
it goes.
And the sad part is, like, you can't even crank and make after this because you only have 2 resources left. So the best you can do is crank.
This is a pretty big attack, though. Yeah, he just says, screw it, I'm just going to give it all.
Oh, that hit! Wow. Not like it matters that much, but
It goes back. I mean, it does matter. It's actually really important.
oh, so they didn't have enough to crank and bank. So
How many
down
cards
to
does
1.
Teklo have?
Wow. Teklo, I feel like I looked away for 1 second, and Teklo's at 1.
All right.
That is the +1 block, I think.
This is good. And what do we have here? Tooth. Oh,
Wow.
You
Wait a
may be
minute.
right.
Wait a
We may have
minute.
got there.
Is this it? I mean, you can't boost anymore.
Oh yeah, he took it back. That's
Ah.
smart. You
Yeah, it doesn't
you
really
got
matter.
you got at least.
But it is
yeah.
a 0 block, right? So, like, is the rest of the deck 0 blocks? Looks like a 3 block and a...
Oh, Maxi Max.
So he needs to throw 7 this turn. I don't think there's a way to throw 7. So if you have 2 attacks left that both take, like, I think Max has this. Throw the big Bertha. Oh, let's overloop.
Yeah.
So throw the
No
overloop.
boosting.
Get 2 cards. The Tekla only has a 9 block left. I think Max
So
stole this game.
Well, this is really important though because if he can block this out, he can't crank, right? I mean, you can't.
You don't need to crank though, right? Because like,
Okay.
this takes 2 cards. The last card in Tekla's hand is
Yeah.
a 9
Oh
block.
yeah, it's got 0 block.
So
All
next
right.
turn they just throw that rev up.
Oh, GG's,
Oh, no,
he
you
got
can't-
there.
you can't
Wow, look at
crank.
Max.
You can't crank.
I love it. Look at the board state though. Honestly, look at the board state. With 2 cards in Max's deck and no cards
I will
in
go
Tekla's
tell
deck.
these
Like,
players that you cannot crank and bank without boosting. That is very important for them to know.
yeah, well.
But again, this is a casual event, so like, play mistakes will happen. Both teams are drinking a lot, so
We're gonna at this point. It's been how many hours? So we'll
Yeah.
call it is what it is.
I've been here for what, since 9 a.m. So I've been here for like, I don't know, a long time, 8 hours. So like, I think it's 8 hours of alcohol. But yeah, I do need to go tell that team that they cannot be cranking and baking without boosting. But good games. That was a fun match for sure. Thank you so much for spending your time with us today and helping me commentate. That was great.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'm looking forward to watching the rest of the show on the couch. Relaxing.
Awesome.
So,
Yeah, it
thanks
looks
for
like
having me, and I think you guys are in for a treat. We have Breezy, I think, coming up next. So
maybe it looks like Joey might have to switch the people around. He said due to time.
Oh, okay.
So I need to go find Joey to see who is next. If you
Well,
just
I
wanna,
can stall for you for a
if you
minute.
want to talk to the people really fast, while I go find Joey.
Man of the people.
Yeah, I'll be right back. So
What are
you're
we
in
doing?
charge. I believe in you. Got this. No worries.
Awesome. They just put me in charge of their entire broadcast. So let's mess some stuff up, ladies and gentlemen. How the heck's everybody doing? Oh wait, he's still listening to. Oh crap. What do you guys think about that, man? I did not think that Max could choke out that damage right there at the end with only a few cards, and he managed to get it done. This is why you don't take items. This is why you just don't draft items for that 0 block. You avoid that at all costs. I think, are we still on? I don't have any control over the let's get stupid. Some mighty sweet koozies. Yeah, they look like a barrel of beer or something, right? Like a little old school wooden mug. I do not have control over the production here, so you're going to be staring at an empty table. I want you to take your time and imagine how much you're dominating your opponent on that table when we go through this setup. LL top 8 is 4 Starvos, 2 Prism, 1 Vis, and 1 Chain. Thank you, Fanina. Appreciate that. So, Prisms and Starvos. Didn't we see a Prism on screen beat a Starvo? Is that correct? So maybe there is hope there. And we saw that 1 Vis handle Chain pretty well. So we'll see. Now, I think am I working with everybody here when I just genuinely hope that Starvo doesn't win it at this point? I would like to see some diversity in the winners of these LL events. Did you make the koozies, Andy? Is that why you're pointing them out? Are you self-plugging here? Let me scroll back up. Andrew Osman, you were cracking off in that last match, huh? I need to see. I think at this point, yeah, it is nice, Martin, that there's not 8 Starvos. I think at some point here we're gonna have to have a little bit of a tweak to the Living Legends system here. We're gonna have to maybe not like ban anything, but maybe exclude certain heroes from or they can, right? It's an open format. They can just move it around and do what they want. I want to see them go ahead and change it to where only Living Legend heroes are part of it, but I think we need a little bit more of a hero pool to choose from before we can do that. So that it feels like more of an exclusive event where your hero has to earn that position, earn that spot. Is that always your stuff, Andy? You do all the merch over there? Welcome back, sir.
I'm not sure what's going on with the next round. It sounds like Joey is going to figure it out. It sounds like Living Legend is running early. So they're in the top 4 already, which is crazy. So me and you can just
the Awakening needing to be banned in basically what you're saying. If you're basically saying that if we need to ban Awakening, we essentially need to ban Starvo from the format, right?
There's no boost that turn.
What's that? Oh, you're talking to me. I gotta choose. I think they have ideas of restricting stuff. Yeah, it looks like it.
Fair. All right. Sorry, trying to correct the game state that we noticed on the last match.
Problem. We're discussing potential tweaks to the Living Legend format that might make it a little bit more exciting. Assuming that Starvo takes this one as well. I'm personally hoping Prism comes out supreme in this one. That's a solid fix. You and DM Armato doing the Living Legend format. Holy crap!
Hey, whatever they need to do.
I'm glad I headlined this one then coming after you two guys.
Like I said, Joey is super busy right now because there's a lot of stuff going on, and I was told just to stall. So we are stalling right now, and
let's do this. Yeah, let's swap over to the brilliant ugly mug caption.
We are on the ugly mug right now, me and you.
Nice. Okay.
We are on it, and we are. Yeah, we're just doing it.
So what are you thinking? Do we think that the conversation we're having right now is about the Living Legend format? How do you feel about it in its current state? Do you feel like it's got enough opportunity for other heroes to take a win, or there need to be some tweaks? What are you thinking?
That's an interesting question. So I like the Living Legend format as it stands. However, I do think there should be some stuff changed. I'm not a game developer. I don't know what should be changed. You know, like that's not where I'm the best at. I think Starvo's really good. I think Prism's really good. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played enough LL to really know. It does look like there's another team sealed event getting set up. So.
Oh, really?
Joey didn't tell me what to do. He just said he'll figure it out.
So you're on the side of let's just wait and see. Let's get some more play opportunities for players to go out there and figure out what may and may not counter or beat Starvo, and then go into it a little bit deeper.
It's still so
rather
early.
than jump to conclusions.
Starvo is like the best deck by far, but I don't know if you want to ban Awakening or what. So it looks like there is a sealed game going. So Breezy, if you're still available, it looks like the sealed is going on. So we're just a little bit behind.
I can't tell if he wanted to do Living Legend with DM Armada or if he wants to do this or not, but I am open to whatever you need. If you need to tell me, Riddler Man, get the hell off the screen, I will oblige whatever you need.
I believe we need the I believe I need Breezy in it for the team sealed. But like I said, I'm kind of alone. I'm trying to figure it out.
How many players for LL? I'm not sure how many directly for the Living Legend format, World of Better Gaming, but I heard that there was something around 150 plus players that showed up for the Coaxing in total. So it's pretty exciting. That's a pretty big
Looks
event.
like there's a team sealed match on the stream right now, so I'm not sure. All right, Joe's gonna go look at what's going on. A little bit chaotic here, but
nah, man, we live in spare.
We do live in the chaos.
All right, so it looks like we are again another Max v Max here, right? We got a little mirror match going on.
If that's how it sticks.
Banksy. I think I see a double Max mirror here, so this will be cool. This is something a little different. Let's run it. Breezy's hopping in, buddy.
Joey is taking over really fast, so he is working on some stuff. Please hold everybody in chat. We are figuring out the next round.
They'll be fine. Good chance for everybody to go grab a beer, use the restroom, some Doritos, like in that data mine that I like so much. Everything will work out. We do have the Soraya sleeves over here. Wait, for equipment, it looks like, and then I cannot tell. These must be just random sleeves for the deck.
So Joey just ran off again, so he didn't really tell me what's going on because.
Can you alt tab or something over to the waiting room of Zoom and see if Breezy is knocking on the door over there?
I can. Breezy said he's hopping in, so unless Joey tells me otherwise.
What's the worst that could happen?
Exactly. How do I? So I need. How do I get someone in here? Oh my god! I don't know how to get someone in here.
I think somebody's dropping poetry in the chat as well. I don't know. The edge of your seat, your friend, anything within reach.
Where is the?
So our guy, he says that he's going to do the Living Legend format with DM Armada himself after this match. So why don't you and I just kill this last 3v3, and then we'll let these guys handle their business.
All right.
Yeah, Breezy, I got you, buddy. I got you, boys. Sunday.
So
Yep, exactly.
Can see.
All right, let me change my monitor here to go back to being able to see this thing. Got it.
It looks like it broke a little bit, so I need to fix the stream as well. I'm not sure exactly how this broke.
Is this a custom anime
Oh, Joey is back again.
Hi,
waifu
guys, we're gonna do a little
prism
bit of
playmat.
Battleground
I
stuff
like this.
because we've already, sadly, like I haven't quite figured out what to do with poor Breezy, who because just lives are it's just rough. But let's see. I think Breezy's actually gonna help join DM a little bit later in the day. This is just gonna roll through. We're going to once this is done, we're going to bring in semis, which is what the Living Legend podcast guys are going to suddenly be doing. And yeah, we're going to try to time this thing out as best as we can. That's just how we're going to roll. That is how we've been rolling the whole time.
Madagon.
Again, thank you guys so much for all being here and things like that. But,
You should just simply drink in
get it figured out. In the meantime,
moderation.
you got a little bit of a bonus round with some team sealed. I wish there was
We are
some
hopping in
black,
here,
but
blocking
it's cool
out.
That the is the counter doing the whole team like together?
Yes, they are. I need to fix the stream though.
Uh-oh.
We did hop into a recharge into a card that I cannot tell what it is. Blocked out fully by Teklo, I believe.
I need to pin that back to the side so the stream's back fixed.
We're gonna pretend like everything going on in the background is good.
It's still pins.
Am I on?
I need
So,
it, like, on the
Diarmada,
side, 'cause it's
you're
currently-
on in our hearts and minds, sir.
Just let everybody know.
I think right
Just let me
now
guys figure
we got a ad lib 3v3 coming in here. Collidron.
Rebuilding in the moment.
We are boosting. These guys are playing at a significantly faster pace.
Yeah, these
than every
guys are
other
going
match that we've had.
crazy.
They are taking quite literally their max v max matchup and just going the fast balls to walls deep that we can go here. We're blocking out again. I said Teklo earlier, I think, but
They're going to finish this game before we can even set up the stream to look good again. This is insane. Look
my
at
man
them
Mo,
go.
what do you think about this guy running Teklo Leveler? Is he running like an Evo package here? I mean, he's got to have at least two, right, to make it worth a damn. He's got one, I think, already. Whiz Bang or something is already on. These guys are holy.
Commentate that. Good luck.
Teklo Leveler is very interesting if you're trying to fatigue, but like, there's nobody that's going to go to fatigue because look at the life totals. Look at the match already. Like, they are just flying through. It looks like we're on 2x speed, but we're really not.
Hey, these guys got shit to do, boys. The bar's gonna be closing soon. They got to get this game out so they can go over there and get a drink. I
They
feel
just
the
want to
pain
get
right now.
drunk. Like, that's all they're doing
Yeah,
right
just-
now.
Game time takes away from drinking time. He's ready to play his damn card. Can you go ahead and get your cards in your hand so we can get this card out here on the table? He's throwing out what is this, a med kit or something? I don't even know. What do you got?
Medkit's really good. Medkit is
Every card looks
action,
like
play
it's
it.
some kind of censored script across the top for me. I can't read anything.
Yeah, so Medkit is a action, put it on the bottom of your deck, gain 2 life. So it's one of those decks that just, like one of those cards that just breaks the mirror. If you can just throw that out there, like, you get so much value in the late game. That 2 life adds up so much. But I don't think it's going to matter because these guys are playing so quickly.
Yeah, we might have a Nitro Mechanoid coming on board soon. No.
3 hyperdrivers, that is insane.
I know, he's just getting, like, he's just pumping. We got the Brody
Rev up
Spurlock
boosted as
shuffle.
well.
All right, let's get serious now.
This is
We're
just a change
blocking.
of
No
ace
questions
we've
asked.
seen
Just
all day. This is a completely
He's
different
like-
match.
yeah, he's like, figure this out. I'm blocking. Let me know where to put these cards. This is crazy,
So I believe the max is on a full fatigue plan right now.
dude. Hyper right into Banksy, coming out here, blocked out again, just fully blocked out. This max, the max that we're watching is just playing like a Tekla, but running max. So
This is all gas, no brakes from the max on the left. The max on the right's like, please slow down. I just want to have a good time. So 2 completely different play styles going on right now, which is hilariously insane.
Honestly, thank him so that we can time the LL semis right.
Yeah, looks like this was going to make the LLs fit a lot better.
Yeah, because
I think they're fans of
Red Zone Bill and Az all just hanging.
we got the Red Zone Rogue and Az and DM Armada fans in chat, and they are at the table here trying to push this game faster to get us out of here, Mo.
I appreciate it. You know, like they're like, hey, that Mo guy, that Riddler guy, like get him off the stream. We can't do any more of this. Let's just go fast. And you know what? I like that.
Please slow down. I want to have a good time.
It looks like Max has 4 floating as well, which is, I don't know what I missed because like Joey was trying to fix stuff, but this game is flying.
Jeez, rev up. Getting out of here.
Another
Big Bertha coming in, boosting Big Bertha again.
This is 100
All gas,
crank
no
and bang.
brakes, baby. Yellow, maybe? Ish.
I can't. That die is not very readable. It
Get
looks
an-
like a 6, but I could be way off.
Yeah, he takes 3, blocks 3. So we also have another med kit in hand.
Wow.
He's got a no block med kit. This is
Is
a
there
huge
another
turn
Big Bertha?
by Max.
Is he down to what is he down to? I can't read because Dash is
It looks
facing
like
the way.
I think it's 10 based on what he's done already.
I think it's
But
less.
he's got another med kit. He's got another med kit that he put at the bottom
Oh
of the
my
deck. This guy's
God.
med kitted out.
Guys,
Nothing
slow
like taking.
down.
Yeah, nothing like taking 6 to play a med kit, right?
I love, they're playing so fast, but we know that Teclomere will go to time, so like, there's no reason to play this fast.
These guys, their minds are just at speed 10, man. You can't do anything about it.
I just watched like 4 players walk by with beers too, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on in the top 8 of that Living Legend, but I'm pretty sure I just saw a bunch of top 8 players get more beers. So, what do I know?
Yeah, Nathaniel, somebody just threw up a giant question mark into the night sky, and I saw the signal. I came, and I just started doing this thing. So we'll figure it out on the fly.
Oh, Joey is back with more information. Let's see what Joey has to say.
All right, so this is going to be kind of fun. We're still waiting on LL, but with as fast as these guys going, the one that is still waiting is actually like a chain and a nut. So if you wanted to starvo, we're trying to avoid a starvo mirror. So we're going to let that one go and finish up and see if these guys can beat them. Here's what's funny. Easton Douglas and Charlie Gilbert are on opposite sides of the bracket. Those are my 2 coaxing winners. How cool would it be to go out with the last 2 coaxing winners going head-to-head to break the tie? That'd be real cool.
And I just did see Easton walk around with another huge drink. So Easton is drinking a ton.
And I know Charlie is.
Yep. Don't forget your beer. You've had it for a while.
I've had a nitro here for a while.
I know. It's
All right, just to be clear, everybody in the audience, everything Joey has said for the last 4 hours has turned out to be false and has not happened. So you're going to get what you get. Just keep an eye on the screen here, and we just play it by ear. All of that sounds fantastic. It does sound really good, Mo. I really do hope it comes true. But
You know, I zoned out on this match because, like I said, there's so much going on here. I thought I was going to be a commentator, but I'm also a producer and a director, so we're doing it live. Like, this is a great
I'm actually
event.
genuinely concerned these guys might get rug burn on their hands for playing their cards so damn fast. I don't know exactly what's going to happen.
This is hilarious. They're counting their deck slower than they're playing the game. Like, that deck count took longer than these game actions have.
All right, we are blocking again. He's got to block at this point. We are down to 9 HP. I genuinely can't see the player on the left's life total.
I can't either.
But I haven't seen much offense come out of the player on the right, so it
I think
can't
the player
be
on the
too
right
low.
is on 8. I think the player on the right is on 8.
Okay.
A crank? No crank. Just a hyperdrive without a crank here. And just a tech low. I called the person on the right a tech low. It's not even a tech low. It's a max. My mind is
Yeah, it's
blown.
Max. That's what I was saying. I was trying to tell you earlier is Max is running Teklo lever. I was trying to have like a genuine, intelligent conversation, which I'm incapable of doing.
I got so busy with Joey and everything else going on that like.
Well, here we go. We're recharging again. I guess these guys don't need a recharge at all. They just need to calm down a little bit.
Like we're on 2x speed for YouTube, but this is not 2x speed.
It does. It does feel like that.
Like even their card flicks, they're killing it. The Max is debating if they want to recharge again or not, and to save the recharge for a following turn. I do really like saving recharge for the following turn, playing Jumpstart and then Crank and Bank. But no,
He's doubling it.
We're double recharge.
We are doubling it. Here we go, big boys. Into an overloop or underloop, whatever it is.
That is a hyper start or hype. The one that costs 1 less for each hyper driver. So hyper driver goes to 4 counters, back down to 3. 1 floating. Max will block this because that's all this Max wants to do. Max blocks for 9. And then the other Max will Crank and Bank. I don't know who this is favoring right now, but there's a lot of cards being thrown.
Yeah, this is how I would play if it's like 11:55, like on a Saturday night, you got to get to the bar or, get some groceries before it closes.
Drink. These guys are like, just give me another drink, please. Looks like a
right, here we go.
Revving up the engines here. Getting 2 more resources. Boosting.
Definitely boosting. This guy has
I think it's for 4? Let's rev up for 4. Blocking 3, taking 1, down to 7.
Did he not crank that time for the hyperdriver? It looked like chose not to. I think.
No, he did. So the 2 recharges added on so many counters. That's what's going on.
Oh,
here.
okay, okay.
Yep. He made sure those hyperdrivers were nice and charged before they started this battle.
Yeah, I really kind of like that setup.
I believe the Max on the left still has his gloves up as well. It's hard to tell, though. Max on the left is debating what to do. I normally would call them by name, but I do not know these players' names. So we are just Max.
Yeah, it looks like they both decided 20 life was a little bit too much to start the game with, so they wanted to get down to 10 as fast as possible to have a real game.
They both got down to 10, and then the Max on the right said, okay, all blocks. Like, with 1 card left, though, I believe the Max on the right should take this home.
Yeah.
This game is so crazy.
He went through it so fast. It was pretty wild.
I think it took us more time to set up the stream this round than they played. And another attack went at the very end of it.
I believe that's a fair assessment here. We've got 6 life. I think he might be able to just, okay, whatever I was going to say, he might be able to just take it, but 2 cards.
Down to 5, 2 cards. Wow.
And it's a, what is it, a recharge again? Is that what it is?
Teklo on Pounder is just the, Max on Pounder is just the way to do it. Pounder Max, the new meta.
There's a med kit again, right?
Dude, Medkit is such a good card. I love Medkit.
He's not playing around, is he?
Did he draw the Medkit? I don't see the Medkit yet. I think it's just a backup protocol yellow on the battlefield with no Medkit, unfortunately.
Just throw the 0 to 50 out there, and this is it, right?
That is game for that feature match. Wow.
Yeah, GG.
That's an overlooping,
He's got an item with no block, I believe, in his last hand, so.
Insane.
He just knows that it's just going to be a slow churn at this point. Oh, another med kit. 2. He's got 2 in his hand. What is this build?
I think they're still playing it out, like, just in case,
They're just playing it out, but yeah, he's got a no block item in his hand. He can't attack. He can't do anything. Yeah. Well, GG's, folks. There you have it. Max Nitro at super speed.
Well, hope the chat liked that game. Don't go anywhere because we have Living Legend coming up with the Living Legend podcast. But,
nice.
we're
That
still going
works
through the
out.
motions.
That's very nice.
Yeah, we have the whole Living Legend podcast coming up next. To the Living Legend.
All right, GG's. There we have it. Holy crap. Well, respect to the players for going out there and knowing exactly what they wanted to do and just doing it and letting the chips fall where they may.
Smash face and just call it a day.
What's up, Aiden? How you doing? It sounds like I'm out.
Yeah,
well, I'll
like
stay until you guys get in. But no, this has been an absolute pleasure. Nice to meet you. And
nice to meet you.
We'll connect, I'm sure, more often on other things. But
yeah,
hope everybody had a good time. We're just kind of relaxing, having a good time, and watching some Flesh and Blood, which is, I guess, all about these casual community events.
Yeah,
make sure you are enjoying yourself.
It was nice talking to you. I'm going to try to get the Living Legend podcast in here and try to get the stream set up for them. So, hey, it was a pleasure. Thank you for sticking with me for 3 whole rounds.
Yeah, it was crazy. Good stuff. So now I've learned all about bright lights. I can go home and tell my mom about it, It's good stuff. All right, thanks, buddy. Take care. I'm going to drop out if you're good.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you so much.
Bye, everybody.
Let me get all the new people in here, guys. That was a ton of fun. Let me try to set up the stream without anyone's help.
Hello.
How's it going, everybody?
We have arrived finally. How's
Sorry
it going?
about the
You're
delay. I'm going to try to make you guys all look pretty on the left side.
looks good. It's been a great stream so far. I've been navigating the chaos, which is nice.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's amazing like how how out of sync it can go just by like 30-40 minute delay.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So fair play to carrying on. Have you had a few drinks?
I have, but I had to sober up because this event got so crazy that I decided it was better not to keep drinking.
Yeah.
Have you guys been drinking? Are you guys ready for the top 4?
I've definitely drunk a few drinks That's for sure.
Well, as is a robot, I have this.
That's just what he sounds
Imperial-
like right now.
Yeah, it's just a robot. So many drinks that he's just a robot. I have this Imperial Dry cider, and then I also have another cider called Jungle Juice.
Ooh.
Yeah, this one has apple, pineapple, tangerine, plum, and passion fruit. It is 6.2%. 6.2%.
I have a fancy rum and eggnog is my choice. For
Oh,
the,
hell yeah. See, I had my bottle of rums. Well, I have a couple bottles of rum, but I didn't really have much to mix it with, except for like LaCroix. And I'm not, I mean, I could, but I was like, you know what? I have these ciders just sitting there. I'll grab two. I'll grab 2 ciders.
Nice.
Buckle in for a Starbucks.
What's up?
I just want to make sure it's clear enough. I did. I just wanted to get another game on stream for you guys.
I'm ready to send up the next round, so you know what? This is gonna play to play.
And then we're gonna have LL done pretty soon.
Cool.
So for our opening, who wants to do it? I was thinking one of us, we could do the typical opening where we're like, oh,
you
are
guys
we
are all hot mic'd, by the way, for the record.
Oh, hell yeah.
you guys,
Oh,
you guys are live, so.
Hello, chat.
Well,
this is the true Living Legends podcast
Brilliant.
experience, because these are the kind of discussions that happen right before we start recording, and sometimes they even make it into the episode. So
yeah, I was gonna say hello and welcome to another episode of the Living Legends podcast. This is just how we operate.
Yeah.
Who's Can you even hear me, or am I just a robot?
We can hear you a bit.
Yeah, you're a little bit robot-y.
Let me just say, domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Mr. As from Go Again Gaming.
Yes. Domo.
Yeah. It's 25 mornings. You can hear me 20 a.m. in the UK now. Drinks in as well. I'm in the spirit of the coaxing, and you can't fucking hear me at all.
Well, we heard that part.
Heard the very, very tail end. So exceptional comedic timing, honestly.
Yeah.
Go.
All right, I'm gonna crack the jungle juice.
Lovely job.
Yeah, let's bring stuff up here. We'll start talking about. So yeah, unfortunately, when it comes to sealed, for anybody who has ever heard me talk about limited formats, I am extremely bad at limited formats.
If you guys want to commentate on this game, that is all you. It is just playing out in front of us.
Yeah, I see.
Hey, Bill, first thing you need to know: boom
boom
grenades are pretty good.
Boom grenades are extremely good. I do remember I was just like standing around the periphery of a draft that was happening at Bright Lights, and I stood behind one of my friends, and I was like, "Oh hey, how's your draft going?" And he just like gives me kind of a knowing look and hands me his pool, and the front of the pile is just like 4 red boom grenades. I was like, "Oh, okay."
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this right here, if we actually want to do coverage, I mean, this seems like a pretty good play because he's following up a boom grenade with a bunch of go again attacks. So he's gonna basically force his opponent to block out, get a lot of tempo.
Yeah,
here.
this is that was quite a bit of defense that he had to present there.
Yeah.
I wish I could see what's going on, but I can't see any of the screens, and I'm still probably a robot.
You sound better.
For more than one reason. Az can't see the screen because he's just pissed drunk, but also because it's a slideshow.
I don't know what's going on here, but it's all in spirit of the absolute chaos that's been on stream today, and I hope you're all having a lovely old time watching this.
Oh, here we go.
Wherever you might be.
I just pulled up the live stream, and shout out to Steven, dear Marmada. I am here. Hello.
If Bill's there, that's all we need. Don't
Yeah,
need me.
honestly-
I can just sit here in the background.
It is funny because when we were in Barcelona, there were quite a few people that came up to Az and like very specifically said like, I'm part of the Azalea cult, like very much knew him for him, and I think that's absolutely phenomenal. But then he did also tell me that there were people that walked up when we weren't like just standing together, which was most of the time. But the times that I wasn't there, he still had people coming up and being like, "Oh, is Bill here?"
Yeah.
Where the hell's
I
Bill?
was introduced to the game through the Spike Feeders gameplay videos. Fantastic.
Yeah. Oh my god,
And,
that was so wild.
Yeah. Yeah. Barcelona is still in all of our minds. Let's be honest. But anyway,
absolutely.
Let's get back to the game that I cannot see. But
yeah, so there's a bunch of items on the board.
Much like Dash Database, as is Half
No,
Robot.
Various reasons.
It's funny though, because this used to be something that came up relatively frequently.
This has never happened before. I haven't.
As is like, I swear, this never happens to me, guys.
Yeah, no, but like I remember.
It's just like when have we ever used Zoom? Like when have we ever
That's
used
true.
that in the last 2 years? And
Yeah,
suddenly
Discord.
it's just like,
Discord has
crazy.
usually been pretty good.
Remember,
To
like,
us.
Connection quality for Discord's
Yeah,
pretty
it
good,
has.
but the picture quality sucks.
Yeah, it's not great. So, but yeah, I can thankfully see the board state here, and yeah, it's just a bunch of items. Oh, we have a what's the name of the mechanic where you destroy an item you control to make it block for 2 more? Galvanize.
Oh, galvanize, yeah.
Yeah, we had a galvanize go off.
Yeah. But basically we're seeing like the same turn, back and forth, more or less. As block, keep about 2 cards worth of equity, come back with about 2 cards worth of equity.
Yeah, and try to push through as many boom grenades as you possibly can.
And the decks are looking pretty thin. Like being a dash versus dash, this is getting pretty darn close to fatigue.
Yeah, the graveyard and the banish zone for both of these players is looking pretty tall.
I also need to ask before we get too far. What's the etiquette on stream here? Like, what's the curse levels? Is it 1 to 10?
Well, I said something earlier, and nobody complained, so it's all good, I guess.
Oh, maybe that's why you're getting rate limited, is because you swore.
Yeah, they're like
that's what they turned me off.
That's what it
They
is.
turned me off as
They're like cap that degenerate's
turn him
internet
off.
speed. Yeah.
Yeah,
choke
no,
him.
Yeah. Hello.
Oh my god, there he is. Ooh, fantastic. Ooh.
Yeah. Sweet.
Are we still hot mic'd?
I believe so.
Yeah, we're still
Okay.
hot mic, baby.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's go. Let's go. Dude.
Yeah. You know what? As long as everybody's having a good time, that's the thing that matters the most to me. So.
Just literally just all alcohol and all adrenaline. That's the way I love it. That's good stuff, Joey. I love you. Fantastic.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, we already know. He's a robot,
Yeah, he's
drunk robot.
We can hear him every so often. I heard that last one actually pretty well. So yeah. But yeah, I'm excited to see what we got going on for Living Legend. It's of course.
Ooh.
Okay, well, Chain is a personal favorite of mine, so pretty excited for that. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a resolved Hadron Collider, which is a pretty good one, but outside of Boom Grenade. So, excellent.
Okay. I guess Bill and I are just gonna kind of shoot the shit until until our robot friend comes back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Oh, you sound way better, dude.
You sound way better, but
I sound way
now we
better.
can't see
Right.
you.
Okay.
So
Yeah, you just can't see.
But now, right. I think I know what the issue. I think I know what the issue is now. I think I'm trying to run OBS camera instead of my actual camera.
Ah.
So
yeah, so it's running through something else and
maybe
just
we try that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
just choking the living shit out of my chicken, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's try something else.
I think this will be fun. I've casted a good number of Starvo matches at various callings and or pro tours. I believe was Starvo still legal back then? I don't remember.
I think he was. There was at least a pro quest that I judged where Starvo was still legal. So I don't know. I think he was still legal during the pro tour.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever casted a Starvo match where they had access to Awakening though. So I think that'll be a little interesting, and it'll also be very interesting to see what form Chain takes place here. Whether or not they're going to rock in the Dusk Blade, if they're going to do the Rosetta, you know, if they're going to
that's
all in
kind of an
Unga
interesting
Bunga.
proposition. I'm going to anticipate that they're going to bring Rosetta. Duskblade is good into like a grindier match, and I feel like you just have to try to race him, and you have to go for the kill shot as soon as possible. Because if you don't have enough reach to get to him, then he just Awakenings and you die.
I mean, he might do that anyway, to be honest.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Is it better?
Yeah.
It is
better now.
slightly better.
Yeah, but it is better.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So hopefully people can hear what's going on. But we've had some fantastic Living Legend games already today. I've been hanging out in the stream already. We've had Briar versus Chain to begin with, which was just absolutely just throwing out as much damage as possible until Chain killed Briar with an invert existence. And okay.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
That's exciting too.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Skullbone cross wrap in honor of both Joey and Az.
Wow.
Absolutely. Yes, please.
Give me the opt.
Excellent. Okay. Well, let's see what happens. I am kind of a little bit tentative about this, like tentatively excited, mostly because of the overwhelming presence of Starvo at Barcelona for their Living Legends event. So I will admit that I'm a little bit biased. I definitely, I'm on Chain's side here. I'm rooting for Chain.
I mean, it's hard to not root against Starvo, to be honest. I mean, just to be completely honest here, Starvo is kind of like one of the boogeymen of Flesh and Blood. I mean, Chain is too, to be honest. You know, I'm just being quite honest here. But it's kind of cool to see Chain come back. Chain, you know, a notorious boogeyman in his own right, I think can put a lot of pressure out. And I think Chain is interesting here because he's a hero that can be really, really aggressive in the early game, but also work really, really well into the late game with a lot of those Soul Shackle triggers. So you can just kind of like go super, super wide if you can, you know, combo the right things together, maybe summon your Ursa, do all that good stuff.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. We've seen that a little bit earlier as well, where you know towards the end of the game, you just got an extra 7 card hand on the side that you can access, and this is interesting for me, because I haven't really watched or played against or played with Starvo or Chain at all, because I was just exploring the game. The sets before this happened when I first got into it. So for me, it's still very new. I've never seen any of this. So it's great to see this. So hopefully you guys can carry me through what this is going to be, the Living Legends podcast, casting a Living Legends game, because I've got no clue what's going on.
I mean, there's some interesting
for
things
various
to note.
reasons.
Chain is a Chain's an aggro hero, but he can also do pretty good split damage. I think 2 arcane is the big number for Chain, even if they're not using Rosetta, which they probably are, like Bill said, because Invert Existence also does 2 arcane damage. We'll probably see Starvo leverage their Crown of Seeds to prevent a little bit of that. Yeah, it'll be interesting match. One of the things I like a lot about Chain is the inevitability. So the games, they could possibly last long, because I've seen some like Chain versus Prism games go to fatigue, but then again, fatigue comes a little bit earlier with Chain because he's milling himself out.
Yeah, he's being pretty aggressive about it, especially because basically in every situation you want to just be shackling every turn. Like obviously it's a little bit of a different format, but even in Blitz when I played Chain, there were turns where it's like I can't even really use the go again. Like either you just already have enough go again, or you can't go wide enough, and you just still decide to pop a shackle into play because it ends up making your late game that much stronger.
Later,
You're just drawing one additional card per turn for the rest of the game, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, and those like whiffs can really hurt too when you're Chain and you're like really like crossing your fingers, like, okay, I have 6 flips off the top of my deck, and then you only get like 2. That's brutal, and that can really affect Chain's turn, which is saying a lot because he's already got like this insane card advantage engine going. But I mean, that's the name of the game here, because Starvo also has some insane crap going on.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
this is gonna dig up some old memories for me. Especially like
memories. It's like all old PTSD. Just Chain. The Starvo's just like block. Dominate, crippling, crush, go again. Like,
they're just sitting back. The Chain has a really powerful turn, and the Starvo just sits back and says, "Yeah, I'm just not going to block any of this." And then they go, "Okay, before the end of your turn, Awakening."
Yeah. Oh yeah, cheers.
Oh, very cool.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Cheers,
Cheers, everybody.
Stream.
This
I am
is
drinking
the last
jungle juice.
The last swig that I have left, because I've been drinking a lot over the last couple of hours.
What do you got there?
Oh, this is just a Corona.
Oh, that's like the worst.
Not the virus, the beer.
Both the worst.
Brilliant. No, it does taste like piss, to be honest. But we just have to do. We have to
it's available.
Do what we have to do.
Yeah, man.
Exactly. That's right.
Yeah,
but
I myself am not really
Starvo versus
a beer
Chain
drinker anyway, but
No.
yeah.
Looks like we do have that. Got that
just
Rosetta.
about right.
We got a pretty like typical lowdown here. So we have let's see, coming in from Starvo, we have the Winter's Wail. We have the Bastion. Is that a Seeds of Agony, I believe?
Looks like it. Yeah, straight away.
Oh yeah, Seeds of Agony into I believe that's
Ghostly
Bounty
Visit.
Demagon. Or Ghostly Visit. That's right. Yeah.
That is a Ghostly Visit,
so, yeah.
right?
So this is going to be coming
You'll
in.
see a
looks
lot.
like
You'll see
it's
a lot of
red,
this head
so-
tilting.
Yeah, it's like what the
Yeah.
what the
You'll
hell
see a lot of
color
those.
is that?
Yeah, so it's
It's
one
like bed-
arcane
bed neck
and
lady.
4. Looks like
Yeah.
with go again from a shackle. So already not so bad. He's threatening Rosetta to follow up as well. Obviously, because this is turn 0, it's not going to pressure his hand very much. But even if you're able to get a little bit of chip damage in, it makes that game shot like in the mid game when you really want to start to pressure the Starvo and make sure that they can't like swerve way out of control with an
Yeah.
Awakening. It will still be useful, and of course, again, being able to set up at least one shackle right away is going to pay dividends later.
Yeah, what I'm thinking
They've
here
still
is
got an Arsenal after this as well, haven't they? They got their card off to the side, which they can Arsenal as well, and still
Yeah.
Rosetta. Yeah, by looks of it, yeah.
they can
Okay,
Rosetta. They
cool.
could also activate Grasp with the Arknight if they want to try to set up like a rune chant or something like that. Yeah, you got to know that they think they can do a little bit of chip damage here because of the fact that they didn't just pitch into Grasp and pass turn. Instead, they're giving their opponent an opportunity to potentially mulligan, maybe to potentially get some of that chip damage through.
Yeah, I still think that this as a turn one is still like totally reasonable in terms of just providing, like I say, a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I mean it's like it's going to be very difficult to. I mean, it's like impossible to clear all of this up with a single card. So you're gonna have to commit a couple cards at least.
It's getting rid of that Warmongers as well. Nice to see that go to the bottom as an Azalea player. Get out of here. Get out.
That's a good one to clear, especially as the chain. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Warmongers is something that you don't appreciate seeing.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, if you're the chain player, you're probably pretty happy to get rid of that.
Yeah. Okay. So what is the crackback here? He doesn't have fuse on turn one, but he does have an Oakenold.
Just a good old naked Oakenold coming in for 7. No fusion, no Starvo activation. So this is as good as it's gonna get for chain. I think at this point,
as vanilla as this attack will ever be.
Yeah, as basic ass Oakenold.
So just as a reminder for the chat, we'll probably know more than me at this point, but Oakenold needs to be fused in order to get the discard effect, right? Or the tuck effect.
Yes. Okay. And then there's also the Starvo activation, and you can do all of them at the same time to have it come in for I do believe 11, right? Because it gets +2 from Starvo and then +2 from its own effect. Or is it just the +2 from Starvo? It's been a while.
If you fused it, it would have 2 instances of +2 because it gets +2 from the fuse.
That's what
and
I thought.
then
Okay,
also
cool.
dominate. Like fused Oakenold is pretty schnutty.
Starvo also gives dominate, right? +2 dominate go again.
Yes.
From his
Yeah.
reveal.
+2 dominate go again.
Here you have
So,
a Gorganian Tome. UPF Classic. Drawing a card.
Absolutely.
Getting that requisite having to have a card played.
Okay, Gorganian Tome, Minnowism Red looks like.
Yeah, Tiny Boy Special. That's what I'm calling this.
Tiny Boy Special.
Shackle.
That sounds like something else.
Yeah, so you got the Tiny Boy Special into the Shackle. Followed up by good old
Riftbind. Yeah.
Yes. +2 there on that. Is that because of the non-attack actions behind it?
It's also going to get the buff from the Minnowism as well.
Yeah, it gets the buff from the Minnowism. It doesn't get the buff from its own effect because it was played from hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be played from Banish to get its own buff effect. But this is still coming in for 6 with Go again. So still not so bad. We're getting a Blizzard.
So he's going to try to attempt to get rid of that Go again. Which makes this a
Feel
little
like,
less,
yeah, it's
scary.
in his best interest to pay for that. We're pitching a Seeds to keep the Go again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you got one resource floating, you might as well, because at the bare minimum, you can follow up with your Rosetta Thorn. So
yeah, like this is still a turn for 10, which is basically exactly where you want to be with Chain. You just want to continuously pressure 10 damage. You can have turns that are slightly better than that too, but just having that consistent pressure of 10, like that's a pretty quick clock. So
yeah, 10 this early. You still sat on the Arsenal as well, and you're not at that ridiculous Soul Sackle stage yet, are you, either? So, you know, the fact that they can put out this much damage early, still sit on the Arsenal and not have all of the Soul Shackles out is pretty nice.
Yeah.
But Bravo's still deciding what he's going to do, taking some damage there by the looks of it. He's put his life total down a bit. And then there's the Rosetta.
Yep, good old 2 and 2 for the Rosetta.
Yeah, so down to 32.
Yeah, not too bad.
Oh, diggity dog.
32 all.
All right, here we go.
Seeds
Crowning
at
of
end
Seeds.
step.
Interesting.
At the end step, okay.
A little bit of a
Spinal.
Here we have a Spinal Crush, yeah.
Yeah, not
Little
Starvo
spinal fluid.
so just for 9. I mean,
Just
quote unquote,
casual,
just.
casual 9 and threatening to get rid of all of your go agains on Crush. You know, not too, you know, just not threatening at all against Chain, who relies heavily on his go.
Is this a huskable attack? You know, he's running Husk, right? So is this something you would want to chuck in front of this to maybe?
It's a little early to Husk
because that
it's a little early to Husk. It would depend on your hand, though. Like if you have an insane hand to potentially crack back with, then like maybe you do, but it's still probably a little greedy, especially considering Starvo's already or still at 32 with all equipment.
True.
I mean, this could be an attack that you just leverage, like your grasp and maybe your crown and a card from hand or something like that, right?
Mhm.
Like all you need to do is make sure you don't take 4 to get rid of all of the, to make sure you don't get that crush effect. So as long as you can cover that up, you're pretty good. So that's, I imagine, what the chain player is debating. Though, I mean, Bill could be right. Maybe his hand is just like so gassed that he wants to toss the husk in, but like continually taking 1 damage every single turn from that husk is like not the best if you can avoid it.
He does have an arsenal as well. That's another thing as well to remember as well.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
it
he
just
could
depends
crown and then leverage that card in arsenal to draw a card if the card's not super great.
Yeah.
This is still like was mentioned, still a pretty threatening thing to see as the chain player. This is one of the crush effects that I think you kind of hate the most.
Yes.
Not being able to do anything really is not a great value proposition.
It's a valid play.
It's pretty, yeah. It's like this is a pretty bad card to see as the chain player for sure. But
Breaking
I mean,
his spine.
he only needs to block what? He just needs to prevent the crush. So he needs to block 6 of
5.
this. Well, if he blocks 5, he'll
yeah.
take 4 and get the crush.
6.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6.
So just like two cards from hand. Oh, it is huskable.
He did husk it. Okay.
He's
His
husked
hand
it.
must be.
Of course he is.
His hand must be really good. I'm gonna guess that the crackback that we're gonna see here is gonna be pretty crazy.
All right, what did we get? We got a
Banish, Shadow Puppetry, and I didn't
double
see the
whiff.
other one, but it looks like 2 whiffs.
Yeah. So he's got just 3. He's got at least husk in Banish for blood debt.
He has another one. I can't quite see it because of the glare, but it might be.
Is that Howl?
I think it's Howl. Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, it's very difficult to tell.
Yeah, I mean, so he has 6 cards at his disposal right now.
Yeah.
Which is usually pretty good for the chain player. Starting off with a puppetry.
Yeah, so this is great. +1 go again.
Puppetry
and
into
then-
red plunder from Arsenal into Howl.
Right.
Or, no,
so this thing is
Chungus. Is that a Howl or a Seeds of Agony?
That is
I
a
think it's
Howl from Beyond.
Howl?
Yeah,
That is a Howl.
So this is currently +7 on his next attack with draw a card on hit.
And I do
Big
believe he has
Chungus.
to go again as well because of the.
Yeah. Oh, and it's a
There's
belittle
seeds as well. Oh no, was it belittle?
He has
Yeah,
to go again
this
from the
is-
Shadow Puppetry.
Yeah. So he's not using the belittle.
Yeah, so this is threatening a draw from the Plunder Run, but also a banish from the Shadow Puppetry, which could also equate to more or less a draw, depending on what you
And
banish.
yeah, it's coming in for 10.
Pretty good. 10
10
two-
minimalism is pretty strong.
2 cards worth of like, or 2 cards worth of like card equity, you know,
Mhm.
a card draw and then a
Mhm.
pseudo draw.
Yeah,
with
it
the
kind of
banish.
ends up being a draw too.
Yeah.
Which is obviously quite strong.
I would not be surprised if this is a turn we see Starvo use some of his equipment, right? Because we know that there's very likely another attack coming in, at least the Rosetta Thorn, but Chain also does have just another card chilling. Plus maybe even 2 more cards. We'll see.
Yeah,
So if he,
either
so
way,
if he
this
draw,
is,
so if he draws the card, he can then use Rosetta as well for 2 and 2 after that, or would he prefer
He
to
can-
Arsenal it after this?
He can Rosetta either way because he has a card in hand. So no
Oh,
matter
he still
what,
has a card. Oh, right.
Yeah, so no matter what, he can do the Rosetta Thorn. Depending on what he
see.
banishes and depending on what he draws, it could change the course of this turn. But we'll have to see how much the Starvo player really values this this attack, which is probably quite a bit, right? Drawing cards is pretty threatening.
Yeah, I feel like he is probably. I don't know if he's actually going to block with Stalagmite here. I was going to say that feels correct, but with 1 card left, I mean, with the 2 cards,
I don't hate
unless
it.
he's blocking it out. Yeah,
I don't hate it if he blocks it out, right? Because if he blocks it out, then Chain doesn't get the draw effects, and then he also has a Frostbite token, right? So at best, Chain just pitches the card on Rosetta Thorns. At worst, can't even do that if
he's
it's a
taking
red card.
everything. He's taking the whole thing.
Taking 10.
Ooh, okay, so
getting
what do
some
we
cards
have?
of equity here.
What do we have from the
This
top?
is
Looks like he's not going to banish.
this is a slobber knocker.
Good
Wow,
old
that's an
fashioned
absolute slobber knocker.
slobber knocker. That's a traditional Canadian word, by the way.
Yeah, hell yeah.
From
We're-
old Canadian slobber knocker.
What does it mean? What's a slobber knocker? What is that?
It's when you punch you're in a fight and you punch your opponent so hard that it knocks the slobber right out of their mouth.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good old fashioned. It's a ballyhoo.
So we kind of missed that, but Starva just took the rest of that on the chin, and now they're at 17.
17,
which is a little low, but you got to know Starvo's like.
Here we go.
Okay.
Fused Oakenold.
Okay. All right, so we do have the Fuse Oakenold, so it's going to be coming in for nine banger.
And
with that
yeah,
tuck
we're
effect.
huskless currently, so
we do be huskless,
Yeah.
but he does have 2 pieces of equipment that he can block with. I have no idea what those boots are. Probably Spellbound Creepers, if I had to guess.
I would assume Spellbound.
Yeah. So he's got, he's got a little bit of block here. The problem is like I do believe this is an all or nothing kind of attack, right? It doesn't have crush. It's just like if it hits,
it's just straight up if it
do
hits.
And so like blocking
Which is
9
pretty
with this
scary.
is almost impossible, right? At this point, right? Because you can block what 4.
Block 4, 7, unless you have a
5?
defense reaction.
Well, Spellbound blocks 1 blade break, right?
Yeah.
So technically you can block 8 here, but that's still not enough, right?
No.
Without a
you would
defense
kind of
reaction.
need a sink below. And from what I can tell, he does not have a sink below unless it's in his arsenal.
I think he technically could block because I do see an Art of War in his hand, so he could give his attacks +1/+1 and then block for 4, and then with all of his equipment. But that would dump his entire hand in order to most of his hand to do so, right? Because you'd have to banish.
So here comes a crown for the block. So that's 2 at least.
So he is going to crown it. I think this is a good move. So he's crowning
He's
it to
gonna
draw
go-
to protect his
yeah.
arsenal. Nice.
Ooh.
It's a very nice trophy.
Oh yeah, baby.
That's
That's
very nice.
extremely nice. Okay, so we have a follow-up of Awakening.
Fused.
And it is fused.
Holy
so
hell.
wouldn't this be
He's gonna go tutor for a good
how many is
old.
this? This is 11?
Yeah.
Because we have 17 to 28 and it was fused, getting the 3rd Oakenold.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. And I mean, especially since he has the fusion in hand still. So
Yeah.
this is an easy, like, I'm setting up for the next turn, Arsenal, the Oakenold, and then, wham jangly on the next turn.
Yeah. This is very much showing you I still got all these, basically.
Yeah, I still got these. Get out of here. Look at these cards. So he hit, it looks like a Minnowism, and I couldn't tell what the other card was.
Yeah. Haven't had
Still in hand, Art of War. I think there's a Command and Conquer, and difficult to say with the. Is it another Minnowism?
So can we see the life there? So it's 17 to 20 something.
17 to 21.
21,
Yeah,
it
because
looks
he blocked 2
Right.
from the Oakenold. We do have
So
a
that's-
Riftbind.
Okay, that's not bad. That's a pretty good hit.
Riftbind is a pretty good one, especially with Art of War. Because you can, obviously, you only get the buff from one side of the Art of War. You only get, if you choose +1/+1, it doesn't count as a non-attack action being played because it's an instant, but it does allow you to potentially draw into other non-attack actions to continue to pump it. So
I think that might be a
could be
Seeds of
another one.
Agony in hand. It is.
Yeah,
okay.
there's a Seeds.
Seeds
Seeds
of
into
Agony.
Shackle into Riftbind, so this would be for
Okay.
4.
I mean, this is a
with
pretty
+1.
pretty casual Seeds, Riftbind, Rosetta Thorn type turn, and then maybe Arsenal that Art of War for a turn where you can better use the banish effect. That's what this feels like to me in terms of like a setup here.
Yeah, I'm still dreading this crackback on behalf of Chain.
I think Starvo's happy to just take damage and then just like try and rickroll from here.
I mean, not even that. Like
If-
he's got,
if
he's
there's
got all
not
his
much after
equipment up.
this.
He's got his shield up.
Yeah.
Starvo's sitting pretty good here. Block with an evergreen.
Evergreen.
And then Thorn for 2 and 2.
Yeah.
Pretty I mean, like in terms of chain turns, pretty standard turn.
I'd say it's actually probably on the lower side. Right? This is like a bare minimum chain turn. It's just a non-attack into attack into a Rosetta Thorn.
Yeah, this is what, a total of 9.
Yeah, chain's really been whiffing a lot with those
Yeah,
those banishes.
These shackles are leaving something to be desired, unfortunately. I've been there though, so it just sucks.
Oh, here we go.
All right, so this is our first Starvo activation.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So
Yahtzee.
Oh, okay, here's the double.
Yeah,
This
double
is-
fused, so this is coming in for 11.
So this is the wham jangle that I was alluding to. This is the full wham jangle. So this is 11.
Absolute
Go
wham
again,
jangle.
dominate on hit. Yeah, you know, dunk 2 cards.
The fullest Gambino that there ever was.
Yes. And then Starvo still has 3 cards in hand, one of which we don't know yet, but at the bare minimum, he can just come on in with his hammer following this, because this does have go again. Because
does have
Starvo
go
is a
again.
card.
And it looks like he's got an ice card at the very least in his hand on the far left there, so he can fuse it with the Winter's Wail to come in with a frosty hammer, as they say.
That is a Pulse of Eisenloft if I've ever seen one.
That is it. That's the one.
Fancy cold foil Pulse of Eisenloft. That's been putting in a lot of work fusing all these Ulkenolds. Yeah. So
just taking it. Yep.
I mean,
Just taking it. Wow.
You kind of just have to, right?
You kind of have to, and you have to. I think is Okanold. Yeah, Okanold's random discard. Okay, because I was gonna say you can't really risk it. I think right now he just has to hope for some good shackles. I think that's the way that you crawl back from a turn like this. This was a very, very high pressure turn from Starvo, and it's not even over yet technically.
Yeah, you can at minimum come in with that that lightning claw thing. He can hammer time. It's Starvo is his oyster.
Starvo is his oyster.
There we go. Starvo is his oyster.
Yes. So yeah, I mean, like, this is what Starvo does. To the surprise of no one, this is why Starvo is so good, because his attacks are big and kind of insane, and also give you crazy card advantage by stripping cards out of your opponent's hand.
Here we
And
go.
hammer time.
Is it a warm hammer or a frosty hammer?
Looks like it looks like a warm hammer.
Just a warm hammer, yeah.
Yeah, MC Warhammer.
Andy P is saying Juju Beans in the chat. Absolute Juju Beans.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Absolute Juju Beans.
Juju beans. It is.
Starvo is his oyster. DM Armada is mimicking exactly what we just said there. Starvo is exactly his oyster. That's correct.
It is. Ooh. Okay, wait. We have a bounding. We have a bounding and a riftbind, I think. So we got 2 hits off of those. Off of the 4, I believe. So that's not terrible. That's like half hits. And bounding demagon's pretty sweet if he can like chain it together.
I see what you did there.
Well, I do wanna say Riddlerman Gaming, Cold Foil Stalagmite is extremely pretty.
It's very nice.
Oh yeah.
If I recall correctly, it was like the first one that had the extended treatment. Although no, I think that was Rampart. I think Rampart of the Ram's Head had the one that came first.
I think Rampart and Arcane Lantern both came out in the same set, perhaps.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But yeah, just I love the extended art treatment, and the cold foil on it looks incredible. So we have an Art of War.
Yeah, this could be a potential significant turn, right? So
yeah, we have 3 active banished cards.
And
yeah,
I assume the mode is +1/+1 and draw 2 cards, because it does look like that one giant Chungus dice is indicating that. That's what I'm assuming. That's what that's indicating. The other option would be go again here if he really, really needed it, but he's chained, so there's a good chance he might not need it.
Yeah,
that's the great thing about the Art of War is that you can banish a card that you can actually play because of Blood Debt, and then you just draw 2.
Yep.
So you're basically just drawing 3 cards, which is just madness.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty. Art of War is a pretty good card.
God, is it ever?
All right, so this is potentially a
me.
pretty wide turn, and you know, Starbucks had some really nice turns back to back, but so it's a Shadow of Ursa. So he's playing a belittle, revealing the Shadow of Ursa. So he's going to attempt to go tutor.
Well, I assume at this point you get a
blue minnowism,
probably a blue minnowism to pay for stuff.
Yeah.
It is a little bit awkward. He hasn't played a non-attack action yet. And I can't tell in his banish if there's anything that he could leverage for that, but I still
so
think
in
that
his
this is
banish
potentially a good one.
he has Bounding Demagon, Rift Bind, and I'm not sure what the other card is. Though to note, he did pitch a Seeds of Agony to do this.
He pitched the seeds.
Oh, he's got double bounding.
Oh, double bounding is very nice actually.
Interesting. So yeah, double bounding and Rift Bind in there.
He's left himself open to potentially Spellbound Creepers something to get an extra action point, so that we could potentially come in with both Demigons and the Thorn. Like this is potentially a pretty wide turn.
He actually might with 2 resources floating. He actually might go grab a Minnowism to play, right? To just to satisfy the non-attack.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's possible.
Yeah, John,
gets the non-attack.
John in the chat is saying bounding needs a non-attack action to be played. So yeah, I think you need the
that's
to be
true.
played first.
Yeah,
that's very true.
Cheers, John.
So yeah.
Oh, there it is. Is that it? Is that a minnowism?
Yeah, that's a minnowism. So yeah,
and a red minnowism.
That's what I was gonna
accurate
say. Like he pitched a seeds, so you gotta know that he's intending on at least playing that one if there wasn't one in his arsenal. An arsenal in banish. I guess the question for us was, what was that third card, like a seeds or something like that? So now that he has the minnowism in hand, he could potentially jam that out. But well, actually, what other cards do we know that are in his hand? It looks like we still have a block coming here. So we resolved the crown, and we resolved the trigger from the belittle, but now we are to the block step.
And using the stalagmite and giving him a frostbite as well.
I think this is good. He recognizes that this is going to be a very wide turn. So taxing him as much as he can to minimize a little bit of that is going to help. Though with the 2 resources floating and a couple cards in hand, it might not matter all that much.
Just trying to curb it a little bit.
Yeah, and to note, Chain has not activated his chain yet, so we can still chain it up.
Way.
Yeah. Way.
Way. Chain has not actually activated his chain yet. He hasn't closed the chain either.
The dude just really loves chains, man.
He
In name,
loves his chain, doesn't he?
In name, form, and function.
Yeah,
he's all about them. Anything that has like circular metal links.
He's all about it. Yeah, he just wants to know everything about it. Yeah,
big fan.
Absolutely.
Big fan.
He wants to collect everything about. Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, can you blame him though?
What kind of armor does he like? Chain.
Nah.
What kind of letters does he like? Chain letters. What does he like to put on his tires? Chains.
That's a deep cut. I don't know if you do that anymore. At least not in Canada. I don't know.
I have no idea, man. I live in Oregon. I think you can still chain your tires in like the mountainous regions. You better not be rocking those chains down in Portland though. You shred the roads. They're bad enough as they are. Anyway, enough talking about the infrastructure of the state of Oregon. Let's talk more about some flesh and blood here. Reading the card.
I love how it's gone to the infrastructure of the state of Oregon from a chain combat chain.
Hell yeah.
I mean, Chain is pondering. He is very much pondering this rift bind here.
Yeah, he's currently pondering his orb.
Perhaps as a judge call. I do see an extra hand. This is a 5th hand on board.
Yeah.
Judge.
It's good though to get clarity in judge calls when needed.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So this is
the Rift Pine would be very
pretty
very sad at this point though.
working on some pretty thin margins. We're at Starvo's at 12, and Chain is at 5.
Yeah, to note, Chain is at 5, and he does have the Husk in his bin, which means he will be taking at least 1 this turn from his own stuff. Maybe up to 4. I doubt that, but still.
Yeah, and something that I've been saying, especially recently, is this is like Chain is now officially in the danger zone. I think because if Starvo is able to get another Starvo activation, then the game is just kind of over. Chain no longer has any equipment, so or I guess he still has grasp still, but you dominate something big enough, and it's just kind of done. Especially because even if the first hit doesn't kill you, then there's still a hammer coming in. So it's kind of does need to be a game shot push here, and it looks like that is what he's trying to do.
Interesting. Does this have go again?
I think
I don't.
He hasn't shackled.
Yeah.
At least not that I can see. He might be. No, I was gonna say he might be doing something with boots, but his boots are gone. So.
He's got
He's
two
completely
resources
naked apart from the gloves,
floating.
basically.
Yeah.
Unless the I was gonna say unless the Ardor gave it go again, but it's got that die on it, so I assume it's +1/+1.
Oh, no, wait. Yeah, no, we have creepers on the stack currently.
Oh, okay, creepers on the stack.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it has go again technically from him having a second action point.
Right, so he does have 1 action point. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I didn't realize. I was like, where the hell are the creepers? I just assumed
Yeah,
he blocked with them or something. Yeah, they're on the
I
counter.
didn't see them either, but yeah,
Gotcha.
we currently have creepers, Minnowism, and Riftbind on the stack, and it looks like the Riftbind's coming in for 8. So pretty good one.
Okay, so I see what he's doing here. Yeah. So he wants to follow this up with potentially a bounding demagon into a shackle into a bounding demagon kind of play, right? Because he'll have the extra action point. He can play the bounding demagon from his bin, and then shackle, not necessarily in that order, and then play another bounding, or the 2/2 Rosetta, but probably the bounding to maximize your life. You want to clear out that and not take the blood debt.
Yeah.
And these are all going to get +1/+1 because of the Art of War, right? So I'd lean more towards playing the attack actions to just maximize on that Art of War buff.
I do think that he's doing a very good job right now of leveraging his action point economy, because Chain does have a lot of ways to get action points, but basically picking and choosing your spots for them are the most important things, especially in a situation like this where it looks like he's going to be going potentially 4, maybe 5 attacks applied. Like it's a pretty good turn, and right now we're just sort of in a position where Starvo is trying to determine what the best course of action moving forward is.
I'm gonna crack into another cider, by the way. So I may be
Hell
a couple
yeah.
ciders
Go on.
maybe a couple ciders in here, but I do think this might have been the only path that allowed Chain to play all of his stuff from his banish zone, like leveraging the creepers in this way. I think this is the only way he could like clear it on out, which is what you want to do, especially on a turn that's going big anyway.
Okay.
So he's gonna take 1.
Double blocking, taking 1 after using
He's
Crown.
just gonna Thorn.
Just Thorn.
Does he still have an action point after this? I think he does.
Yeah, it looks like he does. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So instead of playing the double bounding, he's gonna Thorn instead. Okay.
Yeah,
That
and
works.
he's taking 2 from Blood Dead at end of turn, from Husk and from the remaining bounding.
That's real bad. That's real bad.
Yeah,
Like,
so now we're down to 3.
But Starvo doesn't have enough cards in his hand to do like an 11.
Oh, Warmongers.
Okay.
Warmongers.
Beta.
He might just die because of Warmongers and Blood.
Get
Debt.
out of there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one to have, especially right now.
Goddamn card, man.
So like at minimum, you can't play a non-attack and then play bounding from your bin because you can't play both a non-attack and bounding with Warmongers. So you just at minimum he takes 2. Oh no. Oh, this is when you don't want these.
Oh, I
So
think
there-
that might just be it. Hey, yep.
Yeah, you just died.
There's all of his.
There's
There's all of his shackles. Oh my god, and his hand was crazy.
That's a nuts hand, dude.
Yeah, without the warmongers, that was going to be another gigantic turn, but that
was
it
brutal.
showed up right when it needed to. Ugh. Well, Starvo doing
Well.
Starvo things.
It was actually pretty close though, right?
It was
Like-
Chain, like that last turn especially. Like I think that Chain really put up a fight, especially considering I believe that was the turn immediately following a double fused Oakenold. Like
yes,
yes,
Yeah.
yes, it was.
Like despite overwhelming odds, that game was actually quite close. So shout out to both of the players here. They played this, I think, on both sides very, very well.
And
Chris
you gotta-
Bewley in the chat saying, "Oh, yo, it's Starvo and the boys." That's right.
Yeah.
But Starvo outplays him again. He says, "Absolutely." Chris was in here
Yeah.
earlier with Alan and Riddler Man casting some games. Cheers for coming back, Chris. Hope you're doing well, mate.
If by outplays you mean double fuse Oakenold, then yeah, dude. Rockin'.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's go.
Outplays.
It all just lined up perfectly.
11
Lined up
dominate go
perfectly.
again.
11
Let's
dominate go
go.
again, following up even with just with a warm hammer is still so
It's
much
just
pressure.
outrageous.
Getting
Yeah,
wham
it's-
jingled by that warm hammer.
Yeah, it's attacking in
Wham
for 15, and also you discard 2 random cards.
Starvo coming in with the wham jangle and then Chain following up with the slobber knocker. This was just an old fashioned Tully Wussle. I don't even know.
Big
Lovely
fan.
old
Big
job.
fan. We're trend setting here.
That's what we're about,
I'm
man.
a big fan of the slobber knocker, to be honest. Love a
Oh,
good
and
slobber
yeah, the
knocker.
Starvo had, if that went on again, had Spinal Crush and Pulverize.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like you'd have to get through the chain turn because
Yeah.
like Starvo only had a couple cards left in hand, but unfortunately he blocked in a way that he was able to leverage his warmongers. So that was his plan when he started to block out anyway.
I think if Chain had seen just a couple more things on
Whiffed a lot.
banishes, that's again that's somewhere that's I've definitely been there, and I've also been on the opposite, and that's kind of the beauty of the Chain deck, honestly, at least for me. That's how I like to try to view it. You can have some really, really bad times with banishing just the wrong cards and hitting 0 blood debt, or you can have the times where it just ends up that you're drawing 3 cards, 4 cards, like every turn for the entire game. And it's like, okay, cool.
Yeah,
I'm never out of gas. I'm always doing something.
I was gonna say, in that way, Chain can be a little bit high rolly, but to be honest, Starvo is also kind of high rolly, so it's just kind of like a back and forth. Starvo definitely the favorite in the format. I think a lot of people would just go into assuming it's the best deck in the format, and they might be right. I'll elevate that into the probably right, but
Well, it seems like, according to Decks and Drafts on YouTube, Starvo versus Starvo finals locked now. So I believe that's going to be Diamada and Breezy casting that last game.
And really
But-
quickly, we are opening the top 4 worlds gold foil.
Oh, let's
Easton is
go.
opening
Oh,
his
yes.
top 4 worlds.
drink to this.
He's doing it live,
love
so
the
let's
old
see what he
job.
gets. Great job, guys. You guys
Oh,
killed
come
it
on,
that
let's
round,
go.
too.
Oh, thank you.
All right, what do we got
Cheers,
here?
mate.
Skull,
Okay.
bone, cross, wrap.
Oh,
Something good. Something good. Something good.
I want to see a carrion husk. That'd be sick.
Oh,
That'd be
that would
ironic.
nice.
That'd be
That'd
pretty
on-
ironic.
That'd be on flavour.
Ooh, here we go.
Go on, just pull it out of his protective
here we
sleeve. Just
go.
pull it out
Oh,
of there.
what is it? What is it?
Come
As
on,
no
something cool,
patience
something
as-
hype. Let's go.
Flip
let's
it and
go.
rip it.
You got to give it a
Flip
little
it and
rub.
rip it.
Flip
Gotta
it
get
and
Rub
rip
for
it
good
as
luck. I like
maniac.
it.
You can't rip the. I mean, you could try to rip it, man.
Flip it, baby.
It would not be pretty in any capacity.
Flip it
Oh,
and
we
smash it
still
with a
got it,
hammer.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, man.
Come on, Chris.
building the hype.
Stubbies.
We're building the
Bewley
hype.
wants stubbies.
Bam!
Boom.
Oh,
Oh.
footsteps. That is
Oh,
nice.
that's a good one.
That is
good
a
one.
good one.
That is
Phantasmal
probably one of the
Footsteps
best
gold
ones.
foil.
Yeah.
Oh
Jesus Christ.
man.
Outside of something like a mask of momentum or something, that's got to be one of the best ones. For
I can
sure.
hear them going crazy in the other room.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh my
That's
god.
sick.
Good. That hell.
That is-
yeah.
This is
that is
a
hot.
huge. huge congratulations,
So
especially
he was
since
hoping for Crown of Seeds, or like he already has a Rampart, so he's hoping for like something to supplement that. But this is he has no problem with that.
he could trade that for a Crown of Seeds, I bet.
Yeah, pretty easily, I
That's a big
think.
one.
Such a hot
Phantasmal
card.
is an excellent hit.
Especially with that like
There's
new
still one
Prism
round that
card
is kind
reveal.
of finishing up. We're gonna roll into finals kind of around like 6:45, 7 o'clock. That is gonna be I probably already told them Jeffo, Green Tree, Booth Babe, and
Oh yes.
Breezy
Okay.
and DM.
Yeah.
So all three of them.
That one.
All three of them in that one.
Yeah, thanks
Nice.
for being a part. I'm not sending you guys away, but thanks for being a part of the gold
Yeah,
rail
just-
flip. That was cool. I've
Get
never
out of
been
here.
part
Yeah. No, that's
Now you're not
super
talking.
hype.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Get these scrubs out of here. I don't know
You've
what the
done
hell
enough-
they're talking about.
You've done enough damage. Get out of here. That's it. Right. Fuck off.
Yeah, get out of here with your schlobber knockers and
Look at all those tickets. Look at all those
Hell
tickets.
still got all of these. Make it rain.
I will say, Easton's like
Brilliant.
5 or 6 drinks deep. He's the Starvo player, so
Oh,
I was
love it.
watching his
still
eyes
just-
during that game, and he was
Hell
focused,
yeah.
I guess you could say.
Just locked in. Do you know what he's
Oh.
drinking? By any chance?
He's gonna like
Some kind
pass
of
out.
IPA. I'm not sure what, but it's an IPA.
He's gonna get back
What
to
are
his
you drinking,
hotel and
though?
just collapse.
I have a strawberry
What's that?
margarita. I am.
Oh, lovely.
Nice.
Nice.
After drinking at 10:30 a.m., I thought might as well keep going.
Yeah, do it, mate. Yeah, nice.
I've
What time is it
cracked
over there for you now? Is it 5:30,
6:30.
6, something like that?
6:30.
6:30. Fantastic. Lovely.
I have this local Portland Cider Co. Imperial Dry hard cider, crisp.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's not bad. 8.4%
I like it a lot.
alcohol.
8.4% in one can. That's a lovely old job. I need to get some of that over here.
Yeah, man. the cider doesn't stick around here. It goes for it. Yeah.
And it goes in, yeah. Cool. More reasons to visit Portland, USA.
It's a tall boy too, because I have the regular can by comparison.
Matt, did you win?
Oh, wow, nice.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Cool. Well, I don't know how much longer we have left, but I think we're pretty much done for this. So thank you very much for bringing us on, Mo.
Thanks for
Cracking
being
job
here.
as well.
Yeah,
Cracking
I mean,
job.
I'm down to just continue to chat until they kick us off, till they
You guys can chat for a bit longer.
to fill in air. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good to me. But yeah,
Bill,
it's been a great event so far.
How's your rum and nog going?
Eggnog.
I finished it a while ago.
It's gone, baby.
But no, it was good stuff. I found out that apparently you can get 6% milk fat eggnog. It is deemed extra creamy, and it is absolutely correct.
It sounds
it's
like
so good.
It sounds like yogurt or something.
It's basically just ice cream. You when you leave ice cream out like a little bit too long,
Yes.
yeah, it's just that
Alcoholic
it's
ice
amazing.
cream.
Oh, dude, get like a warm brownie or something
Oh.
with that. Hell yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't be thinking of this.
It sounds really good. I'm not gonna
Alcoholic
lie.
brownies.
It sounds
man.
really good.
Yeah. If you can do like a tiramisu, you can do like an alcoholic brownie. It's not that far. Come on.
Ooh, tiramisu.
All sorts
with-
of brownies.
With brownies and alcohol.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Ooh.
Oh my god, my heart has stopped already.
Yeah, dude. I haven't had dinner yet tonight because it's only 5:30 here. So when I get off, I'm gonna go. Well, I was gonna say scrounge, but not really. I'm gonna go find something to eat.
Go find some.
And by that I mean
baby.
ask my partner
Yeah.
what we're gonna have for dinner. Yeah.
Living Legends podcast, the lost episode. Breezy was saying. Yeah, this is basically just what we do before we actually put a podcast out there. Just chat absolute shit.
It is though.
Constantly.
It is though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
But you're up next. You're not up next. I think.
No, they're doing the
You're
finals.
Definitely doing something.
But I think
Yeah.
DM Armada and Breezy are last round, so we have the
Jeff
other
next.
people that he mentioned who had.
It should be DM, Breezy, and Jeff for the finals.
Nice. Okay.
And maybe me if I just
So-
jump in there. We'll see how it goes. Might just get a
Yeah,
four-way
definitely.
live.
What, is
you
that
know?
is that next? Is it?
Yeah,
Is that
something.
next thing happening? Oh, I see. Nice. Lovely. Yeah, that'll be good. Starvo versus Starvo.
Yes, Starvo versus
The
Starvo.
old job.
Excellent.
That's the first one of the night, though. That's the first one of the night, actually. I was expecting a lot
Always
more
open, Easton. I told
Starvo
you.
mirrors.
Always open. Dude, that's sick. Congrats.
Oh, it's always open, apparently.
You guys
Which is like
always
what I like
open
to
your
hear.
gold foils, you know? Like, don't sell them sealed.
Oh,
Open for
no,
the
absolutely.
hotness.
I am
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
when it comes to opening like anything with respect to card games, I do not have the patience to sit on something that's sealed. I would open it in a heartbeat, and it usually ends up
Yes.
biting me in the ass. But
it's fun.
Eh.
Yeah,
That's
it's fun.
nice as
Exactly.
well, isn't it? Yeah, I love getting bitten in the ass. Anyway.
The only way I can have, of course, the only way I can keep stuff sealed is if I stick it on my shelf and like and for like a display and I forget about it. That's it.
Yeah, that's the play. Is forget about it.
Yep.
Yeah. What a great day! What a great day!
As is just the
Congratulations, Ove.
As is just the dude from
Hey?
Fury Road. He's just like, what a lovely day.
Shiny and chrome.
Yes, fantastic.
Yeah,
just loving life. No matter
he's like,
what happens.
witness me, but instead of like the spray paint, he's just like chugging.
Just chugging. I've been chugging like since the stream started. I've been drinking basically.
So you
I'm
want?
about 8
Can't be
drinks.
stopped.
Yeah, exactly. And that's pure coaxing spirit. And I'm about 8 drinks in right now, and it's 1:30 a.m. here in the UK. And I've got work tomorrow, and I could not give a shit about what happens next.
Oh no. Oh no.
I mean, this is just how it was the entire time. What was it? You had to play in the final Sagrada Familia event that I think fired at 9:30, and you had been streaming until about 5:30.
That's right, mate. Oh,
yeah, and you were extremely drunk.
So pissed. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, the world's before we missed the calling because like we stayed up too late and slept in.
That's right. Yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way. It's just fantastic. That's the reason I go to those events personally. Can't speak for everybody, but I'm just there for the good time. But this is what the coaxing is all about as well. It's just people that are coming together to play Flesh and Blood just casually, and nobody really cares about the result. People just getting pissed, and it's just a great vibe all around from what I've seen so far. So well done for putting it on.
Yeah, I mean, Joey's thrown together like a really amazing event, I think.
Oh, for sure.
A really great event that celebrates the community, celebrates that sense of camaraderie, community spirit, all that kind of good stuff. So, you know, I guess we can give here, as we wind down the Living Legends format, just give Joey a big old shout out for putting this together. He's been messaging me throughout the last, I don't know, like month or so about it, sharing various things, and he's put a lot of effort into it. So, it is very
and
recognized and appreciated.
And thanks so much for inviting us. Thanks for reaching out. This was a blast, honestly. Just being able to hang out here and commentate some games. I've never had a chance to commentate anything before, so
I knew it was gonna be wild, so I was just like,
and you were the one carrying it.
I'm gonna be like way looser than normal.
But yeah. Great fun.
Just a
Great
blast.
Fun all around.
Great time.
Yeah. But yeah, we got DM Armada. You all know who that is coming up next. We got Breezy and Jeff as well coming up next for the last round of Living Legends. And I think that's is that it after that, Mo? Is that pretty much it?
Don't know. It might be
That's the final
team
thing?
sealed finals after that. I'm not sure where that event
Oh,
is.
nice.
So I honestly couldn't tell you.
Okay, so while we're doing a little bit of banter here, how is the atmosphere at the Coaxing there? Since we're kind of getting just the gameplay side, how's it kind of going
insane.
down?
Everyone is drinking. Everyone is eating. Smiles all around. You know, just a great environment,
Nice.
great time.
You love to see it. You really do.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good
How
stuff.
how is the turnout? Joey said like they were 100 capping out or something like that. How's the turnout?
So we had 101 pre-reg, and I think we had like 150 to 200 total here. So
Nice.
not including side
Wow,
events,
brilliant.
not including like on demand. So I want to say we had like probably
Damn,
200
this
people
is like
at this event.
yeah,
today.
this is like a full-on like this is like a pro tour. Holy,
Yeah, like,
that's
this is
awesome.
Pretty much.
This is bigger than the
Yeah.
Battle Harden was yesterday. Like
Yeah,
which is insane
oh,
to think
that's
about.
phenomenal.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's awesome.
You know, looking around, people are still just jamming like casual games on the side. People are trading cards.
Just having drinks and just loving life.
I think that's like the big hallmark of like a successful event like this is
Update.
if
I do
if
see
the
the judges are drinking, and Easton switched to water.
Oh wow, he must be balls deep in alcohol. And
He
he's
just
switching
looked
to
at
water
me and
at
started
this stage.
laughing. He is so deep in the alcohol. Yeah, I just
Oh,
saw one of the
God.
judges walk by. They're having a good time, like this
Yeah,
is
man.
a fun
Yeah.
event. Like
That's phenomenal.
Good stuff.
my litmus test for like Flesh and Blood events and how successful they are is if the side events are like firing off and if people
Mhm.
are just kind of like hanging out. Because I have been to some events where people just do the main event and then just peace.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
having like people stick around for the side events and all that kind of stuff is just awesome.
I know a bunch of people showed up just for the side events. I heard someone saying they just learned this game at PAX last week and decided to show
Oh.
up just to jam some games.
Hell
so,
yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, that was. I love hearing stories like that of people that just find a game that they really appreciate and decide to interact with it in like just a really hands-on kind of way, especially going to events like that. Like to me, that's basically the most that you can do. You're really putting yourself out there, and I love it. And yeah, I think I've already mentioned this on the podcast, but yeah, I was really humbled when somebody walked up to me at Barcelona and said, "Hey, you're the reason that I played this game, and now I'm participating in the main event at Worlds in Barcelona." And I was like, "Oh, cool. Well, you're better than me."
Brilliant. Absolute gateway. Love it.
Yeah. No, it was phenomenal. So yeah, I love it. I love hearing stories like that where people are just like, "Yeah, I just learned this and I'm all in."
Feel free to chat in from the ether if you'd like.
Too
to.
right.
I assume the stream. I can't tell what stream looks like.
It's just the normal setup. We're just chilling.
Just the four of you. Like the four, or just the
No, it's the gameplay setup. We're just hanging out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ugh.
But we can
This is the
we
Living Legends
can
bonus
do one.
episode.
We can get out of here if you need us to. We're just filling time until the next.
If you need us to
person shows up,
vacate the area.
You're like, beat it, scrubs.
I mean,
He's too pissed. Go on, get him out. He's too pissed. Shove him out the door.
If the commentators are ready for the finals, I can get them in here and we can get it rolling. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Well, Breezy, DM Armada, Jeff. If you're waiting in the Zoom call, we can leave and you can take the mantle for the finals or whatever. But yeah, it has been very, very fun. So yeah, thanks for
thanks again for
Thank you guys for showing up and doing this for us. It was a great time.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
No problem.
Thank you. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's wonderful to hang out.
Thanks so
We'll
much,
get these guys in then.
Yeah. See you around.
Cheers, folks.
Have a good one.
See ya.
Bye.
Okay, everybody in chat, give me a minute while I get all the new players in here. I see Jeff is in the waiting room, so I'll get Jeff in here. There is Breezy. Let me get Breezy in here, and all we need is DM. No worries, Jeff. Take your time with the camera.
All right.
I can hear you, Jeff. It looks like Breezy's
Trying to turn
still
my camera on.
connecting, it says, connecting to audio.
Oh, there we go.
All right, so there's Jeff. Looks like Breezy's having some audio issues, and we just need DM.
Coming to you live from my Christmas Nightmare workshop, where I've been trapped for the last several weeks, except when I saw you with the Realm. I escaped briefly to go to Columbus, and now I'm back. I'm here in my embroidery shop. I was finishing some orders and watching the stream. Hope you guys have been having fun.
Very nice, very nice.
It has been an exciting weekend of Flesh and Blood for sure. I'm still kind of reeling from yesterday's Kano victory in the Battle Hardened. And then, like, oh my god, a footsteps opened right here.
Yeah, I like how they have
Wild.
the footsteps on the battlefield still, like they're playing for it when they're really not. But
Oh my god, what if they are?
That. I do appreciate
All right,
that,
guys.
'cause
Are you able to hear me now?
we can't hear
Certainly.
you, yes. yes.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Check the mic.
And
Test.
He is also in here, so we got all you guys in here. Very nice, very nice.
Victory.
We've done it.
Oh, look at us go.
Thanks
Look at
everybody for being here for the finals of the Coaxing Living Legend event. They are
That's
playing
right.
for this sweet trophy that the stream can't see, but you guys can. So there you go.
Whoa. Oh, man. Y'all want to see this. That's for sure.
That's
What are those sleeves? Oh, those are Sneap sleeves.
Oh, yeah.
Those sleeves.
I think we have a winner in the sleeve meta. As much
Yeah.
as the min-max ones are nice.
Min-max is clean, but Sneap, I mean, it's so colorful.
Sneap is
Yeah.
Sneap.
Yeah.
I can't stop staring at this trophy. It's indescribably pointy.
It is.
It is very nice. Very cool trophy to get.
It's like
Even
a
as
Halo
holder,
weapon.
like there's a spot for your hero, so you can like display it on your shelf.
Whoa.
That's pretty cool.
Oh my god.
One sec. Getting this baby on stream.
It's the front
have
of the. It's one of the
Oh my
what?
God, it's gonna be
9
real
gates of
pixelated bad.
Solana. Is that right? Are there 9 gates in Solana?
Joey apologizes in advance for how pixelated and garbage this is.
Shut up, Joey.
Yeah.
Rough edges.
Shut up, Joey.
They also shut up, Joey.
Not
It's fine.
We're not here for apologies. We're here for finals.
Because we still have Team Sealed.
Is Team still gonna be on stream next, or?
Yeah, we'll figure it out afterwards.
Cool. We'll figure it out as we go.
We'll figure it out afterwards.
Nice.
Joey's
How we
over
do
here
it.
apologizing for a fantastic stream that took place all day that we all watched and enjoyed.
Imagine.
been a
Imagine a world
great
where you say
Take that
sorry for
crap out of here. This guy apologizing.
Sorry for the hours of free entertainment I provided you today.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
And all the work I put in for probably no money. The amount of work he's been putting in is absolutely insane for this.
Love of the
You
game
are
for the
not-
Coaxing goes
All the
so
prep
far.
work.
Copy.
And I see
share
Breezy,
on
you're hitting it
Twitter.
about as hard as I am. I think I saw you drinking some water also.
Yep.
Dude,
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
LaCroix.
going crazy.
That's good right there.
Oh no,
Yeah.
LaCroix is a scam. Don't even.
Whatever.
What's your
That's almost as bad as your like Eminem's take from the first hour of the stream.
Me and Flake were together for an hour. I couldn't make him mad. I had to suck
Look,
up.
here's the thing. I appreciate you. I appreciate you entertaining his lunacy because I saw it in your eyes. You were like, "God help me, he's gonna talk about Skittles some more."
Flake was
So I
saving me.
appreciate that
I
you
couldn't-
did the right thing and you just let him keep going on that tangent. So at least we had that.
Well, we're gonna do a
All right, I'm
four-way
posting
for
to
this
Twitter.
one.
We need to get people in
There we
here.
go. We have a four-way live for this finals match.
Let's do it.
Did some editing on the fly, and we all fit. So
Nice. Look at you. Well done. I was wondering how it would work, but I didn't doubt you.
it's tough, but I've been doing it all day, you know. So we're just gonna keep doing it. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure what Easton's doing. I think Easton's just drunk with his equipment layout. I'm not sure what the plan there is.
That's allowed. Now, are they playing for the footsteps or are they
No, no.
sharing the footsteps? Like, do they both get to use it?
That was Easton's top 4 worlds prize.
Yeah, we
So
watched.
he just has it up there. Just, I have no idea, honestly.
It's a pretty good,
Just
pretty
a
good,
flex.
Yeah, pretty good flex.
Yeah.
I'd show it
Say,
off.
Hey, by the way, I just won this, so good luck, my friend.
All right, so it's going to be a very professional, high quality finals, right? We're all going to bring our absolute best to this. And the first thing we're going to talk about is the fact that Team Ascent sleeves look quite cool and do give a buff to all of the cards they are attached to.
That is true.
As
If
a
that's
Team
all of his
Ascent
equipment.
member, I do agree.
Oh, we have another
Not disagree
another
with
gold
that.
foil.
Are you kidding?
No, I think he's just putting it
Oh,
away.
okay.
I
Oh,
think-
okay. I was like, why multiple?
We
He just collects them and just waits for like strange times to
That's-
open a gold
yeah.
foil.
Yeah,
Ah,
right.
just got in an
CG
argument
con.
with my significant other. Open the gold foil.
This'll make
Let's
me
go.
feel better. Yeah.
I got to see a cold foil heart get opened at SCG Con. One of my friends bought a single alpha
Ooh.
pack and just got that out of it. He also got a cold foil Shiana from a single arcane pack.
Oh yeah. Oh, dude.
What
Can
a
you make
day!
sure they have life totals on the stream? Can you make
That's
sure they have life
ridiculous.
totals on the
That's
stream?
absurd,
yeah, well,
and no
we're
one,
holding off
no
a
one
few
should be
minutes
that
to start,
lucky.
Joey said he
No.
wants to wait
We
for-
should
He's nice.
tax him.
We
Tax
can wait
him.
whenever we want. We're just hanging out. So yeah, you
I
good?
tried to grab it. He was too quick.
That's the play. But it is what it is. All right. Looks like hands are on the table. The harder you hit the table, the more the camera shakes, which is always good to know.
That's another flex. It's just another. Here
That's an
I am.
actual flex.
Yeah.
It is Starvo and Starvo chat. One is a Marvel Starvo versus Easton's poor man's normal Starvo.
Yeah.
So,
Indeed, yes. The Starvo mirror, probably the underrated hero of the day, finally made it to the top. Able
Yeah, it's good to
cut
see
in.
Starvo kind of win some every now and then.
I didn't think the deck was good. I heard people talk about it, but like I've never actually seen it win a game, so it was very strange to see two of them make it this far.
Yeah, yeah. Really
Yep,
bizarre.
It's well, it's skill.
It has to be. I
true.
can't count to 3, so I have a very hard time with the deck.
I can see that.
Actually, my first Armory game ever of Flesh and Blood was against Pat Eschke while he played this deck, and I did still continue playing, but it still hurts.
Yeah, that was a weird time to start getting into the game. That's for sure.
Yeah. He was nice about it, and it was just like, I'm really, really sorry, but, you know.
I'm really sorry, but I'm going to skill diff you this match, so unlucky.
Yeah. I apologized to my opponent a lot when I played Chain when he was around. Just like, I'm so sorry, but this is about to happen. This is.
I had a new player when I was on Kano and an Armory too, and it was very similar. I'm like, I swear all the other games aren't going to go like this, but it's at least it's your initiation into the game.
Yeah.
So what do these cards do? Don't worry, you just die. Honestly, you're just going to die here, so just...
Block or don't. It's your choice.
Yeah.
That's very much the Kano way, though. That's the interesting thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, one of us is about to die. Let me kind of work with you on this, and we'll figure it out together.
Yeah.
I'm going to flip a bunch of cards over and say a bunch of numbers, and then I'm either going to be really happy or really sad at the end. So let's do this.
Hey, I think that's quintessential Flesh and Blood. Everyone that's like, Kano's uninteractive, forget you. That's not what it's about.
Yeah, I mean, like, Peter, is it Budensik? Did I say his name properly? It's really hard to pronounce. He brought the drama on that match, too. Like, he went through all the emotions possible on it. It was just perfect TV.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There were tears. There were laughter.
Friends became enemies. Enemies became friends.
Yeah. A true telenovela.
My favorite
And the
part
round
about
ended
Kano,
on time, too. Can you believe it? Rounds in on time when you play Kano. See, that right there is why Kano's better than Oldham. Rounds end on time, no matter what.
Also, it's a nice service for your opponent. The calling in Baltimore, I played Kano, and a lot of, like, one way or another, it's over in 10 minutes, so people had time to get lunch with the time extension.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're doing people a favor.
Mm-hmm.
Mo's a big Kano fan.
I am. I've had so many opponents at large events show me their hand when they're on Kano, and they're like, "Can I kill you here?" And I legitimately try to help them kill me. I'm like, "Let's see, if you play EPOT and then do this, and then oh no, maybe you do this." Like, I've got myself killed at ProQuest because I've helped my Kano opponent kill me. Like,
They even call him like a judge. I call him into a game where he's not even playing like a judge, and he just gives me advice on whether or not I could kill my opponent. They get mad, but it's fair. Like, it's a wizard rule. You're allowed to phone a friend.
I'm gonna take to Discord real quick. Hey, Steven, here's what's on top. Here's my resources in hand.
Now we get to do that with Emperor and Blitz, which is a lot of fun.
I know.
The math is way easier,
far
unfortunately.
Yeah, far less math. Yeah, that's why I've taken to Emperor. I've never actually piloted a single game as Kano because the math scares me, but Emperor, I can count to 4 or 5.
we got to get this guy out of here. This is unacceptable.
Yeah.
Pick it up in Blitz. I'll tell you what, if he were still legal in Blitz, I do think he's worth running out there, because when you're doing it in CC, it's basically just the Wildfire deck, which actually turns me off of the CC version of the hero a lot more. He's so much more fun and more flexible and requires a lot more like interesting things to do in Blitz, which is why I was just madly in love with that deck. But in CC, it's just like, okay, we're going to find Wildfire and just put this one combo together. So when at the beginning of the stream, when people were asking what kind of card would you give your hero to kind of push them forward, I don't even care if the card pushes Kano forward in CC. I just want them to give something that like makes the hero more fun and flexible and doesn't just kind of marry them to playing Wildfire to make it sort of functional. Because without Wildfire, can you really play Kano?
I've seen a lot of
like Everfest, any of the supplemental sets, and even like expansion sets for Wizard have just felt like, I haven't seen these cards in play. Like, I'm trying to think of some, like any of the Everfest Majestics that you just throw them in the box. It's like the commons and rares for Wizard do a lot of the legwork. So I'd like to see a little bit more Majestic support. Yeah, or like legendaries, something that's just so tough you can only get one of in your deck or something.
Wildfire was. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was like,
Go
if
ahead,
it's a
Jeff.
legendary, Lesson in Lava is just insane then. But
yeah, that's true.
Wildfire was the playable Majestic from Everfest, and then like really
Yeah.
arguably the only card we got since then was Swell Tidings, which is like kind of just a sometimes better Voltic Bolt.
Yeah.
I know it's probably like too pie in the sky, but when we were looking at Peter's pitch stack, something like Final Act for Kano, I thought would have been so good. But he just is. It's just a very linear victory path, and like it just doesn't always feel great. Like if you see two of the combo pieces in your opening hand, sometimes you're like, great. Like it's gonna be one of those games.
Yeah.
And it may just be that the next time we get a wizard hero, like that hero is where they can sort of build in the new kind of ideas and the new ways to win the game, as we saw with Icelander. I just like the mechanic of being able to sort of mill through the top of your deck with the resources in hand and have that become sort of an accessible card. Something similar to Chain, except it's like a little bit more fun to kind of go through those hoops and try to combo in that way. And I don't know if we'll see that from another wizard hero, but I think you're 100% right. It's kind of strange to just play it as like the one type of deck, and it's really, we haven't seen anything too terribly crazy since then. You could argue maybe Mind Warp or any of those
I
zero
love
cost
Mind Warp
like
so much.
saps and zaps and like Aether Darts and things like that are your real playables. But yeah, I agree. Mind Warp's sick.
It's one of my favorite arts, I think, in the whole game. I got the
Pretty
playmat
fun,
at
yeah.
Worlds, and I love that playmat so much.
So much color, so beautiful. Yeah.
I went with Swell Tidings, but it was a really hard decision between the two of them.
Those are both fantastic. I play, so exclusively if I play Kano, I play the Blazing Aether mat, just because it's like, it fits the theme. You run that out, you run the cold foil like Blitz Kano, you run the cold foil Crucible of Aether Weave, you just feel fancy.
Yeah.
Like
You're
getting
like, hey, I've
dressed up
been here for a
date.
while. Yeah.
I have the Crucible playmat, and I love that playmat so much. It's so
That's a
hot.
good one.
Some of us don't win anything, so I don't have any playmats with weapons on them.
I bought the only one I have is the Nebula Blade one, and Steve Argyle was just shilling them at his booth. So
I knocked somebody over in Baltimore running to get a Wildfire when I saw somebody carrying it and just sprinted.
Those ones were cool. I almost bought one. Yeah.
I have a Scolding playmat. That one's pretty sick, too, I must say.
Yeah. Next time Steve Argyle's at an event, I need to get him to sign a bunch of my wizard stuff. Really, just a bunch of my like stuff in general. Like he's done such great arts. The Viscera, he's done like he did the Kyloria. He did Kyloria as well, you know.
So since we have a Starvo mirror, what's the over-under total casinos we're going to get all match? So both players combined. So far, it's been 2 and 3, so it hasn't been that high. I don't know what the last match was.
I think we go back to the 7.5 line.
For both players? So 3 each?
Yeah, you got to give him the 7.5, right?
But like that's total for the whole match. Like you think?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 7.
Each player will only fuse 3 times ish.
So do you want to go 7.5 or 6.5? What's the line?
How do you count the half? Is that a pulse fuse?
Oh, so you don't
someone sets a line and then you pick above or below that line. So you have to put a half so that someone can pick, like if they want 7, for example, then you set the line at 6.5 and they pick the over.
Yeah, just pick $1.
Yes, that's a completely different game, but that's very similar to The Price is Right.
I'll say B.
No, letter B. All right, we'll set the line at 6.5. Everybody.
I'm gonna go the over. I think it's easy over.
Really?
I'm gonna say under.
I'm going to say under 2. I think we're going to see a dramatic awakening pulverize that ends the game.
Okay.
I'm going to say over so that it can be perfectly balanced as all things should be.
My guess is 11. Maybe I'm like too high, but
whoa, I hope so. Honestly,
that would be an exciting game, but I don't know how we have
sure.
enough life to get to 11.
I don't know. I guess they don't play unmovables anymore, do they? There's no more like defense reaction, so maybe I'm
Unless they anticipated the mirror in the finals, which
Oh no,
at
this
this
deck's
point you
unplayable. Like, there's no way you play unmovable. You're right.
Martin Cox says Gaze the Ages is their wizard mat of choice.
That's
oh
a great
gosh,
one.
what a good card.
Riddler Man's back. He says over. X Flesh and Blood X says over 6.5. 6.5. Okay, so if everyone keeps saying over, we have to move the line. That's how betting works. Since
Maybe
we
it's
haven't
be
started
7.5
yet.
then. Maybe we gotta move it to 7.5.
Do we need to move the line to 7.5? There's a couple people that said over. I don't know.
If you didn't lock in at 6.5, it's too late. The line isn't moved.
Ooh, they're starting to reveal. We gotta set the line right now. Okay, bets are in. Line's at now at 7.5. You gotta take the over under.
I am sorry, everyone.
It's fairly shocking, but it does look like both players have presented Winter's Whale and Stalagmite.
Wow.
Unprecedented. Unprecedented.
You can't see the right side player's equipment, but it's going to be Tunic. Well, actually, I would assume if it's going to be the new boots as well.
I
The,
assume so, yeah.
Civic Footsteps, yeah.
Yeah.
Good old Civic Steps.
Yep.
Shockingly, both players playing Crown of Seeds. I've heard this card is quite a powerhouse at times.
How could it be good if it doesn't even block, though?
That's a very good question.
I don't.
Very good question. I think that it something about pitching.
Oh, it's happening already.
All right, so we have our first
Ooh,
one. Everyone mark it down.
I got it. Okay.
Turn
See right
0
here?
fuse.
A
Put that in your bingo
full-
card.
All 3 cards. No pulses
All right.
here.
So it looks like Autumn's Touch for a 9 dominate go again.
Is that a blizzard on turn 0 as well?
Okay.
Ooh, that'd be nutty if it was. Is that what
It
it's
looks
showing?
like it.
I don't know what else it would be at instant speed, so I think it has to be
Yeah.
blizzard.
I thought he was slamming down his one block, but
That could
the,
also
the
be the
glare
one
does
block.
kind of cut it. Yeah, the glare does kind of cut it down. If it is Blizzard, that's a pretty solid sort of crackback for this portion of the turn.
Mm-hmm.
Being turn 0, you'd want to throw cards in front of this to be able to just like free filter and prevent a ton of life loss. But if this is, the casino style turn 0 fuse,
So
you can
no
stop
go
damage
again.
like that.
Was a blizzard and a CLF.
He's gonna take a chunk of damage on turn 0 here, but not having to worry about a Frosty Hammer for 4.
Now,
That's
can
definitely the
the
advantage
other
with the
Starlo
blizzard.
fuse back?
Yeah, let's see the volley just every turn.
Well, he got rid of at least one ice card, right? So you
It
got to
was
figure he's
2.
holding on to something. 2, okay.
Yeah,
the
it's channeling
blizzard.
frigid.
He's not windmill slamming it down, so we're gonna assume the answer is probably not. And it
Autumn's
looks like
touch
it's not.
still really good.
Okay.
Autumn's touched back to back. Pitch values are hard to see here, but I guess we'll see the block notate some of what's coming at him.
I believe it's yellow. So I think it's for 6.
Yeah, it would be 765 for Autumn's Touch.
Mm-hmm.
Free to
Yeah,
take
take
the 5 damage there.
So it was red then, correct? Because it's a 2
Oh,
block.
look at this heaving.
Not.
A little bit risky, but we'll see if it gets punished or not.
That's-
I am all aboard.
3 tokens. I can't see
Oh,
what card he
again.
has
Oh, okay.
because of the glare.
Look at, see, I knew
Another.
Easton knows how to do this. I knew it.
Okay, well,
And a blink, yeah.
Throwing
write
them
it
down
down.
with such confidence, too.
This is
Cycling the arsenal.
that's a break ground, by the way.
Yeah,
break
that's right.
ground, fantastic little card.
Almost
That
a
is an Earth
burgeoning.
card. Hits for the Earth Fuse. It was in the Arsenal. Played from the Arsenal. This one's going to come. Looks like it was just blue. I think he's representing 7 there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yep.
what it looks like.
So 7 go again. Dominate. Win the game if you do this a few more times.
Yeah.
Pretty solid.
Hopefully 5 more times for our bettors out there. Got to try to relieve
That's
that
right.
over.
I did pick the over, so I'm going to lose a significant amount of money if he wins in 2 turns.
Looks like we're putting the shield in front of it now, giving some frostbites to our opponent.
Nice.
Choosing now to use Stalagmite, what's the thought process here? If you're throwing Stalagmite to give a singular frostbite on this turn, you're not necessarily holding back the possibility of swinging the hammer, but perhaps it's the goal is to keep him off Arsenal.
I think that's the goal. Yeah, no Connor
Yeah.
needs this next turn then.
That's the hope. And it looks like it is going to prevent the hammer so that he can't have the Arsenal, which is the heads up play there. You are taking a chunk of damage, but again, you don't necessarily care too much because it's sort of innocuous, just sort of pure damage
Starvo
right hit effect,
Casino
and he
number
nails
3.
it.
Look
Fuse
at
number
us.
3.
Wow.
We're at 3.
All right, turn 2.
With the surges and the heave. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Well, it is for 16.
So pulverize.
I'm gonna guess pulverize.
Looks like a big shiny
16
fist
dominate,
right there.
go again.
Yep.
Pretty good.
One card in hand? Yeah.
Yeah, still has a card in hand, no floating, but you don't necessarily care too much because if you've got a blue ice card, you get to follow up with a hammer after this, or you could just keep Arsenal, which is great.
I mean, after a 16 dominate go against pulverize, there's really
yeah.
Maybe Easton throws the shield in front of this to not get winter wailed, but I don't know if it
Yeah.
matters that much.
I think
No,
that
I
was
agree.
that's the justification for the shield block previously is you have a 16 dominated pulverize on your turn.
Yep. Insult meets injury if you get to follow up with the whale here. No, I know Easton's on the min-max side. Who is he playing?
I can go check. Let me see if I have access. I believe someone in chat said it was Eric.
Okay. It does say on Eric.
come on, Eric.
So
Yeah,
it'd be strange if it were not named Eric at all. It's like Jeremiah or something like that.
Man, I really hope Pablo Pintor takes this one. Let's see how they just start saying random people.
It'd be more strange if his name was Come On Eric.
Yeah, so it looks like it is Eric D.
Dude,
All
down
right.
to 19, took the full thing to the face.
Yep. Eric with absolutely no regard for human life, going to send 16, dominate, go again, following up perhaps with a hammer.
Watching this makes
Unless
me
you
really
want
excited
Arsenal.
to play this deck. I couldn't when I first started the game, and now I finally have all these cards. I can't wait for a Living Legend event.
Just play Kano and Living Legend. Just get them. So 15 to 29. That was a big swing.
Now,
we're
this
on
is where
rate.
we're going to see the dramatic awakening, right?
Yep.
That's what's going to come here.
That'd be hot.
That's the only reason you take this much damage, really.
Oh, the casino again. That's number 4.
No, this is the other
Number
reason.
4.
Oh, double pull. Yeah, double. Oh, here we go.
Crippling Crush,
Crippling Crush.
dominated.
That is minus. That's halved, right? For pulverize or minus 4?
It is -4, but it's +2. So I mean, it's still
9 dominate go again.
9
Still
dominate.
good.
Yeah.
And there's really not much recourse to play around this off of like crown plus like arm block, outside of like maybe you have Pulse of Eisenloft, which would be pretty nuts.
Yeah, yeah.
Could put some of the armor in front of it too. I mean, is it even a risk giving your Bravo opponent a Quicken token? They're just going to show you 3 cards and get go again anyway.
Oh, he's got to turn Timber. Never mind.
Nice.
Defense reaction still good.
Spoiler
Who
alert.
needs unmovables when you have turn timbers?
That's right.
Right.
Embrace the casino.
Unfortunately,
He
that
really
means
has
Eric
access to a deep
can't
card pool.
Casino.
No casino. We're at 4.
All right. There's another one.
Was this a Frosty Hammer or just a regular kind?
Just a regular. Looks like an electric card was pitched.
Yeah.
Notably, this gets you Arsenal back, which is nice, but you buy time off of the back of taking a boatload of damage, putting yourself in Awakening range on Easton's side, and then following it up by fusing and pushing a bunch of damage. But see how this turn cycle kind of pivots around now.
Let me just throw a card here. Looks like I'm trying to see his hand. Starstruck.
Yeah, I think I see a Starstruck in there for sure.
And could be casinoed up.
Ooh, Casino Starstruck sounds hot.
Yeah.
I'm glad Starstruck was printed too, specifically for Live the Legend format, because I do think this deck needed help, and that definitely was what it needed.
Absolutely. The missing link.
Yep. Gaining in power.
Did we see any games today where, what's it called? Is it Slam Reality or Smack Reality or something? That card that came from the TCC box, where it like clears out, it would clear out all the Brunchian tokens from Guardian?
I don't think so, no.
It's gonna drive me crazy. What's it called?
I was just sleeving up my my Dusk Till Dawn binder, and it has hack to reality.
Hack to reality is a thing.
That is a thing.
I hope that gets to see some play. I love that artwork.
It's pretty cool artwork, yeah.
Yeah.
Deciding whether or not he wants to cover up with a card here is an interesting prospect because it may speak to just wanting to play this 4-card hand or being able to play down a Starstruck versus not being able to play Starstruck. I mean, like if your hand is just like 3 Earth blues that you just don't care about and like a good attack, then you're like sort of incentivized to be able to just pay over the top. and just send the big damage.
Oh, looks like we're taking it. I was
Taking
gonna say
it to the
because you
face.
could also
Exactly.
throw some equipment at it, but it looks like the strong will to keep that equipment around.
And it wasn't even frosty, so you're not having to worry about the frostbite. So
That's
you can just
true.
kind of play out your turn.
No
Yeah, that's
casino,
true.
unlucky.
I'm just a regular Starstruck.
Classic. Keeping the
Mhm.
arsenal.
It's nice on a tunic turn as well because you can pay easily for that with 2 blues in the tunic and just
Tunic
keep your
for
arsenal.
Crown on Eric's side as well. Get that 5-card hand.
Remind me again, how much does Starstruck come in for? 10?
10.
10.
Yes.
10,
Right.
yep.
Okay.
Yep. So this blocking 6 here is going to force the crush effect, which is basically pointless in this
I don't think he
matchup.
could swing the hammer, right?
Do what?
If he got crushed for 4, I don't know if he could swing the hammer, but that might be the only
I
effect.
think it only affects attack action cards. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Does Starstruck only affect attack action cards?
I can't remember if it says
I
attacks.
believe it's attack action cards.
Thank you, Anthony or Andy P. It was Smack of Reality. That was the name of the card.
Spinal Crush. You know,
As opposed to Mac of Reality, which sounds like delicious macaroni and cheese.
Mac of Dream State.
All attacks, Riddler Man Gaming.
All
Does
attacks,
the,
yeah, okay.
Does the Lord's work and Google's that for us.
Thank you.
Sweet.
Google
would
is
not
hard,
have-
so we appreciate it.
But that didn't matter because a Spinal Crush got dropped.
Indeed.
Which is more than 4.
Which is more than 4.
So I think we're clear.
By a few points. Mhm.
My degree's in English, so I did have to look that up, but it is more than 4.
Another kind of on-hit effect that you don't really, it's not even on, it's a crush effect, that you don't really necessarily care about in this matchup, simply
Yeah.
because, like, you're just going to throw big thing, and you
Yeah.
can still casino fuse, you know?
Still at 12 life, facing down 9.
Yeah.
Demands some respect here.
Having to give up looks like he's giving up a crippling and an Oakenold.
Yeah.
Feels
Still
quite
holding
bad.
onto equipment, too.
That's what I was saying
really
earlier.
like that.
He's
the will
disciplined.
to keep that around.
I think it's really good to hold on to equipment for as long as you can in this matchup, especially if you have Awakening.
Oh,
Because
wow.
you play your catch-up, and then if they manage to send something back at you, you can finally block with equipment and use it at a pivotal moment to kind of keep tempo
There we
and
go.
not sort of give that up.
So that is
7 seismic
16.
surges and a pulverize. Oh,
16.
16?
Yeah, that is 16 seismic surges.
I thought it was 7 for
No,
a minute. Oh, my
no, that
word.
is 16. He is
If you
down,
read it
so-
wrong, it's 61. Yeah,
Which
if
doesn't
you're-
really
Or
change much.
Or 7.
Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of ways to read that, but definitely 16 is pretty good in general. I think I would take 16 seismic.
There's your free pulverize.
Which looks like it's going to buy the full hand from Eric, which gets tempo back
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
Yep. Just tuck an arsenal, maybe a Frosty Hammer just to keep the pressure on. You never know these days with what Starvo's
Well,
thinking.
Frosty Hammer would be for 0, right? So that doesn't do much.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that is true. Yep.
Well, I think he just wants the arsenal.
Yeah.
Keep the arsenal so that you can Crown of Seeds and hope they don't like casino you or draw into something super crazy. Maybe they just draw sort of an innocuous hand. Just kidding. Just kidding, everyone.
Starbuck on
Number 5?
Yep. Number 5 total. 4 for Easton, 1 for Eric. So
Come on.
Throwing cards.
We're
The
almost
power
there.
of Awakening. The Awakening can turn the
Ooh,
tides.
Oakenold as
just
well.
like that.
That is huge.
Used. Wow.
This hurts.
So +4 on this.
Good old 11 Oakenold.
11 dominate go again with the ice card in the hand. As you can see, there's a break ground plus the Winter's Bite, so you're gonna be able to send the Frosty Hammer for 4 after this to add again insult to injury.
Might just be a break ground instead, because Arsenal is
That's
locked.
true. That's
so-
true. Yeah, you basically can just jam down the
Or
break
the
ground
Arsenal
as well.
card. It's been stuck there for what, 2 or 3 turns now? So
Yeah.
You could cycle it, certainly. The other
Ooh,
hidden
Blizzard.
benefit.
Okay. I mean, still, you're coming in with a pretty good attack with the fused Oakenold.
This is on hit 2 to the bottom.
Looks like Easton didn't pay either, so there is no Gogan on this. He just wants his elements. Oh, another awakening. Never mind.
Oh, my
Okay,
word.
wow.
There we go.
That's why he's been holding on to it. Yeah, so that's funny. He drew into one, so he played the one from hand, so he could have the other one still sitting there.
So we are getting poker
He's just
chism
making
out.
a stack
I don't
of
know how
random
many.
items.
Now
I'm just going to
we-
stack up random items to represent all my seismic surges at this point. I'm playing with house
Oh
money.
my gosh! So this was
we
an
have bottle
instant
cap
speed.
die amount. I don't know what this is.
It should be 18 because it's fused, right?
So crazy.
Yeah. Yes, because it's double, right? Yeah. So, Casino fused Oakenold into a pulverized.
And now you just send a message and you put that face down and face up in your arsenal, right? You just heave it too, just to really send that message.
I mean, how many times
back-to-back
have you had-
awakenings.
How many
That's a
times have you
message
had
of its own.
21 seismic surges?
So
Come on,
this.
Easton, heave it for the people. Heave it. Oh.
Wow.
He's asserted enough dominance. We don't need to get too crazy on stream. Someone's going to call the cops if he heaves it.
There's someone here. He's heaving.
I will say the cops were here like 2 rounds ago, hanging out. So you never know. They might come back.
Oh, okay, great.
You never know.
Were they playing UPF or something?
They just got food and left.
Yeah. So one card in hand on Team Sneep, Eric over there.
Is it 9 to 10 now? Wow.
It is, yeah,
So,
yeah.
if
That first
Easton-
awakening.
If this next one is Casino, this Pulverize might just close the game out.
Yep. It's so fun
Is
because
that,
like you're looking at the way that this game plays out, and it's like the player that takes more life early, and this is kind of how it always functions when awakening is in the game, that takes more life early, puts themselves to a really low deficit, is just able to run away with it off of the back of multiple awakenings like we see here. And it's only
They
gotten
haven't even-
more powerful with the inclusion of Pulverize.
They haven't even used their shield either, so they still have an extra probably like 8 to 10 health at their disposal too to play around with.
Yeah. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 with Tunic.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Crown.
I'm not sure whose turn it is. I believe it is Eric's, but I
Yeah, it
could be
should
wrong.
be.
Maybe
It
it's-
Because he
is.
still
It
has
is
one card in
Starvo's
hand.
turn.
Maybe maybe Easton is thinking if he wants the crown or not, but I believe that's Pulverize he put down there, so that'd be kind of...
And did we? Is that? Yep.
So 4 cards in hand, no fuse, no nothing. You need a
Wow.
blink to get out of this, really. A blink would be kind of hot.
Gonna start by
Okay, with
crowning,
crown.
get that protection.
We had the Tunic resource up. Wondering why that was not used there.
Maybe they have another turn timbers in hand they want to block with anyways? Or is it a staunch response? I can't... I believe that is
There's some-
staunch in hand.
Yep. Okay.
With another staunch in hand, okay. So the staunches are flowing.
Wow.
Ooh,
That's the turn to have double staunch. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
this is a lot of staunchness.
Yeah.
The
Staunchy.
problem, though, is that you're doing this, and you're in this case not even getting an arsenal. You're trying to swing back with some amount of damage, but you're basically giving your opponent a free pass to draw up and try to casino again, right? Because the moment that you hit your triple elements, you're just like, cool, block with armor, and then send my elements dominated at you.
I think we've only seen one Starstruck. There's probably another Pulverized lurking. I think we've also only seen one Crippling Crush from this side as well. So there's a lot of pretty terrifying things in there still.
Yeah. But Eric still has all 3 awakenings left in their deck, so anything could happen still.
That's true.
But they aren't as
That
good
is
now.
true.
They're much worse at the late stage of the game because you can't manipulate your life total to really go and fetch you a bunch of stuff and then also give you the ability to pay through it. So it's almost worse to draw into them now because they're non-block cards, and they are very detrimental when your opponent is trying to like get you in the end with dominated attacks, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I think he probably only got like 3 or 4 seismic surges. I can't see the life total super well. Right, fuse number 6, and it looks like a Starstruck?
Oh, was that a fuse? I missed it. I looked away for 2 seconds.
Or was it a fuse? No, I think he just put the 3 cards in his pitch stack. That was false alarm, false alarm.
What are we at? How many fuses are we at?
We're at 5 total.
Okay, just call it a fuse. Just call it. It's fine. Just...
I just got the,
no.
I got the final count for the 2 big events. We had 115 players for Living Legend
Wow.
and Team Sealed, not counting side events. So
That's amazing. These community-run
Absolutely
events have
incredible.
been getting some absolutely astounding numbers. The Realms event was huge too, and that Battle Hardened yesterday was run by a local game store and
Yeah.
wasn't part of like a large convention chain either. This is great.
Mm-hmm.
He covered that with 2 cards, yeah.
Yes. So Oakenhold
Did-
is
yes.
a naked one.
There it goes. Yeah, I was
Naked
gonna say
Oaken.
we need to take the damage there.
Yeah. Naked Oakenhold.
Easton with all his armor though can at one
Mhm.
point just throw it all in front of one of these attacks and say, "Cool."
Right.
I believe the over is not going to cash, guys. I got bad news. The over is
Yeah, I
not
don't think we're
looking
gonna see
good.
2 more, or what would we? We need to see 3 more.
We need 2 more for the first over under, 3
2
more for
more.
the second.
Oh
one.
yeah, that's right. That's
So,
right.
Does that
We're at
mean
how
I
many now?
win?
5?
We're at
at
5 right now. Yes.
Dang it.
Looks like we're going
Does that
broke.
$1?
Gosh dang, Awakening.
I didn't put $1 on it, but I should have.
Awakening ruined this plan for me.
We should have known.
I'm gonna lose 100 doll hairs from this.
You'll have a bald doll after this.
Shoot.
Black for
Taking a
6.
1.
Taking 1 down to taking.
Oh,
Oh,
I
okay.
took 2.
Taking 1 and then the phantom finger presses
He
it
took
as well.
2, so maybe it was a.
Because it's Oakenhold is 8, yeah.
Oh, it's 8. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Is it
right.
8? No, it's 9. 9.
It's 9 when it's fused. I thought
So-
7
So 3.
naked.
7
Yeah,
and
3 for
7 and
7.
9?
Yeah.
Yeah. 7 and 9.
Adam's Touch, Starvo's favorite card. It seems all weekend. This
Yeah.
card,
But you know what? This gives the space actually for Eric to maybe find his way here with his own equipment block and possibly get lucky and hit his
Yeah.
own fuse.
gotta go to the
You
casino
wish
to
you had
win
the
the game.
arsenal on that side.
Yeah, this is kind of the opening that he really needs. And there it
There we
is.
go.
Yeah, there's the equipment block. He gives that there. He's going to take some amount of damage depending on what color this is. But it means like he's double fist pumping over there.
The price ticket is the Quicken token. I think that was the problem.
Nice. Okay. Checks
So
out.
He's
That checks out.
going to hold on to the shield still.
Mm-hmm.
This is casino. It is casino. We might
Yep.
hit our
Here we go.
under.
There's number
Okay.
6.
Number 6.
Okay.
Is it a
But now Easton's done a good job. He's kept his equipment for this type of moment, right? And then what does he have down? Is that just a break ground
looks
or
like
a
Blizzard
Yeah, it looks
in
like break ground.
hand with a staunch face down, I believe I saw. So,
Hmm.
Eric
All right,
is
everyone.
offensive.
At the same time, turn your head 90 degrees. Ready, go. Yep. That's got to be a break ground. I see the orange on the side. I've done enough
Oh,
Fable
it looks
in
like
my
a
life.
breakdown. Yeah.
Yeah, it's for sure. I feel like now would be the time we might see the shield come out.
I did actually try doing one of these to help with the glare, but that's not how cameras work.
Yeah.
I wish.
It's not going to do it.
God, wouldn't that be
Duck-
great?
just duck a little bit. Yeah. Cover it. No.
If you
nothing.
squint, it really does help.
You know, if this Starver play didn't have so many nice foils, the glare wouldn't be this bad. You know?
Yeah.
Like, oh,
This is true.
The broke player needs to go on the right next time.
Write that down. Write that down.
Yeah.
Someone put that in the bylaws for
rule.
next coaxing.
They do deck checks just to see the value of the deck and decide where you sit.
You're too rich. You're gonna sit in the VIP chair. You're in the economy class. Yes, there
No
is a
clue.
crying child right behind you, kicking the chair. Try to focus. You should have paid $100 extra. You could have been in business class. What were you thinking? Slightly more leg room could have been yours.
Enjoy your glare.
I know you're excited to be on the TV, but hold on, you do get the broke bitch chair. So I'm sorry.
Rifling
Squeaks when you
through the
move.
graveyard here at the end of the match. We are officially in the end game. We got 4-3 are the life totals.
That's right.
Those are low numbers. It says on Flesh and Blood's website you don't want to have your health that low.
really interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a highway to the danger zone. There it is.
Cue the music.
Do we own the rights to that? Can we get away with it?
This deep in the stream, I don't think anyone would find it.
Looks like Easton is in the tank here, deciding how to block and how to get out of the situation. Maybe
Yeah, so what's
maybe he doesn't have a
what's the,
casino, and that's the problem, or he does have a casino and doesn't want to.
right? Steven wants it to be a casino.
Yeah, I do. Is this? I think his tunic's on 3 as well. If that die is like a normal die face, because the 6 is sort of catty corner to the 3, but he's not using that, so that makes me believe maybe, maybe not. But then again, he's pitching a blizzard, which doesn't block, right?
Yeah, let's swap it out for one that does.
Gonna give
remind
maybe
me
the
again
The Frostbite makes a lot of sense here, being at 4, taking the last 2 cards.
Exactly. And this could be coming in for 7, 6, 7, 8, depending on the break ground.
7, 8, 9, I believe, right?
7, 8.
Are we on break ground?
Yes, break ground.
Break ground is 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, 7, 8, 9 is the choices.
Yeah, before the buffs. Yeah.
Before the yeah.
This is a lot of math.
So much.
So it looks
Yeah,
like
he's
the
gonna
armor
gather up
is
the
now.
equipment.
Here
Gonna do the hand shuffle as a top 8 worlds player should.
Now that's 3 cards on the table. Can we count that as a fuse or no?
Yeah, that's a good question. Let's just jam that down there. No, I think this is a smart, the right timing. This is the right play because you do want to maintain hand equity. And like you could, it's interesting because we could pause here and we could actually go through a couple of different lines. So go ahead and tell them to stop.
Yeah, I'll
playing
go
really
around in the other
quick
room
and
really
we'll-
fast.
no,
I will
no,
let them know, hey guys, us
'Cause we could-
commentators need some time.
we could have chosen to blizzard on this to try and force the payout to make them be able to swing hammer, but instead using that for the crown and then just covering up with all the
The
equipment
tunic
blocks.
counter gets them though.
Oh,
That
another
is-
blizzard.
No, that's Frostbite.
Oh, that's a frostbite. I was like, where did that blizzard come from? Okay.
Yeah, tunic plus blue in hand means that we can still play the axe, if you will.
I believe the last
When you
card.
stop them, can you also call a judge for us to figure out if those 3 cards blocking count as a fuse?
I can just hey guys, another hour for this match. Like, just take a break.
They've been playing too fast. This
Yeah.
this is early technically.
This is pretty.
Is this a warm or a frosty hammer? Can you
It
tell
is
if you pitch?
for warm, I believe. I don't
Yeah.
see a Frostbite under it, so it should be a warm hammer.
Okay.
I can tilt my head a little bit and try to like get in there if you want.
Just gonna cover it for 3. Take 1 down to 3. Life parity is what it
Frosty.
is. Yeah, it is
It was
frosty.
cold.
It looks like he did pitch the
Okay.
pitch the ice card. So accounting for that frostbite is sort of now necessary for.
That quicken token might get wasted as well, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
No, your hero makes quicken tokens. You don't even need to worry about it.
Oh, another
Oh,
casino. The
see?
over's looking good. The over might cash.
Let's go!
That
Come
is
on, I
7
need to win
fuses.
this so bad.
That is 7
Oh
fuses.
man. Well, now I'm glad I didn't put $1 on it.
Wait, no, we changed the line though, so it's 7.5 now. You might be okay.
That's
Oh,
true.
double go again. Look at that value.
We really need a ruling on if that block counted as a fuse or not now.
What are we at? Are we at 7?
7 now.
That is 7.
Oh, 7. Oh, 7. Yeah.
That is 7.
But
Yeah,
it's
but this might
7.5
win the
now,
game.
So
Yeah, this could close it. We still have block utility, tunic.
Yeah.
1, 2,
and I believe it was
3,
staunch
4.
response in Arsenal, if I saw the card right last turn. So
Did he
That would
fuse with the
be
hypothermia?
It looked like hypothermia. Yeah.
That's not fair. Starvo shouldn't have access to that card.
That's the one card that makes him overpowered. You're
Yes,
right.
it's
Yep,
hypothermia. What were we thinking?
Those blue block 3s.
So it looks like the Frostbite coming out to turn off the Winter Whale.
And here comes a staunch. Yep.
Yep.
No, this is
Nice.
very good. This is very good for me personally because it means that the over is looking quite nice. But also it's good for Eric because though you're sitting at 2, you are going into your turn with cards in hand and the possibility of setting your own arsenal to maybe play this again. Plus you still have the
Is that
block
a crippling?
available.
Yep.
Could it be?
Oh, Sodom Touch.
Sodom Touch.
Oh, best card in the set.
Quite good. My favorite card inclusion in Fatigue Briar. Crown of Seeds Fatigue
Until
Briar.
it got banned.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, no, so see, it came back in, and so I was going to play that for calling DFW, and that card was like a linchpin.
And that was like the week before it got banned.
Briar LL'd.
The other deck we've been personally abused by in Pittsburgh often was Charles Dunn on Fatigue Briar. And I believe after the Indy calling, he played it in Armory and said that he wishes it could win an event one day. What a fun foreshadowing moment that was.
Imagine that, yeah.
Yeah. And that boy grew up to be James White.
That deck had it had to fit in the perfect time, perfect place, and it just found its spot.
It was so perfect. It was awesome. That was such a great
Art
deck.
of War. Here we go.
Art of War.
Defensive Art of War.
Easton said he wanted to show off the Art of War, and he hoped that he made it to the top tables later in the event to maybe show off Art of War's capabilities. And here he is, slamming it down at 3 life.
Yep.
I thought you meant show it off like he had a cold foil one too. I was very impressed.
It looks cold foil if I'm not gonna lie about it.
We need a ruling on that too. Should we just make a list for the judge?
You get to pick 3 modes if it's
cold foil. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, is it another
Max
Art of
features.
War? He drew into another Art of War.
Wow, with 1 floating too. There
Well,
we go.
there we go.
Ooh.
Double Art of War. Come on, third Art of
Just
War. Let's just do it.
filtering the hand. Wow.
Yeah. Seems good. Seems good.
Yeah.
Yeah. 3s block. No.
Now this is going to have go again, I believe, because we hit the fuse. No, no, this is not. No, because there's no fuse in this turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is basically just cover up at this point.
It's just 5,
Sitting at
6, or
3.
7. One of those 3.
Yep. Yeah, one of those 3. We'll see once damage calculation happens, if it happens.
Like this is a 1-card block and still be alive. Isn't that
Yeah.
crazy?
Insane. Art of War seems decent. And
I mean,
crowns on the
it's-
stack as well.
Yeah, it seems like a really great inclusion. I think that's cool to see, and this is why I like the Living Legend format in general, because the idea of like these decks seem so well cemented based on how they've performed through their life cycles, through standard, if you want to call it that, or really the life of the game leading up to Living Legend. But then you go into this format and you see people trying to mess with new cards, put in new cards. You could see the same thing with cards that come out later down the line, a la Starstruck, which didn't exist until more recently, and make their way into these decks, and people trying new things with Art of War. That's what's really cool, is that these decks and these like heroes are alive in a new format, but still have access to this new stuff, and so they have a chance to sort of evolve and change as well. It's why I want to see this format become something that's a lot more featured, over the next coming years. And yes,
Sink
maybe with
below. Which does not get buffed by Art of War. That's a feels bad. Wow.
Maybe just a sync.
It's going to be interesting to
trying
see
to go to
how
the casino?
terrifying this deck becomes after heavy hitters.
I think he's trying to hit the casino.
He's going to go to 1.
Wow.
Okay.
And with utility on equipment as well. So that's a big decision there.
Show me the casino.
If
That
he
was a
hits it.
Slam.
He dug
Putting-
so far last turn. Is this a
Drawing
slow
up.
roll or nope? It's just
Nope.
another autumn.
Ah, don't do this to me, Easton.
Autumn's
is that
touch is
Awakening in Eric's hand as well? Which
That would
doesn't
suck.
do
Yeah,
anything
That'd
at
be
this
a
point,
really
but
bad time to have it.
use it to pay for a crown. Worst case
Absolutely.
scenario. Yeah.
And hope you don't draw into the other awakening that's left in your
Yes.
deck.
That's so
Exactly.
true. Yep. But thank you for the dice placement, because we know that this is blue Autumn's touch. But again, this could be a 1-card cover up and some equipment. This late in the game, saving that equipment is big brain.
it looks
Yeah,
like
the
a
more
blink
patient
as
you can be with
well.
it, the better.
It's not
Yeah,
even
it does.
two
It looks
knob
like he's got
blocks.
2 instants. That would suck.
Oh yeah, blink for sure.
The shield's down. I think we have 1 block left on the hands and the legs, and then
Yep.
possibly the tunic.
Right. You have to ask yourself, am I going to live to see this tunic tick up to 3?
This is where, in sort of situations like this, I really enjoy putting the weapon into block. 'Cause at this point, you just throw that in there
parry,
and you say,
yeah.
hey, go ahead and take this. I'm
Parry.
not going to need this the rest of this game. I'm just going to play other stuff.
Hey,
And
that's
then
a
a
really
judge
cool-
gets called, which is unfortunate. But I don't play a lot of non-wizard heroes that have weapons.
Yeah.
You know, I play like Dromai, doesn't have a weapon.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have a weapon.
Looks
So
like a
I think
Awakening
that's how
got
that works,
pitched.
right?
Turn timber drawn.
Yep.
Nice. Turn timber drawn. Wow, what a draw. That costs 2?
I believe so, yes.
So you could use your blink, your non-blocker blink here.
Unless you want to save it and go like Arsenal it for the casino turn, which might be.
Yeah.
Well, what did he pitch? Does he have 2 floating?
He should. Yes, there should be Awakening in the pitch.
Yeah,
dog.
that's
so he
so
can
true.
turn
Yeah.
Timber. He can turn Timber for free here, basically.
That
Unless
is
you want
very
it
true.
for the casino, which
Right.
is a tough choice.
Thinking about 2 cards.
Could that be a 2-card swing Warm Hammer?
Yeah. Tuck
Okay.
turn Timber.
Well, you look at it. I mean, you're going to have to eat up a piece of equipment this turn, and a card. Just chucking his cards over.
Eric
It's
was like,
hey,
"Please
by the way,
wait,
here's
please."
just this. You can have these.
Yeah, looks like we're keeping that turn Timber for a rainy day.
We have the Arsenal for the activation for Crown as well.
Hmm.
I think the Tunic die over there is on 3.
I think for
It is either on 1 or 2.
yeah, it's because like you pointed out, if it's pointing to the right with 6, it should be on.
Oh,
3.
okay.
If it's a stand, I don't know. You'd hope it's a standard die. It's one of those heavy ones.
The 4 mirrors the 1 and 2. 3 is opposite the 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Amazing. Actually, I wouldn't have been able to pick that up. I'm pretty impressed.
Played with dice a lot.
Yeah. He's some kind of a dice master himself. In the tank, these breakpoints, I mean, obviously one sink in the ditch here. We'll close it out. Yep.
Channel
Cover it up.
plus arms.
Yeah, it's a little interesting there not to use the
Casino, they're
crown
over.
seas-
They're overhit. Let's go.
Breezy, you owe me 100 doll hairs because we bet silently, psychically.
So
I
that
owe you a
is-
cold foiled data doll.
6 fuses for
That's a
Easton
great
and only
prize.
2 for Eric.
7.
This is solid actually. This is well timed.
We know
for
the turn
both
Timber
players.
is an Arsenal. Yeah.
Exactly. This is well timed for both players because you can crown turn Timber, or sorry, you can just turn Timber and fuse it, and then be able to just cover this up, and then you just have to deal with the Frosty Hammer.
That's right.
You can go to 1 here as well, or use armor if needed. Looks like it is the armor.
Yep.
Yeah. And then you can send your own hammer, and then just continue to play this game of like, okay, you're either going to have to give up, cycle the card out of your arsenal so that you can, crown and do the prevention that way, or give me the last piece on Civic Steps.
Yep. And now, Tunic.
Was Tunic missed, or because
Well,
the 4 is
it's-
showing on our end, right?
It's time to swing your 1 card hand on the side of.
Autumn's
so
touch.
no
Giving up the
Arsenal.
Arsenal. Yeah, wow. Arsenal with Tunic up. Just looking at strip cards out of hand, saying,
Yeah,
hey,
get anything you can across at this point.
yeah, it's too easy to cover up a hammer with. You're showing
Yeah, I mean,
so much one block and equipment.
If this is for 7, you're guaranteeing taking 2 cards
Yeah, at least 2 cards.
and the block,
And
and you're doing it on a non-tunic turn so that they can't tunic crown.
Is the 1 pulse a defense reaction in hand? I forgot what that one does.
Pulse?
Yes.
Which one?
It
Pulse
looks
of
like a
Eisenloch?
greenish one. I don't remember the
Pulse
name
of
it.
Candlehold is not a defense reaction.
okay.
It is just a non-attack action card.
That's right.
Blocks for 3, and it lets you basically fetch and put on top of your deck 2 Earth or Elemental cards. Earth,
Good
Lightning,
Briar
Elemental.
card.
Yeah. You play it in Fatigue Briar because it blocks for 4.
That's right. And back in the day, it used to block for 12.
Yeah.
Which elements is that?
Yeah.
Is that Earth and Lightning?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that plus an ice card would go to the casino, but looks like we are crowning.
3 errata
Yeah.
Briar would be crazy in this format.
I was going to ask y'all, what do you think? I personally would like to see Pre-Errata Briar in it.
Same. Just
They
for
said it kept Starvo in check, so it would actually be interesting to see.
Blocking for 7.
Yeah, covering this up and then giving him the Frostbite as well, but the Frostbite's incidental and pointless.
The Quicken token might matter next turn. I see a pulse in
yeah,
hand.
with the full grip. Yeah, that's.
Here's
pretty good.
another
Oh,
one.
casino!
Oh, wow. And it's
Okanold?
another break ground for 7.
Yeah. But you hit the casino, and that's the point. And you have the ice
no
card
arsenal.
for the pitch.
But the
Oh, this blocks for 6. Yeah.
Oh.
You have to first declare your other block, yep, because that's a defense
and
reaction.
then Winter's Wail maybe to force another card.
And it would be Frosty as well.
Mm-hmm. Puts you off Arsenal, but I think you're okay with that because you're going to force them into a 1-card hand, and they have to choose to either whale you or Arsenal for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
With no equipment up, though, Winter's Whale is demanding 2 cards from now on, though.
Yeah. And you're coming off your own Arsenal, and so that means that your Crown of Seeds is basically pointless.
Yeah, yeah. What do you value here? Keeping your, you just push the damage. You have to close the game.
Ooh, maybe not giving boots here and just blocking with the defense
Go to
reaction.
1. Yeah, go to 1, knowing
But then Winter's
hammers.
Not giving your opponent a quicken token now seems pretty vital too. Oh, they're
well,
coming
no,
out.
it's just hammer next, right? It doesn't matter as
That's
much.
true.
I think it equates to the same thing. You're playing a 1-card hand regardless.
Yep.
Yeah, so the quicken token isn't as big of a deal.
And if you do the quicken token later, Easton can save the quicken for like the next turn, which is a lot better. So this is the correct play, I believe.
Yeah, if you're going to give them a quicken token, you want to do it now when they're going to waste it possibly on hammer, or if they don't swing hammer, then you're getting a 2-card hand, and you could possibly throw 7.
I think you have to Arsenal this because you have Crown of Seeds up, and that covers Winter's Whale easier. And then you have the quicken token still for next turn.
Quicken's given. It's a Christmas. It's a quicken Christmas. You get a quicken. You get a quicken. We were talking about pre-errata Briar. I think that would be huge, though. I think I'd love to see pre-errata Briar with Plunder Run.
It's fun to at least try. They could always revert it back to. I think there's a lot of room to explore with this format for things like that.
I totally
It would be
agree.
interesting. It would be interesting to try restricting cards here too, instead of fully banning them. Just trying to see what restricting to 1 per deck would be like.
And this is exactly the right call, by the way, of throwing this into Arsenal, not giving up the quicken token, also not swinging a hammer that you know is going to be advantageous for your opponent to just throw a card in front of, go to 1, and then be able to kind of like do their own thing. But now you're opening yourself up to having to deal with 7 and then playing a 2-card hand, and that's exactly what he's going to have to do. Yep.
Wow.
And look, Easton immediately is like, come on, you had the 7. Because that's the downside to making this play, is now you have to pitch a blue, which is a blocking card most likely from your hand anyway, just to stop the 1 point. And yeah, you get to draw a new card, but then you still have to give 2 cards, right?
Yeah, unless it looks like Eisenloft was in hand. Is that a 2 cost? I can't remember.
Yes, it is. It's a 2 for 6.
So yeah, you could crown Eisenloft, cover it up. But if that's not it, then you can throw 3 cards in front of this.
Looks like an earthquake is happening over there as well. Not sure what happened there, but
I think it would also be nice next year if the coaxing continues to have sort of a blood alcohol like meter on both players.
Oh yeah, like a drink.
Oh yeah.
At the time of the finals.
Yep.
All right, sending a it looks like it's a 2 cost or a 2 block card down to pitch and cover. He's going to cover it up. Like we talked about, 2 card block plus the crown means that you're playing your little 2 card hand. You're hoping that you can just throw stuff, but
hammer for 8 and
oh
Frosty?
wow,
yeah. Now that's pretty good.
It's
of all the things you could play, that's one of them.
It's Volthaven, or what's it?
Yes, Pulse of Volthaven.
Yeah, so
2
plus
cards
4.
plus Tunic. Not the worst exchange.
Yeah, he's gonna play his own 2 card hand, but now it's sort of contingent on who can play the better, like back and forth Winter's Whale game.
Players have been dodging these fused attacks to remain at these low life totals. It's been very impressive.
Every fuse attack, I believe, is lined up perfectly with a defense reaction, too. It's been very fun to watch. Pitching 2 cards to the Winter's Whale due to the Frostbite.
Yep.
And guaranteeing 2 cards from hand as well. So
we did see a sink below earlier, so if there's another sink below...
That would be the blowout play.
Is that the card on the very left?
It looks like a sink below.
Yeah,
it
that might be. Oh my god.
That would be such a blowout play, and that's such a
Wow.
good card to have in exactly this matchup, which you can expect to be playing into a fair bit
looks
in
like
Living
you
Legend
might
format.
Want to just block with 2 cards and arsenal it for later turns? I'm not sure.
you present your own icy hammer here, knowing that
If
they
you
don't
don't have a triple fuse hand, then it's probably better for you to just pitch a blue, especially if it's an ice blue, well, just any blue, period. At this
There it
point, you
is.
win the game if it's on a hit. Yeah, so that you can arsenal the sink below, right?
Yeah, 100% agree.
Yep, to your own icy hammer.
Yeah, it looks like there's 3 ice cards in hand, so.
Easton says, on hit, create a frostbite, and I win a trophy.
A very nice trophy, which I don't know where it went, but very nice.
The team sealed ones were great too. I looked them up on
Frosty
the
Hammer for 8?
But what a perfect lineup, too, because you know what he has in the arsenal.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Wow.
Well, I guess you still
So
just have to
still
give
gonna
3
get-
cards, right? And then just Winter Whale back again?
Yeah.
I guess that's true. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
unless he has the 3rd copy of Sync Below in hand.
Yeah.
Looks like Easton is counting his channels here. I'm not sure why, but
What if he? Yeah, he's gonna just give him 3 cards, have the blue, and
Yep,
then
just
just
swing hammer again?
Yep, swing the hammer and try to do it again.
was it? I think there was a 2-block in there as well.
Easy peasy.
And now we have to start talking about the fatigue game. I'm not sure who is winning this so far, but
Right. Yeah. Just.
That's pretty spicy. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
say hi. It's Easton Douglas on the going for the second coaxing win at 1-1.
Oh wow. I didn't realize
True winner
Easton
of the
won
Coaxing.
last year's, but
not last year, the first one. So Easton won the first
Oh,
one.
okay.
He won the
Gotcha.
first one on a also on ice on an Oldham mirror that took an hour and a half because he and his opponent were both very drunk and talking lard for an hour and a half, and it was like
Wow.
watching an episode of Drunk History, and it was amazing.
Ooh, was that
Oh,
double
we've got a
blink in
blink-
hand? Or was that just
at
one
least,
blink?
At least one. Knowing you have sync is not something you want to crown away.
Casino count is at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 so far. But most of it's been Easton. Easton has 7 casinos, which is crazy.
This is a tense moment because we have some choices to make from both perspectives. But over on Eric's side, it's like swing hammer or throw this big attack but have no crown. And the
Yeah.
crown is so much more important, especially if your list doesn't have sync belows, because you can't take the line that Easton's taking here. And so he's going to choose to send the Winter's Whale and keep the arsenal so that you can crown it.
With blink in
This is a good
hand,
call.
we might be able to get cute with like a Winter's Whale blink into like a blowout. So
I like cute. I think this is ultimately the right play just to keep yourself with that arsenal. Eric hasn't had an arsenal in like 3 turns either, so maybe feeling a little lonely down there.
If we have the double blink hand, the dreaded 2 non-block cards, then we may use the sync below here just so that we can do something like you were describing. And I think that's what he's going to do.
try to go to the casino, but I think there's 3 lightning cards in hand. I could be wrong.
I just think
Hey,
you need
we
to
got the
avoid
sync.
giving up the 2 cards that do something in your hand, because if there's 2 blinks in your hand, then you're screwed, right?
Yeah.
He
So,
did
yeah.
just he did do the table rub, so he needed some luck there.
That's good, yeah.
Okay.
So this
we got
is
a burgeoning.
perfect.
But we got blink.
baked. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But if you get 2 cards, I guess you don't even blink, right? You just arsenal the blink and keep playing this game. Huh.
Or are we going to see something cute?
We get 2 cards.
I think you'd get.
No, I think you win if
There's the
if you
blink.
win if you can pay for it. Because it's gonna no, it's gonna rip
No,
2
you
cards
don't
here.
win. Yeah, you just.
Yep.
Yep. But now we've got the full grip, no
All right,
threat.
now this is the casino count, right? Like,
Yeah, this could be.
feel the
This
card
could be
slowly.
it,
Aw. Nope, does not look like it went to the casino.
A lot of ice, it looked like in hand.
Well, as everyone expected, we're most likely into the pitch stack here. So
Yeah.
both players pitch stacking all their ice cards because they are scarier.
Mm-hmm. And they
Psychic damage, reminding people about
Ooh,
frostbite.
Winter's Bite.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Forces the arsenal.
Here we go. Man, ice was so disruptive.
How
It
does
is
he follow
definitely
this
nice to
up?
have to think about it less. Icy Hammer.
Yep, there's the crown, followed by the 1 card block. And then we have the 1 of pummel to finish. No, it's not.
That would be hot. That would.
What if?
Yeah, hey, we're throwing Art of Wars in. Let's do it.
What if it's an Artivore to win the game? Now that would be even cooler. Using Blizzard on your own
Yeah,
Winter's Whale.
I was gonna
just,
say he used his own blizzard. Do you want to pay too, or does this attack lose go again? What a hand, man! You had such a moment where you could have maybe slammed something down, and your turn was Winter's Bite into hammer that's easily covered by the arsenal that your opponent had.
Yeah. I think it was that Eisenloft or Volthaven into Hammer that really shook it up a little bit. This is 7, maybe, if it's a red.
Looks like Awakening in hand. I see. There goes the Awakening.
Yeah, get it out of here.
Definitely a useless card at this point in the game.
Yeah.
You think these lists run red evergreen, or are they simply blues that you just set up for that infinite loop at the end? Because it serves more purposes as blues, right?
Yeah.
It's a 2-block as well, right? So
it is, yeah, which is pretty crappy.
I do not understand the deck well enough to answer.
Covered it with 2 cards, so we won't know.
But it wouldn't have been a blue unless you're just trying to filter cards out of hand. But this late in the game, I don't know why you.
Well, you're at 1, and the crown only covers 1, so you'd have to cover it with 2 cards. But maybe he was crowning as well too.
Eric wanting to save that arsenal here is very interesting. Might be a high power attack.
Let's see.
Oh, it's just 4 go again. Okay.
Nice. Classic.
Is there the 4th copy of Sink Below in the deck? I do not believe so.
We would have to call a judge for that.
Anything goes at the Coaxing, really.
Blocking 2?
Yeah, blocking 2.
Maybe just thinking about the next block here.
Is that only 2 go again? Is that a blue?
Yeah, that's
it very well could be a blue. Yeah, it's most likely a blue. Yeah, blue covering blue.
Yeah.
Such an intense finals. Are we gonna get fatigued? Is that like
honestly?
Is this suddenly a fatigue Starvo match?
Well, I mean, like it's fairly close to that simply because both players have access to such a good like breakpoint weapon.
Yep, and breakpoint cover up.
That's super fun to watch, like old school grindy games like this. This is like such WTR-esque endings.
Starver with the insane start of the game, and they both just kind of like chill out at the end. Like, let's just hang out. Let's.
Awakening for 16.
That was a crazy start. Now we're here.
Yeah. You mentioned it earlier. Just like masterfully piloting these 2 decks that they probably had to dust off, you know? And so just to have that muscle memory from the good old Starvo days and say, hey, we can still do this.
You know, and Easton was actually not playing the Living Legend event because he was in the top 8 at Worlds. So,
exactly.
Yeah, he had to break it back out, covering it up and moving on with everyone's lives. But yeah, it's getting quite low on the side of Eric.
Yeah.
I think both of them.
It looks
Frosty Hammer. Yeah.
Gotta get that frostbite out there. Can't figure that trigger.
Yep. Yeah, no, you cannot.
That's right. Cover it up with the crown. Do the old dance here.
We are getting to a point now where all of those blue pitch cards, many of which are 2 blocks, are starting to factor in greatly. And it's why on this previous turn that we saw, you know, a swing for 2 go again is actually a pretty solid threat, because if you have the capability of snaking that into like a larger attack, then you can just run away with a game. But it also means that like you're kind of stuck if you run into a hand of all 2 blocks and your opponent has something good.
2 blocks with those blinks, with those awakenings, really clunking up your deck.
A good 3 block there.
Yeah, we are quite low on the side of both players.
Arsenals are critical at this point. Keeping your deck somewhat full.
I wonder if both players played 60 here.
I was just about to say, I wonder, do you run the full, do you jam the whole sideboard in just because you know it gets to this point, or
pitching 2 cards?
I just lost count.
2 Winter's Wail.
Jeff was like mad counting.
It was good until 33. Yeah, and then it was too fast for me.
Want me to go call a judge and see if we can get a count? You know, just
let's add it to the
list.
list.
Stop, get a count. In fact, we need to start this game over. We need to run it back. I need to count from the beginning.
This is the best 2 out of 3, right? Like we're just gonna keep going.
Yep.
Yes.
Best 3 out of
Best
5,
2
maybe.
of 3.
Really, just
best 9 out of 16, please. Run it back.
How many rounds does it need to be until Heavy Hitters is out? Because we could just keep going until it's pre-release time, right?
These players are not inebriated enough. More alcohol.
Yeah, they need those like beer funnel hats where they're just playing and drinking.
No one spilled any drinks on the game board, which I'm like relieved and
I'm kind of
mortified
upset.
by at the same time. Yeah.
Because at the beginning of the stream, I asked Flake over or under 0.5 drinks spilled. He said the under. I didn't believe it, but here we are. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, with how much they're shaking that table, I'm pretty shocked.
They just know the right technique, you know.
That's right.
It's the right tech. You got to put the tech in place, and it's drink on the bottom, drink on the floor.
That's right.
I play with all.
Aiden and go ahead.
I play with my expensive cards upside down and top loaders because I spill many drinks on my cards. So I've learned that it gives me enough time to like pull them up without anything getting in there.
That's smart, actually. Upside down top loaders. I never thought about that before.
It gives you extra time because the water has to go like in and then in. So you usually have time to like make it happen.
I have put sleeves underwater before. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I think you should do a video on that.
All right, I'm gonna get on.
I'm gonna give you a piece of free advice. You might get a lot of views.
I'm gonna delete and re-upload the video that I uploaded 3 weeks ago
That's
and see if anyone noticed.
that is just free tendies. You should go for it.
Yeah, just change the thumbnail.
All right, so we close this game out. As we close it out, Aiden in chat, by the way, said we still going. Answer yes.
We still going. We doing the dance of Winter's Whale v. Winter's Whale.
I think I see a channel in Easton's hand. Probably no time to play that anymore, but that would be a huge game state breaker if there was a chance.
Well, he's sitting on a 2-card hand, and this obviously doesn't have go again because we've kind of expended all of our fuse abilities, and at this point we're running out of fuse targets. Like we're running out of like attacks in deck. As you see, both players have Channel Lake Frigid cycling and things like that. So we're at the point now where you kind of need to stick something like that just to muck up someone's hand enough to
we have a blink
like
on
have a
Erickson?
4-card hand.
Can we do some fun stuff here with the blink?
With 3 cards, I don't think there's a way to.
No Frosty. Well, that wouldn't matter here anyway.
Just going to highlight the possibility that in this universe we get to a point where neither of these players can kill each other somehow, and we have to run this back. That does exist in the game of Flesh and Blood. I'm just saying.
That's
Probably not here.
Very true. Yeah.
What if, though?
Both players are very good. Oh, Starvo!
Oh,
we did it again.
He's
No
put it
way.
together. Does he have the
because
attack?
of the Eisenloft?
The overs.
Does he have the
crushing.
attack target? He has the auto. The evergreen comes in.
Fuses.
Wow.
He's gonna start by crowning, and then he's gonna look at his hand and
course.
say, yeah.
Wow.
That's it. The fist bump.
That is insane.
What
Finish.
an insane finish. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh
They
my
fanned out the
God.
cards. That was a good ending.
I
He
did
managed
not
to
think.
put it together.
That is great.
I did not think there was one more fuse left in that deck. That was wild.
You guys want me to go to
Incredible.
Easton for a post-game interview for the Coaxing
I
winner?
unfortunately have to run. I have to
No
get my
worries.
machines back running before I'm done for the night. But I just wanted to say thank you very much for the invite. It was a pleasure doing this with all of you, and congratulations to the winner.
Yeah, thank you so much for being
that was
here.
awesome.
Pleasure. It was a pleasure.
You all
Yeah.
enjoy the rest of your coaxing, and good luck with the finals for Team Sealed.
That was insane. Thank you so much, guys.
So long, friend. It's good seeing you, Jeff. Man, that was
It
What
is
a finish.
as soon
right.
as-
I wonder. I'm curious to see if you can get him in here because I'm
I
wondering
will.
if there was strategy behind the pitch stack there and saying if I can get these lined up and I can just get this last one in.
Let me fix the stream really fast because as soon as someone leaves, it does break everything. Do you want to go to Easton for an interview?
Easton's gonna come by in just a sec. They're downloading
Cool.
some info. God, do not step back. Do not step back.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that he knew
spoil
that
it.
the
Let's-
fuse,
Oh, yeah, wait,
the
wait, fix
triple
it, hold
fuse
on.
was there, and that it just it took
Bigger.
an amount
Did we
of
lose something?
No,
finagling
Jeff
and
left.
setting up, but I don't know if it would be like a full pitch stack.
Well, we'll set it
Yeah.
up too. We'll
Outside
set
of
it up
just the
bigger.
ability to like maybe block advantageously and
Yeah.
crown things to
Like
get
knowing-
to a point.
They were definitely
Knowing you
commenting.
had that.
Easton just was in love with that game. He was just like, "That's one of the best games I've played in a while." We're gonna reset the stream real quick, just to get everybody rock and roll. We'll bring him over for you guys as well. Like you guys are kind of able to do whatever you like. Hang out if you want to hang and chat with Easton for a little bit. We still got some Team Sealed to get through. At some point, we've got a lot going on. We're still not done. Both putting in all the work.
The night is still young, guys. We are here all night.
Okay.
And by that, I mean I work at 5 a.m., so this is great.
I start a job tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Gotta love it.
Do we have another gold foil?
Here we go. But to the prize in its holder. In its holder.
Does that say congrats on 36?
Congrats on 36 of Pro Tour 1, signed by James White.
Oh, wow.
Because Easton was undefeated day 1 of that Pro Tour. So.
All right, I'm gonna bring in the man himself, 2-time Coaxing winner, the true champion of the Coaxing.
And 36 at PT1. Don't forget that.
Wow.
Who cares about worlds? Like, this is more important. Here you go, Easton.
Yeah.
Talk to our friends again.
Hello.
Congratulations and well done, sir.
Wow, that was an awesome game, right?
What a game, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite part was the part where you fused the thing. That was good.
Dude, yeah, I think I remember exactly the spot you're talking about. Yeah, yeah.
We kept a running count actually of how many times we fused through the games.
Okay.
And what was the final count there?
I think it was 10.
Mo?
We got to
Oh, you
10
can't hear
fuses.
us.
10, was that between both players or?
It
Yeah,
was.
You
Okay.
had 6, I believe.
I had 6,
if not-
yeah.
Yeah.
Which
yeah.
I think it. I had 8.
You had 8.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think
8.
that
Wow.
my deck doesn't have those like big defense reacts. It doesn't have the staunches or the turn timbers,
Right.
which is a bit of a I don't know, catch-22. Like they're really good, but they kind of clog up your draws and they make it so you can't fuse as often. So I kind of prefer just fusing more.
But it does have those spicy Art of Wars that you mentioned
does have
early
Art of
on
War.
that you wanted to show off to the stream.
Yeah.
And you showed it off in the finals there, though not quite in the way that you perhaps would expect, right?
That was I certainly played them. Yeah.
You did play them. They were
Double Art of
evolved.
War.
They I was about to say that they didn't really hurt me. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. I was about to say they didn't really hurt me, but then I realized that that last evergreen that I attacked him with, that was the last one in my deck. There were no more, and one of the Art of Wars banished one of those. So yeah, it could have actually screwed me. Thank you. Make sure you get the little.
Fix your hat.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
My buddy, teammate, and roommate Matt, he was very prepared for this tournament. He bought the actual cheapest piece of shit little hat you've ever seen. And it's just like from the moment he walked in, it's just falling apart, which honestly is like perfect. It's like there's no better way to represent Starvo. Yeah.
So you said you thought that was one of the best games you've ever played. Why was that, in your opinion, one of the best games? Because I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought, especially at the end game, the back and forth is always fascinating. Feels very quintessential Flesh and Blood. But what is it from your perspective?
Yeah, I think exactly what you're kind of alluding to, where those really tight one-to-one games at the very end. Starvo, love him, hate him. I think Starvo mirrors are so fun. Sometimes you're not able to express your skill in the way you'd maybe like to, but if you just are there for the ride, it's just a hoot. And I think there is a lot of depth, actually. And I think that there were a couple cool things that I did throughout that match, including taking early damage so that he couldn't get off his awakenings. And then not being greedy when I saw the first awakening. Instead, I go for like a Starstruck just to kind of set up, buy a little bit of tempo, arsenal the awakening. Because ultimately what I want to do is I want to get both of us down to lower life, me lower, and then I want to go 1-2 punch, awakening into awakening, or whatever it may be, fuse into awakening. And so I was able to do that. My deck kind of faltered after that, and so I wasn't able to kind of steal the late game in the way I wanted to. And now I'm just rambling. But to your final point, yeah, it's just fun. Those late game scenarios are just so exciting. And every turn I think I'm dead. Every turn he thinks he's dead, and someone comes out on top.
No, I think you hit the nail on the head with regards to how that sort of early to mid game played out, and I think it's an incredible game plan that you managed to sit on very well, because there's a lot of players that go into playing Starvo in general that wouldn't sit on those awakenings. That you have even just an incremental like life loss advantage. You're like, sweet, let's play awakening and start this thing off. But you executed that very well, and yes, there was a bit of a falter from the deck side of thing. But you managed to weather that storm in a very real way there in the end game and find those moments and found that way to find a last evergreen and fuse target to to finish it out. And that was a crazy finish because at that point we were all but expended of fused targets, even not just fuse abilities, but fused targets.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm actually, we were talking about it a little bit too, and you're probably more familiar with the Starvo matchup or mirror match than anyone because you're just a big Starvo player. But in that match, in that match, are you running the? Oh, in that match, are you running the clean 60, or are you running more than because you know those games can run long?
Yeah, I am running a clean 60.
Nice.
I think that was on the. It can go to fatigue, but those are very, very niche scenarios. What we saw was kind of one side of the spectrum where it was like that was the late game. I think most games don't get there, and most games, the more you dilute your deck, the worse you are because again, it's a lot of it comes down to fusing more often. In the early game, not so much. It doesn't really matter who fuses more in the first few turns because, again, I almost want them to have the better variants early because I want to take that early life loss.
Right.
But when it gets to the mid and especially late game in those scenarios, it's all about who can do it more. So the better your deck is kind of tuned to do that, the stronger you're going to be in those cases, which is why Sync Below I think is kind of like the supreme D-react in those Starvo mirrors. Yeah.
Definitely.
Especially in the late game, right?
Yeah.
I'm also curious how, since Starvo's hit Living Legend with the Guardian support, like, had you been eyeballing any of the newer cards, even anything from the TCC thing, the round the table, like, what are some of the other cards that you're like didn't make the cut, and that you just like maybe could have played with, or maybe just didn't make it?
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to be some sort of Starvo expert, especially for the Living Legend format. To be honest, so even though I did play Starvo during PT1, I was not on that deck until about 2 weeks before the event. So I never played with Awakening. So this last week, again, Matt, I've just been jamming games with him, and I've just been learning kind of like what matters in that matchup, and it turns out it's Awakening. Yeah. So so I'm not some sort of expert, but to your point, I mean, obviously Warmonger's Diplomacy is a huge get. A lot of decks that could have some strong draws against you, like Rune Blades, just really can't perform in the face of Starvo and Diplomacy. You know, it's both those things combined. Having 3 block legs is huge. No other cards that I wasn't running from recent sets that I was really considering.
Yeah. The legs seem to be a huge addition to this set piece.
I love that card, by the way. It's a really well designed card because it's powerful, but it's fun to play against because you get to try to find fun ways to use the Quicken token, and it's also skill intensive in that you got to find the right spot to give them the Quicken token. So really well done designing that card.
Feels a lot like Scowling Fleshbag in that respect, that both of those cards are very skill intensive and can be very powerful variants wise depending on their ability. And Stalagmite too, yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, Stalagmite,
Let me ask you this. So at Worlds, I believe you were a little bit busy and didn't play in the LL format event. Is that correct?
I was preoccupied, yeah.
Yeah, so you didn't get to play in that event. So how many times have you played before, I guess today, how many times have you played the LL format up till this point?
Yeah, I played something like 12 Starvo mirrors against Matt. That's it.
So, and I'm kind of in that same boat where I'm just sort of now dabbling in it and kind of dipping my toes into it. What is your overall thoughts on the format? Because I think it's a really fantastic format that can really evolve going forward, and I'd love to see LSS sort of take it and do things with it and try to make it, I guess a little bit more parity across more decks, but also just make it something that can be supported with larger scale events going forward. Are you in that same boat, or do you think it should be maybe kind of relegated to sort of side events? What do you think about it?
Personally, I'm a big fan. I like high-powered formats. I also like formats that have, when it gets to the kind of more competitive side of things, less viable decks, because that makes it so that you kind of know what you're trying to play against when you're getting ready for a tournament. I do think that the format needs to have a couple bans. I think there's no surprise at the 2 blues that I would suggest. I do think that those cards probably should go. And I think that Starvo might need to be hit more. I haven't put a lot of thought into it, so I'm not going to pretend like I know. But I would love for Starvo to be hit enough that it's still viable, so that your Guardian can have a playable matchup into Prism, but not as powerful as it is today. So I would love to see it basically take the place of Blitz when they've tried to run that into the more competitive side of things. I would even prefer it over Limited, but I'm a minority opinion on that one. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the format as well. I think, like you said, they need to ban Blue Autumn's Touch. I think that card's broken. Like you're mentioning.
100%. Yeah. It had to go in CC. It has to go now.
It's clearly the one. It's clearly that and Evergreen. Everyone knows that Infinite Evergreen.
Did you
move
see
is
the last game? Evergreen is what won the game. You know?
Won.
Right,
Won the
exactly.
game. You have a
Exactly.
trophy because Evergreen exists. So, there you go.
That's very true.
Speaking of having a trophy, congratulations on picking up the win. And you did it like not nearly as inebriated as you could have been.
I only had 3 beers throughout the day. They were IPAs, so they're high alcohol content. But I was on water for that final match. I had to put my best foot forward, at least the best one I could at that point. After
very
the beers
nice.
deep, so,
yeah, congratulations, man! And also
Thanks.
on the footsteps, we saw the opening.
Oh
of the
my God!
footsteps.
That's huge. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's
perfectly timed as well with new Numenarus being spoiled. That card's gas right now.
Yeah. If there are any Prism players out there looking for that card, you gotta hit me up. But that was really cool. No, I mean, honestly, I've been very, very lucky in FAB recently. I've been working hard and trying to play really great games, but I've also been very lucky recently. A lot of amazing breaks, pulling that card, so I feel very fortunate, and just really excited to keep playing the game, and thank you to the whole community that lets this game exist in the way it does. So,
Yeah. Congratulations, man, on the win. That's awesome. Go and enjoy the rest of the evening and see what you get. Are they still running side events? Do you know? Should jump in one of those.
I don't know. It looks like it's starting to kind of wane. Do we have more side events going, or?
I don't know if any side event. I don't know.
No side events. Is Sealed still going, or?
Yeah, Sealed's still going. All that stuff's gonna hit top
Okay.
stream once that.
So
once that top 8's done, they're
some
gonna move over there. So
top 8 for Sealed, but otherwise, everyone's kind of winding down. So.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
You've earned yourself a 4th beer for the night.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, Mo, you want you want this hat too?
I'll get the hat.
Oh, whoa. Giving up the hat. That's huge.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Congrats, sir. Told you to always open.
Yeah, I know.
The hat with the headset.
Yeah.
That's sort of a next level play right there. That's big brain.
Looks amazing.
Sticking it to him.
Don't have a
Love
choice
to
at this
see
point, I'm just kind of here for the ride.
Yeah.
We've added a beanie.
Run it out there. You know what? It's funny because it's like here, Breezy. It's 9:10 for us. PM.
Yeah, it is.
This is usually when I record my videos and post them for the next day, but I don't really feel like it. I don't know who's in chat. Should I record a video tonight and then post it? What do I even do?
Yeah.
What do I even record?
You start recording this late and then edit and post and
Jeez,
have it
no,
ready.
it's not great, man. I don't know. Maybe I should run something out there.
Wow.
I should do a lore video. Everyone keeps saying I should do a lore video. What's up, Joey? Joey, I was just saying it's 9:10 p.m. here, and this is normally when I record and then I start editing and then do video work.
Sounds good. I'll be back. I just had to rotate out of this little sad cube that we're in.
But I don't want to. I don't want to work.
I don't want to work.
You've set this entire event up.
All I've been doing all day has been working, honestly.
How have you been imbibing though? Have you been enjoying yourself?
No way. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Are the cocktails a hit? Those look absolutely beautiful, and kudos for designing and creating those.
Yeah, we had some community members actually help with those, and then cocktails have been great. Those have been a hit. Everything's been good. What's always fun about doing these types of things is that you put in so much work, and while I'm in the moment, I am scrambling and losing my mind and going crazy, and nobody who's here kind of knows that there's anything going wrong. Like this stream had a lot more. This stream had a lot more plans for it, including stuff that I'm gonna do separately now. DM, don't worry, it'll happen.
Well, I'm ready to play Fabble right now. Let's play some Fabble.
I don't know how fast it's gonna work.
What?
Let me see. Well,
Just
you've already
press play on a video. Let's play some Fabble. No, nevertheless, so chat says Drifter Comics says I should record the video. What do I record? What video do I make? I don't have an idea
I don't know,
right
man.
now. I just want to hang out and maybe I'll record a video tomorrow night. Put out a Tuesday video.
There you go. I know that Team Sealed is I don't know where they are, but they're gonna figure it out, and that's gonna be what ends up ending the day. And then we'll try to get out of here as quick as we can, because I know like the kitchen is closed and I know the bar is kind of closing, so we gotta get the hell out of here. We started late because what event doesn't start late?
How far are you in Team Sealed?
I think they're at top. I think they're about to be top 4. I think they're at top.
Just pick a random team and tell them that they're all on sudden death.
Yeah, God, I want to. I even went to the LL and was like, your LL is timed now. Figure it out. Do you need me, Ryan?
That'd be something else right there.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Give me a few. Give me a few.
Hey, Breezy, when do you post a spoiler?
I don't know what you're talking about. No, I'm just
I
kidding.
heard you had a spoiler.
I do. It's going to go up on the 16th because that's when they said I could do it. I wish I could show you now, though.
16th. What day is
The
that?
16th. That's a Saturday. That's next Saturday.
Ooh,
God, we have
fancy.
so
Can
many
you tell
things
us anything
that-
about the spoiler?
It's from
I think
Heavy
I
Hitters.
posted- It's going to be in Heavy Hitters. Yes.
It's a card in Flesh and Blood.
It's a Flesh and Blood card. It has 4 corners because it's rectangular. I did post a picture, like when I first received it, and it says "Blood Ash."
What?
It says Blade Ash.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna let
okay.
you decide what class that could be for. It could be, warrior.
Briar
blade.
specialization.
It could be a briar.
Gotta be a
spec-
Briar specialization.
We got the we got the Oldham specialization in what set was that?
Yeah, we got Anthem of Spring as well. the Briar specialization.
That one's. Yeah, we got all kinds of goodies.
Isn't it, or is it
UVF.
Blossom of Spring? No, it's Anthem of. I'm googling it. It's the one that gets the buff, which is super good in Fatigue Briar.
It's really good. Yeah. But yeah, so that'll go out the 16th, and yeah, I'm really excited. Really excited to share it with everyone. I'm super excited for Heavy Hitters too. I want some deathmatch draft.
I'm looking forward to it.
How cool is that? Am I right? The idea of just like having a season and that hero that like wins the season gets the points and everyone gets something. That's like quintessential 1990s Legends of the Five Rings right there.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, they did do stuff like that, didn't they? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like you would win a tournament and then they would like write your lore into the next card.
Into the game. Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Sick.
That is pretty cool.
I'm saving a Mo back because I actually have to like let some of the judges go because we don't need them all anymore, and I have swag I've got to give them, which they all get. Let's see, they get a mat.
Yeah, let's see the playmat. The playmat is absolutely beautiful.
Getting
Look
You
at all
can
the
buy
memes.
that, I hear. I hear you can buy that.
Yes, on fabcoaxing.com you can get these. You can get these. You can also buy the coaxing pint glasses. I think I don't know how many are left. I'll have to go look. So buy them before I do that count. And then Deb, for those of you who follow Deb's Doodles, we made a coloring book, and she made this gorgeous cover.
Yeah, I love this. I love
And there's
this.
a playmat.
There is a playmat.
Oh, there's
So in the back, you cut out the 3 pages and tape them together,
Wow.
and you have a playmat.
I had no idea. That changes the game. I can't wait to. I'm gonna laminate it and then figure out a way to work.
But it's great. You can also go through the ludicrous journey of the ludicrous weasel and have him pick up all of the outgoing ducks.
Sure.
So they can
good.
they can go to a party. The fiendish foamy mole wants to put the entire world of Wraith and Bubbles. So there's your word search. He has a
I
plan.
like that.
It is a
You could do
scheme. It is a scheme of biblical proportions. Har har har.
Shut up.
Yeah, dad pun. I got money.
Get out.
Shut up. It's the second time you told Joe to shut up tonight.
I wasn't even here for the first one.
Yeah, you were.
Oh, I was
didn't
maybe
have
on the
head-
side. I was probably on the side.
You didn't have a headset.
But the not so proud Bonobo had his word search taken over by Meeps. So
I think it's quite proud.
So you have to find all the memes.
Maybe peep. Nice.
And then gerbil gibberish, which is also a dad pun. It's really bad, but I cannot wait for people to get mad at me for what the answer to this thing is.
No,
Which is-
thank you.
Yes. Which is why did the bunny switch to playing an elemental rune blade after it was eroded? And I'm not going to tell you what it was, but it's a really bad dad pun.
You don't
I
like
don't-
dad puns, Steven?
They're fine. They're fine. I'm
So when
playing
the-
it
when-
for the
when s-
camera.
When someone lays it up for you and you're like, ooh, I could just execute this dad pun right now, do you fight the urge or do you just do it to do it?
I don't know. I see. That's the thing. Most of the time, it's with my workmates, and I respect them enough to hold back.
That's fair. Well,
But
yeah. that's
sometimes
fair.
I feel crotchety, and I just give it to them.
All right, I'm
Dad
going
pun
to...
and everything.
I see
Don't
things-
worry, we'll vamp while you're gone.
Yes. We'll talk about dad
Can I
puns.
sneak you back in for a minute? Cool. I'm going to sneak Mo back in so I can take care of some people.
Mo Bogsley. Mo Bogsley. Mo Bogsley.
Thank you.
Mo. So, Chad, if you didn't know, Mo Bogsley is actually the person that I could basically took his Kano deck from and just.
I'll be back
played
and
it.
check in later, but here's Moto to help cap this off and try to
With-
speed up the top 8s.
With minimal changes to his list.
See if we can just...
I just took his list and I was like, okay, here's my plan. I'm gonna play this deck 100 times into 100 games on Talishar.
At this point,
And so I did. And it's a good deck. It
I
went
remember
quite
that.
well.
I remember that when I was first getting in. Mo was the Kano guy. Still is, but I remember.
Yeah. Oh, he's back. Don't talk about him. Shh.
Oh, you'll keep going. Please do. Please.
All right. We were just saying that I basically took your Kano list in Blitz like a year ago because I'd put him down for a year and I hadn't picked him up since I don't know. I guess it was about 6 months to a year. So I picked up your list. I made one tweak, literally just one tweak. And then I just played 100 games with it. And I was like, this list is good. And so forever in my fabrary, it is known as, you can't tell, but it's right there. It's known as Mo Bogsley is good at making Kano decks.
Wow.
Mo Bogsley is good at building Kano decks. Yep.
Kano deck I got second at the Battle Hardened with. I had no games on. It was all just pure, this seems good enough. I just went with it.
Sometimes you just gotta trust your gut. Yeah, you just gotta go with it sometimes.
I almost played 2 time snap potions and tried to what's the 6 dominate attack? I don't even know what the card's
Oh,
called.
yeah, nourishing. Double nourishing.
I almost tried to double nourishing. I was like, that's too cute. Let's not do that. So I cut it
Yeah,
last
I
minute.
messed around with that too. I got it to resolve against one person, and the moment they realized that it was a thing, the next time it was just not going to happen.
Right.
It's like a cute trick, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's funny because they actually gave me a quicken because they were playing brute, so I blocked out their swing big. And so I had a quicken, so I didn't even need the time snap potion. It was just nourishing into nourishing. Thank you very much. Don't break the chain. You get 2 procs.
That's right.
6-card
That's right.
hand.
That is nice.
That's nutty.
Juicy.
They should purposely break the chain just to do it, Just assert dominance.
Just be like, yeah, just
Flex
like
on 'em.
I don't need it anyway. Yeah.
No, you need that 6-card hand. When do you get to sit on a 6-card hand on Kano?
On any hero, really.
Except in UPF.
Remember that
Funny
time
story.
they banned Storm Shredders?
That was so
Shut up.
depressing. That was the worst month of my life. I had to play Prism.
I played
It seems like the
Dromai and
Twilight
Blitz.
Zone.
Yeah. I played Dromai and Blitz at Worlds.
Wow.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
That's how
I
far
did.
gone you were.
Yeah, so
down
this
bad.
was before this was when Mara was starting to kind of push that deck onto the scene. This was right after the first Goliath Gauntlet. Where
Yeah.
I played
That was such
aggro
a
Dromai.
Such a cool tournament.
Yeah. So I played aggro Dromai through that whole thing, and that plus Mara kind of doing her thing in the really high level tournament play started to make people go, okay, maybe that deck's worth looking at. But I had been on it for 50, 60 games before that tournament, and then into that tournament, and then throughout that tournament. And so I was like, you know what? If I can't play Kano, I might as well just jam it in Blitz. And it was actually still doing stuff in Blitz, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. I remember when I was running that list and I didn't even know who Mara was. I was so obsessed with Dromai when she came out. I was like, I don't want blues in my deck. That seems bad. And then Mara came out and like really perfected that list. I was like, okay, so I was onto something. It seems there is some gas in here.
You were. I took that list from you, and then I tweaked it a bunch.
Oh, for the gauntlet. That's right.
Yeah, for the Goliath
yeah.
gauntlet. I was
Yeah.
like, hey, I want something weird. And you were like, here, I've been messing with that. And I was like, some of these cards seem extra weird. Yeah, this was back when, what was the fractal replication was in there. And a couple other kind of weird cards. Ooh, whoa.
Things are moving on the stream.
Someone just stole that playmat.
That's $25. I assume it was the Star Wars player. Like, that has to be the Star Wars player's playmat.
Beavery.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's a good list right there, man. That's some aggro drill mine. Some good stuff.
She was cool.
Someone in chat wants to know if Mo, if you have a good CC.
Somebody just pulled a heart of Findle from Prize of Work.
Oh, that's sick.
Are you still trying to get a sealed match?
Wow.
For CC, I mean, I feel like let's just look at Peter's deck list. No reason for me to even like make a real sideboard, and you'll be fine. Like.
Same thing with Julian that just won.
Yeah, no, that list too.
Yesterday.
I just got a message from my wife in the other room. I've got to go. My daughter's not feeling well, so I really, really appreciate it. This was so much fun.
Hey, thanks for hanging out.
Y'all are amazing. Absolutely.
We will see you soon, my friend.
All right, y'all. Chat. It's a pleasure. Y'all enjoy the rest of the night. Until next time.
Have a good one.
Good luck. We'll see you around. Okay, Mo, now it's just us. Okay, so we're going to start this stream off the real way. Let's start the stream off the right way. Let's go ahead and start breaking down Kano from the beginning.
Oh, I'm in. Let's do it.
So this is now a Kano stream. Welcome, everyone.
No one can stop us, which is even better.
We're beginning. This is our moment. This is our time to rise. It's our time now. If you're in chat and you're not a Kano aficionado, you now have to become part of the Kano cult. No,
I normally charge for this, but this is a free lesson. This is even better. Wow.
Kano cult. That doesn't work. It's already taken. The Kano cabal. No, that sounds stupid. It's like trying too hard. Don't know a better way to say that.
I'm fixing the stream, so you got to keep going.
Oh, I know. I was looking at the stream and I was about to say our faces are so broken right now using the classic screen capture.
It should be fixed now.
There it is. You love to see
Even
it.
better. All right, cool. It's official.
Look at that. All right, so throw all the Kano cards up.
Yeah. So,
all right, let's begin.
Let's start with Mind Warp. You know.
That's a good one to start with. I was actually playing Mind Warp for a hot minute in Blitz. Thoroughly enjoyed it in Blitz.
It was in my CC deck I almost played at Worlds. So.
Oh yeah. Did like most recently or the first Worlds?
Most recently. Then I just played Slapdash instead because I'm blocking good, but.
Yeah, blocking's fine. Bit overrated when you can just throw fire at your opponent. It's like, do you even need it? Oh, someone's heart is broken.
Easton just told me he's ditching me for the Blitz commentary, so he just
go.
wins it all and leaves. Just.
See, I get that. I understand that. We are part of the Kano fan club. I see now on stream. That's very good.
Gotta make it official.
This is officially Kano's first podcast. So
there we go.
We are on the Kano hour, the Kano chat. So if you have any questions about Kano, feel free to fire them this direction.
Let's start I was gonna say, let's start about the 32 blues. Where do we start? What's the first blue we're gonna add to the deck?
I'm a fan of 31 blues.
Ooh,
offended. Immediate offense.
This fan club is over. We're no longer
heartbroken.
We can play 32 with a 61 card deck. We'll compromise here,
Shut up. That's a stupid idea. No one plays 61 cards. It's only 60. Everybody understands.
Gotta get the extra value.
The bare minimum. I don't know. Kano and CC feels so much different than Kano and Blitz.
I don't like Kano and CC. I don't like it.
It's so hard for me to want to jump in. Like, I love the hero and I love the effect, but I don't like that I just have to play to Wildfire for the end game.
We can brew like a crazy no Wildfire deck. Like, get Forked Lightning back in there. Get the enchantment that gives +3 to your next wizard.
Yep. So interestingly enough, I'm playing that for fatigue matchups in the sideboard in Emperor. And it works. I was able to what was it? 16 damage Valda.
Oh, there you go.
I lost, but I was able to do it.
Hey, it doesn't. No one asks if you want to loss. You just did it.
That's
Like,
right. Question for DMA: why is drone?
They retracted their message.
All right, well, fine then. I didn't want to answer your question anyway.
There was some instant regret by them. They're like, never mind.
Play Forked Lightning.
I
you know what? I would love to play Forked Lightning. The problem is that it costs 3.
Stir into Forked is still one of my favorite lines ever.
Dude,
such a
Stir
fun.
Forked is goated.
What's
the hardest hero to play against?
Oh.
From someone that's a fantastic artist.
Ooh.
Can you believe it? Swarty's in the chat. Fantastic artist.
I must say,
Question for DMA: why is Dromai better than Kano? Ooh, interesting. I'm not necessarily sure Dromai is better than Kano. What do you think?
If we're doing recency bias, Kano just beat Dromai in the top 8 of the Battle Hardened on turn 1. Turn 0, was it? So, like,
no, you were right. It was turn 1. I was
so
right.
I think by default, Kano is better. I don't think there's an argument there.
Yep, I
Let's
think.
look at
I
that
mean,
one game only.
objectively,
No other games are needed.
objectively, who's the hardest hero to play against? That's a really fascinating question.
I might be biased, but I do think it's Kano. But maybe not anymore. Maybe old Kano.
Hardest hero to play against. I don't know. I don't necessarily think Kano is terribly hard to play against.
Not anymore.
Especially since in CC particularly. In CC, he's not hard to play against simply because if you know what Kano is playing towards and you keep track as much as they keep track, you can kind of see their lines.
You see what I see?
No, I don't.
Oh. Looks like we have a sealed game going. I'm not sure if you're sticking around or
Oh, I can get out of the way if y'all have someone lined up.
It's just me. It is just me.
Oh, dude,
So, that is
Starvo
all
apparently is the Starvo apparently is the hardest hero to play against. Dash IO, maybe? Because there's a lot of variance in those lines as well. You don't no, I don't know. That seems easy. It's kind of like back and forth, right? The hardest hero to play against. Oldham. Maybe Oldham was tough.
I think any fatigue deck makes it hard because you have to know how to beat them, which is not an easy task.
Well, not only that, but I feel like your deck has to actually be able to beat them, which means that you have to know how to stack damage and have the capability of stacking damage in a way that is elusive, right?
Yeah, no, that's very true. That's why we brought Slapdash to Worlds, because like sometimes players don't have decks that can navigate that situation.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Fatigue Briar is a good example because that deck attacks on so many different angles with Arcane and not Arcane.
Yep. And interestingly enough, I was told by a fair number of players that deck before Nationals, of course, that deck was sort of a meme and sort of a bad deck to bring to a tournament for the idea of like if it's a multi-day tournament, then players of course key in on what you're doing on after day 1, and then in day 2 they can kind of tech against it. But the fundamental problem therein is that 1, your deck has to be able to tech against it, and 2, you still have to execute.
Yep.
And that can be harder said than done. And obviously, turns out Charles Dunn was correct in his assumption that it could win something.
I remember
and it did.
One of the call-ins, I loaded the stream, I saw Dagon White with Reaping Blade Briar, and I was like, what is going on here? Like, what is this? I was very confused.
Swarty says so many LL heroes brought up. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. Well, you know what? You could maybe sort of parlay that argument over to someone like a Max now, who has the capability of maybe slamming down a Nitro Mechanoid very easily and very quickly. That could be a hard hero to play against simply because the moment they get that mech out, they have so much more value. And clearly the video here is going absolutely haywire because the music just got turned up.
the music.
thumping. You hear the boom, boom, boom. Someone was kicking the camera, and it was like thump. There it goes.
I don't hear that, so I'm chilling. Yeah, I'm not sure if you want to stay with me for this round. I'm not sure if you have other stuff to do tonight.
Well, if you want, if you don't mind, I will gladly sit around and talk more of this because it means procrastinating my video work.
Easton just left me, so I am now flying solo.
Well, I'll stick with you for a game if you're okay with that.
Yeah, go for it. Always a pleasure.
Sweet.
Looks like we have top 4 of Team Sealed. It is Max versus Teklo. I know it is Mercy on the right with Teklo, who I got top 4 at the 5K Team Sealed event with her. I'm not sure who's on the left. I cannot tell from this angle, but
double checking the count of the deck here is
very good.
Certainly a thing.
I know in Team Sealed you can struggle to get 40 card decks, so most players do not have 40.
I haven't had an opportunity to play Team Sealed in this format, which is a real shame because I love Team Sealed as just in general like a fun format.
I also
overpitching here for the Gas Guzzler.
I also believe Mercy said their team only had 14 blues combined in their Sealed, so they did not think they would make it this far, but here we are. So let's.
I mean, playing a lot of bananas for pitching, I guess, is good. Yellows in this format are notorious for not being great. Obviously, you want the blues and reds, and in general, I feel like FAB has sort of devolved into a blue and red game.
Yep. But then Bolton shows up with yellows, and it just does good. So.
And Prism's starting to show back up. Yellows matter now for Prism as well, so I like to see them pushing that as well.
2 cards blocked here, and is that the
Whizbang
arms? So
yeah, Whizbang coming down.
Max is winning on card count by 1 here. If we're looking at that side of the game plan, maybe 2 if you count the arms. But
I would certainly count that. That's a card played, and it is. I mean, technically, it's not necessarily a card lost in value because you are going to be able to use the effect on it by discarding the card under it. But
that is
at the same time, you blocked 2 and then
1, I believe, isn't it?
Say that again.
That's the arms is the +1 arm, so you can't really get any more advantage.
Is it you lose the card under it and then get +1? Is that the one? Or
No,
am I misremembering?
that's the when you play it +1 to an attack.
Oh yeah,
so
you're right,
no value on that one. Just
no, 100%. If
0
that's
black
Whizbang,
arms, yeah.
But yeah, you're losing out on that card plus the 2 that you blocked with. So yeah,
So
you're
down
way
by
down,
2
especially
cards.
over pitching. Yeah.
So we will see how this game goes. I know normally Max can fatigue attack low, but it's not easy.
Yeah, no. In order to do that, you have to focus very heavily on swinging Banksy. In this
Crank
current
and
setup.
bank every turn.
Yep.
The helmet is very nice to shuffle a card back into the deck. I am just distracted by those cat sleeves, though. It is adorable.
Coming in with the infused titanium. That's a fantastic premium card in
yellow?
Sealed and Blitz.
So this is for 6, representing Pummel. I love it. Got to get that Pummel out there.
Yeah, the fabled Pummel in this set. It was the second fabled in the set. There's Master Cog, and then there's a Mech Pummel. So you got to watch out for the Mech Pummel here. But I think that is one of the best cards in the set in Limited in that capacity, simply because it allows you to play this fatigue game plan, and 2, it pushes just actual damage.
Yes. Allows the pitch stack as well. I'm not sure what's pitched there, but
most importantly, it was 2 cards pitched and not spent to play.
that is
Big Bertha.
Big Bertha for 8, I believe. That's a yellow.
Probably.
Oh, no,
nope,
just 6.
Looks like it's
Oh.
we're considering it again. And
9.
so it looks
Okay.
like we're sending the old red there. Or maybe that is the yellow.
It might be
It
a
depends
yellow
on both
with
of
a
those
red,
colors
yeah.
of cards, really. Yeah. Nevertheless, 9 damage for 2 cards pitched, your 2 cards play. And it's interesting because this is very much a format where you have to look at just the raw numbers. I am playing 2 cards and I am pitching 2 cards. Am I getting 2 cards out of my opponent? And where do they start with their numbers? Because it is very much a numbers game in this set.
I think that's why I love this limited format so much, because it's so deep with the numbers. And looking at Teklo's hand, they have the chest in the hand, so they could just block 3 cards, play chest, and pass. But they are down 1 card on that front, which I think is what they're talking about right now.
I do worry on these first 2 turns where we go turn 0 and then we go turn 1 and we don't open ourselves up to the possibility of crank and bank, as you put it, and not sending Banksy for essentially free damage. That is worrying, but it also plays into the super long game plan of not boosting away your deck. And that is the sort of the back and forth. Like if you've built your deck to be able to just throw big attacks like that, then you are better off oftentimes than trying to set up this Banksy swing, because you're having to give up a card from the top of your deck just to activate, crank or activate his effect and then activate Banksy.
Cranky Banky is such a good line, but it is card equal most of the time.
Yeah.
Looks like Teklo just played the chest. I missed that one, but I assume the chest wasn't played. Another gigawatt. So another 9 attack coming through with no boost. This is a really good start for Max.
Like if we look at this conceptually, if we just look at is it another Big Bertha or just some other
That is a
boostable
crankshaft,
system?
I believe.
Oh yeah, it does look like
So I think it's crankshaft for 5 plus gigawatt for 4, so 9 total.
For sure. So if we look at this the other way around and we say, okay, let's say that we play this and then we boost, losing a card that way, and then pitch for the crank and then the bank, we're essentially giving up the same amount of cards, but we're pushing 8 damage and a cost reduction on our next turn thing. And so they're net equal in some respects. So it's kind of fascinating to think about it from that front. And of course, most likely they're both fat decking, throwing as much as they can into the deck from their sealed pool with their partners.
Looks like it's just a gunshot for 2 here. The good old classic Teklo plan.
The inevitability in this format, being able to swing Teklo leveler.
I know on round 3 of Team Sealed, we saw Max that played the Teklo Pounder, so that was interesting.
Right, yeah. I mean, if you have the capability, I think that's probably the way to go if you're playing into a fatigue-heavy meta, right? Of course, it all contingent upon if you have enough evos in your sealed pool across 3 players, because you're also playing, a Teklo on your team.
Yep.
Chat wants to know if pros can collectively agree to not AB until Kano speed runs to LL.
That is funny.
I'm personally offended by that.
Me and Peter joked, I think it was today or yesterday on Twitter, that no one's going to play AB just so there's no wizards in CC. But that'd be really sad if Kano LLs and we just don't get a wizard for a while. I'd be really upset with that.
That'd be quite a misstep, I think. That'd be quite bad in general.
Yes, wizards, while are unfair, they make the game fair. It keeps people honest with their sideboards, keeps people honest with their blue count.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing that sort of you see Icelander move out and you see everyone just start running all reds and not having to worry about resource cards. I don't think the game should function on a singular axis like that. And I know players may not enjoy the idea of being blown up by Kano, but there is play into that.
Yes.
And it involves you building your deck to respect it. But if you don't want to do that, you shouldn't just get a free pass by, courtesy LLing a hero that punishes you for building your deck poorly.
I also think people need to bluff more against Kano. Just hold that extra card. Even if it's a red, just give go again and just say pass. Make them kill you. Don't just give them info. Looks like Max is playing a... I forgot the name of that card. Thank you. Hyperdrive. It's a long day. Hyperdrive.
That's Hyperdriver from the hand, too. Pitching one of the best cards in the set in Backup Protocol.
One of my favorite cards. So flexible, so fun. Crankshaft.
I made a video last week saying top 10 cards from this year, and that was definitely one of them, in my opinion. I think Backup Protocols. I just put the red on there, but honestly, red and blue can both get an argument for being fantastic cards.
First boost of the game.
Yep.
Very exciting.
Boosting it away. We're going to trigger there, gain the resource.
This is for 4, so we're hitting that break point, which Teklo hates. It looks like they brightened their screen brightness on the life pad, so it's harder to see now. Unlucky.
Yeah. It's a skill issue on our part.
It really is.
That's really what it is. The Hyperdriver ticks down, gives you an extra resource. So you have 2 resources, which is feeling quite nice because it means you can crank. The problem with cranking out another Hyperdriver is that you have to pitch away your last card in order to bank.
You can also just bank and not crank since you cranked to that first Hyperdriver this turn.
Well, is that a red? Did he crank the first? Yeah, I guess he'd have to, right?
Yep,
Because
yep.
it doesn't go again. Yeah, 100%. No, you're right.
And there's only your red hyperdrivers in this set, so
1000%.
makes that super
100%.
easy for us to follow.
Exactly.
Tuckle's at 19, it looks like, so still a high life total, but the deck count is definitely favoring the max.
Covering the Banksy there is a key point as well, because you don't want to give the token back on the hyperdriver. You don't want that hyperdriver sticking around for very long.
Make them banish a Big Bertha. Make them banish something that puts a counter back on it.
Yeah. Y'all are spitting bars, Aiden says.
Interesting that Mercy's using the chest there. Maybe just to get a card in the graveyard for scrap. Yep, there it is. So Big Dog coming in for 7.
Pushing the break point is super solid. Yeah, I really do wish we could see the life total on the max side of things.
I think it's 14. So it was 16 and they took the pistol shot. So it should be 14.
It looks like it. Yeah, it looks like it. And you would love to be able to just shrug these attacks off and not care too terribly much about them. But you can't do that forever.
Is insane here.
Yeah, you can't do that forever. Cranking, banking, spanking, all the things. And these players probably tanking. Trying to decide on these blocks. You know how it is.
Start a mixtape already. This is... Ooh, Bolvar is an interesting one to see blocked with.
This chat and the commentary that we have is catching more fire than a Hunger Games sequel as we draw up and pass on over. Got the 2 cards here. Nope, just going to pitch and play the Big Bertha.
No boost, saving the hyperdriver for next turn or future turns.
Yeah, I think boosting in this format is deceptive because you losing out on that extra card and not being able to like really put forth the extra pressure is so bad because you're just like limiting yourself in the length that this game can go. And being able to just throw 6, throw 7, things like that, pitch cards back into the deck and cycle, so good. Especially here too, because like you're on this 2-card hand. You don't want to boost here. You're losing a hyperdriver counter. You're not getting anything necessarily out of it. So just playing for big numbers in a format that rewards you for playing for numbers feels fantastic, right?
Yeah, this max deck definitely looks like it's built to beat the tech lows. Like, so many big numbers, so many buffs. Like, they've only boosted once this whole game. Yeah. If this game goes to fatigue, Max is definitely winning it.
Or at least it's going to be a lot closer than it could be. Like, because I feel like you get to those sort of end game states, and look, we have an activation here, by the way, of the
I believe that
ability.
was the 0-cost boots that just wanted the cycle, I assume, and draw another card.
Mm-hmm.
Can't tell what that first card is. Looks like it's an Evo, but I don't know which one.
Who is it? The chat? No, the panel beater. Or are you talking about maybe the other card? I didn't quite see what the other cards were. Okay. Panel beater is the one that's most interior. But yeah, these end game states that you get into against Teklevossen where they get super low and then they just turtle up. They just like completely cover you up and they wait for your red count to hit to nothing.
Was an Evo. I believe that's the chest though. They already have a chest on, so no real reason to keep that around. Two with go again here. Could get punished if that card in Arsenal is a 2-cost. Oh, never mind. If it's a 1-cost, I guess.
Pitching a yellow, unfortunate banana. You hate to find him, but you got to play him in this format. And again, it reminds me, man, I can't wait to play heavy hitters.
Can't wait for that set. It's going to be so much fun.
Isn't that... Didn't they say they're going to do like Team Sealed for that as well?
Did they? That makes sense for that kind of format.
Right? You would think it would. I'm curious to see what other heroes we're getting for that set. Because there's 6, right?
I believe so.
That should be interesting.
As a Leviathan player now, I'm super excited for more Leviathan support.
You're getting your Blitz, or sorry, your Brutes. You're getting your Guardians. You're getting your Warriors. We know 1 Warrior. We can assume that there's 2 of each. That's an easy assumption.
Maybe 1 young, 1 old. We'll see how it shakes out.
Oh, I bet you're getting all like I think it's going to be 6 adult heroes and 6 young versions, which is quite interesting because if Kasai is any indication, then we're going from young to old. So we get 2 other young heroes that go to a sort of adult version. So we could get KO and Valda or something
Ooh,
like that.
KO
And then
would
we
be
get
so much fun.
right. Wouldn't that be cool?
Let me roll
And
those
then
dice.
you get 3 more. You get 3 more new heroes.
Looks
Aiden
like
has played UPA first time today.
Yellow Rev Up banishing a block card, which is not important at all in this matchup. So very nice hit there.
Rev up comes down for the 2 for the. I would believe it's a 2 for 5 or 6. I can't tell if it's
It
yellow
is
or red.
5. It looks like a yellow to me at least.
It does look like a yellow, right? So 2 for 5 feels quite nice, right?
Yep, threatening Banksy or the card from Arsenal still. Lots of choices here. Teklo's also looking thin on cards. I know I keep mentioning it, but that deck is looking thinner and thinner every turn.
Adult KO, yes, is what chat says. Aiden says, played Melody UPF. Did you win, Aiden? Because Melody is quite good in UPF. Quite good.
Ooh, red backer
Oh.
protocol. So this
Are
allows
we
you to
cranking
crank
here?
and
Looks
bank.
like we are cranking.
Yep.
That enables the Banksy, which is perfectly timed. Allows you to go on this perfectly pitched turn as well.
Now you can pitch that final card for an Arsenal or just Arsenal that final card. Looks like they're pitching a Gigawatt, I assume. I don't know why else
Yeah,
that
I would.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I would imagine pitching so that we can go and grab what we want off of the backup protocol.
Yeah, set up the Arsenal for next turn. Maybe
Heck yeah.
Maybe use the boots here. The boots instant speed? I don't.
What a big turn if so. No, it doesn't seem like it.
It looks like that is just Arsenal pass. Still a huge turn though.
Yep. Is that Teklevossen sitting at 9?
I think it's 19.
I was gonna say that at 9 would be shocking.
I think they've blocked every attack besides the 1 for power attack that leaked 1. Another deck count.
Aiden did not pick up the win on Melody, but survived for a while. That's all that you want with that deck. Just survive for a while, and sometimes you can get to the end game.
I've never played a UPF game in my life, so I'll just agree. I'll shake my head yes and agree with you.
I'm just saying, man, most underrated thing in Flesh and Blood is Ultimate Pit Fight.
Okay.
It is a dream to build a deck for. It is like if you enjoy deck building and you haven't built a deck for UPF, I don't know what you're doing with your life. It is literally the best format to build a deck for. And playing wise, you get to actually play out your turns and have impactful turns while also still like having this engaging back and forth with both players on either side of you. It is so underrated and so misunderstood by so many players. Everyone thinks it's Commander, and it is very much not. But you know, it is what it is. Boosting the Big Bertha. Notably, that's not the Big Bertha that was perhaps in the Arsenal.
Oh, that's true. Unless they Arsenal with the other card and tried to big brain it. Or it's going to be a double Big Bertha turn, which is terrifying.
Quite cool, especially if that's that is, like you said, the second one in Arsenal, which could be the big brain play to fool you into thinking that, or I mean, really, you're probably just always blocking it no matter what here,
That's
right?
true.
But even if it is not, you're perhaps starting with this and maybe following up with whatever you had in Arsenal. I didn't quite catch what the second card in hand was.
I didn't either. I think it was a blue, but I might have missaw it.
Be a rough thing to Arsenal if it were blue.
What is Teklo holding? It looks like a headpiece. I don't know what else besides the head. I can't really tell. Oh, the arms. Looks like a red arms, yellow head. So 2/2 blocks in the hand. And 2 other cards.
Yeah, it's always interesting, especially with the instant speed evos that you can't layer on top of each other. How many evos you want in the deck? Because obviously you want to see them as Tekla, you want to see them quickly, and you want to stack them up quickly. The instant speed, particularly, so that you can get the leveler online. You can start the fatigue plan. But the moment you get too many of them, it just feels real bad.
Yeah, blocking for 4 there, taking 2. Down to 17. It looks like it's 17 to 8. So life is favoring Tekla. If they can keep shooting their gun every turn, it might work out.
Oh, this is such a good play. Cranky
Bank.
And don't
we
leave me
banked
hanging.
it. Sorry, my
And
bad. Bank.
No, I'm waiting for the player to actually bank.
Oh, they just skipped
No
it.
resources. Oh, dang
Unlucky,
it.
man.
Crank and pass.
I was
That's
confused.
exactly
I was
what I
like,
meant.
bank. I was like, what do you mean, leave you
Look,
hanging?
we were correct. We knew what was on the menu. Unfortunately, they didn't have the resources for the bank.
Blocking the pistol shot says a lot. Looks like that is just a full throttle, is it? For 5? I don't know the name of that card. I think it's full throttle.
Full tilt?
Full tilt, yes. 2 for 5.
Yeah. It's the worst full throttle.
But getting another card
just
out of the
throttle.
hand. Which Tekla might be winning the card advantage game if they keep blocking the pistol, which is what you want.
Like you said, though, deck quite low.
Deck is very
But
low, yes.
significantly more boosting that has been done on the other side of the field. And if both players are running roughly the same, then unfortunately you're still losing out on that. Razzle Dazzle coming in, giving him the old Razzle Dazzle, giving him the boost as well.
Looks like it's for 4 because it's a yellow. Oh, for 3. Never mind. Is yellow for 3?
It is 4-3-2. Yep. I was going to say this should give you the resource here to be able to pop out another hyperdriver.
Yeah, but no bank, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is that kind of pivotal kind of moment, though, where if you're playing from the side of Max, you kind of want to double stack the hyperdrivers, try to take some damage, and then send like a 5-card hand off of the back of the discounts from the hyperdrivers and try to push over and vault over. At the very least, maybe rip all the cards and try to win the card advantage battle again. I don't know if it's going to get there, though. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Looking at the hand of Tekla, looks like there's the 0 block boots in hand, which the boots already equipped it, so it doesn't do much.
Right.
Looks like it's the scrap card on the very end, but I can't tell what the middle card is. So,
yeah.
0 block, a 3 attack maybe, and something else. So, blocking for 3 with the scrap card makes sense. Followed up with a...
That's an outpace. Outpace,
yes.
most likely for 4. We know that's the card that's sort of been sitting on to this point.
They're also activating their head here.
Yep.
Shuffle.
Cycling
I
a card
believe it was
back
a
in.
blue back in the deck, but you know,
Looked
any
like
card
a
is a
fender
card.
bender. I'm not sure what color, but yeah, looked like a fender bender of some sort, maybe. Which is good because it, is a nice solid attack. It's most likely the 1 for whatever. Is fender bender a 1 or a 2? I can't remember this one.
I believe fender bender is 1. I think it's 4,
like a
3,
1 for
2.
Yeah, 1 for a 4, right?
Can't be blocked by equipment, I believe.
It gets +1 if you block equipment.
Yes,
this
close
one
enough.
actually, this one can't be blocked by equipment, but I don't think that is going to come into play here.
No, all the
based
evos
on
block for 0, so
That's
really.
right, based on the evos.
I believe the chest blocks for 2, but really not going to give that up because go again is too good.
Right.
No blocks down to 13.
Yep. Not choosing to try and play into that crank and instead sending the old 4 damage and trying to get the win that direction. But it's an uphill battle to try and rip cards from their hands, from
Especially
the hands
at
of a Tekla
13 to 6, I believe.
which is quite difficult, right? Because now they can sort of almost pivot to fatigue by damage.
Using their boots for the quicken token here. So that is the 2 block boots, actually. Scrapping with go again off the quicken. Oh, putting the headpiece in the vanish, so pistol can start shooting for 3 very quickly.
Buying cards from the hand is a scary, scary proposition if you are Max. Unless you feel like straight up, I'm winning the fatigue battle like by just total deck size right now. Giving up cards like that, it feels really bad, and you having to do it because you're playing at a low life total feels even worse.
So equipping the headpiece at instant speed. Making this Tekla pounder for 3 now. Another card gets ripped. And the arsenal, oh my god, no matter what color that is, that's huge. If that's red, that's backbreaking.
Gotta give him the hand, yeah. That is rough.
Taking 2 there, down to 3. So every gunshot is officially lethal. Teklo gets a 4-card hand here to maybe start boosting, maybe start getting a little aggressive.
I mean, the other interesting thing too, though, is that you can play towards the inevitability of your weapon swings, right? So you can play a big attack and boost it, and then just go weapon for now until your deck runs out, and then just keep going weapon.
Yeah. So we're gonna start off with a weapon, pitching a red chess piece. The only saving grace for Max is they have the blocking arms to save one of these gunshots if needed, but.
I said big attack weapon. The correct sequence would be weapon big attack.
We knew what you meant.
Yeah.
So they have a block card in hand, the 0-cost attack, and something else.
Feathering these 2 cards versus this 1 card, shaming that card for not being the one they wanted.
Maybe the 2 cards is just activate Teklo to filter.
And then with the liquid cooled mayhem, which is just a cool name.
Going to 1 here. Okay. Now we're going to activate Teklo end of turn to filter our hand out. We are not. Okay, Max, show me what you got. You had such a cool game plan at the start. Let's see if you can close this one out.
Yeah, it was. It started off so strong for Max, right? Being able to throw big attacks, kind of play to that card advantage of I'm playing something big, you're having to give me cards, expending them. But we've gotten to this point where, at this point, deck size does not matter at all because you die to any damage.
So not boosting is interesting. You don't even want to crank and bake after this, which...
Well, I guess is that Hadron Collider blue? Kind of an unfortunate blue Hadron, right? If it's a red Hadron, it makes sense, right? You're just playing this for 1 for 4.
Right. Blocking 2, taking 2. Teklo feels fully in control here.
Yeah. And of course, we have things like Medkit, which are great underrated cards, right?
That card is so good.
Yeah, Medkit going to the bottom of the deck in this instant, not giving you the life gain, but you gotta buy the cards.
2 cards. Not even
that's huge.
Blocking with the arms, so those arms are being saved for something else. Boost. 2 cards
and
again.
that's even
wow.
That's the game. Had an item in hand, and what a card to play. Panel Beater is fantastic in that spot because you can't even give the arm equipment or even other blocks. You're just dead on board. Even if they had the like full hand of 2 blocks, it was just dead going right there.
And say, hey, the Max's team isn't out of it yet because it is a team event, so we might see Max in the final still. We'll have to, wait and see.
Oh man, Tekla Vossen, what a hero in exactly Sealed and Blitz.
They made some waves in CC, not many, but there was a few. Is Tekla Vossen even the good hero in Blitz? Isn't Professor just better?
Yeah, Professor Tekla Vossen.
Okay. Making sure we're on the same page there.
Yeah, limited in general, I guess, is the best for OG Tekla Vossen. Which I'm not gonna lie, I think from a thematic standpoint, I think is probably the most interesting of the 3. Just from a lore perspective, but then also from like I'm building something as I go, which is sort of the opposite of what all heroes play. It's difficult to justify at those 4-cost big expensive evos.
It feels like OG Dash almost, like the old days of just trying to build the board state.
And then if you try to build the deck like that, then you can't play into the blue sort of Steel Soul evos as much because they're just so much harder to build in, and you have to build like more aggressively. But I mean, it's one of those cool little puzzles that I bet over the course of a few sets and maybe expansion slot cards, we could really see start to become something in the future. Might be really interesting.
I agree. I'm excited for Teklo in the future to see, honestly, all these heroes. Teklo, Max, Dash. Very excited to see where this goes.
I was the least excited for Max, and I think I've done the most 180 on that hero simply because I love the Mechanoid. And once I started putting Max together with Mechanoid, it was like, okay, this is way too much fun.
I've lost the Mechanoid so many times on Talent Shot where you're so far ahead and then you just die. And you're like, where'd I mess that up? Where'd I throw?
Oh, no, they just found Mechanoid, and then they put High Octane in their arsenal, and then they won the game.
Mechanoid real good, it turns out.
real good. Unfortunately, never opened one of those cool cold foil marvels from Dynasty.
Aren't those like super rare? Like super rare?
I don't know. It's a good question. I would imagine.
I haven't even seen one like in person or anywhere.
Weirdly enough, I'll tell you right now, the cold foil non-Marvel version, just as beautiful.
Really?
Quite fantastic. The way that they did the cold foiling on that is choice. So I opened one of those, and I opened 2 of the rainbow foil ones, and so I have my like foilish play set, if you will. But man, that Marvel, the back of it, that's pretty cool looking. All right, my friend, the time for me to salute you and say
I appreciate it.
goodbyes is now.
Thank you for
So I
hanging
hope
out.
you stay strong.
I
through
will. I
the,
got this. I'm gonna
the final few.
solo cast this last final match, and it's gonna be a great
Dude,
time.
Crush it. I'll probably be watching as I drift off to sleep before work in the morning.
I won't yell that much. I got work in a few hours, not terribly far away.
You just shrug it off and just go to work.
Easy.
Just burn that midnight oil.
Well,
All
thank
right,
you
my
so
friend.
much for spending your time with us tonight. We really appreciate it.
Keep playing more Kano decks so that I can pilfer them.
I will.
And then just continue to play them whenever he's like back in Living Legend Blitz format.
I'll just name it DM's Kano List, and I'll just post that one. And we'll
Go,
just make it
that's
nice
the
and
one.
easy.
That's the one. All right, y'all. Have a good one.
See ya. Have a good one. Okay, chat. You guys are stuck with me now. Just me and you and me, however you want to say it. We have one more final Team Seal match to go after this. I'm not sure if I'm going to get another commentator for the final round or if it's just going to be me. We're just going to kind of see how it goes. If you guys have any questions, please ask them. This is the time for questions. The time for anything to go on. Hopefully that other match is going quickly so we can get this final match going. Everybody is kind of closing out here at the brewery. Not many other games are going. Looks like the finals might be ready to go. Wait, no, playmats are being moved. Maybe they're having a different. Oh no, playmats are being moved again. It's the same playmat. The same Coaxing playmat has been slammed on this table a few times, but I'm not sure why. Now it's been taken away again. Oh, now it's back again. It's like a magic show. You lose and then you see it. Bravo versus Reinhardt. Who wins in an arm wrestle match? I gotta say Reinhardt, right? Like, being a brute, you have to have that brute strength to just win that arm wrestling match every time. Whereas Bravo, he's big, right? He swings big attacks. But I think Reinhardt gets there in the end. I could be wrong on that one, though. I'm not sure exactly who wins that. I'm just kind of, guessing here. Who do you think would win, Bravo versus Reinhardt? I think it's got to be Reinhardt. I don't know. He's a brute. Like, he's a big dude. He's intimidating, Maybe the intimidation factor just gets there. Okay, so it looks like one of the players is setting up on the left side. So hopefully the finals are getting to go now. I hope it's a Dash IO on stream. I really do. A Dash would be sick to watch. Chat, what do you guys want to watch? We don't really have a choice here, but what are we going to see? It is a Max. Okay, so hopefully the other hero is a Dash. Hopefully we get a Max versus Dash. I don't know why I'm still wearing this headset. Like, I don't know. I'll play the headset anymore, guys. Well, I guess I do for the mic, don't I? Oh, unlucky. That is definitely an unlucky counter there. So maybe Max is waiting for their opponents to finish their game. I'm not exactly sure, but... If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. There's not a ton of players left in this building. It looks like, actually, no, I lied. There's a ton of players in the on-demand event area hanging out, having a good time over there. see a bunch of smiles, a bunch of happy faces looking over at me. So the Coaxing has been a huge success. Thank you everybody for joining us. We are now just waiting for the finals. We are hanging out waiting for the finals. Not a huge issue. Chet, any other questions besides the arm wrestling match? Because it is very interesting. It's very hard to fill dead air by yourself. I'm not sure how a lot of people do it. There are so many great commentators in the Flesh and Blood community. I'm glad I could be one of them. We've been live for 10 hours and 31 minutes. Can we just say how amazing it is the brewery has this good of Wi-Fi? Because we are on Wi-Fi. So, Wi-Fi, we've been streaming for 10 hours and 31 minutes with really no issues besides, technical issues, but we fixed most of those. Blah. Maybe Joey will come in here and stream the last game with me. I'm not sure what he's up to. Looks like he's taking care of business, though. He's been running around all day. Well, I've just ran the live stream. Oh, is that another planet we see? Is it officially getting started? No question, but I pulled a Levi redeemed from a loose pack. Nice. Honestly, hopefully you're going to start picking up Levi because I'm a big fan of Levi. It looks like the player on the left is rolling dice by themselves, just to roll dice and occupy themselves, and I respect that a lot. Any cool loose pack pulls you've ever got? I think one of the coolest pulls I got was opening the extended art headpiece at the Realm 20K draft day too. So I got the extended art headpiece. I think it's like max V. So not like technically a loose pack, but it was a draft pack. So that felt really cool. I normally don't crack just loose packs because I normally crack a box or prize support. But Leviathan Redeemed is such a cool one. I bought that when it first came out because I'm a Leviathan guy now. So you're going to get a lot of use out of that one, I'm sure. Lots of fun. Also, welcome in Rage Powder. Not sure if you've been here all day or not. Come on. I'm so excited for this final start. I have a buddy who's into Leviathan, so I'll probably gift it to him. Oh, that's great. That is a great gift, and I'm sure they're going to appreciate that. Man, Pat wrecked me with that fatigue sideboard at Realm. What was the fatigue sideboard? I don't think I saw that. Was it just like the normal Howl from Beyond package, or was it like some secret tech in there that he was just trying to get people with? It's like Fatigue Leviathan sounds like a sick deck that I don't know how it would work. But I'm always up to ideas. The player on the left is ready to go. They have their deck already out. They have their equipment, their weapon already out. And I assume they're just waiting for the other match to finish. Probably a Tekla that's going a little bit too long. Remember, guys, they are playing for that 666 trophy that we showed off at the very beginning of the stream. It is 3 trophies that are like basically cogs, and they just look super cool. I see some feetsies in the background, so players are sitting down. Is it a case? Did somebody just buy a case and they're just like chilling with it? I want to make Quicksilver, Dagger, Bolton. Bolton is good right now. So I can definitely see Bolton being a good deck. I'm not sure what Quicksilver Dagger is. We have another Max v Teklo on stream, unfortunately. We have no dashes all day. But they have all the life totals up, which would be really fun for us to follow. I like this. Here we go. We have all life totals on stream at once. So me and you, chat, we are here together. It is just me commentating this round. And we'll live. Oh, they did the all black one too, which is the best one. Thank you so much for making it easy to read on stream. Hopefully they don't fix it. Yes, move the plane right over. This is good. Oh no, they're changing it again. So if we watched the last round, Max did win this matchup. Tekla won this matchup. I do think this matchup is pretty 50-50. It can go either way, but I would rather be on the Tekla side of this, especially in a team sealed event where your Max deck isn't as strong as it normally is. Talking to these players, if I remember who is who, I believe the team on the left said they have a really good Max deck, but a really bad Max deck in the Teklo. So they might not be able to beat this Teklo deck, and they just know that going into the round. But anything can happen. This is Flesh and Blood, and we will see how this game goes. They are playing for the 6-6 trophies and pride, you know. Easton winning 2 of these events so far. This is the first ever team sealed event we've ever done, so it'll be the first ever team sealed winner for the Coaxing. And we are doing the pile shuffle, making sure they have all their cards. Looks like there's no rhyme or reason on this pile shuffle. We're really just commentating on the pile shuffle now because it's been a long day. What is the pattern here? I don't know. I still have the spinny hat here. It broke even more, unfortunately. But we can always spin this if we commentate on. Whee! As far as fatigue, it was a heavy fatigue sideboard for the mech matchups. Oh, that one. Okay. I do know the sideboard. After Worlds, I saw that deck, and I thought about playing it. But I really think Levia is a hero that you should play the way you want to play it. So I played my own Levia. It looks like it's Dash v Dash in the middle. Then we have Max v Teklo on either side. The 6-player life counter is very nice for us. Makes it so much easier for us to follow the whole team match and to really know if this match is going to be like the end-all, send-all for the tournament, or if this match is going to end before the other matches. So we're in it, chat. Me and you guys for the finals of the Coaxing. I am excited. The fist bump to start the game. Let's do it. So there is 2 blocking equipment from the Teklo on the right side. It looks like it is Tucker on the right. It's a very good player versus... Oh, who's on the left? John on the left, I believe. So now let's take a look. They both drew their hand. Teklo's really trying to slam a turn 0 Evo here. Looks like they do have the leg Evo in hand, so they'll be able to slam that if Teklo's going first. Max just has a bunch of random boost attacks in their hand, so no buffs, nothing super special. But they can, do their cranky banking on their turn. So activate Teklo. Pitch a blue. Gonna play the boots, I assume, to draw the card and hopefully draw into another Evo here to really get the high roll out. They can take all their non-blood debt with it. Wow, that's insane. This is a pretty insane sideboard. Teklo deciding what to equip here. A little confused because they can play the boots at instant speed, but I don't know why you'd activate Teklo and not slam the boots here. So once you activate Teklo, you're kind of locked into playing the boots, drawing a card, and then seeing what you draw. Deciding not to play the boots, actually. Wow, that's a big brain play. I'm interested to see how this turns out. Maybe they're trying to get a sneaky go again off the boots. Drew the red helmet 2 cards down, so they wouldn't have been able to play it last turn anyways. Back over to the Max's turn. What is the Max going to do? We saw a bunch of random boost attacks in their hand. I can't tell exactly what boost cards they are. But it's supposed to be boost into Cranky Banky. I don't know what equipment they have because it is off the stream. So I don't know if they have any of the special equipment. I assume it might be the head and the feet because that's the normal go-to for Max. Oh, they do have a buff actually. Okay. So they're playing Quickfire into 0 to 50 because 0 to 60 is way too fast, as we all know. Leaving 1 float, so they might be able to Cranky Banky here. It looks like they're going to Cranky Banky after this with that boost. I can't tell what color that is. It is for 7. 7 hits at that break point. So 7 go again, probably Cranky Banky after this. So technically this to give up a bunch of cards or leak damage eventually. Teklo's turn might just be block with 3 cards, play legs from Arsenal, Arsenal head. But Teklo can play this card this way in a lot of different ways. Teklo has the options, and it just depends on how they want to navigate this turn. Teklo is in the tank. This is the finals, by the way, guys, so there is no time limit. We just ask players to play at a reasonable pace. So I will finish my margarita as they think. I think it's mostly water. Yep, that was basically just melted ice, but still very tasty. Blocking with the head. This means before the combat chain closes, the Teklo will equip that headpiece to not lose their head spot forever. It's a very cute thing that Teklo can do, so this will break the chain. So Teklo does need to respond to this. Activate Teklo, play the headpiece, keep that on the chain, draw a card. So now they have 5 block, assuming that's a 3 block they just top decked. Teklo could get punished by Banksy here if they drew a 2 block or a non-block. Looks like it was a 3 block, so probably going to get thrown in front of that Banksy. So I don't think you're going to let Banksy hit here because counters on Hyperdriver is just so much value. Yep, there you go. So that's the block for 3 with full tilt. But in Max's defense, they leaked 3 damage there, which is a lot, but Teklo has 1 Evo set up currently, 1 Evo in the arsenal, so all they really need to find is 1 more Evo to get that go again going. Looks like they just drew the Evo headpiece there, which isn't really great now because they already have a headpiece equipped. You got this, Matt. We are solo commentating, so we are doing it live and we're doing it fast. So yeah, thanks for hanging out in chat. We're gonna see who wins this finals. It is Let us Quickfire there, costing 1 less due to the Hyperdriver on the battlefield. I believe it's a blue into a rev up of 8 color, boosting that away, boosting a non-relevant card really there. So this rev up is coming in for 7. 7 go again, probably another Cranky Banky after this. Let's see how Teklo wants to navigate this with that no block in hand. I believe it's a no block in hand at least. This matchup might go to Fatigue. These are 2 very strong players that both know about the Fatigue game plan. So Teklo needs to try not to like too much damage, but also can't commit too many cards early. Yeah, looks like it's only been 2 cards played by Max, 2 cards banished. Looks like it's only been 1 card blocked by Teklo. Maybe 2 cards blocked by Teklo. Yellow boots still in arsenal. Deciding how to block this to take as little damage as possible. I don't know what they're playing for besides the trophies, but the trophy is a huge incentive here, and pride, obviously. This is a casual Colorado event, but this is an insane finals match for Team Limited, and an insane Living Legends finals. Blocking for 5 here, leaking 2, respecting the Fatigue match. Looks like they are cranking and banking. My favorite line in Max, the good old crank and bank, which will take another 3 block out of the Teklo's hand here. There it is. It is the overpower one. The Max player looked very excited to see the overpower out of the deck. I'm not sure how much overpower they are running, but every block card you see go away is a plus for you. Message retracted. Matt, why did you retract your message? That was very, very rude. So what can we do here? We can shoot gun, but it doesn't have a go again. Boots really aren't great. Who's playing in the finals? On the left, I believe, is Mercy, Brian, and John. On the right is, it looks like it's Tucker's team. I'm not sure who exactly is on Tucker's team. Since I'm running solo right now, I really can't go ahead and look. But I believe it is Team Ascent number 1 on the left and Tucker's team, which I can't see the name of that team. So a very strong finals match. 2 very strong teams. So far, both dash decks are at 18 still, or they're just not updating the life pad. I don't think there's a possibility where the middle match is 18-18 still, unless they're not playing. I have no idea. So Teklo equipping the boots there. Kind of just like, yeah, it is what it is. They tried to get cute with it and it didn't work. Then shooting the gun for 2. So no go again, nothing to be scared of on the Max's side. Just a good solid 2. Respect these players for using these dice to help me out here. No one needing to guess on the colors. Looks like Teklo's pulling some stuff out of their... Oh, more dice. Oh, we appreciate that a lot, bringing out extra dice. 15-8. The Max just takes that and says, yeah, it's only 2 damage, not a big deal. Pitching a blue mini force field. Boosting. Oh, no, that's a gas up into a rev up. Boosted crankshaft. Putting it kind of back on hyperdriver. Always lucky, never punished. So there should be 1 float here for the Max player. And this is for... you put the die on the resources, not how much the attack is for. I assume the attack is for 9. Might be a yellow, so it might be 8. Oh, Dash took the first damage, going to 17. They are playing. Let's see what's going to happen next here. Teklo is debating about blocks. We are getting the dice out for damage. Appreciate that a lot. Teklo blocked for 9. The attack was for 9. So traded 3 cards for 3 cards. Deck equity is the exact same. I assume this is another Crank and Bank. Yeah, forcing that last card out of Teklo's hand. If that's a blue. It is not a blue, I assume, so there will be no Crank and Bank. No damage leak there. They are just switching back. 4 cards drawn. A backup protocol. Wow, so if they would have Crank and Banked there, they would have leaked 3 damage and got that extra counter. But unfortunately, they're not Crank and Bank, so they got no on hit. Teklo draws up. They draw all 3 blocks like Teklo does. The Arsenal is blocked with the yellow helmet, which isn't going to do much as of right now until another Evo is drawn. Looking at the Max's hand, looks like they have a hyperdriver, and I really can't make out the rest. Quickfire is the pitch. Hyperdriver is played with the crank. Pitching another card to send a... I believe that's just if you boosted twice this turn, it gets +2. So they're just setting 6 damage in. Trying to set up a good... Just deck fatigue, right? If you get 2 cards here, you're winning on deck, which is really nice. I want to see Crank and Bank on a t-shirt. I will talk to Bova and see if we can get a Crank and Bank t-shirt. I agree. I love saying Crank and Bank, and I believe it'd be a great t-shirt. Just go ahead and Crank and Bank. I will see what we can do about that. Yeah, so these players are both counting the fatigue math a lot. Both players understand where this game is going and how they can lose it and win it. So blocking with one card here is very smart because you are equal on deck size. Hyperdriver is technically minus one card for the max though. So 2 cards here wouldn't even be that bad. Teklo is debating. I don't know if Teklo can use all the cards in their hand if they don't block with 2 cards, but maybe they don't care. Counting the deck again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 cards in Teklo, I believe. Somebody in chat was counting max, right? Because I was on Teklo duty. You guys were on max duty, I believe. Please tell me you were. So with that added info of 20 whatever cards I said, 21 cards. I don't know how that changes the math here because nobody counted max. Also, the Teklo player just played unsleeved. Such a move, you know. Blocking for 3 here, blocking for 6 here. All right, so 6 covering up 6. Maxing out the pitch stack. Max has 6 cards left. Wow, if he only has 6 cards left, that was a very long 6 count. They have somewhere between 1 and 40. No, that makes sense as well. 1 to 40 makes sense. $22 on max, so it's 22 versus 21. Okay, that's not bad. So this is a very equal game for deck size. If we look at life, it looks like Max is winning. But Max does need to boost the Crank and Bank every turn, whereas Teklo can just shoot gun once it gets to the late game. So even though it's equal, it probably does still favor Teklo. Getting a full tilt back with that item. So 5, no boost, just a nice clean 5. I would not be surprised if Max just says, yeah, it's cute, and takes it. Yep, there it is. Takes 5, says that's kind of cute. So let's see what the Max can throw back over this way. Nope, changing the pitch stack maybe. Nope, leaving the pitch stack the exact same. I do think Team Sealed is very interesting at the highest levels. I mean, granted, everyone's drinking and have had a few too many drinks. Pitching a gigawatt for a Razzle Dazzle. So 4, boost. Hitting, ooh, Bull Bar is such a bad hit to see if you're on Team Max. One of the few ways that Maxes can get overpowered normally. Just God, but 4 floating, look, 4 floating from the Max. So a lot more coming out soon. Teklo covering that 4 up nice and clean with the headpiece. Us knowing the 0 cost head is in Arsenal, they can play that at any time, no worries there. What is Max going to do follow up? It can't just be a Crank and Bank, right? You don't take 5 just to send Crank and Bank. So it's got to be another boost card. But boosting also feels really bad here because you're losing the card advantage game. Okay, looks like it is a Fender Bender boost. Hitting a Junkyard Scrapper, I believe that one is. The Teklo player deciding to equip that headpiece at instant speed. Oh, forgetting to banish first. A little awkward. Because they have to banish before they draw. Looks like that's fine. No one's really questioning that. So that's cool. Looks like that is a chess piece. So as soon as the Teklo puts the chess piece down, the gun will get go again. So this is for 4, go again. 1 card in hand, 3 floating for the Max still. Blocks for 3, takes 1, down to 14. We are slowly losing more and more sight of the health, but that's fine. For 7, wow, that's a huge follow-up. So 4, 4, 7. None float, no action points to be made. I believe the feetsies are still up, but I doubt we're going to crack the feet here. So you either get the last 2 cards or you leak a ton of damage here, so Max is happy with either situation. If you get 2 cards, Teklo can go equip chest, get a resource, shoot gun for 2. This is really anyone's game still. There it is, blocker 3, taking 4, which is what you really want to see on the Max's side. You get Arsenal the card, you leak some damage. Looks like one dash is at 18, the other's at 9. Never mind. It is 8 to 9. Thank you so much, Tucker, I believe, for fixing the life totals for us. They're also fixing the other game, but we can't see the other game, but we still appreciate it. It is the thought that counts. Okay, so Teklo is just going to Arsenal and pass. That is a no block that was drawn with 3 blocks. Looks like on the Max side we have Rev Up. I couldn't tell you the 3 cards, but Rev Up is one of them. With 1 Hyperdriver on board still, that is nice. These no blocks might come back to punish the Teklo, depending how wide Max can keep going. If Max can keep doing these super wide turns, it's really nice. Looks like Max is tanking, trying to figure out what the best course of damage is. As Max, you really need to maximize your damage against Teklo and hope that your boosts are lucky. Sometimes you can boost away the wrong half of your deck and lose the game. Looks like we are starting with a Rev Up boosted. Don't know what card got boosted away. Don't recognize that art. Hyperdriver has been triggered. There is 2 float now. 2 cards in hand, 1 Arsenal. I believe this is for 5 go again. So demanding 2 cards, which makes it card equity equal. Teklo pointed out his equipment being like, I don't have to do, man. I don't have go again yet, which is very fair. Blocks for 6, so no damage leaked. The last card is a no block and a 3 block, so if Max can go a little bit wider, they could leak a lot of damage. Okay, making a Hyperdriver, so we are cranking. I think he boosted away Moonshot. I don't know exactly what Moonshot does, to be honest. So that could be very true. Gigawatt into the Banksy for 7. Okay. This will leak. Unless they pitch to the blue to equip to the chest at instant speed. But this is leaking either way. He has the going with the chest banished. Yes, yes. But they have to actually commit to that. So Hyperdriver gets an extra counter. Teklo took some damage, down to 6. With the blue in hand. This Max needs to keep this tempo alive. What are we thinking here on the Teklo side now? Teklo needs to set up that gun. Looks like Max drew a Hyperdriver. Again, I can only see that first card, so I'm not sure what the other cards are, but Hyperdriver is one of them. Matt, if you're in the chat, I did completely break your hat, so I don't know if you wanted that back or not. Looks like it's a Scrap Hopper. I believe this is the one that gives you Quicken. Yeah, so Teklo will have a Quicken token going to the next turn. Banish is an irrelevant card, but gets the Quicken token. This is for 3. I'm not sure if 3 is going to matter. We're doing a deck count again, and I was not ready for it, so I was not counting. Moonshot, some M, where you can discard some Hyperdrivers with +3 damage each. Gotcha. Huh. So really just a nice blocking card. Trash it? Cool. I appreciate it. It was a fun toy. What is the play here? I don't think you ever block this 3, because if you go to 10, and your technical opponent's at 6, so if you could just, like, boost, crank, bank, arsenal something, you're pretty happy. You have Hyperdriver on 2, you play another Hyperdriver from hand. So it should be pretty easy to crank and bank this turn. And you really need to keep Teklo off of cards with that Quicken token. Moonshot is 3 pay XX, Spanish X hyperdrivers from a graveyard. Moonshot gets plus X. Oh, wow, okay. Not bad. Sadly, it's in the banish zone, so unless Max has the headpiece, we won't see that combo line go off. Max is still taking on the block here. He's trying to decide what they want to do. The Dash IO matchup is 2-2 on both sides. Again, I can't see the other match, but it looks like this match is going to matter in the end. That's why I love Team Sealed. Every match matters, and even if you lose, your team can just put you on your shoulders and carry you to victory. So the non-block, I think it's autosave script in Arsenal. Kind of a dud, to be honest. Dashes at 2 is super interesting. I'm curious how that game's going to play out. So, additional cost to play this. Destroy. Yeah, if it's destroy, it's a lot worse. If it's graveyard, it's a lot better. So now Max needs to figure out how to send the last 6 damage. Gigawatt last turn was huge, linking 4 damage. So pitching the rev up, playing a hyperdriver cranked, obviously, because we're always going to crank it. Hyper Scrapper is one of my favorite cards. We're playing a gas up. Okay. And not the ginger. Is it ginger brute? I don't know. Ooh, crankshaft, getting the value. So it gets a counter hyperdrive, but then you lose 2 hyperdriver counters. You go up to 3 floating, so you can still crank and bank this turn. I'm not sure how much this ginger is for. Which that's a big meme. Yeah, sounds like a big meme. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards left from Teklo. Teklo is down to 10. Max is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you would think that Max is winning, but realistically, Max has 12 cards, whereas Teklo has 15 cards. So the math is still favoring Teklo, but Teklo has to block this turn. And we do know a Kraken Bank is coming next. I'm not sure how much this ginger is for, though, which is the only problem. Looks like it's getting 2 cards, though. Thank you. It's for 6. That's good to know. Blocks for 6. Ooh, so dash on the left side, 1. Has to know. This Teklo needs to get there to keep the team alive. Max is real bad when he can't boost. That is very true. I'm not sure what that card is. Oh, it's another hyperdriver. Teklo seems a bit ahead. He's a bit ahead, but it is very tight on deck. I'm not sure how much overpower. That is such an ugly hyperdriver for the record. I do not approve of that hyperdriver at all. Teklo shooting for 2 with go again from the Quicken. Yes, Teklo with only 2 Evos is why I believe Max is ahead. But Teklo can win the game off 1 card, whereas Max needs a deck. Yes, he does have the Evo and Banish. Really trying to save on to that. Hold on to that, though. Deck side is pretty equal. And Teklo, again, is at 6. Ooh, Max is blocking. Auto-save script coming out from the Teklo. Let's see what is going on. Oh, double firewall. Wow. If those are both reds, this game might just be locked up for the Teklo, honestly. So that's a jumpstart blue, I believe. No boost. So Max realizing that he needs to set up a big turn. Yeah, he's just like, yeah, I'm not going to do it. Yeah, all right, whatever. No boost. So if Max can set up a really big go wide or overpowered turn with overpowered script, that's the way I believe Max comes back to win this. Double firewall, so hot. Oh, that's a blue firewall, maybe? Looks like it's a blue and a yellow firewall. Equipping a red chest. Drawing a full tilt and just shooting for 2 go again with with some floating, but it doesn't really matter. So 8-6. Looks like we're in the pitch stack, and I wasn't following the pitch stack that well. 0-50. Ooh, blue mini force field. Feels bad. Feels real bad. The life total is getting farther and farther away from us. We will then Banksy, which I guess doesn't feel as bad. Banksy's still good. Yes, it makes perfect sense now why that chest evo was sat on for so long, because the red chest is just value. With the Century base, I do believe Teklo is far ahead as well. Unless there is an overpowered script or something. I do think this is going to go down to that final match. That is 14-7 that we cannot see, which is also Teklo v Max. But yeah, Max can pull this out though. Like, this game is not over. These players have been playing for fatigue since turn 1. So both players knew what they had to do going into this matchup. Both players had a plan.
I didn't know it was Blood Rush Bellas versus Ascent. That is badass.
It is a great finals.
Oh, that's a good group. Also, shout out to Fab Life who made that counter.
That counter is sick.
I don't even know how the hell it works. And he said he didn't think he can make it happen, but man, shout out to him for making that team.
Such a cool life counter.
So yes, Fab Life is the name of the app. Please go get it and give Tucker some love, because damn. Actually, I think he's in the final.
He is. He's playing on stream right now.
Yeah, there you go.
7-9, 7-6, I mean. Ooh, the free card for 5. I don't think you can block this. Yeah, just go to 2 and just really try to get there. Is there a way that Max can sneak this victory out? Yeah, the mini force field was missed, so players just went ahead and rewound themselves back up to gain a life. Makes sense to me. Okay, so can Max set up that big turn that we were talking about? Does Max have the super big, like, got him turn? It looks like Teklo has 2 cards left in deck, though. It's close. This is a very tight game. It favors Teklo for sure. I wish I could get Fab Life to work on my Android, but it always messes up when I try to re-download it. I have to use Fab Counter instead. Yeah, I'm not on the tech side of it. I just know that Tucker, who is playing Teklo, made Fab Life, and it's the life counter we've been using all day to show life on stream. The plan for the event was to have an actual producer sitting next to me that could, like, manually make the stream look better. But instead, I've been just kind of doing it myself and doing it live. Yes, Quickfire you do need the boost with. You need the other one that doesn't care. Gigawatt. Gigawatt is a cute one that just gives +4 at red. Overpower doesn't really matter that much because there is 2 block cards in hand. Quickfire is the first card to play, which costs 0 due to the 3 hybrid drivers on the battlefield, followed by a Gigawatt. Overpower is the main card we need here. It is an Overpower, but we saw the 2 blocks in hand. So this is such a nice pitch stack set up by the Max player that just gets completely punished by those blocks. Wow. Just wow. Boosted away a buff. Tucker did win the Battle Hardened, yes. So the Colorado area has a bunch of really good players. Is that for 11? Is that 11, guys? Oh, but they have the blocks. He has got the juice. God, such a cool pitch stack, but like block cards just block, and I love it. How many cards? Max has 5 cards left, counting the one in the pitch zone. I believe Tekla has 2 cards left in deck. Man, so if that's a yellow, that blocks for 8 right there. If that's a red firewall. Oh my god, look at that blowout. Wow. 4, 5, 6, 7. Firewall on top goes to the bottom. Doesn't really matter. But Max will get 1 last turn of attacks. Technically on to 5. He's kind of like, yeah, you know, I got it, whatever. So I believe now Max needs the Crank and Bank here and save that card in the arsenal. But I don't know if there's enough time for that. Yep, so here comes the Crank and the Bank. So this is demanding another card or going to 2. With 4 cards, yeah, Max is like, I got 4 cards left, bro. Is it good enough? Such an interesting matchup. I think Teklo has this, but again, it's so close that I don't want to call it. That's why I love Fab. Ooh, that's a good card to have in Arsenal too. Teammates checking out the Arsenal to see how good or bad it is. So I believe the play for Teklo is shoot gun, equip chest, get a resource, play that Big Bertha. That is the play that I am seeing here, unless I'm missing something, which is a really good turn. Okay, never mind. They are blocking for 2 with their equipment. Down to 4, probably going to play the chest at instant speed. Nope, just letting it kind of go on. That makes sense. So now it's going to be gunshot into Big Bertha. Is my best guess. So there's the gunshot. 1 float. If I take the 2, go to 1. I don't know if there's a way to close this out. Looking at the hand, I see a rev up. I don't know what else is in there. Tekla only has 1 block, I believe, left though. That's the head blocks too. With 2 cards left in deck. Wow. Such a great played game on both sides. But if Max takes the 2, goes to the 1, they have to commit 2 cards to the following card, which might just be game. Tekla played this so well, holding on to those block cards to the very end. They saw the line, and they knew the line. I thought it was a blue firewall left in deck. Because he pitched 1 early. It was either a blue or a yellow that he used it last turn, I believe. Or it was... I know one of them is a blue. So Max goes to 1. Here comes Big Bertha for 5, demanding 2 cards. Which 4 cards left in the deck for Teklo now? All Teklo needs to do is hang on to 1 of them to close his game out, I believe. So there is the 6 block. And at 4, they can just take the Cranksy Banksy too. Let's see what they decide to do here. So you can so there's no deck left on Teklo's side. There's 1 card left in deck for the Max side. If you play the card from Arsenal and boost, so playing Rev up from hand, boosting, there goes the last card in deck. Trigger those hyperdrivers. Trigger those hyperdrivers. Get those hyperdrivers out of here. There we go. So 3 floating, so you can crank and bank for the last time of the game. And I believe this is for 4. So demands a card no matter what, and then Cranksy's going to demand another card. But then you just get there with your Teklo gun, I believe. Yeah, it is very hard to see the colors. I tried my best to set this stream up this morning, but sometimes glare is just glare. So taking 1 down to 3. Now we're just going to crank and bank, demanding 1 more card. Show me a card, any card. So there goes Firewall. Goes the 2, gets a count on Hyperdriver. And now Teklo's going to shoot their gun, get that last card out of the hand unless they have 2 blocking equipment. Yep, gets the last card out of the hand. And now Teklo is just going to go pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, it does the full tilt. Just a really full tilt. I like it. Get the full tilt. Now the question is the other match still going, or was that for the tournament? I need to see the life total. Bring the life total over. Let me see what's going on. Was that the tournament? Are we done? Show me the life pad. Chan, I'm on the edge of my seat right now. I don't know who won. I hear a lot of noise in the other room. I see tickets being handed out. Did the Teklos team win, or were they just playing for the stream? I do not know. Somebody tell me who won.
I'll find out who won.
Joey's going to go find out who won. I don't know who won. He says he's going to find out. I heard some cheering. But that was the Coaxing guys, I'm sure. Team Ascent wins. So
there you go.
Team Ascent won both tournaments, very surprisingly. Easton with Team Ascent on Living Legend, and then Team Ascent with the sealed deck. So, wow. I'm going to save this. Min-Max looking great this weekend.
Sponsorships, damn it.
Joey, you want to say some stuff to the stream before we go?
Yeah, let's say some stuff to the stream.
Come on in here, Joey. I'll tell you, you're all alone, so.
I'm really all alone.
I just solo casted the whole thing.
Sup stream, sup 25 and then change. For those of you who've been hanging, first off, I've recognized some names from like the very beginning of this, so thank you so much for getting through all of it. And there is so much more that I wanted to do with this. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do kind of a decompression debrief stream a little bit later, where I've got so many things I wanted to give away. I've got Fable games that I was going to do. We're going to do that shit live. So DM, you got your chance, because I've got Fable mats I wanted to give away. I've also got a bunch of like other prize things. I also wanted to give a special thanks to sponsors that I just never got a chance to get in here because things were so chaotic. So that is Optimus TCG. That is Out Games, who did Fable. That is Righteous Gaming, who is Taylor Broughton, who gave us the Go Bananas. We had a Go Bananas promo that was offered up to us. So many others. So for all of the rest of the stuff, I'm going to keep an eye out on me, as I'm going to do a debrief stream for the rest of the prize support stuff that I have that I didn't get to do, so I can give a proper thank you to everybody who was a part of this. And everybody who was a part of it, all of the streamers, DM, Red Zone, God, I'm not even gonna try to remember all the names, but Az, Jeff, Breezy, Riddlerman, Flake, Alan, Chris. I think that's all. But yes, thank you guys so much to them. Thank you so much to everybody else. I hope that it was fun. Even Starva needs to be banned from. Honestly, I don't think Starva needs to be banned from LL. I would love to see Crown of Seeds gone. I think that alone. I think Crown of Seeds is like the answer to that, because then those 4 swing hammers are not just a wash every stupid turn. But anyway, if I might still have some things up. I have to do some inventory counts, but fabcoaxing.com if you want to get the like pint glasses and Deb's Fab Farmery. Every book that is sold of Deb's Fab Farmery, $6 of it goes to Deb as a thank you for all of the work and the awesomeness that she has done. So please give her a great Christmas and help her out. Oh God. And I'm going to switch this back over to me because this got a little messy. Oh God. The Kano fan club. So yeah, go support Deb and do all those things. And I think we have to wrap it up because we really want to get the heck out of here. It has been a long day. Also, we cannot forget this. I'm just going to put this up as this. Absolute special thank you, holy crap, to Mr. Mo Bogsley, who ran this showdown all day long, the whole day long. I can't get rid of the Kano Fab Club. I want to get rid of. There it is.
You missed some stuff when you were gone.
I missed some stuff. I'm looking forward to looking for the rest of the live stream. Oh, this is like bad. As far as just how it looks, whatever. I am choppy and bad, and we're gonna remove the pin. So that way this looks a little bit better. And yeah, that's kind of what I got. That's where we're at. So thank you guys so much for being a part of this. Just awesome experience. My final coaxing. Congratulations to Min Max for basically just slaughtering the day, just straight up slaughtering the day. There's kind of no other way to put that. Good job, them. And yeah, thank you for everybody for being a part of this. So for me also, yeah, I'm so thankful for the community. You guys are amazing. There we go. Now I'm back. Yeah, I'm always on point the whole day. Any feedback, any comments, any things, you guys can tweet me. Justinart, dexanddrafts@gmail.com. That's him. I don't know what it looks like.
I don't know if I'm on stream or not, but I'm chilling. I'm here. I'm tired.
This should be. I don't know why it's not me. There it is. Whatever.
Good enough.
Good enough.
We're doing it live, like.
It's alive. It can go. It can go. I got so many of these things. These can
I
go.
was doing it like on the roll so much that I just left so many bad.
And we clock this at just, I think, are we over 12?
Hopefully not, because if it's over 12, it gets a little bit
Nope.
funky.
No, it gets. We've got 39 minutes to 12. So anyway, we're gonna end this here. Mo, we have a Mo. Say goodbye.
Bye guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you guys so much for being a part of this.
Go buy merch. Like buy the playmat.
Please.
Buy the coloring book. This is my favorite item I've ever seen. There's coasters. There's so much cool stuff.
Yep. If I have any koozies left, I'll add stuff. Special thank you to Andy for the coasters, the koozie, not the coasters, the koozies, the playmats, API source, are the guys who did that. And I will. I'm gonna do a live stream later to give a special thank you to all of them. So keep an eye out for that because I'm giving a lot away because I was supposed to give a lot away this time and I didn't get a chance to. So that's what we got. I'm gonna stop saying bye for 20 minutes as I do. That wraps it up for the Coaxing trilogy, the Coaxing crescendo from Denver, Colorado, Left Hand Brewing. Get some left hands. Give them a tag. Thank you guys so much. Cheers, everybody.